Chapter 71. The mule was slow and wobbly, and by the time they reached the county town, it was already past noon. Despite their haste, they finally arrived at the county school for lunch. Old Man Su helped the two unload the mule cart before leading the mule away again. After dropping off Su Li, he had to continue hauling tiles from the tile kiln outside the city. Estimating the time, by the time he returned to pick up the others, Zheng Lauer would have already hauled several more. "Mom, maybe we don't have enough bowls and chopsticks. I go buy some more," Su Li said to Qin, who was standing by after arranging the wooden barrels. Qin looked in the basket and counted about 7 or 8 bowls and chopsticks. It was definitely not enough. It was probably because she had been so busy these past few days, and since the house was being renovated, she needed some bowls and chopsticks. So she said, "I go. You stay here and watch." "Okay," Su Li nodded in agreement, and Qin left. However, Su Li was also thinking about something else, something she had been planning for a while: custom-made plates, like those used in modern cafeterias. These plates would separate the dishes into separate areas, preventing them from mixing and making the appearance cleaner and more hygienic. However, unlike modern times, there weren't all kinds of metals, like stainless steel plates available. She could only make plates made of ceramic, or gold or silver. Gold and silver were a no-brainer. First of all, ceramic was the only option. But ceramic was also quite expensive, at least not within the Su family's current means. She had to put it on hold until she had more money in her savings. "Miss Su, why are you here?" Just as Su Li was distracted, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. She looked up and saw Lin Jing, dressed in a green shirt, and several of his classmates. "You moved your food stall here?" Lin Jing was surprised and indescribably happy. That was great. From now on, he wouldn't have to go all the way out of town for lunch. Besides him, there were also classmates who had dined at Lin Jing's house 2 days ago. They were all delighted to see Su Li. After all, they still couldn't forget the meal Su Li had made that day, and even when they were studying, they kept thinking about it. "It's perfect. Let's have lunch here today," Lin Jing said, and the others nodded in agreement. "I want the pickled fish. I want the stir-fried pork intestines. I want them all." Just like that, Su Li, who had just arrived at the county school, had successfully sold 3 meals, a sight that caught the attention of several other vendors nearby. The man selling umbrellas nearby kept glancing at Su Li, seemingly surprised that the newly arrived Su Li and her friends knew someone at the county school. Su Li was selling food, and the Su family had also reached dinner time. Smoke curled up from the kitchen as several women, led by Mrs. Mo, gradually brought food to several large tables that had been temporarily set up on the construction site in the front yard. Over 20 people, including the women helping out, filled 3 large tables. The most eye-catching thing was the large pot of pork stewed with green peppers, beans, and vermicelli noodles in the center. This wasn't the thinly sliced pork you usually get at banquets, but rather thick slices 2 fingers wide. There was more fat than lean meat, and it looked rich. The top layer was filled to the brim, with more meat and less vegetables, a testament to the host's generosity. In addition, there is another must-have dish, which is braised pork with preserved vegetables. It is still a large plate, ensuring that everyone has about 2 slices. The layers of pork belly are marinated, steamed and fried, and finally present an attractive sauce color and tiger skin, and are paired with fragrant preserved vegetables. Just looking at it makes people salivate, not to mention a large pot of fried loofah with eggs. As the breeze blows, the aroma of the food is everywhere, which really arouses people's appetite. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Please sit down and eat." Old Man Su, the host, brought out stools and greeted the villagers who had just washed their hands. One villager came to the table and said sheepishly, "So many dishes. You're really polite." "Yes, you're really polite." Everyone was polite, but the satisfaction in their eyes was unconcealable. To be honest, thankless work like this is all about a good meal. If the host can't even afford a good meal, they won't have the energy to work. In the past, there were people like this in the village. They hired someone to build a house, but ended up giving them sweet potato rice. And not just any sweet potato rice, it was almost entirely sweet potato, with so little meat in the dish, probably no bigger than a fingernail. Those who went there complained bitterly after returning. And then, of course, there was no such thing as a future. Knowing you're the kind of person, there's no chance of a next time. Even someone as stingy as Grandma Yang used to buy meat to cook when she built the house, and wouldn't refuse to give anyone a bit of oil and water. However, today's lunch at the Su family was once again superior to others, and those who came to help were extremely satisfied. Not only them, but even Qin's family, Her brother-in-law Ma Lousy and his two nephews were astonished by the spectacle, secretly marveling at the wealth their sister's family had truly earned. Look at all the meat and vegetables, the abundance. Even his family wouldn't dare to prepare such a good meal for a banquet. Moreover, Ma Lousy was also amazed. He had never expected the Su family to invite so many people to build the house. He had originally thought that if the manpower was insufficient, he would call on his apprentices. However, after arriving, he found that there was no need for him to interfere at all. Not only that, even the things he imagined, begging him to buy wood or borrow money, never happened. The Su family had already prepared everything, even bringing back tiles. Oh, and the Su family actually bought a mule. And how much more was there that he didn't know? In the end, at the end of the day, he realized that the Su family was nothing like the impoverished military family his wife had described. While they might not be particularly wealthy, they weren't completely destitute either. He felt the same way. Chen's father, Old Man Chen, and mother, Old Woman Yu, who had come to help, shared his feelings. They looked at the meat and vegetables before them, their faces expressionless, but they both remembered that their daughter's story about earning money from selling food was actually true. She wasn't lying, otherwise she wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money on meat. But at the same time, they felt relieved. They were relieved that their daughter was doing well. You know, originally, they hadn't planned to come after what happened at home. But then, they thought, since their daughter was fixing the house, it wouldn't be a good idea not to come, so they decided to come and help for a couple of days. But when they arrived, they realized it didn't matter if they were there or not. No wonder their daughter hadn't called them, and they'd been worrying for nothing. Father and mother-in-law, please eat your food. Over here, Mrs. Wu finished her work and scooped up a large bowl of rice, digging in. Seeing that the two of them weren't picking up much food, she quickly grabbed 2 large chopsticks of meat for each of them, worried they wouldn't get any. The two of them were extremely embarrassed and thanked Wu profusely, quickly inviting her to sit down. We're eating, mother-in-law, you should eat too. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally picked up their bowls and began to dig in. The beans and pork stew were truly delicious. The beans were fragrant, the vermicelli noodles were soft and glutinous, and the pork was even better. It was delicious no matter how it was prepared. However, the old couple's favorite was the braised pork with preserved vegetables. It was truly soft, glutinous, and salty, rich but not greasy. Even the lean meat melted in their mouths, requiring no chewing. The preserved vegetables were even more salty and fragrant, with a unique aroma of preserved vegetables. It was a perfect match with rice. Everyone ate with gusto, their mouths drooling, their voices filled with praise. After the meal, the Su family had specially prepared a large bucket of mung bean soup to clear away heat and relieve summer heat. Afterward, a bowl of refreshing and delicious mung bean soup was enough to make everyone feel so comfortable, even during Chinese New Year. The atmosphere was even more heated when someone noticed sugar in the soup. There's sugar in it. It's true, sugar is added. Sweet. Delicious. Everyone burst into discussion. Aunt Yu, standing nearby, was surprised and heartbroken to see sugar in the soup. Aunt Yang was equally distressed. She had made the mung bean soup. She had originally suggested drinking plain water, not mung bean soup. It was the Su family who said mung bean soup was good for cooling off, and the autumn heat was at its peak, so they didn't want to let anyone helping out suffer from the heat. That made sense, so that was fine. But she didn't agree with adding sugar. Sugar was so expensive, wouldn't it be a waste of money? But the host was generous, saying they worked hard all day, so a little sugar would sweeten their mouths. So, the sweetened version of mung bean soup came into being. How could it not be delicious? It's got more sugar. Mrs. Yang curled her lips and held up a large spoon to serve the person who had come. Okay, you just finished drinking and you're coming back again. 1 bowl per person, no more. Seeing someone taking advantage of the situation by coming back for more after just finishing a drink, Mrs. Yang waved her spoon away in annoyance. The man didn't get angry. He chuckled twice and said shamelessly, "Give me another sip. I haven't tasted it yet." "By the time you taste it, you have drunk the well dry." Mrs. Yang rolled her eyes without mercy. The man in front of him could only compromise and said to his companion, "Give me a sip of yours." Who knew that the companion being questioned would shake his head like a rattle, "I don't have enough yet." After saying that, fearing the other party would force a snatch, he quickly gulped down the rest. How refreshing! The young man wiped his mouth, a look of relief on his face. Seeing this, the man had no choice but to give up, but secretly hoped tomorrow would come soon so he could have another sip of the sweet drink. The Su family's straightforward approach resulted in everyone working at full capacity that afternoon. Even among the many people who had always preferred to take advantage of the situation, the delicious food and mung bean soup had them working at full capacity, and the progress was soaring. Ma Lousy, the carpenter, roughly estimated that if things continued at this rate, the building would be completed several days ahead of schedule. Elsewhere, Suli and her friends were almost out of food, with only 3 servings left. Because she'd been to the county town the day before, Suli hadn't brought much today, only enough for about 20 people. Suli observed that the customers were mostly students who had bought Suli's food at the dock before, with the occasional few coming to try it out or being dragged along by classmates. But there was nothing she could do about it, and Suli wasn't discouraged. After all, it would take time to build up a customer base, so for now, she just keeps serving around 20 servings. "Miss, I want one of these." "What kind of fish?" Just then, a middle-aged man in a long robe and a beard suddenly said, pointing at the pickled fish. The man's name was Jiatian, and he taught mathematics at the county school. He always eaten in the cafeteria, but today was his last class. After class, the cafeteria was out of food, so he went out to grab a bite and came across Su Li's food stall. Her food stall happened to be empty, so Jiatian decided to make do with a quick meal. "Sir, this is pickled fish," Su Li explained with a smile. 10 won per portion, and adding pig intestines is 15 won. Pig intestines? Could that be what he was thinking? Jiatian's face sank. "No, thank you." The man declined Su Li's offer. Su Li was stunned. It was true. She had forgotten how people nowadays shuddered at the mere mention of pig intestines. The man in front of her, wearing a clean robe and a scholar, would certainly find it unacceptable. "All right, wait a moment, sir." Jiatian nodded and watched Su Li serve her food. Chapter 72. Seeing that Su Li hadn't touched the food the entire time, he nodded inwardly. Regardless of the taste, she wasn't the sloppy type. "Sir, it's all right. I'd bring it to you," Su Li said, placing the food on the wooden table she had brought. The wooden table and benches had been freshly wiped by Su Li, so they were spotless. However, Jiatian still felt a little dirty. He frowned, hesitating to sit down. After a long moment of hesitation, like a man who is honest enough to give up, he plopped down, then took a pair of chopsticks from the chopstick holder and began to eat. This taste. Jiatian was slightly stunned. Jiatian was a southerner, born in the 42nd year of Emperor Gaozu's reign. He grew up in a wealthy family. He only needed to ask for whatever he wanted, and it would be served that same day. Later, due to his studies, he traveled extensively. He had tasted countless delicacies, not to mention fish and meat. But what he couldn't forget most was the fish his wet nurse's husband had caught on his farm. It seemed to be one of those autumn days, with flocks of geese and a clear, crisp sky. The farm was bustling with activity. Men with nets and women with buckets were fishing in the fields. Jiatian, feeling down, had come to relax and happened to see them. He was invited by his wet nurse to join him for dinner. At the time, he was wondering what was so good about fish. People who grew up in the Jiangnan water towns were almost tired of it. But the fish stewed with pickled cabbage his wet nurse had prepared that night remained unforgettable. He couldn't quite put his finger on the flavor, but he simply thought it was sour and spicy, delicious enough to make even those who couldn't handle spicy food break out in a sweat. When he asked the wet nurse, she said it was made with pickled cabbage and wasn't considered good enough. Afterwards, he kept remembering the taste, thinking he'd return after passing the imperial examination and ask his wet nurse to make it for him. However, when he went back, his wet nurse suddenly died of a serious illness, and he never tasted it again. Now, almost 20 years have flown by in a flash. Jiatian can barely remember what his wet nurse looked like, or what the fish tasted like. But when he ate it today, he felt it was meant to be. Jiatian lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. It seemed the dish was too spicy for a southerner like him, or perhaps it was the thought of the woman who once gently fanned him to sleep amid the chirping of cicadas. "It's delicious, thank you, young lady." After finishing his meal, Jiatian stood up, paid the bill, and thanked her. Though unsure of what the other person was thanking him for, Su Li smiled and said, "Goodbye, sir." After seeing off this diner, there were still 2 servings left. Su Li decided to keep them for herself and her mother, so she said goodbye to her mother, Chen, and prepared to pack up. Unexpectedly, 2 more people arrived and bought the remaining 2 servings. The man's name was Chui Yu, also a student at the county school. After having Su Li pack the food into her lunch box, he said to someone nearby, "Brother Qian, I heard the food here is delicious. You really don't want to try it?" Brother Qian frowned and said, "Forget it, just eat it." Disdain filled his eyes. He wondered what was wrong with the other students at the county school. They actually liked to eat this kind of food. It was truly disrespectful. Okay, Chui Yu didn't force it, and still ordered 2 servings. He figured, since all the other students who had tried it said it was delicious, it must be good. So he decided to have 1 serving at noon and another in the afternoon when he felt hungry. After all, he heard this young woman only sells food at noon and sells it by evening. Thank you. After paying the silver and accepting Su Li's packed lunch box, Chui Yu thanked her before turning and leaving, returning to the dormitory. Brother Qian, you really don't want to eat? Chui Yu politely asked again, looking at the man sitting next to him reading. You're not eating? The young man replied, continuing to read. That's good. After Chui Yu was sure the other person wasn't eating, he happily began to eat. To be honest, Chui Yu had been drooling as he watched Su Li get her lunch. Holding it in until now was the limit of his patience. Plus, the teacher had been late for lunch today, so he had to eat much later than usual. This is delicious. Smooth and tender. This is delicious too. What is it? Pig intestines? Spicy and fragrant, and quite crispy. And what's the side dish? It's so delicious. Chui Yu, like a little hamster, took a bite of the stir-fried pig intestines, then a chopstick of stir-fried green beans, and 2 bites of pickled fish. He felt like he had never been happier. In this moment, Chui Yu felt like he had come back to life after being tortured by the teacher for most of the day. Chui Yu devoured the food in a flash, finally stuffing himself to the brim. He wanted another helping, but he simply couldn't eat any more. The food in the cafeteria had been so awful, it had sapped his appetite. Chui Yu glanced at the food in his lunch box with a hint of regret, then rubbed his now plump belly and sighed. I have to save it for tonight. But after finishing his meal, Chui Yu looked at his friend enjoying tea and dim sum, and all he could see was sympathy. What a shame! Brother Qian refused to try it, insisting on the dry dim sum, missing out on such a delicious meal. But he should just enjoy this delicacy himself. Ha ha ha! Over here, Qian Kai, sensing his friend's strange gaze, looked puzzled. After a moment's thought, he thought there was some dim sum on his lips, so he casually reached out and touched his mouth. No, then why was he looking at him like that? Never mind. He's not normally that good, so this is normal. Outside the county school, Su Li and Chen had packed up and were preparing to go back. Su Li was tired and hungry after a long day's work. Here, have a bun to fill your stomach. Su Li took the bun that Chen had bought at some point and said, noting that there was only one inside. I just ate it. I bought it just for you, Chen said. This wasn't a deliberate lie to Su Li. She had actually eaten it, but it was just a steamed bun. Su Li heard this and began to take small bites. The bun was quite delicious, with a thin skin and generous juicy meat. It was fragrant and soft, and it was truly delicious. Su Li devoured the entire bun in no time. Chen watched her daughter wolfing down her food, her eyes tinged with pity. It was her fault, as a useless mother, for not even learning to cook properly, that her daughter had to work so hard at such a young age. Eat slowly. Chen, fearing she might choke, quickly handed her the bamboo tube of water. Su Li quickly drank the water, and felt much better. The summer heat was scorching. Now all they had to do was wait for Grandpa, Old Man Su, to come and take them home. Soon, Old Man Su arrived with his mule cart. After loading the cart and setting off, the 3 of them slowly sauntered off to pick up their eldest sister and the others from the dock. Eldest sister for his sister. Dia. Grandpa, you're here. Mom, you're finally here. I have something to tell you. As soon as Su Li and the others arrived, Su Tao ran over, looking furious. Su Hong, standing nearby, reached out to stop them, but failed, and quickly followed. What's wrong? Mrs. Chen looked at her 2 daughters' expressions, thinking something had happened, and her heart suddenly sank. Mom, someone's copying our food and selling it cheaper. All our former customers have gone there, Su Tao complained. What? Mrs. Chen said nervously. Then she noticed a new stall not far away. It looked exactly like theirs. The occasional hawking sounds she heard were similar to the ones Su Li had taught Su Tao. The food they were selling was exactly the same, but the price was 2 cents less. No wonder so many people gathered. After hearing what Su Tao said, Mrs. Chen was instantly furious. She cursed. How could someone be so shameless? They copied everything from them. Are they trying to be cunning? They copied everything from them. No, we can't do that. Otherwise, we can give them a 2-cent discount, no 3-cent discount. Chen was furious at the thought of the silver she earned disappearing like a duck, and she wanted to confront them. But after calming down, she felt that wasn't right. After a long pause, she came up with this idea. I think it's fine. Su Hong thought about it and agreed. Okay. Su Tao agreed with both hands. She had been thinking about giving them a discount for a while, but her eldest sister said to wait until their mother arrived. Old man Su didn't understand, but he also thought it was a good idea. After discussing it, the group decided to do just that, and immediately planned to go out and hawk their wares. But who knew that Su Li would stop them the next moment? No, we can't do that. In fact, Su Li had already anticipated that if her food stall did well, someone would definitely copy her. She just didn't expect anyone to show up so late. Mom, big sister, don't worry. I have a plan. Su Li held them back. What's the plan? Hearing the plan, Chen and the others immediately stopped. Su Li then spoke of her plan. Will it work? Will it really work? What if all the customers run away? Su Li calmly explained the reasoning. This was actually a personal experience of a friend who owned a cake shop. Her shop was facing price pressure from competitors, but because her friend used only high-quality, fresh ingredients, she ultimately won without lowering her prices, earning praise from existing customers and attracting many new ones. Su Li still remembers the scene she saw when she visited her shop. Your cakes are so fresh. You don't even know that shop uses rotten fruit. My child got diarrhea and gastroenteritis right after eating them. Oh, how heartless. I order from you from now on. You really get what you pay for. For some reason, their cakes always have a weird smell. The cream doesn't feel like animal cream. It's greasy in the mouth, like essence. At the beginning, Su Li had the same idea as her mother Chen and her eldest sister Su Hong. She advised her friends that since everyone else was lowering their prices, she should too, otherwise all the customers would run away. But her friends said, let them go. If they go, it means they're not our target customer. Besides, it's obvious that the cream used in cakes at that price is not good. Why would I compete with them? Unless I want to ruin my own business. Also, Ollie, let me ask you, if you lower the price now, do you think you can raise it back later? A friend looked at her jokingly. Don't even think about it. Imagine you go to a store, and suddenly one day raise the price. Would you still go? Especially with food like cakes, which rely on repeat customers, people buy from you all the time. If you raise and lower your prices over time, who will trust you? It will only make people think your costs must be low, so you can adjust them at will. Su Li returned home and thought about it carefully. She realized that this was indeed the case. Especially when you have a core competitive advantage, there's no need to engage in price wars. In the long run, when it comes to food, taste is what matters most. Even if diners go for a bargain at first, they return after a while if they find it's not tasty. But if you lower your prices, you don't necessarily have the ability to raise them back. The time and labor costs involved are significant and can very well determine a store's ultimate success. I think what Fifth Sister said makes a lot of sense, Su Hong agreed. Indeed. But Mrs. Chen was still a little worried. What if all the customers really ran away? But she was also afraid that, as she had told her youngest daughter, the price would drop and never go back up again. She would lose money, and in short, be in a bad situation. Let's do this then. Chapter 73. So, Chen and the others waited at the dock for a while longer before selling out all the food for the day. Tomorrow, we make less at the dock and more in the county, Su Li said as she packed up. Originally, they could sell about 40 portions a day at the dock, but now they estimated they could sell all 40, too, though it would take longer. It wouldn't be a big deal if it were winter, but it was still quite hot today, and the meat and vegetables wouldn't taste good over time. Okay. Eldest sister Su Hong nodded. Chen had no objection. After all, while the amount of food at the dock had decreased, the amount in the county had increased, so the daily earnings would be about the same. After all, Chen had to admire her daughter after this incident. She had originally thought setting up a stall in the county was unnecessary, but something like this happened in just one day. It turned out that the county had become a turning point. She had originally expected to sell around 20 copies in the county town, but today she found that 20 copies was quite easy. She realized her worries were unnecessary. But this wasn't Chen's fault. A person's childhood experiences and environment shape their perceptions, and they can't see beyond their own perceptions. When the Su family, Su Li, Chen, and the others returned, the villagers who had come to help were still there, working furiously. Seeing them return, they all gave them fiery glances. She didn't know if it was Chen's imagination, but everyone seemed much more enthusiastic. You're back. Come in. It's so hot, let's have some mung bean soup. Or should we eat first? Several aunts wearing headscarves surrounded Suli and the others, asking about their well-being and looking at them as if they were gold, silver, or jewelry. Their enthusiasm was so intense that they didn't seem like they were from the same village. "Thank you, ladies. Could you please make way for us so we can get these things inside?" Su Hong said, her basket of dishes and chopsticks in hand, bracing herself. "Have you heard? Please disperse quickly and let them put the things down." The crowd finally made way, and the woman who had spoken took the opportunity to eagerly step forward and help carry the things. "Dia, let me get them for you." Everyone spitted inwardly at this, and hurried forward to take Chin and Su Hong's things. "Yes, we help you. You worked hard all day. Be careful." The group entered the courtyard. The Su family's fence and house had been demolished, leaving only a mess. The villagers were pounding stones for the foundation, but the work was time-consuming and would definitely not be completed in an afternoon. In addition, 2 other women were washing dishes and tables. Most of the dishes were already washed, and one was packing them into a basket for use the next day. Seeing Suli and the others return, the 2 stood up and enthusiastically took the bowls, chopsticks, and pots Suli had brought with her. "Don't bother. Just leave them where you are. We wash them later." Chin felt a little embarrassed at the hospitality. "It's just a few bowls. We'd be done in no time. Have you eaten yet? I left some food in the stove for you. Go eat quickly. You've been tired all day," the woman said, squatting, picking up the bowls, and began scrubbing them with a loofah, not giving Chin a chance to refuse. "Thank you very much," Chin said sheepishly. She didn't even recognize the person in front of her. "No big deal. You're so polite." "Come on," they just interrupted Chin. Elsewhere, just as Old Man Su was leading his mule toward the bamboo forest, someone arrived with a clean bucket filled with water and fodder for the mule. "Hey, uncle, go eat. I tie it up for you." Before Old Man Su could say anything, someone took the rope, leaving him bewildered. Of course, not only Chin and Old Man Su noticed the change in everyone, but also Su Hong, Su Li, and Su Tao. Before the table even opened, someone brought the food and dishes. When Chin and the others approached, they asked directly, "By the way, how old is Sia this year? I think she's the same age as my son. Did you tell her?" The woman looked at Chin curiously. Chin didn't understand what she meant, so she just replied, "I'm 15 this year, and I haven't found anyone yet." Someone asked again, "What about the 5th girl?" This was like a broken abacus bead on her face. Chin finally realized and said calmly, "The 5th girl is even younger, only 13. I want to keep her for 2 more years. There's no rush." This was Chin's true feelings. These days, marrying young has only disadvantages and no advantages. Chin still remembers a neighbor girl in her village, who was less than 13 years old. Her parents married her off to another village, and she died during childbirth. Chin, still a child at the time, secretly went to see the incident, and was so frightened that she had nightmares for a long time. Today, she has given birth to several children herself, and has a deeper understanding of the impact of childbirth on women. She often can't help but wonder if she had had her children a few years later, might the neighbor girl have died so early? "Alright, why are you talking about this? Are you going to let us eat?" Mother-in-law Yang suddenly appeared and changed the subject. "Why aren't you going back to feed the chickens and pigs? What are you still doing here?" "Just watching people enjoy the delicious food." The others were as frightened as if they had seen the demon of plague. Although mother-in-law Yang wasn't their mother-in-law, they didn't know why they were inexplicably terrified of her. Someone whispered, "You're still here. Why can't we?" "Okay, cut the chatter and leave." For a moment, the air grew cooler as the others left. "Why don't I see Aunt Lien?" Su Tao took a few bites of her meal before realizing she hadn't seen Aunt Lien today. "My eldest daughter took her out to play," Mrs. Mo chimed in. Speaking of which, little Aunt Lien was quite sensible. At first, when her daughter asked her to go out to play, she refused, insisting on waiting for her mother to return. Later, it was only when her eldest daughter asked her to make a garland that she finally left. Mrs. Mo had told Su Hong about this when she returned. She should be going to pick them up now. Judging by the time, she should be back soon. Sure enough, Su Hong returned soon with Lien Gu, followed by Mrs. Mo's eldest daughter. "Grandma." Seeing her familiar faces return, Lien Gu hurried over to greet them one by one. "Auntie." Maybe from the sun or something, but the little girl's plump cheeks were a vibrant red, making her look incredibly adorable. "Lien Gu, why didn't you call me?" Su Tao was furious. Everyone had called her, but she didn't care. She was doing it on purpose. Unexpectedly, Lien Gu suddenly said, as if she had discovered something new, "Fourth auntie, you're here. I didn't even see you just now. I missed you so much. With that, Liang Gu jumped off Su Li and scurried off to find Su Tao. Su Tao finally brightened up. Liang Gu truly loved her the most. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after finishing her meal, Chen went to find her uncle, who was working, and told him she wanted more meat for the next day. I want 5 pounds of lean meat, tenderloin preferred, and 5 pairs of pig's trotters. Don't want the meat from the back, just the bones from the front. This was what Su Li had told Chen to by the next day when she returned. She said she wanted to add 2 new dishes, shredded fish and pork, and pig's trotters. Afraid she'd forget, Chen went to her uncle to tell him in advance. Isn't that too much? Can we finish it? Uncle Chen misunderstood that these dishes were meant for tomorrow's lunch, and his eyes were filled with disapproval. There was already so much meat, and adding more would be excessive, which was not good. Don't show off your wealth. But he couldn't say it directly, so he changed his tone. Upon hearing this, Chen knew her eldest brother had misunderstood, and quickly said, it was the 5th girl who said that. She plans to make 2 new dishes to change the flavors. As for why the change in flavors was necessary, Chen didn't understand, but she simply followed her daughter's lead. After all, she would be proven right in the end. Okay, I make a note of it, and bring it to you tomorrow on a cart. But my father-in-law seems to have taken my cart, so I'm afraid I have to borrow yours. Uncle Chen thought for a moment and said, okay, I get it to you later. After that, Chen suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, eldest brother, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? Okay. After she had spoken of the most important matter, Chen went back to her parents and asked them to stay for dinner as well. But the 2 refused. Thinking of her second brother, Chen had no choice but to give up. She then went to talk to her brother-in-law, Ma Laosi, and her nephews about staying for dinner, and they all happily agreed. It was not long before sunset, its afterglow casting a shadow over the landscape. The builders gradually stopped their work, some wiping their sweat, others fetching water to wash their faces showing signs of fatigue. But soon, everyone cheered up again when Yang brought out some mung bean soup. There was even more. This had been Su Li's suggestion. After all, everyone had worked all day, and they were all from the same village. Even if dinner wasn't an option, they still had to provide 2 servings of mung bean soup to prevent anyone from getting heat stroke. So, everyone drank another bowl of the refreshing mung bean soup before leaving satisfied. After returning home, he told the other villagers about what he had eaten and drunk at the Su family's house. Those who had originally planned to go, but didn't were filled with regret. They thought the food, even if it was good, couldn't be much better, just a couple of slices of meat. But who knew it wasn't just 1 or 2 pieces, each person could eat several, plus eggs and sweet soup. It hurts to even think about it. But the man couldn't show it on his face. It's just a few pieces of meat, look at you. Oh, you're sore. TSK, who's sore? I tell you, we're having meat tonight too. You're lying again. You went to cut meat this morning? Don't think he didn't know because he was out working. Their family was going to dig sweet potato trenches today. Let's kill a chicken, okay? Yeah, sure. Kill a chicken. Where's the chicken? I kill it right away. After saying that, the man unexpectedly ran to the chicken coop and grabbed one. What are you doing, Liar? Why are you grabbing my chicken? A woman's voice echoed from the yard. What are you doing? I want to eat the chicken. What do you mean? That chicken is for my daughter during her confinement. You're not allowed to eat it. I want to eat it. Liar, in a rage, twisted the chicken's neck. He was determined to eat it, and no one dared to stop him. Then, without even boiling water, he plucking the chicken. After a long time, he couldn't pull out all the feathers. When the woman came over, the chicken was already dead. God damn it. Why are you messing with my chicken? I raised it especially for my daughter. Chapter 74. There are many similar incidents. There are many similar incidents in the village. Lu was even more upset that the Su family didn't ask her to build the house, and she was throwing things around at home in anger. Li Chunhua hunched her neck as she chopped pig grass in the porch, afraid her mother would see her and take it out on her, but it was clear that Lu had spotted her anyway. Aren't you good friends with those little girls? Why didn't they ask you to help with the cooking? Li Chunhua mumbled, not daring to reply, but Lu persisted. Huh? I'm asking you a question? Are you mute? As she spoke, she approached and twisted Li Chunhua's arm hard. Only when she saw the pain on her face did Lu's mood calm down a little. You useless thing. You have to make do with it tonight. Chen brought over the last dish of wood ear mushroom soup with fried eggs. This was the last season of the wood ear mushroom, and it had already started to produce dark red fruits. It was estimated that there would be no leaves left after a while. Those who dislike wood-ear mushrooms think it tastes like slug, while those who do find it tender and fragrant. Regardless, using it in egg soup is always a popular choice. It's even a very easy vegetable to grow. Mrs. Wu planted it in a corner of her wall in the spring, and didn't bother with it much, until it spread all over the fence. Now that the house is being renovated, and the fence needs to be demolished, Mrs. Wu has no choice but to throw the leaves aside. She felt it was a shame, and plucked all the edible leaves. That's enough. Aren't Dia and Weah here yet? Just make some. We don't care about that kind of thing. Uncle Chen said to Mrs. Chen. Old Fourth Ma chimed in, yes, call them over for dinner. After saying this, she patted her son next to her and said, why don't you go call your cousins over for dinner? What are you doing sitting here? Ma Da and Ma Er expressed their injustice. It was clearly their aunt who had asked them to come sit down. They stood up helplessly. Just then, Su Hong and her friends arrived, and everyone officially began to eat. There weren't many people tonight, just the Su family, Chen's brother and his wife's family from her mother's side, and the Wang family next door, who didn't cook much. One table was just enough for everyone. Unlike the Wang family, who often ate at the Su families, this was Ma Lao Si and his two sons' first time eating Su Li's cooking. When they tasted the twice-cooked pork, they were stunned. The crispy, charred texture, with a hint of fat, paired with the freshly roasted, tender garlic sprouts, which were rich in their aroma, instantly awakened the taste buds. Before my body could react, my mind was already clamoring for a bowl of rice. How could it be so delicious? Isn't it just ordinary twice-cooked pork? The three of them had never imagined twice-cooked pork could be so delicious. And what about this boiled pork slices? So many peppercorns and chilies on top, it looked delicious. Ma Lao Si picked up a piece of boiled pork with chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. The spicy and numbing sensation instantly hit his nose. Cough cough. Ma Lao Si couldn't help coughing, and sneezed 3 times. His two sons, sitting on his left and right, quickly covered their bowls, a scene of filial piety. But after Ma Lao Si recovered, he couldn't help but reach for the boiled pork slices again. It was simply too delicious, spicy and numbing, tender and flavorful. It was a pity there was no wine, otherwise it would have been even more refreshing. Ma Da and Ma Er ate bowl after bowl of rice, their mouths full of grease. They were already starving after a day's work, and the food was so appetizing that they couldn't stop eating. My cousin's twice-cooked pork is so delicious. It's so delicious. Several people exclaimed. The Su family members nearby, including Uncle Chen and the Wang family father and son, felt the same way. Although they occasionally enjoyed Su Li's cooking, every time they tried a new dish, they marveled at how delicious it was. They never got tired of it. Tonight's twice-cooked pork and boiled pork slices were especially delicious. Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks until they were stuffed. Fortunately, Chen had specially cooked a few extra bowls of rice and added a few sweet potatoes tonight, otherwise there wouldn't be enough to eat all this artificial food. After finishing his last bowl of wood-ear leaf fried egg soup, Ma Lao Si put down his bowl with a relieved expression. He said to Chen, who was chatting with him about spending a lot of money on ceramic bowls today, you can actually replace your bowl with a wooden one. It's cheaper and less likely to break. Wood? Yes, you can use wood. Before Chen could react, Su Li's eyes lit up. How could she forget that wooden bowls could be used? The more Su Li thought about it, the more she thought it was a good idea. Wood was light, convenient, and easy to carry. Most importantly, it was cheap and could be made right away. Besides, weren't her uncle and 2 cousins carpenters? Thinking of this, Su Li quickly asked if they could make a bowl in the shape of a dinner plate. That's not difficult. It might sound a little strange, but as long as it was made of wood, he could make anything, no matter how strange. Su Li then quickly took advantage of the situation and asked her uncle, Ma Lao Si, how much it would cost and how long it would take to make about 100 sets. That's all I take for now. Ma Lao Si, who had originally thought he'd make it for free if the order wasn't large, was so frightened when he heard it would cost around 100 sets that he didn't dare to refuse the money. If it's ordinary wood, it's not expensive. 2 in a set, I guess. The wooden bowls outside were about 5 won each, especially since the kind of wood Su Li wanted required more bowls. This price was what Ma Lao Si had considered for a long time, and he finally broke it even. After all, he had so many apprentices to support, and if he really didn't accept them, it wouldn't be a good idea to let them work for nothing. 2 won really wasn't expensive. Su Li naturally knew this was a special favor from his uncle, Ma Lao Si, and quickly smiled and thanked him. Thank you, uncle. Ma Lao Si, that's nothing. But if you really want to thank someone, thank your two cousins. Ma Laosi smiled and looked at his two sons beside him. After all, they were the ones who had to work hard. He was now the master craftsman. What did master craftsman mean? Didn't that mean he just dumped all the hard work on his apprentices? Su Li smiled, thank you, eldest and second cousins. Old. A strong and vigorous old father. While Ma Da had a problem with his father's shameless behavior, he had no problem helping his cousin make the wooden bowl. It's all my duty, Cousin Ollie. Ma Er rolled his eyes and blurted out, Cousin, you're so insincere. Is a simple thank you enough? Su Li was stunned. So what does second cousin mean? At least you have to make us another table full of delicious food. Ah. Dad, why are you hitting me? Before Ma Er could finish his sentence, he was hit hard on the back, and the pain made him jump up instantly. Ma Laosi simply gave him a look that clearly read, Do I need a reason to hit you? He then said to Su Li, Don't listen to your second cousin. He's always acting inappropriately. He had no idea what to say, or what not to say, or when to say it. He'd tell his wife when he got home and have her deal with him. Erlang didn't say anything. It's just a meal. What's so difficult? I do it. Chun intervened. However, as soon as she finished speaking, everyone's faces faltered, even bringing back particularly unforgettable memories for Ma Laosi. It was the third day after he and his wife's wedding. According to local custom, they had to go back to his wife's family home for lunch. His mother-in-law had injured her hand and couldn't cook, so his sister-in-law, Chen, cooked instead. When he saw the dark dish of stir-fried beans with bacon, Ma Laosi had only one thought. It's over. As expected, after that meal, Ma Laosi suffered from vomiting and diarrhea for 3 days. From then on, he had a rough idea of Chen's cooking skills. Although after all these years, the food shouldn't be that bad, Ma Laosi didn't want to go through that pain again. As for why Ma Da and Ma Er also had that look on their faces, it was naturally their father, Ma Laosi, who had said that. You don't even know what your aunt cooks. I don't want to tell you. Ma Laosi always said he didn't want to tell you, but he always did. So much so that Ma Da and Ma Er had a conditioned reflex when they heard it. They didn't want to end up with diarrhea like their father did after eating. Mrs. Chen was naturally unaware of the impression she made on her nephews. She smiled and said, Tell me what you want to eat when the time comes, and I make it for you. Oh, or maybe we can make braised chicken someday. It's good for you after a hard day's work. Your cousins used to love my cooking. After these words were spoken, Su Hong and Su Tao, who were sitting at the dinner table, fell silent. Su Li pondered for a long time, before finally remembering that this was indeed the case. It seemed that little Su Li was only 4 or 5 years old at the time. Chin had indeed made braised chicken once, but perhaps because of the herbs added, the taste was truly strange. Not only strange, but also bitter. However, the Su family was poor at the time, and they could still taste the meat, so Su Hong, Su Qishan, and the others all scrambled to eat it. Later, when they wanted to eat chicken, they recalled mentioning it to Chen several times. Perhaps this was why Chen had mistakenly thought they liked it. Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su also remembered it, but they were older and could tolerate many flavors. In their opinion, even cactus root was not as bitter as this. So they were relatively able to tolerate it. However, after being accustomed to their granddaughter's cooking, they really couldn't eat their daughter-in-laws. Old Man Su coughed twice and motioned for Mrs. Wu to speak. Mrs. Wu glared at Old Man Su before saying, Haha, Qingshan's mother, the tastes of these children are different from those of us older people. Let Wu cook. Okay, she couldn't make it up anymore. Yes, yes. Su Tao nodded quickly, worried that her mother would cook and ask her to eat, and she didn't want to eat. Su Hong, for once, showed some hesitation and said, Mother, let Wu cook. Just when everyone thought Chin would be upset, she suddenly laughed and said, You actually believed it. It wasn't like she had a congenital taste problem and couldn't taste anything. It was just that the family was busy, and sometimes her mother-in-law, Mrs. Wu, was out working, so she had to cook. If she could help it, she wouldn't want to eat her own cooking. It was indeed quite unpalatable. No one expected Chen to be deliberately saying this to deceive them. They were all at a loss for words. Su Li never expected that her mother Chen had such a side to her. But for some reason, Su Li felt that this was also good. She was more like a real person, rather than the woman in her memory with dim eyes, a sad face, sighing from time to time, worried about what to eat next, and whether her husband and son would be hurt. Chapter 75. After dinner, it was already getting late. Beneath the green hills, a few white cranes hovered among the paddy fields, perched on cypress trees, and in groups of 3 or 2, or 7 or 8, watched the farmers leave with their hoes. Uncle Chin and Ma Lousie were also preparing to leave. Before leaving, Chin gave all the money she earned from making wooden bowls to Ma Lousie, and also calculated the money she was going to give to Uncle Chin for tomorrow's meat purchase, and gave it to him. Brother-in-law, please drive slowly. Carry your sticks and be careful of the dogs, Chin said worriedly. One downside to the village was the excessive number of dogs, and there was always the worry of one roaming out. But there was also a benefit. If someone's home was robbed, it would be quickly known. Okay, don't see me off. Go back. Uncle Chin picked up a wooden stick from the roadside, waved, and walked on. Aunt, we're leaving now. See you tomorrow. Ma Lousie and his son also said goodbye. Slowed down. Okay. After watching them leave, Chin turned back. At the Su family, the sisters Su Hong were busy bathing Lian Gu in the shed near the bamboo grove. Perhaps influenced by Su Tao, Lian Gu had also become reluctant to bathe, and was arguing with her mother, Su Hong. If fourth aunt doesn't bathe, I won't either. Su Hong and Su Li glanced at Su Tao, their eyes clearly implying, look at what you taught her. Su Tao hadn't expected Lian Gu to act like this. She chuckled twice and slipped away. I go get some water. Su Hong patiently explained, fourth aunt wants to bathe, and she be there soon. Mother lied. Fourth aunt said she wouldn't bathe today. Lian Gu held onto her clothes, refusing to let Su Hong take them off. Su Hong looked at Su Li for help. Su Li stepped forward and squatted. Good girl, Lian Gu. If you don't take a bath, you become a dirty child. You stink, and anyone who gets close will smell it. No one will want to play with you. Don't you want to play with the other kids? Su Li asked. Yes. She wanted to play with Dia and the other kids. Then let's just take a bath, okay? Okay. Su Li smiled. Right, that's what a good child is. Lian Gu suddenly blurted out, fourth aunt isn't a good child. Su Li nodded emphatically as she undressed Lian Gu. Yes, fourth aunt isn't a good child. Children can actually understand, and you need to patiently reason with them. Sometimes their thinking differs from others, and you need to follow their lead and understand why. For example, Lian Gu refused to take a bath today, not because she genuinely didn't want to, but because she felt that since everyone else couldn't, she shouldn't either. It was that simple, nothing more. Su Hong looked at Su Li gratefully, otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to handle it. She didn't know why, but the older her child got, the more powerless she felt, often unable to understand her daughter's thoughts. Fifth sister, go wash quickly. I do it for her. In the narrow shed, Su Hong made room. Su Li nodded and stood up to leave. The Su family was renovating their house, so they had to live in a makeshift shed. Fortunately, the weather had been clear and rainless these past few days, otherwise, a leak at night would have been enough to make Su Li suffer. Fifth sister, your grandparents haven't come back yet? Chin returned just in time to see her daughter. No. Old man Su and Aunt Wood just finished their meal and gone out to dig sweet potatoes in the fields. Chin had originally told him to rest and continue digging tomorrow, but they said it was cooler in the morning and evening, so they'd be back soon. They still hadn't returned. Then I go check it out. With that, he rushed out again. Su Li then fetched water to bathe again. Before doing so, she had even taken her newly bought toothbrush and soap. Back then, Su Li had only thought of buying them once she earned some money. Now that she had finally bought them, although she couldn't afford the best, she felt incredibly happy compared to before. Once the house was finished, she'd buy a comfortable bed and sleep in her own room, covered in a soft, clean quilt. Just thinking about it filled Su Li with energy. All the fatigue of the past few days had vanished. Initially, Su Li couldn't handle the exhaustion. In the past, filming food videos was primarily mentally taxing, exhausting from thinking through the scripts and copywriting every day. But in this era, the toll became physical, especially since her original self was short on food and clothing, and her health wasn't great. Add to that the long hours spent lying in bed, and Su Li would feel dizzy and drowsy after cooking for too long. Not to mention the long walks she had to make to sell food every day, plagued by leeches. Her feet were covered in blisters, and her shoulders were thrashed from carrying so much. Back then, it was only her hunger for meat, and her longing for a better life that kept her going. Thankfully, it's all over now. Although she still feels exhausted every day, her family's life has gradually improved. She even bought a mule, and now has moved from their thatched cottage to a better and more comfortable one. As for the future, Su Li believed it would definitely be better, didn't she? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ma Lousie and his two sons finally returned home before nightfall. On the way, they hailed a mule cart heading to the county town. They gave the old man 3 cents, and he took them to the official road not far from the village. The walk back took less than half an hour. Third sister, we're back. Mom, we're back. As soon as they entered the courtyard, several people couldn't wait to shout towards the house. These grown men returned home as if they had been away for years. Chin Sanyang had just finished her meal and was sewing her husband's worn-out clothes in the house when she heard the noises. You're back? Have you eaten yet? It's in the pot. I left it for you, Chin Sanyang said as she started to go to the kitchen to serve the meal. Mom, we ate at Fifth Aunt's. Yes, don't bother, Ma Laosi stopped her. Chin Sanyang finally stopped and said, there's hot water in the pot. Go take a bath. This was serious business. The 3 of them were dirty and smelly after a day's work, feeling unwell. They needed a bath, but they didn't need hot water. Brother, let's go to the river and wash. Okay, Dad, are you going? You go first. I wash at home. With that, without waiting for Chin Sanyang to stop them, the 2 of them walked out, arm in arm, leaving Chin Sanyang staring blankly. You're really my father. It's such a cold, and you're still letting them wash in the river. Aren't you afraid they catch a cold? Ma Laosi, however, said nonchalantly, a man should catch a cold, so what? Seeing him like this, Chin Sanyang was furious and kicked Ma Laosi in the calf. Hiss, that hurts. You murdered your husband. I'm going to tell your parents you murdered your husband. Aren't you a man? This little pain is nothing, Chin Sanyang retorted, repeating his previous words. Ma Laosi was speechless. All right, stop pretending. How was your visit to my younger sisters today? Was everything okay? Chin Sanyang spoke, her eyes filled with concern. It's fine. Ma Laosi, still resentful of his wife's kick, said casually. Chin Sanyang glared at him again, and Ma Laosi quickly said, it's really fine. I wasn't lying. A lot of people from the village came to help. You're just worrying for nothing. Ma Laosi thought about the many people who had come today. It wasn't like what his wife had said, that Xiaomei's family had a bad relationship with the villagers. On the contrary, he seemed to be a good person. They were all very attentive to him, calling him Big Brother. Really? Could she have remembered it wrong? She had clearly heard her mother say that the Su family had a bad relationship with the villagers. Ma Laosi nodded. It's true. He could lie to her about anything, but not this. Did my younger sister borrow money from you? No. After saying this, Ma Laosi suddenly sighed. I see my younger sister's family is really getting along. What did this mean? As if sensing his wife's confusion, Ma Laosi recounted everything he had seen and heard today at the Su family's house. You didn't see it, but the lunch my younger sister treated me to today was truly lavish. Afterward, there was even mung bean soup to drink. Thinking of the mung bean soup today, Ma Laosi suddenly craved it again. It was icy cool, not too sweet, and refreshing and thirst-quenching. Why hadn't he noticed it before? Yes, it must be because it didn't have sugar in it. After that, Ma Laosi began to vividly describe what they had for dinner. Your niece's cooking is truly amazing. That twice-cooked pork is, let me tell you, even better than the ones you get in the county restaurants. This wasn't Ma Laosi's deliberate praise. As a carpenter, he tasted a lot of good food and had seen the world. If he said something was delicious, it really was. Knowing her husband wasn't the type to exaggerate, Chin Sanyang had to believe it. Hearing that her younger sister's family was getting better, Chin Sanyang was happy for her. To be honest, she'd been upset all those years when she learned about her younger sister's struggles, but every time she visited her parents' home, she couldn't help but speak harshly, ultimately hurting their sisterly feelings. Fortunately, her younger sister had finally found her happy ending, and the sisters had mended their relationship. How wonderful, however, even if my younger sister doesn't mention it, you should ask her if she wants it, just in case she's embarrassed. He hadn't expected Ma Laosi to admit his mistake. Okay, I ask tomorrow. Chin Sanyang and Ma Laosi were whispering sweet nothings while Uncle Chen had also returned home. Unlike Ma Laosi, who had someone waiting for him upon his return, Uncle Chen was nowhere to be seen. Today, one of his father-in-law's distant relatives was coming, so his wife Xiao, and their son and daughter had all gone to his father-in-law's house early in the morning and didn't look like they'd be back tonight. Although it was a minor incident, nothing serious, Uncle Chen still felt a little uncomfortable. Before, it was his parents' home, and now it was his younger sister's. It was always like this. They had clearly agreed to bring their son and daughter back to help, but Zhao always had many excuses not to go. Conversely, whenever it was his father-in-law's home, his wife would go back no matter who came. Over time, Uncle Chen began to resent it, feeling that her family's affairs were important, and his family's affairs could be put aside. Of course, there were more than just this one incident over the years. If I really counted them all, I'd probably find it hard to get through the day. But lately, such incidents seemed to be increasing in number, and he suddenly felt a sense of boredom. Yes, it was boring, utterly boring. But Uncle Chen was wrong to blame Zhao. Zhao had really intended to go with him this time. Although she had bad intentions, she really wanted to go. She just hadn't expected a visitor from her parents' home. I heard that the visitor was from the horse business in the capital, and made a lot of money. This is not the point. The point is that this relative has a girl who is about the same age as Chen Daolang. This is a big deal. Compared with anything else, a daughter-in-law is naturally more important, so she took her sons and daughters there early in the morning. Chapter 76. Of course, Zhao's plan ultimately failed, and he soon returned home dejected. Setting aside this for now, Suli had already begun introducing new dishes. Among them, the fish-flavored shredded pork and spicy braised pig's trotters quickly attracted a new group of students from the county school. Yu Fang was one of them. As he left the county school, he saw some classmates hurriedly heading toward a small stall on the right. Curious, he joined them, and when he got closer, he realized everyone was lining up, waiting to buy something. However, because there were so many people, he couldn't see what was there. "Brother, what kind of food is this?" Yu Fang asked. The man, upon hearing this, retorted, "You never been here before?" Yu Fang shook his head, indicating he had no idea. Seeing this, the man explained, "It's like a canteen, serving food, but you can choose your own dishes. The taste is excellent. You can try it later." So that's how it was. Yu Fang thanked him, indicating he understood. Just then, a female voice suddenly rang out from the front, "Only 10 left." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd behind her suddenly commotioned. "Why are there only 10 left? Can't you make more, young lady?" "Yes, I can't buy them if I get home late from school every day." "Yes, young lady, please think about it and make more." "Sorry, everyone. I definitely make more tomorrow," the young lady in the front apologized. Some complained, while others came up with another solution. "Brother, can you sell me yours? I give you an extra 10 won." Yes, the solution was to buy from the person at the front of the line. Those who had plenty of money immediately declined. "No, no. 15 won? I love it too. Ask someone else." Of course, there were also those who were short on cash, who hesitated for a moment and agreed. Shen Xiang was one of those who agreed. His family wasn't exactly poor, but neither was one of those wealthy children who could afford to live lavishly in the county school. If someone was willing to pay 25 won for his meal, why not? Besides, it was just an ordinary meal. How could it be that good? He might as well use the 15 won to buy something else. "Really? Thank you, brother. Thank you so much." The young man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly beamed with joy. He quickly pulled 25 won from his purse and handed it to the other party. Shen Xiang quickly took it and left to eat noodles with gravy in the next street. The person who bought his meal took it to the side and ate it as if he had found a treasure. There was nothing he could do. The spicy braised pork trotters were simply too delicious. Ever since he had a chance to try them 2 days ago, he'd been craving them day and night. But the teacher was always late, so every time he came, he could only sigh at the crowd. Today was no different. Luckily, someone was kind enough to give it to him. So wonderful. He called him the best person in the world. As soon as one happens, another will follow. Others with more money, seeing the young man's success, followed suit and asked if anyone was willing to give up theirs. But aside from the person who had just been there, no one else was willing. It was a joke. They worked so hard to get in line, how could they possibly give it up? "Brother, your portion." The man asked Yu Fang, the 10th person at the end of the queue. Unfortunately, Yu Fang was also curious about what this meal, which had so many people lining up, tasted like. "Sorry, no." Seeing this, the man could only leave dejectedly. Not being able to eat what you want is truly a sad thing, isn't it? After the incident, the group soon arrived at Yu Fang's location. "Hello, sir. Would you like to eat here or take away?" "Let's eat here." Yu Fang didn't bring a lunch box, so he had to eat here. Fortunately, a group of people had just left, leaving a seat vacant. "Okay." Suli took the money and quickly served the last portion of food to the man. Yu Fang took it and sat down in the empty seat. The pig's trotter was cut into a moderate size, just big enough to fit in your mouth. It was a rosy, oily red and coated in finely chopped chilies. Even from a distance, you could smell its rich aroma and pungent flavor. It looks good, But I wonder how it tastes, Yufeng muttered to himself, reaching out to pick up a trembling piece of pig's trotter and putting it in his mouth. Unexpectedly, the pig's trotter fell off the bone as soon as it entered his mouth. The rich, greasy aroma exploded in his mouth, a spicy, fresh aroma with a hint of sweetness and a touch of spice. Yufeng, who had never tasted such a rich flavor, was captivated by the trotter from the first bite. He spat out the bone in his mouth and then picked up another one. It was fat but not greasy, with soft, tender skin and glutinous tendons. The taste was irresistible. In a short while, several bones piled up in front of Yufeng. Just when he wanted to pick more from his bowl, they were gone. Yes, there were only 3 or 4 pig's trotters in the 10-cent meal, and he had already eaten them all. What should I do? It feels like it's too little, and I haven't eaten enough. Besides him, everyone else felt the same way. In the county school dormitory, Chui Yu, who was packing up his food to take home, had the same thought. This portion of pig's trotters is too little. If he had known this, he should have packed more. Thankfully, the other dishes cooked by this young lady Sue were also quite delicious, and there were also several side dishes that went well with the rice. Mixing them with the spicy braised pig's trotter broth seemed to soothe his wounded heart. Is it really that delicious? Xian Kai, standing next to him, couldn't understand why his friend went to eat food from outside the county school every day. Wouldn't he get tired of it after so many days? Delicious. Chui Yu answered without hesitation. The fish-flavored shredded pork and the spicy braised pork trotters were especially delicious lately. The sour and spicy shredded pork went really well with rice, and the pork trotters had become his absolute favorite. He couldn't get enough. Okay. Xian Kai, who wasn't interested in food, couldn't understand. To him, even the most delicious food held no interest. It was merely a way to satisfy a momentary craving. If he couldn't even control his appetite, then what was the point of reading sage books? He might as well go home. He didn't say this out loud though, a hint of contempt built in his heart. Meanwhile, Lin Jing also adored the pig's trotters. He was incredibly foresight. On the first day Su Li started selling the new dish, he already bought 2 servings. Considering his weight, 2 servings wasn't much, or even a small amount. If he hadn't been trying to lose weight recently, he would have eaten 3 more. Yes, Lin Jing had recently started losing weight. He thought about it before, but he never been able to stick with it. Because his life had been really tough back then, it had started after his mother's death. It wasn't tough in the ordinary sense of the word. His father and stepmother had never treated him badly. His stepmother even cooked delicious food for him. Yet, he simply couldn't be happy. He knew his stepmother wasn't truly devoted to him, and neither was anyone who served him. And his father was away from home year-round, leaving no one to care for him. So Lin Jing could only eat to cheer himself up. Only when he was full, even when his stomach was full and bulging, could he feel safe and warm. He knew his stepmother was deliberately trying to fatten him up so his father would dislike him. But what could Lin Jing do? He would never forget what his mother had said before her death, telling him to eat well and grow up well. Now that he had grown up well, he had the strength to protect himself. He no longer had to eat what he didn't want to eat, nor did he have to force himself to listen to others. So Lin Jing decided to lose weight this time. Otherwise, if he did pass the imperial examinations, he would be rejected by the imperial examinations. Let's make more tomorrow. Chen put the copper coins into her pocket and smiled at Su Li, who was clearing the dishes nearby. She hadn't expected her daughter's new dishes to sell so well these past few days. They were always full, but in the past 2 days, they already increased the number to 40 servings, and they were sold out instantly. If she kept this up, she'd soon have 30 taels of silver. She'd have some left over after building the house, and the rest she could use to make some furniture and cabinets. It was fantastic. Okay, Su Li replied. She hadn't expected them to sell out so quickly, or even to have so much to sell. Furthermore, what had surprised her most was that someone was actually willing to pay a higher price to buy from others. Su Li was stunned. But it wasn't just Su Li's business. Su Hong's business was also slowly picking up thanks to the new dishes. Regular customers who had been there had returned after seeing the new dishes, and couldn't stop eating. Plus, the food from the family that had deliberately imitated Su Li and her friends wasn't as good as Su Li's, so they quickly regained most of the business that had been lost. The family had been livid the past few days, seeing so many people coming to the Su family. But they were also ruthless. Seeing Su Li and the others selling pig's trotters, they decided to make some too, but this time, not many people were buying. Why are there so many hairs on your pig's trotters? Why are there skins? What's that black stuff? Is it pig manure? Hearing this, the family had no choice but to explain, internally resenting the Su family for selling pig's trotters. The hairs were so hard to remove and wash, and the resulting smell was even more pungent. They tried their best to suppress the smell with other seasonings, but it was simply too difficult. Where's the hair? I think you're just trying to get away with it. Pig's trotters have skin, otherwise they wouldn't be called pig's trotters. Where's the shit? If you can't afford it, don't eat it. Even after a good meal, being scolded was something that only happened at this family's stall. Those with good tempers would leave in a huff, while those with bad tempers would immediately demand their stall. The couple, being bullies, would immediately kneel and cry when faced with a tough opponent. Please spare me, dear. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 1-month-old child at home. They only been at the dock for half a month, and they already put on several spectacular shows for the surrounding vendors. Add to that their overbearing behavior, their disregard for rules, and their tendency to take over other vendors' stalls, and they quickly become everyone's hated presence on the dock. I have pumpkin seeds here. Do you want some? Auntie Shin, holding pumpkin seeds, approached Su Hong and Su Tao, watching the performance in the distance. It was quite entertaining, and it actually added a touch of anticipation to her life, anticipating what exciting things would happen the next day. Thank you, Auntie. Su Hong and Su Tao weren't shy. They were now so familiar with each other that they share any delicious snacks. Don't worry, I think they'd be able to last another 10 days. No, 5. Mrs. Shin knew the Su sisters were worried about their business being taken away by their rivals, so she often comforted them. Chapter 77. Don't worry. Su Hong smiled. Ever since her fifth sister's words, she'd been relieved. She'd occasionally find herself paying attention, but her busy daily life would soon consume her. By the way, please save me a portion of that pig's trotter. I take it back to my daughter later. She'd love it. Shin said that no matter how poor or hardship she faced, she couldn't let her daughter suffer. She had already done her daughter a disservice by bringing her into this world and leaving her in her current state. She would do her best to satisfy her every desire, and simply hoped she could live a happy life. She had no other wishes now, only to earn more money. When she died, that money would allow her daughter to live a comfortable life. But she knew that this was probably just wishful thinking. This world was cruel to ordinary people, let alone a child with a mental disability. So Shin had considered this issue. If she couldn't plan for her daughter's future, she would take her with her when the time came. Okay, Auntie, don't worry. I saved it for you. Okay. As the three of them were talking, Su Li and the others arrived shortly after. How was it today? Miss Jin dismounted the mule cart and asked. Su Hong smiled and replied, it'd be done soon. Miss Jin said, okay, no rush. We wait a little longer. Auntie Shin, Su Li greeted as she stepped from the mule cart. Are you here? Come rest in the shade. Miss Shin invited them to a nearby shaded area. Sister Shin, you're here too. Miss Shin had been selling food in the county town during the Mid-Autumn Festival, but she hadn't expected to be at the dock again today. Yes, those cakes aren't selling well in town, and I can't make much money, so I come here. Your food is still the best, and it sells quickly. Mrs. Shin's tone was filled with envy. She continued, but we make too little every day. I heard several people say yesterday that they couldn't get any if they came too late. You could make more, especially the pig's trotters, my daughter loves them. This wasn't the first person to say this. Su Hong also said, the pig's trotters are definitely selling the fastest today. Su Tao nodded, yes, several people have asked for them. The pig's trotters sold the fastest. Now, only the portion left in the pot, reserved for Aunt Shin, remains. The second best-selling item is the fish-flavored shredded pork. The third is the stir-fry pork intestines, and the last is the pickled fish. Then let's make more tomorrow, Su Li said. She hadn't expected the most popular dish to be pig's trotters. She'd been worried that they were low in meat, mostly bones, and wouldn't sell as well as the fish-flavored shredded pork. But these past few days, pig's trotters have been selling like hotcakes, and they're always full. That's great. Aunt Shin was the first to agree. Then let's go back and talk to my uncle, and ask him to leave some for us. Okay. Then they chatted for a while longer, then stayed at the food stall until all the food was sold. At the Su family's house, after the hard work of dozens of people over the past 8 or 9 days, the wooden structure had taken shape. Tomorrow, they could start laying tiles. Once that was done, they could build the mud walls, then the doors, the courtyard walls, the kong, and other smaller tasks. Basically, by that stage, they wouldn't need so many people anymore. The Su family, Uncle Chun, and Ma Laosi could do it all. In total, the house could be completed in less than a month. This time, The Su family built 5 main rooms, a kitchen, a shed for livestock, and a toilet. Following Su Li's suggestion, they also added a shower shed, which was simply constructed with wooden planks and completed in just a few days. Su Li has noticed a daily change in the house, and her sense of belonging has grown stronger with each passing day. From the original thatched hut to the current tiled house, she has witnessed every change. To be honest, she still feels a little reluctant to leave the original hut, as that's where she lived when she first arrived. Sitting on the doorstep every day, waiting for her mother and the others to return from work, was a fond memory. Of course, that slight reluctance isn't overwhelming, but rather a reflection of her anticipation for a better life in the future. It's going really fast. I guess it'd be finished by the end of the month, Mrs. Chen said as she dismounted the mule cart and looked at the house under construction. Old Man Su, holding the mule still, said, "It should be almost there." It was so fast. Chen could already imagine what the house would look like when it was finished. While feeling happy, she couldn't help but think of her son and husband far away. They would surely be delighted to see the new house, the pigs, and the mule. Days passed, and she had no idea if they were still safe. But no news was good news, and Chen had no other way to comfort herself. "Mother, Grandma, fourth aunt, little aunt, look at the windmill my cousin made for me." Lian Gu ran out of the yard, holding the large bamboo windmill Ma Er had made for her. It spun as she ran, looking incredibly beautiful. Su Tao immediately fell in love with the windmill. Putting down what she was holding, she quickly ran to Ma Da in the yard and said, "Cousin, I want a windmill too." Ma Da hadn't expected his fourth cousin to want one too. He had only made one to appease Lian Gu. What was he supposed to do? "Well, fourth cousin, can I make one for you later?" "Sure. That would be fantastic." After saying this, Ma Da turned to Su Li, who had just entered, and said, "Fifth cousin, do you want one? I make one for you too." Su Li looked at the windmill in Lian Gu's hand. It was indeed quite beautiful, and she felt a little tempted, but she still declined. "No need, cousin, you can make it for fourth sister." Ma Da said indicating that he understood, but he was thinking about making one for Su Li later. "Fifth cousin, I can make one too. I make it for you. Can you make me some pig's trotters?" At this moment, Ma Er suddenly appeared from nowhere, and looked at Su Li with an ingratiating look. These days, Ma Laosi and his son usually come to the Su family's house to have breakfast with Su Li and the others. A couple of mornings ago, Su Li even cooked noodles in the broth of braised pig's trotters, with 2 pieces of pig's trotters for each person. Naturally, Ma Er got to try some of it, and he's been craving it ever since. "Second cousin, I can make it for you, but you don't have to make the windmill." After all, the 2 cousins had been helping with the house renovations while also making that bowl for her. They'd been really hard at work. This was so embarrassing. Even someone as thick-skinned as Ma Er felt a bit embarrassed. He thought, why not go to the county or town and buy some rouge and powder for girls? Or maybe some hair ornaments. He saw his mother loved buying those things, so he figured his cousin would like them too. "By the way, cousin, the bowl you asked for will be ready tomorrow. I'd bring it to you the day after tomorrow." To be honest, Ma Er didn't understand why his cousin wanted that odd-shaped bowl, but since it was her request, he couldn't say anything. "Really? That's great. Thanks, second cousin." Su Li was delighted to hear the bowls were ready. Finally, she could switch to plates. She was terrified every time she went out with those ceramic bowls, afraid the mule cart would shake them too fast and break them. She always had to fill the basket with leaves and cloth. But even so, many still broke. There was nothing she could do. The roads were so bad, it was inevitable. Her only consolation was that Grandpa Su was usually pretty steady, so she hadn't had to overturn the cart yet. Not a big deal. Ma Er scratched his head and chuckled. Chapter 78. Everyone, take a break and have some mung bean soup. At this moment, Mother-in-law Yang, who was not far away, called out. Standing beside her were her daughters-in-law, Mrs. Mo and Mrs. Zhou, each holding a bowl and a spoon, looking quite professional. "Second sister-in-law, why don't you go take a break? I take care of this." Mrs. Zhou looked at Mrs. Mo and said attentively, her expression fawning. Mrs. Mo was not polite either. "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. I don't know what's wrong with my arm and hand, but it hurts a lot." "It's not hard, not hard," Mrs. Zhou said quickly, not complaining at all about Mrs. Mo's desire to rest. She even asked with concern, "Your hand hurts? Is it serious?" Mother Yang, who was standing nearby, turned to ask, "Where does it hurt? Or maybe we can ask Mrs. Lu to take a look." "Mother, that's all." Mother Mo was just trying to be lazy and exaggerating, but she didn't expect her mother-in-law to take it seriously, so she quickly said, "Of course not. I have my second son go with you later." Mrs. Yang made the decision immediately. This actually made Mrs. Mo somewhat flattered. Before, if she complained about any discomfort, her mother-in-law would simply reply, "If you're uncomfortable, then you're uncomfortable. How could I possibly be comfortable?" And then she never mentioned seeing a doctor. Now, she just complained about a sore hand, and her mother-in-law was willing to let her see a doctor. It was like the sun rising from the west. There were many similar incidents. For example, every day, whether she was doing laundry, cooking, or feeding the pigs, Joe and Lou would rush to help. Her mother-in-law didn't say anything, and she didn't order her daughters to do tasks that weren't their responsibility, as she had in the past. In short, the second house Mo family's status within the family has risen significantly. "Isn't it good that your mother-in-law cares about you?" Chen said, looking at her best friend while eating. "Oh, you don't know that feeling. So creepy." Mo's skin was almost covered with goosebumps as she recalled the awkward feeling just now. She even thought that it would be better for her to treat her the same way as before. At least it wouldn't be so awkward. "I think you're just itching to live your life to the fullest," Chen said bluntly. Mo had to admit that her life had been much better lately. So much so that she had forgotten all those times when she'd been so furious with her husband. Forget it, it's awkward, so what? Life is better now. By the way, when you finish building the house, will you warm the stove? Have you decided who to invite? Mo usually invites guests when moving into or building a new house, and she was afraid Chen would forget, so she reminded her. Not to mention Chen hadn't really thought of going there. It was indeed a problem. "I don't know. I have to discuss it with my mother-in-law and the others. We should discuss it thoroughly." In the backyard, Mrs. Wu was stunned by Chen's words. Indeed, she had been so busy that she had forgotten about it. She pondered for a moment, then said, "It's not a big crowd. The village elders will definitely have to be invited. Your maternal family, and a few relatives from your father's side should also be invited. As for the others coming to help, just invite those you know well. That makes about 8 or 9 families, with each family accounting for 5 or 6 people, so about 4 or 5 tables of people. Some of them didn't have much contact, so they didn't need to be invited. For example, when their family was building a house, several relatives didn't come. Those didn't need to be invited. Those who did come could be invited." Thinking of this, Mrs. Wu was still a little angry. Back then, when Old Man Su's second sister's family was renovating their house, their entire family went to help. Now, when they invited them to their own house, none of them showed up. It was obvious that they were unhappy that their lives had improved. They should not invite any relatives like them. "Okay." Chen naturally had no objection, and even agreed wholeheartedly. To be honest, she had never said it out loud, but in her heart, she had always had a bad impression of her father-in-law's relatives. Perhaps it was because she had heard too much about how they treated her mother-in-law, or perhaps it was because they had come to her and told her husband to divorce her when she couldn't get pregnant. In short, she didn't want to have anything to do with them if possible. Then the two of them discussed the matter for a while, needless to say. 10 days later, the Su family's house was finally completed. Deep in the bamboo forest, a small, cozy green-tiled house was finally built. In the warm sunlight, the Su family members stood in front of the house, their faces full of satisfied smiles. Plus, the weather was kind, with sunny days these past few days, and the mud wall dried incredibly quickly. It should be completely dry in a few days. Thank you all for your hard work these days. We invite you all to come for a drink the day after tomorrow, Old Man Su and Old Lady Wu said to the people who had come to help. Everyone smiled and agreed. "Auntie, we all come even if you didn't invite us." "Ha ha, that's right. Just don't bother us when the time comes." "Of course not. Just come. I was waiting for you to say that today, Auntie." "Ha ha ha." To be honest, if the house hadn't been repaired, everyone would have been reluctant to leave the Su family. Working here is so comfortable. Every day, there's delicious food and drink. The Su family is so particular. They don't complain about eating too much like those stingy hosts, and they often ask them to add more if they're not full. In just 20 days, they gained a lot of weight. Where else could they find a host like this? Only the wealthy lords in the county town could afford to support them. No problem. Mrs. Wu readily agreed. Meanwhile, Old Man Su came out of the house with half a basket of copper coins he had exchanged at the county office and began paying everyone their wages. The Su family erupted in cheers, as lively as New Year's Eve, loud enough for the entire village to hear. A total of 380 coins. Count them, and see if they're right. Yes, that's right. The man took the coins, and counted them right in front of her. Some simply pocketed them, saying, no need to count. And so, quickly, the wages were paid, and the villagers gradually dispersed, leaving only the Su family of 6. I want to see what my room looks like. Su Tao had just wanted to go in, but her mother stopped her from counting the coins. Now that she was done, she could go check on her room. This time, the Su family built a total of 5 rooms. One for Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su, one for Mrs. Chen, one for Su Hong and her daughter Lian Gu, one for Su Li, and one for Su Tao, one more than the previous 3. Originally, they had planned to build 2 more rooms, but they ran out of money for 7 rooms, so they had to settle for 5. 5 rooms are enough for now. When the second and third brothers, Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe, return, and the family earns enough money, they can add 2 more rooms on the side. Old Man Su even had a piece of land reserved for this purpose. Over here, Su Tao had just entered the main hall when, as if remembering something, she called out to the people behind her, Lian Gu, hurry up and follow us. Let's go see it together. Lian Gu quickly pulled her hand away from Su Hong's, I'm coming. Behind them, Mrs. Wu said to Mrs. Chen and the others, you haven't been inside yet, have you? Go and see what it's like. These past few days, the Chen family had been busy going out to the county to buy food, or coming back to cook, so they hadn't had time to really go inside. Hearing this, they nodded, okay, let's go take a look. So, Su Hong and Su Li followed them inside. In fact, if you ask if the blue-tiled house is different from the thatched cottage before, there is definitely some difference. The beams are higher, and it's brighter inside. But because the walls are still made of yellow mud, it doesn't look much different. Su Li was still very happy. She finally had her own room, and no longer had to share it with her 4th sister, Su Tao. After all, the bed was so small that it was a bit crowded for 2 people to sleep together. Plus, her 4th sister wasn't a very restful sleeper. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, Su Li would feel like she was being possessed by a ghost, and when she woke up, it was actually Su Tao's legs pressing against her chest, which was a good indicator of how she slept. So spacious, nice. Miss Chen was quite pleased the moment she entered the house. It was much more spacious than the thatched cottage they had been using. The 20+ taels of silver she had spent were well worth it. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. After deducting the wages she had paid for the work and the materials, she had spent a total of 23 taels. Almost all her hard-earned money had been spent. Not only that, she had even used her youngest daughter's money to make furniture and a few beds. Your uncle and the others said they deliver it tomorrow, right? Miss Chen didn't keep track of the date. She only remembered it being within the next 2 days. Su Hong said, tomorrow, yes. Okay. Once the furniture and cabinets arrived, they finally had the look of a home. The new house was finished, so of course, it was time to celebrate. This morning, Chen had gone out to buy some spare ribs. She had also killed a chicken, and it was all meat and vegetables. Su Li planned to make sweet and sour spare ribs and a chestnut braised chicken. Fresh spare ribs don't need blanching, they're simply stir-fried. The essence of sweet and sour spare ribs lies in the simmering sugar. Su Li has mastered her family's wood-fired wok, making it easy to cook. She also added the chestnuts that Su Tao had peeled to the nearby casserole. Once the chestnuts softened, the chicken was ready. These chestnuts were actually sent by Uncle Wang next door, who said he saw them on a trip to the mountains. They were large and plump. Su Li ate a few raw, and they were indeed sweet and fragrant. However, Su Li's favorite was the chestnut stewed with the chicken. They were soft, glutinous, and sweet. She could eat 2 bowls of rice with the broth. Add an appropriate amount of boiling water to the spare ribs. Now, all she had to do was wait for the ribs and chestnuts to cook before she could start eating. After about half an hour, the spare ribs were finally cooked. Su Li opened the lid and waited for the juices to dry out a bit before adding the vinegar from the side. The aroma instantly blossomed, a rich fragrance wafting onto the wind, making many children cry. After handing the sweet and sour spare ribs to Su Tao, who had already been waiting nearby, Su Li then went to bring out the chestnut braised chicken. Dinner. Today, there were no other people, only the Su family. To celebrate the move, Chen had even poured Old Man Su a glass of wine when she went to the county. Old Man Su happily sipped the wine, and Mrs. Wu rarely said anything to him. Su Tao and Lian Gu were 2 foodies, obsessed with food. They ate a piece of spare ribs in each hand, a piece of chicken in the other, until they lost track of their names. Looking up, their mouths were greasy in the twilight. Su Li also picked up a piece of chestnut braised chicken and began to eat slowly. Just one bite, and she felt that the evening's hard work had been worth it. The soft chestnuts were imbued with the aroma of the chicken, which was also incredibly fragrant. The sweet and sour spare ribs were even more appetizing, with a uniquely sweet and sour flavor. Tonight, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Of course, there were also the 2 piglets in the yard's pigpen, and the mule Yuanbao in the straw shed, all enjoying the meal specially prepared for tonight. Chapter 79. Ah, it's raining! At that moment, Shen suddenly exclaimed, looking out the door. Sure enough, everyone looked outside and saw that it was indeed raining. The downpour wasn't heavy at first, but gradually grew heavier, dripping down the green tiles onto the clay pots under the eaves. The sound was crisp and melodious, and it lasted until dawn the next day. This was the most comfortable night the Su family had ever slept. No cold rain waking them up in the middle of the night, no soaking quilts, and no clay pots everywhere to catch rain. Just a sound sleep that lasted until dawn. It turned out that the sound of rain could be so pleasant. The next day, with the sound of roosters crowing outside the window, Suli was still reluctant to get up. The weather was cool, but the temperature was just right. She snuggled in her new, warm quilt, smelling of sunshine, feeling incredibly happy. For the first time, she even felt the urge to continue sleeping. 10 more minutes of sleep, Suli told herself, then closed her eyes. When she opened them again, it was already bright daylight. The sun streamed in through the window lattice, and tiny dust particles danced in the sunlight, as if urging the slumberers to get out of bed. It was so comfortable. All fatigue vanished in this sleep, and my body was filled with strength. Suli stretched, got dressed, and opened the window, propping it up with a wooden stick. Suli loved this window so much. It could be raised at the top and removed at the bottom. It was a simple and beautiful design. My cousin told me it was also called a lifting window. It was true that the ancients had a great aesthetic sense, and it was evident in the details. Suli's room opened onto the courtyard. By then, everyone else had already gotten up. Suli opened the window, and saw a little figure hiding under the windowsill. When she opened the window, it stood up and said, "Andy, shame on you. The sun is shining on your butt." It turned out to be Lian Gu. Su Tao, still chuckling beside her, saw Suli looking over, her smile faltered. "I didn't teach you that?" Then she turned and left. Su Hong, washing vegetables in the yard, heard the commotion and scolded Lian Gu, "Don't talk to your aunt like that." Lian Gu, seeing this, stood at the windowsill and looked at Suli, blinking. "I'm sorry, Aunt, I was wrong." "It's okay, go play." How could Suli argue with a child? Besides, she had indeed gotten up too late today. "What time is it, big sister? Why don't you sleep in a little longer?" In the yard, Su Hong asked Suli as she emerged. "It's still early, only 9 o'clock. You can sleep in a little longer." "No, where are Grandma and the others?" "Why don't I see them?" "They went to borrow tables and chairs." "Aren't we having a dinner party tomorrow?" The Su family only had one table, so they always had to borrow from other people's. Suli uttered an "oh," and Su Hong suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, fifth sister left some egg noodles for you in the pot. See if they're clumpy?" They were definitely clumpy, but they still tasted delicious. Suli slurped up the bowl and quickly finished it. After finishing her meal, she got back to work. Honestly, Suli had been feeling much more relaxed recently thanks to her older sister. She jumped at almost everything and learned quickly, mastering every dish. Now she knows all the dishes we sell at noon, so Suli doesn't have to worry about them. Suli also had time to create new dishes. Today, she was going to make a braised dish, a must-have for modern drinking. Her spicy braised pig's trotters had been selling incredibly well lately, and many people had asked if she could offer it as a standalone dish. Now that the house was finished and there weren't many outsiders around, Suli could braise them without worrying about them. Since she already bought the marinade for the pig's trotters, she didn't need to buy any more this time. Suli cleaned the pig's ears, trotters, and intestines, blanched them in a pot, and then sautéed the sugar color. Then, she added the various seasonings and Suli's secret marinade packet to the boiling water and simmered them for about an hour. The vegetables, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots tend to soften easily, so she added them just as they were almost done. It's best to let them soak for at least 2 hours after they're done, but if she has the time, she thinks soaking them overnight will enhance the flavor. Suli's braised dishes today aren't for sale, but for a dinner party tomorrow. It's a new dish, so there's no need to rush. Just leave it alone once it's done. For sister, there's no need to light the fire, Suli said to Su Tao, who was sitting on a bench, stoking the fire. Su Tao's eyes lit up. Is it ready to eat? It's not flavored yet. Let it soak for a while until it's fully absorbed, Suli said, closing the lid. Hearing she couldn't eat it yet, Suli sighed in frustration. God knows how fragrant this aroma was, so fragrant that it felt like she hadn't eaten breakfast, and her mouth was watering. Can you let me try a piece? Just one. Su Tao looked at Suli pleadingly, hoping she'd relent. But Suli only said no. Okay. Meanwhile, Ma Laosi and his son, who were delivering furniture, and Chen and Wu, who were borrowing tables, chairs, and benches, happened to run into each other on the road. After exchanging greetings, they rushed to the Su residence together. As they were approaching, they smelled this aroma. What a fragrant aroma! What smells so good? Yes, I can smell it from so far away. It smells so good. Ma Er kept sniffing, talking as he did so. Ma Laosi, standing nearby, looked at Chen curiously and asked, What's Wuya cooking now? Some kind of braised dish, I think. Chen had heard her daughter Suli mention it, but she wasn't entirely sure. She only knew it was a new dish they were going to sell. Lucai? The name sounded strange. Why was it called that? Ma Laosi was puzzled. Ma Da and Ma Er were also distracted by the name. Lucai? What kind of dish was that? It sounded quite novel. When they arrived and saw the pot of dark, tangy stew, they were stunned. Was it really burnt? Was it edible? And the dish was so bizarre. Pig ears, pig intestines, pig's trotters, and bamboo shoots all cooked together. They weren't even cut up. They were still whole. How bizarre. And the aroma was actually coming from inside? This sister, why does this stew look so weird? Hey brother, why did you hit me? Ma Er glared at Ma Da, who was standing next to him. However, Ma Da didn't even look at Ma Er. He said to Suli, Don't listen to him. I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, it does look pretty good. Ma Laosi agreed reluctantly, fearing that Suli's confidence would be dented. Only Chen knew this pot of braised food would be delicious. She smiled and said, You have lunch here later. You can help taste it, and see how it tastes. The Ma father and son were momentarily unsure whether to be happy or sad. Ma Er even felt the urge to return home. Chapter 80. Of course, Ma Laosi and his son stayed for dinner. In the Su family courtyard, Ma Laosi, Ma Da and Ma Er had installed the pigpen door, and the meal was ready. Brother-in-law, come and eat soon. Erlang and Sanlang, come and eat soon. Chen called from the corridor, carrying dishes. Third uncle, eldest cousin, second cousin, come and eat soon. Su Tao followed suit, I'm coming. The Ma father and son responded, closed the pigpen door, and then went to the courtyard to fetch water to wash their hands. Today's lunch wasn't specially prepared, but rather 2 dishes from the lunch sale were served. Suli also cut some pig ears from the morning's braised stew, and also brought some mushrooms and bamboo shoots. From the long soaking, the pig ears had taken on a sauce-colored hue, and they looked incredibly flavorful. Suli used her custom-made blade to cut them very thinly, and even added her secret recipe of 13-spice chili powder to the side. She tried a piece just now, and it was fragrant and spicy. Ma Laosi, Ma Da and Ma Er saw the sliced pig ears, pig trotters, and mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Not only did they look quite good, but the dark broth was a bit scary. For a moment, the 3 of them hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Da Lang and Er Lang, enjoy. Just treat it like home. Don't be so polite. Seeing her nephews hesitate to pick up their chopsticks, Chen assumed they were embarrassed. Ma Da then reached out and took a piece of pig ear. It was crispy, with a slightly soft and glutinous texture, salty and fragrant. It was actually quite delicious. He reached out and took another piece, this time dipping it in the chili powder on the side. The conclusion was that the chili powder made it even better. It was spicy but not too salty, and paired with the crispy and glutinous pig ear, it was incredibly delicious. Ma Er picked up a bunch of shiitake mushrooms because they and bamboo shoots looked the most normal. He chose not to pick bamboo shoots because he had enough. There wasn't much of anything here, but bamboo shoots were incredibly plentiful. His mother once cooked bamboo shoots for a month straight, boiling, stir-frying, and braising them. He swore he'd never eat them again. But what Ma Er didn't expect was that the mushrooms burst with juice in his mouth. The fragrance of the mushrooms blended with the sweetness of the marinade. There was nothing strange about the texture he imagined, but instead, it tasted like meat. It was so delicious. Ma Er was stunned. He then picked up pig ears and bamboo shoots, one after the other. The pig ears were irresistible, their crunchy texture was incredibly addictive, and dipped in chili powder, they were even more delicious. As for the bamboo shoots, which he hated, they were just as crisp and sweet, with a rich marinade flavor. Seeing both his sons say they were delicious, Ma Laosi also started to eat some. He immediately fell in love with the texture of the pig ears. This is delicious. He thought they'd be a good side dish for wine too. These pig ears are delicious, fragrant and crispy. The mushrooms are good too. Indeed. As expected, the Ma father and son were overfed again. After their meal, the Ma father and son prepared to leave. Suli, Chen, and the other two also prepared to set off to the county to sell food. De Lang and Er Lang, don't forget to ask your mother to come over for lunch tomorrow. Before leaving, Chen gave them a special reminder, then handed them some wrapped pig ears and vegetables, and these you can take back. We don't want any, Auntie. Ma De awkwardly declined. He had already eaten so much at Sue's house, and it would be unreasonable to ask for more. Yes, no need. Aunt, take it back. Ma Er also agreed, feeling embarrassed for being so thick-skinned. Ma Laosi refused without a second thought. Give me whatever I want. Keep it for yourself. Ma Laosi wasn't being polite, but rather worried that his younger sister would end up in trouble in her in-laws' household. After all, it wasn't often that a daughter-in-law would support her family this much. Treating them to delicious meals every time they came was more than enough. However, his worries were unfounded. Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su not only had no other concerns, but also felt that Chen's offer was too little. After all, the Ma family's care for their family had been obvious to all. They had not only helped build the house, but also made the furniture, paying them at cost. If they had hired someone else, they wouldn't have gotten that much. Furthermore, they had heard from their daughter-in-law that someone had offered to lend the money to build the house. How many families would lend you money these days? So Mrs. Wu had no problem with Chen's approach. It was actually her who had suggested it. Finally, after some persuasion from Mrs. Wu, the Ma father and son finally accepted. Thank you, Auntie. We be leaving now. Okay. Be careful on your way. After bidding farewell to the Ma father and son, Chen, Su Li, and their group prepared to depart for their food sales. Once again, Chen and Su Li went to the county, while Su Hong and Su Tao went to the docks. They left a little late today, so when they arrived, people were already waiting at the stalls. Someone, upon seeing Su Li and Chen, shouted, "Here they come! They're here! Mrs. Chen, Miss Su, you're finally here. Yes, if you don't come soon, we starve to death." Everyone started talking. "Sorry, gentlemen, we're late," Su Li said a little sheepishly. "It's okay, just coming." Someone even shouted, "Miss Su, I like a steamed fish and shredded pork rice. I like a pig's trotter rice. I like pickled fish. Everyone, please be patient. Line up and come one by one." Su Li maintained order while serving food, while Chen was busy collecting and refilling the bills. The scene was bustling for a while, until classes at the county school were about to begin, when the crowd thinned out considerably. "Miss Su, business is booming." Suddenly, a familiar young man appeared at the food stall. Su Li looked up and saw it was Wen Lin, the student she hadn't seen in a while. He was still dressed in a blue shirt, looking as gentle as jade. Speaking of which, he ordered quite a few boxes of mooncakes the last time, making him a regular customer of the food stall. "Long time no see, Wen Shuezi." Su Li greeted with a smile, and the two exchanged greetings. "Long time no see. I didn't realize you moved here," Wen Lin replied. Su Li then briefly explained how she moved here, and that it was her eldest sister at the dock. Wen Lin looked as if he suddenly understood. No wonder the woman he just seen at the dock looked so much like Miss Su. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Wen Lin finally explained his purpose. "The mooncakes Miss Su made last time were delicious. My family loved them, so my mother wanted to ask Miss Su to make some other snacks for our dinner party. If Miss Su is free later, my mother would like to meet her in person to discuss the specific snacks we like to order." Ordering dim sum? This was the first time Su Li had heard anyone wanted to order dim sum since she started selling mooncakes. But she originally made mooncakes with the intention of occasionally making dim sum to sell, but she never had the time. Now someone had come specifically to order, so how about that not be a sign of recognition? But Su Li looked at the remaining food in front of her, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It might take a while. Why don't you tell me your address, Wen Lin? I go there with my mother later, okay?" Wen Lin naturally agreed, gave a specific address, and then left. Su Li was stunned when she heard the address. Wasn't it not far away? When they passed by, Anshin had specifically mentioned that place as the place where the rich and powerful in the county lived. She hadn't expected Wen Lin to actually live there. But Su Li didn't think too much of it. After discussing it with her mother, Chen, they waited for her grandfather, Old Man Su, to arrive before heading to the Win residence. At the Win mansion, Su Li, her mother Chun, and Old Man Su were all stunned by the sight of the mansion before them. Unlike the grandeur and ostentation of the Lin mansion they had visited last time, the Win mansion was located at the end of a very secluded street. However, the stone lions at the gate and the inscriptions on the plaque, which were simple yet sharp, gave a glimpse into the family's heritage. Su Li went forward and knocked on the door. A maid opened it. Before Su Li could speak, the maid asked, "But Miss Su?" Su Li nodded, and the maid continued, "Please follow me." Then she ushered Su Li and Chen inside. Before entering, Su Li glanced back at her master, Old Man Su. He was standing not far away. Seeing her turn, he waved at her, indicating that she should leave him alone. Su Li then turned around and followed her mother inside. However, the more Su Li walked, the more she felt that the Win family must be extraordinary. Not only was the landscape design of the mansion very exquisite, but the servants were also well trained and each performed their duties. It was a solemn scene, unlike what Su Li had seen in the Lin family, where she could occasionally see lazy servants. What was the true status of the Win family? Not only Su Li sensed it, but even Qinsher noticed it. She tried several times to speak to the old woman, but she always acted businesslike, completely unlike back at the Lin residence, where she could chat with housekeeper Lin. For a moment, she didn't dare to speak, and quietly followed the old woman with Su Li. "Please, both of you, allow me to go in and report to the mistress," the old woman said, then turned and left, leaving Su Li and Qinsher standing at the door. But it didn't take long before the old woman returned, accompanied by a very pretty maid. "The mistress will let you in." She gestured for Su Li and the others to follow. "In the hall, you are Madam Chun and Miss Su, right? Come, take a seat." The woman smiled upon seeing Su Li and the others. She wasn't as stiff or serious as Su Li had imagined. She even had a particularly pleasant, childlike face, and looked very approachable. Su Li felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Honestly, having grown up under the red flag, she wasn't used to the strict rules of the ancient world. If the other party was truly an official's wife and asked her to kneel upon meeting, she wouldn't know what to do. It was true that they were mother and daughter. Qin had imagined many unpleasant scenarios along the way, but apparently none of them came to pass. Su Li and Qin greeted each other. "Madam Lin, how are you?" Then they sat down. As if aware of their rural origins, the woman didn't mind and even ordered tea. Then the woman began to talk business, but Su Li, too polite to fully grasp her. The gist of it was that she thought Su Li's mooncakes were pretty good and wanted to order more. "Rose mooncakes are quite good though. Do you have any other flour-based desserts?" Mooncakes were no longer fashionable, so Lin had asked. Desserts made of flowers? The first thing that came to Su Li's mind was flour cakes. Different from mooncakes, the crust of flour cakes was crispier and tasted pretty good, but flour cakes were prone to falling apart. When Xuezi said that his mother wanted to use them for a banquet, so that was not suitable. Chapter 81. Su Li's mind raced with the names of many desserts. She actually learned how to make mooncakes from a friend. At the time, she wasn't making any money making short videos, so her friend took her in. In return, she helped out at her friend's shop. It was Mid-Autumn Festival, so she learned how to make mooncakes. She also knew how to make cakes and small desserts like biscuits. However, these things were difficult to replicate in ancient times, especially the cream and butter. Making them was possible, but it would take a lot of time and wasn't guaranteed to be successful. Seeing Su Li hesitate, Lin seemed to realize she was putting her in a difficult position. Yes, she was just a country girl. Coming up with the ingenious idea of using fresh flowers for mooncakes was no mean feat. She knew perfectly well that in this world, those who innovated, from the scholar farmers to the artisans, were all exceptional. She had set her expectations too high. Thinking of this, Lin smiled and said, "If you can't come up with anything, that's fine. Other snacks will do." Then Lin continued, "How about this? Madam Su and Madam Chen go back and make them. When they're done, just bring them back to the mansion. I'll let you know the exact quantity." This was a decree to leave. As it happened, Su Li hadn't made up her mind either, so she went along with it and agreed. She and her mother said goodbye and left. After the two of them left, the maid standing behind Lin suddenly said, "Madam, since you already decided not to use that young lady's snacks, why don't you just say so? Why buy them?" Yes, as Lin's closest person, the maid naturally understood what Lin had meant. What she didn't understand was why, since Madam had already decided not to use them, she still asked those two to make them. Wouldn't that be giving them some money for nothing? It's truly pitiful that she's so young, yet she's already following her mother around the streets, exposed to the public. Did you just see her hands? They're covered in scars. Lynn's face was compassionate. The old woman disagreed. That's her parents' business. What does it have to do with you? But Lynn avoided the question. Her mother should be about my age. Does she look like her? No. That's right. She must be living in poverty. If she had money, she wouldn't be like this. The old woman still didn't understand. But how do you know she spent the money she earns on her daughter? After all, many parents in this world earn money by exploiting their children. Her clothes are made of inferior cotton. The old woman suddenly understood. She admired the woman's attentiveness and her kindness, but she still had some reservations. Madam, you are so kind, but I'm afraid the other person may not appreciate your kindness. I don't do good deeds just to gain recognition. As long as I do good deeds and feel at peace, that's enough. Moreover, I always believe that if I can do more good deeds, they will be repaid to Uncle Ming, turning misfortune into good fortune, and making his misfortune a blessing. It will not be in vain. At the end, Mrs. Lin couldn't help but choke up. Seeing this, the old woman hurried to comfort him. I was wrong. I deserve the slap. Madam, please don't be upset. The young master is blessed with good fortune and will be safe. But as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but feel a little sad as she thought of that jade-like figure. But even with that sadness, she couldn't help but feel a little scared when she thought of the Song family's plight. Madam, although we are far away from Chang'an now, there are always ears. It's best not to mention the young master's name. Upon hearing this, Lin's heart ached even more. Could it be that he couldn't even mention his name now? What kind of world was this? Powerful eunuchs ruled, and right and wrong were reversed. That night, Lin's headache returned, and she couldn't eat. The weight she gained since returning to Qinghe County had diminished in just 2 days. Madam, the kitchen has made some shredded chicken porridge. Please try to eat some. Mrs. Chiu gently advised, holding the porridge in her hand. She deeply regretted her words that day. If she hadn't said that, Madam would have stopped thinking about it for years. Nurse, leave it there. I eat it later. Madam Lin leaned against the soft pillow, a hot towel on her head, looking listless. Mrs. Chiu had no choice but to give up and use her trump card. Madam Pan will be here soon. Hasn't Madam Pan been looking forward to her arrival for a long time? If Madam Pan saw you like this, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. This was more effective than the previous one. Mrs. Chiu continued, also, the snacks that Madam asked the young lady to make the other day are ready. I had one, and it tasted really good. Would you like to try some? Okay. Mrs. Lin finally relented. Madam Chiu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and quickly ordered the maid to fetch those little crispy cakes. Speaking of which, these little honey crispy cakes were truly delicious. Mrs. Chiu wasn't exaggerating, they were soft, sweet, and delicate. She fell in love with them the first time she ate them. And the cakes looked beautiful too, each one shaped like a small chestnut. I wonder how that young lady managed to make them. It was truly amazing. Is this the dessert? Lin stared at the golden, crispy little cake on the plate in front of her, a little hesitant to recognize it. Was this really made by that Miss Su? That's right, my lady. Try it. Mrs. Chiu lifted the plate and placed it in front of Lin. Mrs. Lin reached out and picked up a piece, taking a gentle bite. Unexpectedly, she was stunned by the overly soft texture. Then she took another bite and savored it slowly. This pastry was truly delicious. Sweet and delicate, with a fluffy and soft texture, and a crispy, golden brown crust with the aroma of egg and honey. Most importantly, it was just the right size. A small mouthful could finish it in 2 bites, while a large mouthful could finish it in 1. Mrs. Lin's appetite had worked up, and she ate 2 or 3 before stopping. This pastry is really good. What did you say it was called? Honey crispy cake, Mrs. Chiu said. She had even asked the young lady several times before she remembered the name of this pastry. It was quite a mouthful. It's a rather simple name. Honey, crispy crust, egg, pastry, all combined into one name. The more Lin thought about it, the better it seemed. It was the essence of simplicity, a return to nature. Lin suddenly remembered the little girl from that day. Though so young, she showed no sign of timidity, and answered with a clear mind. She had been heartbroken for a long time that day over her friend's misfortune, but she hadn't given it much thought. Now, thinking back, that Miss Su was truly remarkable. No wonder she could make such delicious snacks, and even gave them such a name. Have you sent these honey crispy little cakes to my father-in-law and Linner? Lin suddenly remembered that such delicious snacks were beyond her reach. How could she not send them to her father-in-law and son? Not yet. She didn't dare make any decisions without a last-minute order. I go now. Don't worry, has the young lady left yet? Lin suddenly thought. Probably not yet. This was one of the reasons she had come in earlier. Without Lin's approval, she didn't know what price to offer. How about this? Go call that young lady in. Yes. Su Li ultimately left the Wen residence with 18 taels of silver. Thinking back to the young lady's straightforward agreement, Su Li was still a little incredulous. She had assumed that 30 Wen a honey cake would require several attempts at bargaining, but she hadn't expected the young lady to agree so readily. Still, Su Li didn't feel she had gotten away with it. After all, the molds for the crispy cakes she had ordered from the blacksmith had cost nearly 7 or 8 taels of silver, and the effort required to make 600 honey cakes was considerable. 18 taels of silver wasn't a bad price at all. Su Li remembered the day she left the Wen residence. A recipe for a cake that didn't require butter or cream suddenly struck her. She rushed home to try it out, and she actually succeeded. However, her hand nearly broke that night. Without a whisk, she had to beat the eggs by hand, which took her over 2 hours. The result was delicious, however, and received unanimous praise from the Su family. Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su were particularly fond of it. But this time, Su Li wasn't going to mix it herself. She planned to ask her second uncle and 2 cousins, who had been busy lately, to come help. Yes, second Uncle Chen had finally come around and was willing to go out and about. He'd come to the Su family a few days earlier to help with housework, but he'd mostly been busy toiling away, his presence invisible. Since Su Li was making small cakes, she decided to ask him to come help. The same thing happened to my cousins Ma De and Ma Er. They hadn't had much work lately, so Su Li called them both over. Of course, they were paid. Cousin, how long are we going to keep stirring? Ma De asked Su Li, stirring furiously while holding the bowl in one hand and the wooden whisk Su Li had specially made for him. Su Li glanced at the liquid egg in the bowl and said sheepishly, "It might take a while, cousin." Ma De, despite the soreness in his hands, continued stirring. Okay. Ma Er, standing by, did the same. How much longer? I can't do it anymore. I can't stir anymore. Su Li could only tempt her second cousin with delicious food. It's almost there, cousin. Just hold on a little longer. I make you your favorite braised pork later. She knew how to keep him hooked with food. As for Uncle Chun, he remained silent throughout the entire process, but he was the fastest to stir, finishing the mixture in no time. Su Li quickly added the weighed flour and stirred thoroughly to prevent bubbles from forming and affecting the baking process. Then, she quickly filled a disposable piping bag folded with wax paper into a custom chestnut mold. Her custom mold could bake 100 chestnuts at a time. It was entirely handmade, and the size didn't seem to differ much. One had to admit that the craftsmanship of the artisans of that era was truly exceptional. Even an ordinary blacksmith shop could make something like this after hearing her bizarre description. It was truly remarkable. After pouring the batter, Su Li pressed it down on an empty table. This step prevented air from trapped in the batter, which would leave it hollow when baked. After it was properly pressed, she carried it to the bakery. This bakery was built by Su Li's grandfather, Old Man Su, during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It had been used to bake mooncakes and then left unused, only recently starting to be used again. The bakery wasn't large, so Su Li had her grandfather shape it into the shape of cat ears, which looked quite cute. She placed the cake batter into the preheated oven before leaving. But before leaving, she reminded Su Tao to keep the fire going. You just know how to order me around. Su Tao grumbled in dissatisfaction, then said to Lian Gu, sitting next to her, I don't like your aunt anymore. However, Lian Gu didn't react at all. Her mind was fixed on the honey crispy cake in her hand. She nibbled at it now and then, each bite a tiny one, her expression incredibly expressive. Su Tao was envious, but her mother wouldn't let her, saying she was selling it, which fueled Su Tao's resentment. Give forth and a bite. Su Tao stared eagerly at the cake in Lian Gu's hand. Lian Gu, unaware of the treacherous nature of human nature, actually offered it to Su Tao. Unexpectedly, Su Tao devoured 2/3 of the cake in one bite, leaving only the tiny bit of cake held by Lian Gu's fingers. Wow! Su Tao. Chapter 82. Are you itching again? Why are you bullying a child for no reason? Mrs. Chen was not far away. Upon hearing Lian Gu crying, she rushed over immediately. After inquiring about what had happened, she began to scold Su Tao. Su Tao felt a little aggrieved and guilty. She hadn't meant to do that. Who knew the little cake was so small, it would be gone in one bite? However, Mrs. Chen ignored her explanation. She lowered her head and softly comforted her granddaughter. Lian Gu, be good, don't cry. Grandma will get you another one. Lian Gu finally stopped and hummed, tears streaming down her eyelashes, her expression pitiful. Then the two of them left, one after the other, leaving Su Tao feeling depressed. She also wanted to eat. Mother is too partial. Of course, this was just a small incident in daily life and soon passed. In the front yard, thanks to the tireless efforts of her two cousins and uncle, 600 little cakes were finally baked before dinner. The wooden table was filled with Honey Crispy mini cakes. Su Li counted them and found about 50 left over, so she took a few and shared them with everyone who had worked hard all day. Uncle Chen Er refused without hesitation. These are all for sale. I don't want them. After hearing how much they cost, Ma Da and Ma Er were embarrassed to accept them. Yes, fifth cousin, these are too expensive. You should sell them. 31 was enough to eat 2 pounds of meat. It's okay. This is more than enough. Su Li said it was okay. After all, it was thanks to Uncle Chen Er and her two cousins that she was able to make these. Otherwise, her hands would have been broken by the time she finished making so many. Besides, Su Li didn't intend to sell these mini cakes as part of her regular sales. Putting aside the difficulty involved in making them, the food stall is already overwhelmed with the addition of braised dishes. Adding small cakes would be a major issue, as they lack manpower. Furthermore, selling them at the food stall wouldn't necessarily fetch a good price. The customer base is diverse, so it would likely be time-consuming and labor-intensive, yet still unprofitable. It's better to go with a custom model, making them only when ordered. That way, the price won't be too low, and other tasks won't be impacted. After hearing that Su Li really didn't intend to sell them, Uncle Chen, Ma Da, and Ma Er finally took them carefully. Uncle Chen even held them with both hands, fearing they might accidentally drop them. After receiving them, Uncle Chen didn't eat them right away. Only after Su Li reminded him did he slowly pick them up and take a bite. So soft, so sweet, was Uncle Chen's first reaction, followed by a rich aroma. This aroma had been lingering in the air since a moment ago, and now that it was in his mouth, it was even more fragrant. It was so delicious that Uncle Chen was almost reluctant to swallow it. Ma Da and Ma Er were similarly careful, handling the food with the utmost care, afraid it would fall. Of course, even if it did, they would pick it up and eat it. After all, having grown up in the countryside, having something to eat was a blessing. Dropping it on the ground was even easier, just wipe it off. If it proved difficult to clean, simply wash it with water. Chen Sanyan once picked up a dusty chicken drumstick that had fallen on the ground, washed it, and gave it to Ma Da and Ma Er, who both enjoyed it. This little cake tastes really good, soft and fragrant. Ma Da praised it after taking a bite, thinking to himself, no wonder it's so expensive. Ma Er was more impatient, finishing the cake in one gulp. He then licked the cake crumbs from his palm, saying with relish, it's really good, but it's a little small. It wasn't even enough to fill his teeth, and after eating it, it felt like nothing at all. Ma Da actually thought it was a little small too, but he thought more deeply. He heard from his cousin and aunt that these snacks were sold to wealthy families, and maybe they just liked snacks of this size. Here's more. Seeing his second cousin say it was too small, Su Li assumed he didn't have enough and handed him another. But Ma Er immediately felt embarrassed. That wasn't what he meant. No. No thanks, cousin. Yes, fifth cousin, no thanks. For something this expensive, we just have one. Ma Da also said, glaring at his brother. That's alright, huh? Ma Er didn't really want another. Okay, it was such a delicious treat, and he did want another, but that wasn't what he meant. It's okay, second cousin. Su Li then told Uncle Chen and his two cousins to help themselves after they finished eating, but none of them had eaten by the time they left. However, Su Li still packed some for them to take back to her mother-in-law, her family, and her third aunt and uncle. Of course, each of them got 2 or 3, nothing more. She also gave each of them 500 won as a reward for their hard work. Originally, Uncle Chen and his two cousins didn't even want the Honey Crispy cakes, but when Su Li saw they wanted to pay them, they said, no, we don't want the money. We take the snacks back. Uncle Chen also refused, placing the silver back on the Su family's table and walking away. Finally, it was Chen who came over and persuaded the 3 to accept the silver. Just take what we gave you, or do you think it's too little? How could it be? We don't have any, aunt. How could they possibly complain about the small amount? It was 500 won. How could Ma Da and Ma Er, who had been apprentices for years and still received no wages, complain about it? As for Uncle Chen, it was even more impossible. He had always worked in the fields, scraping for food. The only time he saw silver was when he sold rice once a year, but that silver didn't stay in his hands for long before he gave it back to his wife Yang. Now his wife had run away with someone else, taking all the family money with her. He was practically penniless and desperate for money. How could he possibly complain about it being small? Before the three of them could continue, Chen added, "This is all you deserve. Thanks to you, we were able to finish it so quickly today. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how long it would have taken us." This was the truth. Chen had just tried stirring it, but after a few tries, his hands went limp. It was more tiring than grinding a millstone. This kind of money was truly not something that ordinary people could earn. After this, the three of them finally accepted the money. Ma Er, now armed with half a pound of silver, felt his hands and feet no longer ached. Before leaving, he went to Su Li and said, "Fifth cousin, if you need help in the future, remember to ask for me." "Didn't my cousin say his hands were tired?" Su Li said deliberately. Ma Er took it seriously, afraid that Su Li wouldn't call him next time, so he quickly said, "Not tired, not at all really." Su Li smiled and agreed, "Okay. Then, cousin, I'm leaving. Remember, don't forget me." With that, they left. On the way home, Ma Da and Ma Er were overjoyed. They immediately told their parents, Ma Lao Si and Chen San Yang, about the incident. Despite their shocked looks, Ma Er added, "By the way, Mom and Dad, fifth cousin asked us to bring it to you." After Ma Er finished speaking, he took out the snacks he had brought back, opened them, and handed them to the two of them. "Are you saying this is the 30-cent snack?" Chen Sanyang was a bit incredulous. "Oh my goodness, such a small thing, and it cost 30 cents? Ma Laosi was also shocked by the price. He looked at the bag of golden, crispy snacks and silently counted them in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Wouldn't that mean 120 cents per bag? Why is it so expensive? It's made of gold." They both saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. "Mom and Dad, try it. It's really delicious," Ma Er urged. Chen Sanyang finally came to her senses. "Let me try it." She wanted to see what the difference was between these 30-cent snacks. However, the moment she took a bite, Chen Sanyang realized it was indeed quite different from the pastries she usually ate. This little cake was much more delicious, soft and sweet, yet not at all greasy. Honestly, since her husband earned money, he occasionally buys some snacks. At first, she thought they were quite tasty, but after a while, they were too sweet. So, when she tasted this little cake, Chen Sanyang immediately fell in love with it. While the cake itself was sweet, it was more of a soft and sweet feeling. "It's delicious," Chen Sanyang exclaimed. Ma Laosi also tried one. It was indeed delicious, but since he wasn't usually a fan of these things, he wasn't as impressed as the others. Instead, he was more shocked by the fact that the Su family had earned nearly 20 taels of silver in one go. After all, as a carpenter, he only earned a few taels of silver at a time, which was considered quite good. He had never imagined that the Su family could earn several times more than him just by selling this kind of cake. Ma Laosi felt a strange feeling, but upon hearing that his sons had been paid 500 won each, all these emotions turned to shame. As for Chen Sanyang, upon hearing that her fifth sister, Qin Shi, had given each of her sons 500 won, she was delighted but also warned her two sons, "Your aunt and her family have been so kind to you. You must never forget them. And your cousins, if anyone bullies them in the future, you brothers must step in to help them, understand?" Ma Da and Ma Er nodded, understood. "By the way, let me keep the money your aunt gave you. I knew it would be like this." Ma Er wailed, somewhat reluctantly. Seeing this, Chen Sanyang was about to launch into a long speech, but Ma Er interrupted, "You're saving money to get us wives, right? Mother always uses that excuse." Chen Sanyang choked, "I'm glad you understand." Of course, there was more to it than just finding a wife. The main reason was that they were worried their son would learn bad habits from others, and pick up a bunch of bad habits at such a young age. Even at the Su family, after seeing off Uncle Chen and his cousin, Su Li and her eldest sister, Su Hong, sealed all the Honey Crispy cakes in wax paper. That was all. They could send them to the Wen family tomorrow when they sold food. With the cakes ready, there was basically nothing to do today. They could just wait for Grandma Wu and Old Man Su to return from work and have dinner. The autumn breeze blew, a cool breeze that swept away everyone's worries and sorrows. Soon, Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su returned, carrying hoes and backpacks. They drew closer and closer. When they reached the courtyard gate, Su Li realized they were actually carrying a small black dog. "Puppy!" Lian Gu was the first to spot the puppy and ran over excitedly. Where did that puppy come from? Chinshur also poked her head out of the pigpen. She had just finished feeding the pigs. Su Li and Su Tao heard a puppy emerging from the kitchen. They hadn't expected their grandparents to actually bring a puppy home. Lian Gu, dear. The puppy's injured. Can we take it home first? Old man Su whispered to Lian Gu. Lian Gu then noticed red blood on the puppy's hind legs. She exclaimed, the puppy's bleeding? Chapter 83. It must be in pain. Lian Gu made way, and old man Su led the puppy to the mule shed. It was warmer here, with dry straw. He laid the dog down, and then told Yuan Bao not to harm it. Then he went inside to get some medicinal wine and rags to bandage it. The little black dog seemed aware that the person before him was rescuing it. It remained motionless throughout, occasionally licking the person's hand. Its wet, dark eyes looked at you with a heart-melting gaze. After this was done, old man Su explained the puppy's origins to the curious crowd. It turned out that old man Su and Mrs. Wu had found this puppy on their way home. It was being chased and bitten by a group of larger puppies, making only whimpering sounds. It looked incredibly pitiful. Old man Su and Mrs. Wu couldn't bear it and drove the other puppies away. Then the owner arrived and, after a conversation, they discovered that this puppy was from the same litter as the others, born to the same mother. But for some unknown reason, the mother dog had disliked it since birth, feeding the other puppies instead of feeding it. It was fine when it was young, but as it grew older, it became even more aggressive and bitten. The owner intervened, but there was no way the mother dog would treat it differently. Later, the other dogs ganged up on it and bullied it. The owner also said that the little black puppy was likely going to be mauled to death soon. There was a hint of regret in his words. The matter had originally ended there, and old man Su and Mrs. Wu were about to leave for home, but who knew that the little black dog would limp and chase them? The dog owner laughed and said, "This dog is destined to be with you. Otherwise, you can just take it home and raise it." The little black dog seemed to understand, landing at old man Su's feet, wagging its tail and barking twice. So old man Su spent 2 copper coins to bring it back. Poor little dog. Su Tao looked at the little black dog with sympathy. It was indeed quite pitiful, and Chen also looked over. Su Li and Su Hong felt the same way. So, everyone agreed that it should stay. "Let's give it a name," Chen said, then continued, "Xiao Hei?" Su Tao said, "It's already so black." "Okay. Lai Kai." Old man Su thought of one, then a few more Wang Kai. Fu Gui. But everyone thought these names were ordinary, as there were already a lot of dogs with those names in the village. Su Li, who was not very good at naming, thought for a long time and came up with Xiao Bai. Everyone gave it subtle looks, as if to ask, what's so white about it? Su Li blushed. Wasn't that a contrast? Unexpectedly, then, Lian Gu suddenly said, "Black Tiger, its name is Black Tiger." Black Tiger? That's a good name, quite impressive, and quite meaningful. Unexpectedly, Lian Gu came up with the best name, and everyone agreed. Black Tiger, not bad too. Yes, it's quite a prestigious name. Finally, old man Su made the final decision. Okay, then, from now on, it be called Black Tiger. Black Tiger, Black Tiger. You be called Black Tiger from now on. Lian Gu squatted on the ground, looking at the little black dog, happily telling it its name. The little black dog seemed pleased with the name, wagging its short tail. Old man Su then went to get some water and leftover rice, and asked Lian Gu to feed it. Seeing this, Black Tiger stood up, ignoring the pain, and evidently starving, he began to eat with a grumble. In no time, he had devoured half a bowl of rice and vegetables. Yuan Bao, standing nearby, was upset. At first, he didn't react, but when he saw Lian Gu feeding He Hu, he immediately became upset and started growling unpleasantly. "Hey, look, Yuan Bao's jealous." Mrs. Chen found it quite amusing. Mrs. Wu nodded, "Yes. Be good, Yuan Bao. I feed you later," Lian Gu said, tilting her head towards Yuan Bao. However, Yuan Bao continued to growl unpleasantly until Lian Gu went over to pet his head. He then continued to use his mouth to nip at Lian Gu's hand. Old man Su was afraid the mule would bite Lian Gu, so he let her pet him twice before letting her go to eat. Tonight's meal was simple. Because the Su family had recently renovated their house, which cost a lot of money, they were eating simpler meals than before. However, eggs were still a must. Tonight, they simply steamed a few eggs and stir-fried a couple of vegetables. A simple meal. Even so, for the Su family, who had never had enough to eat before, this was already quite a feast. Everyone ate with great satisfaction, especially since the vegetables had some oil residue mixed in with the rice, which was particularly fragrant. The steamed eggs were also smooth and tender. After dinner, before it got dark, everyone took advantage of the daylight to bring the quilts and dried vegetables that had been drying under the eaves. Most of these vegetables were gifts from relatives and friends who had given them dinner a few days ago. There were so many, so they thought of drying them to eat in the winter. After a few days of exposure to the sun, they had noticeably shrunk. "Let's build a cellar at home, so we can store any leftover vegetables." Mother Wu, looking at the vegetables under the eaves, suddenly remembered this. After hearing this, Old Man Su, Chen Suli, and the others agreed that a cellar was indeed necessary. It wasn't for any other reason, but because the world was unsafe, and digging a cellar and storing some food would provide a safe haven for emergencies. However, since they were going to dig a cellar, location was crucial. Although the Su family's location was mid-mountain, already some distance from the village, with frequent visitors, they needed a secluded spot. The kitchen was the first option ruled out, followed by the courtyard and the sleeping quarters, as they were easily visible. After some discussion, they decided to dig beneath the firewood pile in the backyard. Once the digging was complete and the firewood was stored, ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. Especially since the Su family now had a wall, they didn't have to worry about anyone coming from behind. Suli agreed, but for safety's sake, she suggested digging through the cellar to the back slope. That way, if something happened, they wouldn't be trapped inside. The rest of the Su family agreed. They immediately got to work. Old Man Su, Mrs. Wu, and Mrs. Chen took their hoes and began digging, while Su Li and Su Hong braised the vegetables for tomorrow's sale. Speaking of which, Su Li had recently started selling braised dishes at her food stall. Business was booming, and in just a few days, the profit from the braised dishes was almost catching up to what she was making from the meals. However, due to limited staff and the distance between locations, the volume couldn't increase, so the profit was also limited. At best, it was only 500 yuan a day, and that didn't even have to cover costs. Su Li felt that this wasn't going to work. If she continued like this, how long would it take her to earn enough to open a restaurant? Thinking of this, Su Li suddenly remembered selling mooncakes. Back then, because the stall was too small and there weren't enough people to sell, Su Li asked Uncle Zeng and Aunt Imo to join her, splitting the profits. Naturally, it could work now. As long as they weren't selling in the same place, it would be fine. She just didn't know if they would agree this time. Thinking of this, Su Li mentioned the matter to her mother, Chen, and her nanny, Wu. Chen went to visit both families early the next morning. Their immediate reaction was joy, especially Zeng Lauer, who agreed without a second thought. Ever since the Su family started selling braised dishes, he'd been hoping he could sell them too, but he couldn't bring himself to do so without their permission. Now that they offered him the initiative, he was naturally more than happy to do so. Truthfully, Zeng Lauer had recently been carrying some daily groceries to nearby villages after delivering people, gaining experience. He knew selling things was both easy and difficult, but ultimately, the most important thing was the product itself. If the product was good, people would naturally rush to buy it. If it wasn't, no matter how cheap it was, they wouldn't buy it. Especially with novel foods, as long as they were delicious and reasonably priced, they would always sell, just like the mooncakes that had sold out before. Despite this thought, Zeng Lauer didn't ask for much at first, only taking 2 or 3 pounds of each item to see what sold well, then increasing the amount. Later, he began to increase the amount every day. According to Zeng Lauer, the pig intestines sold the best, and later even 5 pounds a day wasn't enough, so he urged Su Li to make more every day. The Huang family was similar. Because they had divided their sales areas with the Zeng family, their sales were particularly successful this time. However, since they could only walk, they couldn't compete with the Zeng family. They still only took a few pounds each day, and their earnings weren't as high as Zeng Lauer's. Until one day, Huang Lauer fell silent after hearing that Zeng Lauer could sell over 20 pounds a day. At 3 yuan per pound, 20 plus pounds was over 60 yuan. 60 yuan, that was over a tael of silver a month. And some braised dishes earned more than 3 yuan. Huang Lauer did some calculations, and went home to talk to Aunt Yang and the others. The Huang family fell silent, and finally Aunt Yang made the final decision. All the sons, except for the women in the family, would go out to sell braised dishes. The Huang family's daily demand gradually increased. Within 2 weeks, the combined daily demand for braised dishes from both families reached nearly 30 kilograms, and the Su family's 2 stalls were selling about the same amount. Not only did the daily demand for vegetables increase, but so did the demand for meat. That day, Su Li specifically told Uncle Chen, who was delivering the meat, that she wanted an additional 10 kilograms each of pig's trotters and pork the next day. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle Chen hadn't expected his niece to increase the demand again within 2 days. He was stunned, but happily agreed. After all, it didn't matter who he was selling to, and his niece always gave him enough money. He immediately went home and told his father-in-law, Butcher Zhao, about the matter. Butcher Zhao was delighted to hear this. No problem, I save it for my niece later. He began to warm up to his son-in-law and even invited him to stay for a drink before leaving. You know, Butcher Zhao used to despise this son-in-law, but he agreed because his daughter insisted and he loved her. Over the years, however, he became quite honest, and now that he found a long-term business for the family, Butcher Zhao was even more pleased. Uncle Chen naturally agreed and took out the braised meat his niece had given him, cutting it up and sharing it with his father-in-law, Butcher Zhao. Looking at the braised dishes before him, Butcher Zhao was a little surprised. He heard that his son-in-law's niece and her family were selling food again, but he had never known what kind of food it was. He had never expected it to be this. It looks ordinary, but I didn't expect it to sell so well. Curious, Butcher Zhao picked up a piece of braised pork intestines and put it in his mouth. It was delicious, truly delicious, with a unique aroma. With just one bite, Butcher Zhao's eyes lit up. He then tried the other braised dishes one by one. To his surprise, they were all so delicious, without any strange taste at all. No wonder it sells so well. Butcher Zhao's eyes flashed. If he could get his hands on the recipe for this braised dish, how could the Zhao family not prosper? Chapter 84. But after all, they were relatives, so Butcher Zhao didn't want to overdo it. After his son-in-law left, he called his daughter and explained the situation. It's not good to ask for the recipe for nothing. Give her 20 taels of silver. In Butcher Zhao's opinion, 20 taels of silver was quite a lot. Considering that the average family couldn't even save 5 taels of silver in a year, he was being very generous, even considering that she was his son-in-law's sister. It's true that family members are alike. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi shared the same sentiment, even feeling somewhat reluctant. Isn't 20 taels too much? After all, she's your husband's sister, Butcher Zhao said with some difficulty. Zhao Shi then took the silver and went home. Speaking of which, Zhao Shi had long considered secretly learning how to sell food herself, but she never had the chance. She always felt that the Su family seemed suspicious of her, so much so that whenever she and her daughter said they were going to help, they would try to drive them away, preventing them from staying. Yet, they spoke so sweetly, saying they were guests, and didn't want them to tire themselves out. Zhao was so angry that she didn't eat dinner for several days after returning. But it had to be said that the food cooked by the Su family's fifth daughter was indeed delicious, even Zhao had to admit. They were really lucky. At the Su residence, when Zhao arrived, the Su family was having breakfast. The first to notice was Hey Hu. Chen heard the shouting and looked over to see it was her sister-in-law. She quickly put down her chopsticks and unloaded the meat Zhao had hauled on the donkey cart. Sister-in-law, why are you here today? Your eldest brother went to the next town to collect pigs today. Why, don't you want to welcome me? Zhao said with a smile. How could that be? Chen said, and quickly invited the other party inside to sit down and have breakfast. I won't go in. I'm busy at the shop today. Zhao flatly declined, then explained her purpose. What do you think? Zhao said this with a confident air. She was certain Chen would agree. After all, who would resist such a large sum of money? But Chen refused without a second thought. Goodness, Chen wasn't stupid. This recipe was like a hen. It was the only thing that could produce eggs. 20 taels. No, even 200 taels. Chen wouldn't let her daughter sell it. Besides, even restaurants in the county town were approaching her family about the braised food business. Why worry about not making money? Sorry, sister-in-law, I can't make the decision on this matter. Thinking of her elder brother, Chen politely declined. However, Zhao acted as if she didn't understand what she was saying. It's okay, don't worry. Go in and ask first. I wait here. Hearing this, Chen, though grateful for her elder brother's care these days, felt her elder sister-in-law's behavior was rather disgusting. Her family had finally managed to earn some money from food, and now she was eagerly throwing herself at them, as if she was afraid they'd become rich. But why? Why should her family give her anything she wanted? Because she's more confident than me? Chen was so angry that she almost laughed. Her face turned cold. Don't ask, elder sister-in-law. I can tell you right now, I won't sell it. Zhao, who had never expected to be rejected, was stunned, her face hardening. You think it's too little? How about this? Add another 5 taels, making 25 taels. I said I won't sell it, not for 20 or 200 taels. 50 taels. This is the last time I ask you if you sell it. Mrs. Zhao, assuming that Mrs. Chen was dissatisfied with the small amount of silver, raised the price. No. Okay, don't regret it later. Mrs. Zhao completely gave up her pretense, her face sullen, and she angrily drove off with her donkey. Mrs. Chen, seeing this, also entered the house. Old Man Su, Mrs. Wu, and the others cast skeptical glances at Chen, who entered empty-handed. Where's the meat? Mrs. Chen then told her about Gao's request for their braised dish recipe. You have to buy meat from someone else in the future. Now that things were looking so bad, with the two families at odds, the Zhao family would definitely stop selling meat to them. But that was a minor matter. There wasn't just one butcher shop in the county, it would be the same no matter which one they bought from. Since the Su family wanted so much meat, the price would probably be negotiable. But Chen was most worried about her eldest brother. After all, he was caught in the middle. If the Zhao family couldn't buy the recipe, they would inevitably take their anger out on him. Making his life miserable wouldn't be Chen's intention. Su Li had long foreseen this day, and had thought of this. Mother, let's go tell Uncle later. Speaking would also prevent Uncle from arguing with Auntie about this matter. There was no need to feel guilty about it. After all, with Uncle Chen's personality, he might actually do that. Chen nodded. It's time to tell him. After all, Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu couldn't say anything about this. After all, it was their daughter-in-law's family's business, and anything they said wouldn't be good. However, before Su Li and Chen could tell Uncle Chen, he already knew about it. That afternoon, after collecting the pigs as usual, he returned home and overheard his wife, Zhao, talking to his father-in-law. Butcher Zhao asked, did the Su family really say that? Zhao, well, they even said they wouldn't sell even for 200 taels of silver. Zhao, father, I don't think they sell. Butcher Zhao's eyes darkened. Don't worry. Since they won't accept my toast, I have my own way. Who? Just then, the two noticed Uncle Chen arriving and quickly stopped. However, Uncle Chen had already heard about the Su family and went back to ask Xiao about it. Xiao didn't hide it and told him the story. 50 taels of silver is a lot. Why don't you go and persuade your sister and the others? Xiao urged. She had just discussed it with her father, Butcher Zhao, and if they could get their hands on the braised dish recipe, they might be able to earn not just 50 taels, but even 500 taels. Zhao had originally thought she would definitely make money, but she hadn't imagined it could be even more than 500 taels. Wouldn't that mean she could buy the 3-story house she long envisioned? Not only that, she could also use the money to send Dao on to the county school, and maybe even become an official's wife in the future. The more Zhao thought about it, the happier she became. She was so happy, even describing the rosy future to Uncle Chen, that she had forgotten what kind of man her husband was, especially since he was her own sister. Sanyang, you changed? Uncle Chen looked at the woman before him, completely lost in a state of inexplicable frenzy and excitement. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the bright-eyed girl who, upon seeing her father and brother complain about missing flesh, would secretly fill it back. He remembered Miss Zhao Sanyang, who had chased the thief for miles, and then hurriedly returned the goods, fearing they would worry. When had she become like this? So changed, so profit-driven. Or maybe she always been like this, but he just didn't know it, never saw it clearly. Uncle Chen's words calmed Zhao down, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured down on her. Her voice suddenly grew sharper. I changed. Haha, I changed. After a long pause, Zhao suddenly sneered. Yes, I admit I changed. What about you? Do you dare to say you didn't marry me for my family's money? Stop pretending to be a saint, okay? I at least admit it. What about you? Do you dare to admit it? Yes, she admitted she had changed, but human nature was inherently ugly and selfish. It wasn't just her, it was everyone's. This was the only way they could earn money and live the life they wanted, so she didn't think she had done anything wrong. But then again, even if everyone in the world had the right to say she was wrong, what right did Chen Taiju have to say about himself? How could he be any better? Moreover, the life he had today was entirely due to her. Without her, would he have been able to learn to butcher pigs with her father? Would he have been able to live here and earn so much money? What right did he have to say about himself? Do you think I married you just for your family's wealth? At this point, Chen Taiju looked at Zhao and asked. Zhao's eyes were still filled with sarcasm. Isn't it? It was already a well-known fact, so why make it so clear and embarrassing? Thinking of this, Zhao considered herself magnanimous and decided not to dwell on the past. There's no point in talking about it. Let's just live like this, without looking down on each other. Chapter 85. So you've been thinking this all these years? Thinking that all his efforts over the years had been calculated and ulterior motives in her eyes, Uncle Chin was filled with disappointment and sadness. Without another word, he turned and left. A moment later, Chen Daolang walked in. I just saw Daddy leave. What was he doing? Zhao, distracted, said casually, nothing. Something's going on with your maternal grandfather. Oh! Chen Daolang didn't dwell on it, but he still felt something was amiss. Even if Daddy was busy, he wouldn't have ignored her call, right? Why aren't you back from the private school? It was only afternoon. Wasn't it time for school to end yet? Zhao looked at her son suspiciously. Chen Daolang finally remembered the reason for his return and, regaining his composure, said, Mother, please give me some more money. I treat my classmates to dinner tonight. Mrs. Zhao wasn't lost. Didn't you treat them a few days ago? Chen Daolang hadn't expected his mother to press the issue this time. He couldn't come up with a good excuse and could only stammer, this time is different. What's different? It's just different. If you can't explain it, I won't give it to you. Chen Daolang was completely stunned. This was the first time he asked his mother, Mrs. Zhao, for money, and she had refused. He was about to say something, but when he looked up, he saw Mrs. Zhao's stern face. Frightened, he instantly tucked his tail between his legs and slinked back into the house. In the room, Chen Arya and Chen Sanya, embroidering, exchanged glances, daring not to utter a word. Speaking of Uncle Chen, he left the house and headed straight to the county to find Mrs. Chen and Su Li. However, this trip was destined to be in vain, as Su Li and Mrs. Chen had already been invited to the Chow family mansion. 5 days from now, please don't forget to come back. Madame Zhou escorted her to the gatehouse, her demeanor condescending. Su Li and Chen accepted, then left with the bundle of old clothes they had given her. Before Chen had even left, she opened the bundle and inspected it. She saw the faded silk fabrics, and a look of disdain crossed her face. A government lady, you're still giving beggars these tattered clothes. Chen recalled the domineering demeanor and the condescending tone she had used when she had just entered the Chow residence. She felt a wave of discomfort. It was a stark contrast to the last time she'd seen Madame Lin. For a moment, she couldn't tell who was the government lady. Besides, this dignified government lady was being incredibly stingy. This wasn't the first time she'd given them these rags. She'd done the same thing when she invited them to a banquet. The promised reward ended up being just these few tattered clothes and tattered silk. Who cares, anyway? But they were just ordinary people, and faced with such charity, they had to express their gratitude profusely. Mother! Su Li tugged at Chen's clothes, signaling her not to say such things in public. It would be embarrassing if others heard. Chen only dared to grumble softly, not loudly, and seeing this, she had no choice but to shut up. In truth, Su Li wasn't entirely happy about it, but then she thought, hosting a banquet for a family like the Chow family wasn't entirely without benefits. At least it would build her reputation, and gradually accepting banquets from the wives of officials would be a good thing. Oh, what bad luck. It's all Master Lin's fault. If it weren't for him, the Chow family wouldn't have come to his daughter and specifically requested the squirrel mandarin fish she cooked. But really, it wasn't Lin Shou's fault. The Chow family was his superior, and when they asked who made the squirrel mandarin fish, he naturally had to tell them. Besides, he hadn't expected the Chow family to invite someone to a banquet without paying, of course. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything and would happily pay the money back. But perhaps it was just the way everyone was, and the Chow family was used to this behavior. It was truly a double whammy. That incident happened in the morning, and this happened at noon. Chen's mood was completely ruined today because of these two things. Su Li could only try to comfort her mother Chen with other words. Mother, let's go find Uncle. Chen then remembered the incident, and her sadness eased. Okay, let's go. She had almost forgotten about it. However, when Su Li and Chen went to the butcher's shop to look for Uncle Chen, he was gone. If he wasn't at the butcher's shop, he must have gone to collect the pigs and hadn't returned yet. Chen and Su Li had no choice but to head outside the city to meet Old Man Su. Unexpectedly, they saw the two men under the willow trees outside the city gate. Uncle. Brother. Chen and Su Li stepped forward to greet them. Hearing the voice, Uncle Chen turned and called out, Little sister. Wu ya. The three of them exchanged greetings before Uncle Chen addressed Chen. I didn't know she'd come to you to talk about this. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Ignore her, and don't worry about the meat. I deliver it to you from now on. I know, brother, but don't send the meat. We already made arrangements with the others. Anyway, you and sister-in-law just need to stop arguing about this. Yes, Chen had already gone to another butcher's shop that morning to order meat for the next few days. The price was the same as before, and it would be delivered to the Su family every morning. Anyway, Chen was quite satisfied. After hearing this, Uncle Chen said nothing more. Since little sister had already found a new owner, he was relieved. "It's getting late. Why don't you go home first?" Mrs. Chen asked with concern, worried that his brother would be criticized by his sister-in-law for this matter. Uncle Chen hummed, but instead of saying go back he said, "You guys should go home soon." Mrs. Chen didn't think much of it and nodded. After saying goodbye to Uncle Chen with Old Man Su and Su Li, they left in the mule cart. Behind them, Uncle Chen, who had seen the others leave, also moved. However, he didn't return to the county, but to Qinjia village, his family's home. Yes, Uncle Chen was still holding a grudge after his argument with his wife, Mrs. Zhao. It was this anger that made him unwilling to forget what had happened and return home as he had in the past. However, Uncle Chen still hadn't made up his mind about the future. He was like an ostrich, willing to bury his head in the sand and never come out. But before Uncle Chen could figure out what to do, something happened at the Su family. The butcher shop, which had originally agreed to receive a deposit, not only failed to deliver the meat on time the next day, but also returned the deposit. When asked why, the butcher refused to explain, hesitating for a long time before leaving. At first, the Su family didn't understand what was going on. But after several other shops refused to supply them with pork, they understood everything. It was simply a deliberate act by the Zhao family because they refused to sell their meat to them. But that was underestimating the Su family. The Su family was no longer the same as it once was. Upon learning that the Su family wanted to buy meat, Zheng Lao Er immediately contacted a new friend, a butcher in town, and provided the meat. The price offered by Butcher Shi was even lower than the Zhao family's previous offer. "Thank you so much, Brother Zheng," said Chen, looking at Zheng Lao Er, who was sweating profusely from the scorching heat. "It's no big deal." Zheng Lao Er waved his hand dismissively, and helped unload the basket of meat from the mule. "If you really want to thank me, pour me a bowl of water. I'm so thirsty, haha." Since Zheng Lao Er had been pulling the meat, he hadn't had a single drop of water all morning. Hearing his thirst, Chen hurried inside and poured him a bowl of water. But it wasn't just plain water, it was the autumn pear soup Su Li had brewed that morning. Now that the weather was cooler, autumn pear soup was perfect for soothing the throat. It happened that 2 days ago, Mrs. Mo had sent over a basket of it, so Su Li had brewed it for everyone to drink daily. With the addition of rock sugar, it was sweet and delicious. Lian Gu could drink 2 bowls in one sitting. Zheng Lao Er noticed it when he got it, and said well water would be fine, but he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. After taking a sip, his eyes lit up. This autumn pear soup was even better than the mung bean soup. It felt like my throat, dry all day, was moistened. And afterward, a faint pear fragrance lingered in my mouth. It was truly delicious. After finishing his bowl, Chen poured another for Zheng Lao Er, who then sheepishly returned the bowl. After satisfying himself, Zheng Lao Er got down to business. "I already agreed with Brother Shi that he deliver the meat to you every day at 3 a.m. 3 a.m.? Wouldn't that be before dawn? Too early, right?" But Chen thought it was around that time when other people finished slaughtering pigs, so it was quite early. So she said, "Okay." Zheng Lao Er then explained how to settle the payment. He said he'd deliver it when the time comes, weigh it, and pay it if there's no problem. This was perfectly fine, and Chen agreed without hesitation. The only thing Chen wasn't happy about was that the butcher's family only had him and his father butchering pigs, and the daily slaughter capacity was limited. He probably couldn't specify which pigs he wanted more or less, as Uncle Chen had done before. Then I asked them later, and let them know once we finalized the weights. Chen hesitated. Fortunately, the butcher was butchering pigs in the village today, so it wouldn't be a problem to let him know once he made up his mind. Zheng Lao Er didn't rush them, saying it was still early, and it wasn't too late for them to decide. With that, Zheng Lao Er, feeling relieved, left, leaving Chen to discuss things with Su Li and Su Hong. After hearing what her mother, Chen, said, Su Li realized this was a cumbersome situation. However, for now, there seemed to be no other solution besides cooperating with Shi the butcher. After all, the Zhao family had been butchers for generations, and having lived in the nearby village for so many years, it was unavoidable that others would be wary of them and refuse to sell them pork. "Don't worry, we just increase the amount of braised pork later, and reduce the amount of braised pig ears and pig trotters. A pig only has 4 pig trotters and 2 pig ears, so with fewer pigs now, they have to reduce the amount." But it wasn't a big deal. By the time her business started to flourish, wouldn't she be worried about running out of pork? The world is bustling with people, all for profit. She didn't believe those people would truly give up their large business for the Zhao family. As for now, they simply saw that the Su family was small, so there was no need to offend the Zhao family on their behalf. On the other hand, Qin sure wasn't as far-sighted as Su Li. She was simply angry about the money she'd lost. After all, braised pig's trotters and pig's ears were the best sellers, and they were always undersold. Now, because of the Zhao family's actions, they lost so much. She was also furious that the Zhao family had completely disregarded their kinship and threatened them. Their behavior was no different from that of robbers. Of course, it wasn't just Chen who was furious, it was also Uncle Chen, who had heard the news. Although Uncle Chen had been living in Qinjia village for the past 3 days, he had amassed a considerable network of contacts from his years of pig collecting, so naturally he heard about this. For this reason, he stormed back to the Zhao family. Zhao sure was delighted to see Uncle Chen return, but then asked, "Why did you come back?" Chapter 86. Did you tell them not to sell pork to my younger sister? Uncle Chen looked at Zhao and asked. Zhao had initially assumed they had come to their senses and were coming back, but she hadn't expected it to be for this matter. She looked away guiltily. Dad told him to. It has nothing to do with me. You know Dad's temper. I can't control it. Finally, Zhao stiffened her neck. If you come back to lecture me, I can only say that instead of wasting time, you might as well have your younger sister and the others sell the recipe to Dad. Then we can all still be family. Hearing this, Uncle Chen suddenly had nothing to say. Everything was meaningless. Before leaving, he asked again, Zhao Huan, have you treated me like family for all these years? But before the woman could answer, Uncle Chen left. Left behind, Zhao stared at Uncle Chen's back. For some reason, she felt a pang of pain in her heart, as if she were about to lose something. Why didn't she treat him like family? If not, how could she have borne him children over the years? If not, why bother thinking about earning more money, so he could live a comfortable life in the future without having to toil like butchering pigs? Didn't she consider all this just for herself? Zhao felt a little aggrieved. Yes, she admitted she shouldn't have set her sights on his sister, but did his sister really treat him like a brother? If she did, she should have taken the initiative to share the recipe. Isn't it good for everyone to earn money? He was just foolishly treating her like a treasure. The more Zhao thought about it, the sadder she felt. She felt that her heart was sincere for her husband, but he treated her coldly. Meanwhile, after leaving, Uncle Chen went directly next door to find his father-in-law, Butcher Zhao. Butcher Zhao was washing his hands in the yard, pig blood dripping down the moss. Seeing his son-in-law, Chen Taizhu, he immediately knew why he come, but he kept a calm demeanor and said with a smile, Taizhu, you're here. Just in time. Come with me to the village to collect pigs this afternoon. Chen Taizhu's face sank, but he still addressed him respectfully. Father, do you really have to go to this extent? Butcher Zhao's smile faded upon hearing this, and he feigned bewilderment. Son-in-law, what are you talking about? What did I do? How come I didn't know? Seeing his father-in-law, Butcher Zhao, unwilling to admit it, Chen Taizhu pressed the issue again. Didn't you, father, tell me all that? Butcher Zhao continued with an innocent look. What did I tell you? Son-in-law, you need to be clear. You can't just make false accusations, even if you go to the county government office. The county magistrate also refused to acknowledge him. But I encountered something quite interesting the other day when I went to collect pigs. Your eldest brother and I heard someone was raising pigs in the mountains, so we decided to go check it out. But when the farmer saw us coming to collect pigs, he immediately raised the price, assuming we had to buy his pigs. Isn't that funny? So of course, we couldn't buy his pigs anymore. After we got back, we told everyone else, and no one dared to buy his pigs anymore. He couldn't sell his pigs anymore. Isn't that funny? Chen Taizhu, hearing these pointed words, asked directly, Dad, what do you mean? Butcher Zhao spread his hands. I don't mean anything. What could I mean? I just thought this story was funny, so I told you. You can tell your sisters about it when you get home, so they can have a laugh. Chen Taizhu stared at Butcher Zhao. Dad, are you really going to go this far? Butcher Zhao remained silent, but his arrogant expression betrayed his true feelings. Chen Taizhu, okay, I understand. I hope you won't regret this later. With that, Chen Taizhu turned and left. After he left, Butcher Zhao spat. Who dares to threaten him? Just then, Zhao Shi also came over. She remembered her husband Chen Taizhu's appearance just now, and felt uneasy. She thought of coming to discuss this matter with her father, Butcher Zhao. Dad, why don't we just forget about it? Zhao Shi thought for a moment. Although the recipe could earn her a lot of money, she still hadn't received it yet. More than the money, she wanted her husband back. With her husband away these past few days, There was no one to cook, no one to wash her clothes, and no one to massage her legs in the evenings. She was exhausted. If possible, she wanted her husband to come home. What's the point of calculating? I don't believe we can't get the recipe. Just wait and see. It won't be long before the Su family will sell it to us. Don't worry, if Chen Taizhu gets angry and wants to divorce you, just blame it on me. Say I told you to do it, and it's none of your business. But Zhao felt that her husband's anger this time was different from usual. Thinking of his expression just now, she felt uneasy. Okay, daughter, don't worry. Your father doesn't understand men. He married you for our family's money, and he come back on his own later. Everything will be fine once his anger subsides. Yes, Dad had a point. Zhao nodded, but she was still a little upset. At this point, Butcher Zhao and Mrs. Zhao had no idea what was going to happen next. It wasn't until the next day, when the Zhao family went to collect the pigs as usual, that they discovered they were gone. The first family hadn't had any, and the second family hadn't either. After a whole morning, they only received 2 or 3 pigs. After they were slaughtered and delivered to the restaurant, they discovered someone had already delivered them. The man who had delivered them was none other than Chen Taizhu, who had also taken the money for the pork from the previous 2 months. Butcher Zhao immediately demanded to know why the restaurant's accountant had paid him the money. The accountant simply replied, "Isn't he your son-in-law? Did he divorce your daughter?" Butcher Zhao was speechless. He returned home, furious, and told his daughter to go find Chen Taizhu and get the money back. Butcher Zhao went, but found nothing. The entire Chen family was gone. Over the next few days, Butcher Zhao and his 2 sons still couldn't get any pigs. Even those who had pigs refused to sell them. Upon closer inquiry, they discovered that Chen Taizhu had actually added a penny per pound of live pigs. No wonder no one was selling to them. Butcher Zhao was furious and cursed. This was his good son-in-law, and he had betrayed him. But despite his rage, he said to the farmer, "He's giving you a penny more." "Okay, then we add 2. After hearing this, the farmer, no fool, finally agreed to sell him the pigs. Butcher Zhao, having received the pigs, began to feel proud again. One day, he saw Chen Taizhu, along with Chen Lauer and his 2 nephews, collecting pigs. Seeing that Chen Taizhu hadn't received any pigs, he taunted him, "Son-in-law, what's wrong? You didn't get any pigs? Do you want me to give you 2? Ha ha ha." Seeing Chen Taizhu remain silent, Butcher Zhao began again, "They say good words can't persuade a damn devil. Son-in-law, I already tried to persuade you, so don't blame me for being ungrateful." With that, Butcher Zhao sneered twice, and Zhao De and Zhao Er snorted as well. Then the 3 of them left. Hearing this, Chen Taizhu stopped taking the pigs and told his second brother to take his nephew home first. He then hurried to the Su family and told Chen, Su Li, and the others what Butcher Zhao had just said. It's not his fault that he was paranoid. He knew his father-in-law all too well. He was a man who would never compromise. He had witnessed firsthand the shady tactics he used against anyone who refused to sell him pigs or who had taken over his business. They might not take drastic action against him, since he was still officially his son-in-law and hadn't yet fully severed ties with the Zhao family. But they couldn't be sure about his younger sister's family. Who knew what they might do? It must be said that Uncle Chen's prediction was correct, but Uncle Chen only predicted one thing correctly. He didn't foresee the subsequent twists and turns that would unfold. After returning, Butcher Zhao, as expected, specifically called in a few hooligans he had previously hooked up with. These men had previously helped Butcher Zhao drive off several of his former butchers, so they were old acquaintances. "Here's 2 taels of silver, and 3 more after the job is done," Butcher Zhao said flatteringly to the leading thug. "Just scare them so they won't dare set up their stall. It's the same as before, brothers, you all know." Liar Motzi spat nonchalantly. "But your silver is too little. It's time for a raise after all these years. It's not even enough for us brothers to drink." Butcher Zhao's face froze, and then he pulled out another 2 taels of silver. "It's too little." Liar Motzi was finally satisfied. He made another 7 taels of silver today. He was truly amazing. As for scaring people, I heard they were 2 women. It was incredibly easy and effortless. It wasn't even a challenge at all. Liar Motzi didn't even want to do it himself. He simply sent 3 of his men to go, while he went to the gambling house to indulge in the gamblers. It turned out that by nightfall, the men hadn't returned. Liar Motzi had lost all his money, and was about to go back to get the rest, but seeing him not come back was a big deal, so he sent another man to inquire. It wouldn't have been a big deal if he hadn't asked, but he found out the men were in jail. Liar Motzi's first reaction was anger. Who dared to imprison him? Didn't he know his brother worked at the county yamen? Lord Chow ordered our brother to arrest them. Lord Chow? Liar Motzi was stunned. The clerk in charge of the household department, why would he be involved in this matter? I heard that the young lady from the Su family was preparing a banquet for Lord Chow's family. Today, when the three of us went there, we happened to run into Lord Chow's servants coming to invite them. Seeing the three of them causing trouble, they sent for them to be arrested. The words sounded familiar individually, but why did they sound so strange together? However, Liar Motzi did understand one thing. The man the butcher had ordered them to expel new Lord Chow from the household department. Why hadn't anyone told him that? You know, in the county yamen, although only those above the rank of county magistrate could address each other as lord, in front of people like them, who in the third shift and sixth office of the county yamen wasn't a lord. Especially Lord Chow, who was said to have a close relationship with the county magistrate. If I offend him. The thought of this nearly broke Liar Motzi in a cold sweat, and he immediately abandoned the idea of rescuing his younger brother. He wasn't stupid. His brother had finally gotten a job as a constable, and he couldn't afford to lose his job over such a small matter. As for his three younger brothers, they probably weren't in serious trouble. They'd probably be released after 2 days. But Liar Motzi felt incredibly sullen. He couldn't go after the Su family, but he could. If it weren't for Zhao Si, his brothers wouldn't have been arrested. He should be the one to compensate them for their losses. The more Liar Motzi thought about it, the more he felt it was the right thing to do. He immediately took the remaining people to the Zhao family. Su Li, of course, was unaware of what was happening here. She had assumed the entire time that they had simply encountered thugs out to collect protection money, and that they were quickly captured by the Chow family, without any real impact on her. My wife said she wanted to let you take a look at tomorrow's order. If it's all right, she sent someone to buy it. Chapter 87. Su Li looked at the list handed to her. The characters were all in traditional Chinese. Su Li could probably recognize some of them, but she still said, I can't read. The visitor then remembered that, yes, she had actually forgotten about this. She was just an ordinary peasant girl. How could she possibly read? Don't worry, I just read it to you, and see if you can make it. This list was the result of a long discussion between Su Li and Madame Zhou. Madame Zhou, to be on the safe side, asked the others and added a few dishes, but the main idea remained unchanged. Okay, no problem. The only additional dishes were braised lamb and fermented pork in wine, and osmanthus glutinous rice with lotus root, which Su Li knew how to make. Okay, I go report this to my mistress. He turned to leave when Su Li stopped him. By the way, thank you so much for today, young man. Otherwise, my mother and I wouldn't know what to do. This is our own food. Take it for the journey. Su Li shoved the braised dishes that his mother, Chen, had packed into the man before him. The servant's eyes lit up with a more sincere smile at the sight of the braised meat. He felt that Miss Su was quite a good person. Thank you so much, my lady. He added, don't be afraid, young lady. If those hooligans from earlier come to trouble you again, just come to my house and find me. Su Li, not expecting such a pleasant surprise from the braised meat, smiled and said, thank you so much, young man. After saying goodbye and waiting for the people from Chow's residence to leave, Chen said, today, I'm so grateful to them. Thinking of those hooligans who had come to cause trouble, Chen still felt a little scared. It was also this time that Chen finally felt what it meant to lean on a big tree for shade. No wonder even Mr. Lin wanted to curry favor with the Chow family. It's unclear what kind of officials the Chow family is, but they seem to have considerable power. Even a servant could easily summon the police to arrest someone. After this incident, Chen no longer blamed her daughter for insisting on attending the Chow family's banquet. She was even thankful for the connection, otherwise she would have had to deal with those hooligans for a long time today. Yes, Chen wasn't afraid of those hooligans, but she was most afraid of their impact on their income. Every day's loss was a lot of money. The money they had previously earned from building their house hadn't been recouped yet. Double Nine Festival was coming up soon, and then it would be beginning of winter soon, with light snow. Winter was quickly approaching. Chen was also thinking about buying 2 more quilts and winter clothes for each member of the family, which would also cost a lot of money. Su Li nodded in agreement, but more than that, she lamented the difficulty of ordinary people trying to survive in this era. Without support and money to bribe, it seemed anyone could bully them, and they were powerless to do anything about it. It was at this moment that Su Li once again deeply realized the cruelty of the other side of this world, and her future plans became more complex. But for now, she simply continued to sell her braised meat. At this time, the county school had finally dismissed students. Miss Su, I like a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, and a serving of pickled fish rice, along with some braised pig ears and pig's trotters, and half a pound of braised vegetables. Lin Jing appeared out of nowhere, looking like a starving ghost. Su Li looked at Lin Jing, remembering how he had vowed to lose weight 2 days earlier. So, on his last visit, he told Su Li not to sell him any food the next time she saw him. After a moment's thought, she reminded him, "Student Lin, didn't you say you wanted to lose weight?" "Hey, next time, next time." Lin Jing's eyes narrowed with laughter. Su Li suddenly remembered her friend doing the same thing. She always said she'd lose weight next time, after she'd eaten her fill. It seemed everyone did the same. Su Li smiled, okay. Then she quickly served the rice and braised dishes to a nearby table. Lin Jing eagerly sat down and began to eat. God knew how much he loved braised meat lately. He felt unwell if he didn't eat it for a day. He even suggested to Su Li more than once that she come to the county to sell the braised meat in the evenings. It was truly delicious. The braised pig's trotters were especially tender and glutinous. One bite, and all the bad mood of the day melted away. I wondered how Miss Su prepared them, but they were incredibly delicious. The braised pig's ears were also incredibly crispy and fragrant, and dipped in chili powder, they were incredibly delicious. Of course, the vegetarian dishes were also good, especially the lotus root, which was crispy and had a unique braised aroma. Lin Jing was enjoying his meal immensely. Su Li was also very busy. These days, not only did the students from the county school come to buy food, but even the small vendors who set up stalls nearby would come to Su Li to buy half a pound of braised meat or vegetables. A few copper coins would buy a meal for the whole family, a good deal, no matter how you looked at it. Especially since Su Li's braised dishes were truly exceptional, and everyone who tried them praised their deliciousness. "Miss Su, I like a pound of braised vegetables and pig's ears to go." A familiar voice came over. Su Li looked up. It was Cui Xuezi, a regular customer these days. Like Lin Xuezi, he came almost daily. Okay. Su Li quickly picked a pig's ear and began to cut it, while Chen accepted Cui Yu's silver. Su Li's hands were quick, and her knife was even faster. In a moment, the pig's ear was sliced. Afterward, she wiped her hands with a handkerchief. Then she took out some oil paper and placed the pig's ear inside. She also took out the chili powder she had already packed and placed it in the same place. She also took out another piece of oil paper for the vegetarian dishes. "Mr. Cui, what would you like for the vegetarian dishes?" "We have extra yams and bean curd sheets today." Cui Yu thought for a moment. "Let's take some of each." "Okay." Su Li took some lotus root slices, black fungus, bean curd sheets, and yams. When she felt she had almost reached a pound, she stopped to weigh them. She found they were heavier, but not much, so she didn't take any more. "Student Cui, your braised dish." "Thank you." Then he returned to the dormitory with the dish. This time, Cui Yu once again invited Qian Kai to join him. "Brother Qian, would you like to try it?" Cui Yu, already expecting a refusal, picked up a piece of yam and was about to put it in his mouth. Unexpectedly, Qian Kai, who was sitting in the room, said yes. Cui Yu was stunned, thinking he had misheard. "Can you?" Qian Kai blushed slightly. Cui Yu always bought extra, so he didn't seem reluctant. Of course. He then enthusiastically invited Qian Kai to sit over. Seeing this, Qian Kai stopped shying away and took his chopsticks. "Come on, Brother Qian, try this braised meat. It's incredibly delicious." Cui Yu picked up a piece of the meat and handed it to Qian Kai. Qian Kai took it, thanked him and started eating. He was surprised by the taste as soon as he put it in his mouth. How could it be so delicious, with a strong salty and fragrant taste, and the meat was tender and juicy. The aroma of braised meat was the only flavor he could taste. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Every time he saw Cui Yu eating, he thought the meat must be old and tough, and he even laughed at him in his heart for liking to eat this. "Didn't you expect it to be so delicious? And here's this, braised pig's ear. Dip it in chili peppers, it's super delicious." Cui Yu noticed Qian Kai's expression and recommended the pig's ear. Qian Kai then noticed the thin-looking ear slices. He picked one up and dipped it in the chili peppers, as Cui Yu had instructed. It was spicy and flavorful, and indeed delicious. And the chili peppers weren't overly spicy. You didn't feel the heat after eating it, just the aroma of sesame and chili peppers. It seemed to have chopped peanuts in it, making it even more fragrant. Qian Kai then tried the braised lotus root and braised tofu skin. He loved the tofu skin the most. It soaked up the broth, and every bite filled his mouth with the sauce, a truly satisfying experience. By the end of the meal, Qian Kai was a bit dazed. Had Brother Chui always thought the food was so good, then why had he been suffering in the cafeteria all those days? Thinking of the cockroaches he had eaten in the cafeteria today, Qian Kai felt sick. Yes, Qian Kai was only willing to eat Chui Yu's food today because he eaten a cockroach in the cafeteria, which had completely ruined his appetite and forced him to return to the dormitory. Chui Yu's appearance was when he was starving, otherwise, he would never have tried Chui Yu's food. But it was also because of this that he realized Chui Yu wasn't exaggerating. The young lady's food was truly delicious. Qian Kai ate happily, but Chui Yu seemed hesitant. He wanted to say that he was saving it for dinner, and asked her not to eat so much. But in the end, he kept it to himself, and hurriedly joined in, fearing that the other person would finish it all. Over at Su Li's side, after seeing Chui Yu off, several familiar students from the county school arrived at the food stall, most of them buying braised dishes, and they also sold a lot of the food they had brought. After all the food was sold, Su Li and Chen were ready to pack up and go home. Their total sales today totaled 563 won. Chen and Su Li counted the silver and put it in a box, feeling a surge of happiness. Money was good, it made one feel at ease. But the silver didn't last long, as it was quickly spent. The Su family had been using up a lot of rice and flour lately, especially since they were running low on rice at home. Since they had dug a cellar, they wanted to buy some rice to store. This time, they were buying a lot of rice, about 300 jin, approximately 100 caddies, so Chen decided to go to her 4 sister-in-law's rice shop in town to buy it. It was a way of looking after the business. After all, they were all relatives, and it would be embarrassing to tell others about it if they bought from someone else. The family Chen's 4 sister married into was surnamed Sunday. They originally traded furs, but after failing, they switched to the rice shop, which actually thrived. Speaking of which, the Sun family originally married Chen's 4 sister because they had a fortune teller predict that she would bring good fortune to their rice shop, which is why the Sun family allowed their son to marry her. As a result, fortune-telling craze spread throughout the area, hoping that their daughters would have a good fortune and marry a wealthy man. Even Chen, the unmarried youngest sister, had her fortune told, and her predictions were excellent, predicting a future of wealth, prosperity, children, and grandchildren, and even the possibility of becoming the wife of an official. It wasn't until Chen fell in love with Su's father at first sight, and insisted on marrying him, that the story was finally discussed. At the time, everyone, including Chen Sanyang and Chen Xinyang, assumed that Chen's appearance and destiny would ensure she married better than their sisters. Unexpectedly, she ended up marrying a military officer. This is why Chen Sanyang always felt her younger sister had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Of course, it is better not to talk about the past. Let's get back to the topic. When Su Li and Chen went to the rice shop together, Sun Lao San was sifting rice at the door. When he saw Chen and Su Li coming, he didn't dare to recognize them at first, because in his memory, the Su family was still the poor relatives of his wife, who were pale and skinny, and dressed not much better than beggars. Chapter 88. Fourth brother-in-law, sifting the rice. Chen dismounted the mule cart and called out. Then she turned her head, looked around, and asked in confusion, "Why don't I see 4 sister?" Sun Lao San paused and handed the rice to the servant beside him. "Little sister, it really is you. Are these Daya, Sanya, and Siya? They change so much, I almost can't recognize them. Hey, is my father-in-law here too? Come in and sit down. Your 4 sister is at home. It's been so hot these days, I don't want her to suffer outside." Sun Lao San smiled and invited Chen in, but he was suspicious of their purpose. It didn't look like they were asking for money, but he wasn't sure. Sun Lao San forced a smile and asked tentatively, "What's the matter with you this time, little sister?" Chen got straight to the point. After all these years together, she knew her brother-in-law well. He was selfish and stingy, his only saving grace being that he was kind to her 4th sister. "We're here to buy 300 or 400 kilograms of rice." "Buy rice? 400 kilograms? Sun Lao San's smile suddenly became genuine. "Buying so much rice? Are you eating it yourself?" "I didn't like beating around the bush with him." Chen explained her family's stalls in the county, and at the docks, not forgetting to negotiate the price. "Fourth brother-in-law, we're buying so much, so you better give me a discount." Sun Lao San heard this and said, "Don't worry, little sister, of course. We're all relatives. How about this? Rice is currently 150 won per dough. Without further ado, just give me 141. Giving a 1-cent discount, he made it sound like a big deal. This was Sun Lao San's shamelessness. Who knew the price outside was actually 140 won per dough, or even less. Chin knew him too well to indulge him. Fourth brother-in-law, it's 130 when a dough outside. Did you remember it wrong? Sure enough, Sun Lao-san's face froze, and he gave two awkward laughs. Really? Maybe I remembered it wrong. After a long pause, his heart ached. Then give me 120 when. Chin hadn't expected her guess to be right. Seeing his face turn sour, she didn't try to bargain any further. Instead, she thanked him. Thank you so much, fourth brother-in-law. Sun Lao-san's heart was bleeding. He waved his hand. We're all family. With that, he went to weigh the rice himself. With Chin by his side, Sun Lao-san felt embarrassed to pass off inferior rice as good. He only weighed the finest rice. 300 jin, or 3 dan, filled 3 bulging sacks. Afterward, he had the shop servants help load the mule cart. This mule is truly excellent. By this time, Sun Lao-san's inner pain had almost dissipated. Seeing this, he smiled and said, Little sister, is this the mule you bought? It's quite good, and it's growing quite strong. His family also had a mule, but for some reason, it wasn't as well maintained as the Su family's. He didn't know why. Yes, we just bought it a while ago, Chin said, adding, it's too far to go, and we couldn't carry all the stuff, so we bought it. Sun Lao-san smiled and said, we definitely should have bought it. He was thinking, the Su family must have made quite a bit of money. You know, ordinary families wouldn't buy livestock unless absolutely necessary. It's not a small sum, after all, and raising livestock takes time and effort. Yet, the Su family bought one and raised it so well. Not bad, not bad. By the way, little sister, why don't you stay home for dinner with your father-in-law today? I have the servants tell your fourth sister. Most people dislike the poor and love the rich, and Sun Lao-san is especially so. If the Su family were still the same today, he certainly wouldn't have been so welcoming. No, fourth brother-in-law, we have things to do back home today, so we won't go. We go next time. You and fourth sister can come visit us when you're free. Sun Lao-san looked at the things on the mule cart, and knew Chin was telling the truth, so he didn't force her to stay. Okay, then I won't keep you. After a few more pleasantries, they said goodbye. Here, Sun Lao-san watched the Su family leave before returning to the rice shop. After returning, he went back to the abacus for a while, and only went home when it grew dark and he felt hungry. At the Sun family, when Sun Lao-san returned home, Sun Lao and Sun Lao-han had just returned from another rice shop in town. With their arrival, the women, who had been waiting for a long time, were finally preparing to eat. As usual, the three of them discussed the rice shop business, while the women watched over the children, waiting until they were done eating. Chen Xin-yang did the same, waiting until her youngest son Yaozu finished before she began to eat the leftovers. However, she was surprised to hear her husband mention her name, as well as her sister's, just as she was about to eat. She heard him say that her sister had come to the shop to buy a few jin of rice, that her family had started a food business, and that he praised her for her abilities, and that the family had bought a mule and other things. Then she heard her father-in-law ask, for once, didn't the third son's wife go back to her parents' home for Mid-Autumn Festival? Sun Lao-san said, Dad, you forgot? We go back to worship our ancestors during Mid-Autumn Festival. Sun Lao-han said, is that so? Chen Xin-yang, not knowing why he asked, obediently replied, yes, Dad. Old man Sun nodded, and after a long pause he said, that's our family's fault. Well, since nothing much has happened at home lately, if third wife wants to go back, she can go. She can take Yaozu to buy some things and stay for a few days. This meant that Chen Xin-yang could return to her parents' home for a few days. In the Sun family, old man Sun's words were like imperial decrees. No one dared to contradict him, not even Mrs. Qi. So, upon hearing his words, everyone in the Sun family was surprised. The surprise, of course, was that old man Sun would take the initiative to ask Chen Xin-yang to return to her parents' home. After all, this was the first time old man Sun had ever done so. Chen Xin-yang was even more surprised and somewhat delighted. She hadn't been back for 2 years since her last visit to her parents' home 2 years before. She had long wanted to visit, but she was troubled by the fact that she was married to someone else. Without her parents-in-law asking, she didn't dare bring it up, lest it be considered unfilial. Furthermore, she came from a humble background. Although marrying into the Sun family offered many advantages, including 2 daughters and a son, she was still constantly apprehensive, fearing she would be divorced if she didn't perform well. Today, her father-in-law actually offered to let her go. She was overwhelmed with joy and excitement. Okay, Dad. That evening, she began packing, preparing to return the next day. Of course, that's a story for later, so let's put it aside for now. Back to the Sioux family. Since they bought rice, the mule cart couldn't hold so many people, so they all walked back that day. When they were almost at the village entrance, Old Man Sioux, who was driving the mule cart, suddenly stopped and asked Chen, Su Li, and the others to wait there. He went to the side and picked a lot of banana leaves to cover the rice bags. He also took out the things in the baskets on the cart and put them on top. Seeing this, Chen and the others naturally understood why and followed suit to help. There are many people in the village, and there are bound to be those who like to steal and cheat. To be cautious, even if you make money, it's best not to let others know. The Sioux family's previous house construction had drawn considerable attention, and they finally avoided much of the trouble by claiming to have borrowed a large sum of money. Despite this, many people still came to inquire about the Sioux family and eventually discovered that the house was indeed empty, with nothing in sight and only ordinary food to eat. That's when the rumors finally subsided. There's no way around it. This is the way the world is. It's best not to show off your wealth. Su Li watched her grandfather, Old Man Sioux, with a surge of admiration. She remembered that it was her grandfather who had invited those people in to see the house when it was first built. She had been surprised at his unusual enthusiasm during those few days, since he wasn't the type to show off or talk much. Later, she understood his intentions. It was indeed her grandfather's fault. It was the survival wisdom of the elderly. Here, after hiding the sacks, Su Li and the others headed back to the village. In the afternoon, the people of Xiaoxi village gathered at the village entrance to chat. Autumn is the harvest season, and everyone was discussing going into the mountains to hunt and pick fruit. When they saw Old Man Sioux and his companions return, their attention was immediately drawn to them. The Sioux family is no longer what it used to be. Everyone knows they made money setting up stalls in the county, and everyone's greetings are much more welcoming. One person, among them, was the one who'd been there to help build their house. Uncle Sioux, are you back? Yes, have you eaten yet? Just now. We were talking about going hunting in the mountains. Are you going? This is an annual village-wide activity. There are so many wild animals in the mountains that ordinary people, except those who make a living by hunting, don't dare go in. Only after the autumn harvest, when everyone has some free time, do they have time to go. Every year at this time, there's a boar, sometimes a wild boar shared by the whole village, sometimes a pheasant or rabbit. But in previous years, this kind of thing had nothing to do with the Sioux family. Or rather, it had nothing to do with the military households in the village. The villagers wouldn't invite them. It wasn't because they looked down on the military households, but because going into the mountains required at least 2 able-bodied men from each family, and military households often only had women, children, and the elderly. No one wanted to cause trouble, so they naturally excluded them. But this year, things were different. Yeah, let's go together then, someone chimed in. The others echoed, yeah, we have company when we go. The villagers were a little awkward at first, but it became more natural as the conversation progressed. One woman even suggested taking Su Li and Su Hong along to pick hazelnuts. Old Man Sioux naturally agreed without hesitation, smiling, that's great. Just don't think I'm a burden to you. What burden? We're all from the same village, so we should help each other. Yes, we're all from the same village. That's right. Everyone chatted merrily, and soon the atmosphere became joyful. A plump auntie, seeing this, smiled at Su Li and the other sisters. Have you heard me? I have your sister Dai come and call you when the time comes. This person was none other than the village chief's wife Zhang. Su Hong and the others readily agreed, okay, auntie. At this moment, Su Li suddenly said to her eldest sister, Sister, we still need to buy eggs and other things. Why don't you talk to auntie? Anyone in the village who has eggs can give them to us. Su Hong was a little confused. It was true that eggs were essential for cooking, but hadn't her younger sister previously suggested buying them somewhere else? Why did she decide to buy them in the village instead? Before Su Hong could say anything, Zhang heard her and quickly asked, Does your family need eggs? Su Li, yes, auntie. Not just eggs, but also black fungus, yams, and other things. Chapter 89. Yes, how many eggs do you want? I have black fungus too. Zhang said quickly, afraid that if she spoke too slowly, Su Li would not want them. Auntie, send as many as you can. Su girl, I have eggs too, do you want any? The woman next to her couldn't hold back any longer and asked. Su Li looked over and saw a stranger. She hadn't seen them much, but she still said yes. Eggs can be made into braised eggs, which the family also eats regularly, so they're actually quite common. Black fungus can be stored for a long time, and as for yams, the villagers probably don't have much. Their yams were all found and dug by Uncle Wang and Brother Ergu, who had to work hard to find them. They were seasonal, so having them was best, but not necessarily necessary. When the woman heard Su Li ask for it, her face lit up with joy. Okay, I go get it for you right away. With Zhang and the woman leading the charge, others followed suit, asking, do you want some wood ear mushrooms? I also have eggs. This was relatively normal. Then someone else started asking, do you want some walnuts? I have pine nuts. I have honey. Honey? That's a wonderful thing, and in this day and age, it's all natural and pollution-free. Su Li's eyes lit up, and she nodded to her eldest sister. Su Hong, understanding her younger sister's meaning, spoke up. Uncles and aunts, we have to go back first. If you have anything, bring it to my house. Okay, I go get it. I go too. Me too. Suddenly, the village entrance was deserted by more than half the people. Su Li and the others took the opportunity to return home, but not long after they left, villagers began arriving one after another. Someone brought a dozen eggs, someone else a small sack of wood ear mushrooms, a ceramic jar of honey, and even yams covered in dirt. There were all sorts of things, but not much in quantity. Su Li picked up what the family needed and bought them. The price was much lower than what was being sold in town or county, but a few cents more than what the villagers paid the peddlers. After seeing off the last villager who came to sell dried dates, a small mountain had formed in the corner of the Su family's courtyard. Mrs. Chen looked at her daughter's purchases with a heartbroken look. As she sorted them out, she muttered, what's the point of buying these dates? If you want to eat them, just pick them on the hillside. Why waste all this money? And these walnuts? How could you possibly need so many? Why are there wild grapes? They're so sour, ugh. Mrs. Chen shook her head, a look of heartache. To anyone who didn't know, she might have lost a fortune. But for Mrs. Chen, buying these things was practically the same as losing it. Okay, I bought everything. Everything will be useful. Mother Wu helped sort through the berries, constantly reaching out to take the jujubes Lian Gu offered her. Really delicious, Lian Gu, have some. Lian Gu then stopped feeding them, and began stuffing them into her own mouth. This was a handful of jujubes that a village aunt had given Lian Gu. She held on to it until everyone had left, then, with her sturdy legs, she fed each of them a few bites. After feeding everyone, she moved on to feed Black Tiger and Yuan Bao. Black Tiger's leg wound had healed considerably, and in the past few days, he could hop around the yard. Sometimes he joined Old Man Su and Mother Wu to dig sweet potatoes and plant vegetables. But more often, he followed Lian Gu around, waiting for the occasional snacks she secretly offer him. One man and one dog often thought they could hide their secrets, their chopsticks practically shoving under the table, thinking no one had noticed. Little did they know, the whole family already knew, but no one had said anything. In the past, this would have been impossible. No matter how much everyone loved Lian Gu, they wouldn't have tolerated it. That was food, there wasn't enough for the family, so how could they feed the dog? But now that they had enough to eat, they could just feed him. Besides, Black Tiger was quite clever and lovable. This little dog embodied all the virtues of a Chinese native dog. Not only was he an expert guard, he could also warn strangers from afar. He was also incredibly clever and obedient, doing whatever he was told. Every night, he stayed indoors, lying on the porch. Sometimes, he slept in the mule shed, ears pricked up, diligently fulfilling his duties. The whole family loved him. The only problem with Heihu is his excessive greed. Not content with his meals, he'd go and pick up chicken droppings from the bamboo grove in the backyard to eat. Su Li saw this several times and scolded him repeatedly, but he's now changed his ways, and hasn't been seen eating chicken droppings again. Yuan Bao, by contrast, is much cleaner, defecating in a fixed spot in the shed every day. However, they share one trait. Yuan Bao is also a voracious eater, craving anything edible and devouring anything he's given. For example, when Lian Gu feeds him a jujube, he doesn't even bother to sniff it before chewing it. Once he's finished, if he's not full, he'd bark twice to signal for more. Su Li still remembers one time when he wasn't full and howled all night long. The sound was so unpleasant that it didn't stop until Su Li got up at night to feed him a few bean cakes. In short, Su Li seriously suspects Heihu's gluttony was something he learned from Yuan Bao. After all, they often sleep together, so it's possible he's been influenced by what he's seen and heard. At this moment, Su Hong chimed in, yes, mother, these things my sister bought can be stored. Put them in the cellar, and we can eat them later. Su Tao also said, yes, mother. Su Hong and Su Tao were now Su Li's biggest fans. Whatever Su Li said or did was right, and they fully agreed and supported her arrangements and decisions. Seeing everyone agreeing, Chin stopped talking. After all, they were all edible, so they bought them. So, the Su family gathered all the local produce and eggs they had bought, putting those they would eat immediately in the kitchen, and those they would not eat immediately in the cellar. Along with the local produce, they also put several bags of rice they had bought today. In the dark cellar, Old Man Su placed the rice in the far corner, and scattered insect repellent and mousetraps around it to prevent rats, snakes, and ants from stealing it. 3 bags of rice wasn't much, and the various mountain products only filled a small corner. But the Su family felt a sense of security as they looked at the contents of the cellar. Finally, they had enough food, and they were no longer worried. But they still had to earn more money to buy food. They had to fill the cellar so that even if something happened, they wouldn't starve to death. That's about it, Old Man Su said, dusting off the powder from his hands after spreading the medicine. Mrs. Wu checked it again and again, making sure it was all right before she said, okay. So they climbed up the wooden ladder again. As luck would have it, not long after they left the cellar, they ran into Mrs. Mo, who was looking for Chen with a basket. Seeing her good sister, Mrs. Chen quickly straightened her clothes and said, "How come you have time to come today?" Although the two were good friends, Chen had no intention of telling them about the cellar. Mo said, "You're not welcome? Then I'm leaving." Chen quickly replied, "Welcome, welcome. You're a distinguished guest. How could I not welcome you?" Every time the two met, they would tug at each other for a moment, and those who didn't know would think they had a bad relationship. Su Li, Mrs. Wu, and the others had seen each other so often that they were no longer surprised. After the two had finished their banter, Mrs. Mo greeted Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu, aunt, uncle. Then she greeted Su Li and the others and explained her purpose. "Since you're all here, Da-ya, Si-ya, and Wu-ya, I made you each a pair of shoes. Try them on and see if they're too small." Mo then took out her homemade cloth shoes from the basket. They had taken her almost 2 months to make, mainly because she was so busy every day that she only had time to work at night, which delayed her. If she had been staying home for the winter, these pairs of shoes would have been ready in less than 2 weeks. Su Hong hadn't expected to have one herself. She said sheepishly, "How can I be so embarrassed?" She was already so grown up, yet they even made shoes for her. What's the big deal? Come on, try them on. Aunts and uncles, check if they fit. After that, Mrs. Mo handed over the cloth shoes. They were made of old cotton, a plain gray with no particular style. But their advantage was the soft, layered sole. Mrs. Wu put them on, and walked a few steps. She couldn't think of a better fit. "They're really soft." Old Man Su agreed. "They're quite good." Chen, Su Li, and the others also sat down to try them on. They were indeed quite good, much more comfortable than straw sandals. In this hot weather, wearing straw sandals is barely enough to keep you cool. When it gets colder, you have to wear cloth shoes again. Su Li had originally thought of buying shoes later, but Aunt Mo had already made them for them. It was quite embarrassing. In the end, after everyone in the Su family tried them on, only Liang Gu's shoes were a little too big. But children grow faster every year, so a bigger size wouldn't be a problem. "It's really troublesome for you to make so much," said Mrs. Wu. Mrs. Mo quickly said, "Auntie, it's not a problem." She should be thanking the Su family. If it weren't for them, she wouldn't have saved money, nor would she have the money to buy cloth for her daughter's candy and clothes. Now she's just making a few pairs of shoes. They're not valuable, but she happens to know how to make them, that's all. "I'm so sorry," said Mrs. Wu, and Su Li and the others followed suit. "Thank you, Aunt Mo. Thank you, Aunt Mo. Thank you, Auntie." Only Chen had known about this for a long time. She was the one who provided the shoe patterns for everyone in the family. "Wait here for me," Chen said to Mrs. Mo. Then she went into the house, and took out a bundle of old silk clothes given by Madame Chow, and handed them to her. "These were given to me by the official lady when Wuya and I were preparing a banquet. They're quite nice. You can take some home and make shoes or something else." Although Chen complained about Madame Zhou's old clothes, she was actually quite curious about them. After all, ordinary people rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with such clothes, let alone wear them. But she still preferred the silver to the silver. On the other hand, when Mrs. Mo heard that the clothes were worn by Guanyangzi, she was immediately shocked. "These are so expensive. I don't want them. You can keep them for yourself, or give them to Auntie and Dia. There are more. It's not just a few pieces. Take them. I'm keeping them all." This was true. Chen took the clothes and picked out the nicer, newer ones, thinking of altering them into some clothes for her mother-in-law, Mrs. Wu, or her daughter later, or making them into shoes, purses, or pillows. Really? Now Mrs. Mo was embarrassed. She had only given a few pairs of shoes. Really? Chin shoved the bundle into Mrs. Mo's hands. Mrs. Wu also said, "I seen the clothes. The material is good. You can take them back and alter them into some small clothes for Dia and the others." Mrs. Mo often brought gifts to the Su family, and everyone saw it. She was willing to share any good things. Chapter 90. After saying goodbye to the Su family, Madame Mo happily returned home with the bundle of clothes. Mrs. Yang was chasing sparrows in the backyard. The Huang family had planted several persimmon trees in the backyard, which were gradually turning red. Every day, they attracted flocks of sparrows to eat, and they had to keep watch with sticks. Seeing Madame Mo return, she pretended not to notice the bundle in her hand and smiled. "You're back? How are you? Do they fit you?" Mrs. Yang knew about making shoes for the Su family, so she asked. "They fit you," Madame Mo replied. After that, she looked around the kitchen and the pigpen. Seeing no one else, she asked, "Mother, where are my eldest sister-in-law and my third sister-in-law? Why don't they seem to be here?" "They went to the fields to carry sweet potatoes. Your father and his family just came back and said they dug up a lot today." "Okay. By the way, Mother, come here. I have something for you." Mrs. Emma waved stealthily at Madame Yang. Seeing this, old lady Yang couldn't help but understand what good things were in store for her. She immediately dropped her bamboo pole and followed. After taking 2 quick steps, she felt it was unbecoming of her station and slowed down again. Only when she entered the house and saw Madame Mo unpack her bundle, revealing the finest material, could she hold it back any longer and exclaim, "What is this?" Madame Yang reached out and touched it. It was slippery and cool. Could it be this? Madame Mo then confirmed old lady Yang's suspicions and, even more emphatically, recounted the origins of the dress, making old lady Yang blush and her eyes sparkle. "This is incredible," old lady Yang muttered. While marveling at the silk material, which felt so comfortable to the touch, she also marveled at the Su family's connection to the county magistrate. It was a little unbelievable. That was the county yamen, a place ordinary people wouldn't dare even think about. It was frequented by the likes of Wenkuxing and Wakwing, and the Su family actually knew them. Previously, Mrs. Yang had only considered the Su family, despite their wealth, to be one and the same. But from that moment on, the Su family held a different meaning in her mind. Mrs. Mo, standing nearby, felt the same way. Although she had secretly opened the clothes on the way, she felt differently when they were spread out on the bed. They were silk. She never before had the chance to see them so closely, let alone touch them. "Are these all for us?" Mrs. Yang confirmed. "Yes, Mother," Mrs. Emma replied. The bundle contained 4 silk garments. Though the colors were old-fashioned and a bit worn, they were perfectly fine for Mrs. Yang and Mrs. Emma, and they were very satisfied. "Mother, I'm thinking of giving these 2 newer ones to you and Father, and I use them to make some clothes for Dia and the others. Is that okay with you?" Mrs. Emma said. This was something she had planned on the way there. Originally, she thought of keeping them all for herself and her daughter, but after some thought, she decided it wasn't going to work. Her parents-in-law were still around, and many things couldn't be done without them. Moreover, her mother-in-law, Mrs. Yang, had been much more honest with her lately, and their relationship was improving. Forget it, just give them. Mrs. Yang wasn't ungrateful. She knew the clothes were given by the Su family to their daughter-in-law, Mrs. Mo. Without her daughter-in-law, they wouldn't have given her these things. So, without a second thought, Mrs. Yang said, "Okay." This was perfect. The 2 dresses Madame Mo had mentioned were dark blue and dark red, suitable for both men and women. Mother Yang immediately thought of how to alter them, but even so, she said a little shyly, "We're all old now, so we're not afraid of being laughed at if we wear these." "How old am I?" "You look very young, Mother." Madame Mo knew her mother-in-law was delighted, though a little embarrassed, so she complimented her. "Really?" Mother Yang couldn't help but feel delighted. She kept rubbing them over and over, unwilling to let go, a testament to her love. "Of course," Madame Mo affirmed. Mother Yang finally believed it, and then Madame Mo urged her to try them on, since no one was home. Mother Yang couldn't resist the temptation, and took off her coat to try them on. To be honest, Mother Yang had never thought she ever wear a silk dress in her lifetime. The moment she did, she had only one thought: it would be worth dying for. Thinking of this, for some reason, old lady Yang suddenly thought of her mother. Her mother's life was worthless. Old lady Yang still remembered that when her mother died, her family didn't even have a single decent piece of clothing. A straw mat and a small mound of earth were all she had buried. Sadly, her mother had been dead for nearly 30 years. If only her mother were still alive, she would have given her these fine clothes and the coffin she had made for herself, so she wouldn't have been a wandering ghost for so many years, crying out in her dreams every night. Don't wear it anymore. This fine material is worn out. I'd better keep it here and wear it when I die. Old Lady Yang suddenly took it off, leaving Mrs. Mo beside her somewhat unresponsive. At that moment, Zhou and Shin returned with their sweet potatoes. Mo said nothing more, quickly packing her clothes. Then, Mother, I go back to my room. Mrs. Yang also heard the voice, gathered her composure, and nodded. Okay, you can go back. Mrs. Mo then returned with her bundle. Despite her attempts to hide it, Zhou and Lu still saw her. But unlike Zhou, who gave it more thought, Lu simply curled her lips. Mother, this is so unfair. She's back, but you don't let her help. We're left to work ourselves to death. Haha, really? Zhou agreed, but her thoughts drifted to the bundle Mo had held in her arms, wondering what was inside. Lu, isn't that a question mark? Lu had a distinct feeling that Zhou had changed recently. This was evident in the way she always acted perfunctorily when she criticized Mo. She hadn't always been like this before, and often it was she who said the most negative things. This change left Lu somewhat dissatisfied and uneasy. After all, even Aunt Yang had to give her some respect because of her family's good background. But now, the whole family revolved around Mrs. Mo, and she was the one being ignored. She wasn't even brought along when they went to the Su family to build a house. How could this not make her angry? The angrier she got, the more she disliked Mrs. Mo, and the more she wanted to find fault with her and say bad things about her. And yet, Zhou had changed too. She was so pissed. They were all just snobs who flattered the powerful and bullied the weak. She hated them, but it wasn't just Lu who couldn't understand Zhou. She also couldn't understand why her eldest sister-in-law, Mrs. Lu, always antagonized her second sister-in-law. After all, the majority of the family's income came from the livelihood provided by the Su family, and the Su family had the best relationship with the second sister-in-law. In this situation, wasn't it normal for her to flatter her? Especially since the family hadn't split up yet, she should be even nicer to her. What good would it do them if they angered her and she threatened to split up? Mrs. Zhou was speechless, but even more unbearable than being speechless was her genuine inability to tolerate fools. Mrs. Mo, on the other hand, took her bundle back to her room and hid the clothes before going out to work. At night, when everyone in the Huang family was asleep, she lit another oil lamp and carefully cut the silk with scissors to make clothes. The material was comfortable and perfect for small garments. The material for 2 pieces was just enough for one for each of her daughters. As she cut and measured sizes, the man was already fast asleep in bed, snoring deafeningly. The daughters slept on the other side, separated by a bamboo curtain. The chirping of crickets faded, leaving only the snoring mixed with the croaking of frogs in the fields. It was clearly the same night as before, but Mrs. Mo felt incredibly happy, her heart filled with beautiful hopes for the future. In the middle of the night, Huang Dai woke up and saw Madame Mo still sewing. Mother, why aren't you asleep yet? Madame Mo then put down her needlework and said, I go to bed right away. A sweet night's sleep. Everyone in the Su family slept soundly that night, especially Su Li, who had to go to the Chow family for a feast the next day. She went to bed early. However, in the middle of the night, a dog suddenly barked outside, waking the entire Su family. What's going on? Black Tiger is barking. Where's Black Tiger? Why can't I see him? In the backyard. Chapter 91. Following Su Tao's words, the Su family arrived at the backyard, only to find nothing but a black tiger barking outside the courtyard wall. Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu exchanged a silent glance, their minds brimming with a vague understanding, though they dared not voice it for fear of scaring the children. It's nothing. Go to bed. Someone must have been passing by. The Su family was located mid-mountain, and occasionally people would pass through on their way to the mountains. Qin didn't think much of it, and told Su Tao, Su Li, and the others to go to bed. Early the next morning, Old Man Su went to the Wang family next door and borrowed several iron traps from the father and son. He then placed them against the backyard wall, telling Qin, Su Li, and the others that they were to prevent wild boars from breaking through the wall. Wild boars had invaded homes many times before, but they usually occurred during winter, when food and water were scarce in the mountains. Not only wild boars, but also bears, would descend from the mountains when starving, seeking food from villagers' homes. Of course, if they could find food or livestock, everyone would benefit. But if they couldn't, the villagers would become prey. Bears in the mountains, in particular, sometimes even disguise themselves as humans. If a villager saw one in the middle of the night and accidentally opened the door, it would be disastrous. The bear would eat human flesh and never return. The entire village would then have to kill it, or it would return to its former self every year. So, when Old Man Su said this, no one in the family saw anything wrong. Only Suli felt that the matter was more complicated. Thinking back to the black tiger's unprovoked howling last night, she felt even more that it wasn't what Grandpa had said. But Suli didn't say anything, instead privately reminding Grandpa, "Grandpa, you could put some sharpened bamboo strips on the courtyard wall." Old Man Su was taken aback by this, but he quickly grasped the meaning of his granddaughter's words. Wise people shouldn't talk too much. After sending Chen and Suli to the Chow family, Old Man Su returned and began chopping several bamboos into strips. He then sharpened the tops and placed them on top of the stone and lush wall, until the entire wall was densely packed with them. Looking at the sharpened bamboo strips gleaming coldly in the sunlight, he felt a sense of security. Now, if anyone wanted to climb over the wall in the middle of the night, they would first have to test the bamboo tips to see if they were sharp. Speaking of bamboo, Suli, Chen, and Su Hong had just passed through an ornamental bamboo grove after entering the Chow family's house. The Chow family's house wasn't large, but it had everything they needed. To get to the kitchen, one had to pass through this bamboo grove. Because today was a banquet for distinguished guests, the Chow family had begun preparations early. Maids and servants were scrambling along the route, and even people were sweeping up the withered, fallen leaves in the bamboo grove, demonstrating the importance the Chow family attached to this banquet. This distinguished guest was none other than Chow Yun's uncle, County Magistrate Wang. Originally, given their relationship, such a large gathering wouldn't have been necessary, but since Chow Yun had a significant request, he treated the visit with extra care. It was almost noon, uncle, please. Chow Yun flattered County Magistrate Wang by ushering him out of the sedan chair, and then escorted him into the mansion. Arriving at the mansion, he clapped his hands, and summoned the dancers and musicians he had invited long ago. Once the music began and the dancers began to dance, he held his wine glass to Wang Gun and said, "Come, uncle, let me toast you." Wang Gun, seeing this, neither raised his glass nor spoke, simply munching on the food on his plate. The lamb was quite tasty, tender and juicy, and the stir-fried yam, peanuts, and black fungus with peanuts was also quite good and refreshing. However, Wang Gun's favorite was the osmanthus lotus root dish, which had the delicate fragrance of osmanthus and the sweetness of lotus root, a truly rare sight. Then he asked, "Have you hired a new chef?" Chow Yun was stunned for a moment, unsure why the other party would ask such a question. He quickly replied, "We hired a new chef." "Not bad," Wang Gun praised, then took a few more bites of mutton before continuing, "I know why you called me here today. If this one doesn't work out, find someone else." Chow Yun hadn't even said what it was, but the other party had already bluntly declared it a no-go. This goes to show that there are truly no secrets under the sun. Really, with the position of chief clerk now vacant in the county government, there must be countless people eyeing it. It's only natural that his uncle, Wang Gun, as the county magistrate, would know about it. But if they knew, they must also know his intentions. Why wouldn't they even offer help? Chow Yun was inevitably disappointed, but he quickly cheered up and said, "How about the registrar?" Wang Gun nodded and agreed yes. It wasn't that Wang Gun was unwilling to help, but the county magistrate was also interested in placing his own people there. Although he was the county magistrate, he couldn't overpower the county magistrate. However, with the registrar's manipulation, there was still a chance. Chow Yun, on the other hand, pondered the situation and decided it was a good idea. If he couldn't make it as a clerk, a position as a registrar wouldn't be bad either. At least it would be much better than his current situation. A genuine smile immediately spread across his face. "Uncle, thank you for your kindness. Please allow me to toast you again." Wang Gun remained silent, saying, "Eat your food. It won't taste good if it gets cold." To be honest, if it weren't for his concubine's pregnancy, he would have despised her. Not only was he short-sighted, but he also thought he was clever, yet his calculations were clearly written on his face, leaving people with a nauseous feeling. Fortunately, the food today was indeed to his liking, making his trip worthwhile. Seeing the other party ignore him, Chow Yun stood there awkwardly for a few seconds before slowly moving back to eat, as if nothing had happened. It goes without saying that no one in the officialdom has a thin skin. At the women's table, however, the atmosphere was equally awkward. No matter how much Zhou flattered her sister-in-law, Chow Ro, she acted condescendingly. Zhou cursed inwardly, thinking she was just a concubine. What was so great about her? But she had to continue, saying, "Come, sister, it's rare for you to come back. Try the chicken soup, I had the kitchen prepare for you. It's incredibly nourishing." After saying this, she even acted like a maid and poured a bowl full of soup for the other party. "Just put it there," Chao Rose said, pointing to the side of the table. Zoe took a deep breath to avoid pouring the soup in the other party's face. "If you don't want soup, try some of these dishes. They're really delicious," Zoe added. Seeing this, Chao Rose felt a little skeptical. Delicious? How delicious could it be? Could it be even better than the food at the county magistrate's mansion? Her sister-in-law was becoming increasingly careless, even thinking this was delicious. But she didn't say it out loud. Since she was feeling a little hungry, she took advantage of the situation and picked up a chopstick of braised fish. "Let me try." It would have been fine if she hadn't eaten it. Once she did, she couldn't stop. Chapter 92. This braised fish, somehow prepared, surprisingly had no fishy smell at all. She'd been prone to nausea during her pregnancy, but this fish didn't. Furthermore, it was incredibly delicious, with a perfect balance of salty and sweet, and the flesh was incredibly tender. Dipping her chopsticks into the braised sauce, she couldn't stop devouring it. "My dear, please eat slowly. Be careful of the bones." The maid beside her, noticing Chao Rose's enjoyment, warned her as she peeled the fish. Chao Rose didn't care. She'd eaten so much fish since she was a child that she wasn't afraid of bones. She continued to do what she pleased, picking up the fish before the maid even peeled it, and unknowingly finished more than half of it. As if realizing she'd eaten too much of one dish, Chao Rose pretended to casually withdraw her chopsticks and began to eat something else. Knowing Chao Rose's strong taste, Zoe prepared mostly hearty dishes for the table, such as braised fish, braised pork elbow, and braised lion's head, all of which Chao Rose had long loved. There were also lighter dishes, such as pork tripe and chicken soup, and mushroom stuffed with meat, but Chao Rose had tired of the lighter dishes and didn't particularly enjoy them. After she had devoured the last piece of pork elbow skin, she asked the maid to serve her a bowl of chicken soup. It's said that chicken soup is very nourishing during pregnancy, but Chao Rose now loathed it. There was no other reason, she was simply tired of it. But she had to drink it for the sake of her unborn child, which made her look a little gloomy. "That's enough. I can't drink that much." She watched the maid fill her bowl and immediately stopped her. However, the maid continued to insist, saying, "Master said that you should drink more chicken soup every day." As expected, Chao Rose didn't say anything after these words were spoken. The woman scooped a few more spoonfuls before stopping. Chao Rose stirred the chicken in the broth with her spoon, only scooping a spoonful when she felt compelled to drink. The expected greasy taste didn't overwhelm her. Instead, a subtle sweetness mingled with the aroma of chicken and a hint of Cotinopsis root, making it surprisingly delicious. Chao Rose's eyes lit up, and she took several more sips. The soup became even better with each sip. In a short while, the entire bowl of chicken broth was gone, leaving only a few pieces of chicken and pork tripe. Chao Rose looked at the chicken and pork tripe in the bowl. She hadn't wanted to eat them at first, but the taste of the broth made her hesitate before deciding to give them a try. Unexpectedly, the chicken was tender, and the pork tripe crispy, just as good as the other dishes. It was a pity she was already full, otherwise she could have eaten more. Chao Rose looked at the dishes on the table, with a look of regret. Her expression stunned the maidservants nearby. It had been ages since they'd seen her eat so much. "Is it to your liking?" Zoe suppressed her inner pride and asked with a look of concern. Chao Rose's eyes flickered slightly at this, and after a moment, she said, "Not bad." Zoe groaned inwardly, but for her husband's sake, she suppressed it and smiled, "That's fine." Chao Rose hummed and said nothing more. The meal was a delight for both host and guest. Meanwhile, Su Li and Chen had also finished their meal, and were about to leave the Chao residence, when they received a reward from Zoe's servants. It totaled 5 taels of silver, a surprising sum. They had assumed she wouldn't give it as she had last time, but unexpectedly, it was a pleasant surprise. The two men left Chao's house together, walked out of the alley, and headed towards the restaurant on East Street in the midday sun to discuss their braised food business. This was an appointment they had made with the restaurant owner, originally for a few days ago, but the owner had gone home for something, so they had rescheduled it for today. The restaurant was called Yayuelu, and the owner was Jean Buhuan. He and Jean Mantang, the owner of Xiangmenlu, were once brothers from the same mother. Later, due to a quarrel over the division of the family property, the two brothers parted ways, and each opened a new restaurant, a rivalry that lasted nearly 10 years. At first, Yayuelu's business was more prosperous, but for unknown reasons, Xiangmenlu gradually surpassed it, becoming the renowned leading restaurant in Qinghe County. Yayuelu, on the other hand, has been struggling to survive to this day, relying solely on the support of a few regular patrons. Don't worry, boss. Your business will definitely pick up. I've been to so many places, and your restaurant's roasted duck is still the best. When Su Li and Cha arrived, there were only a few customers in the restaurant. One of them, a longtime customer, was comforting her while enjoying his roasted duck. The boss, who was looking at the account book at the counter, gave a rather wistful smile. Thank you all for your kindness over the years. Hey, it's nothing. Just relax. Okay. Boss? Su Li and Chen's arrival interrupted their conversation. Jean Buhuan was stunned upon seeing them, then stepped forward and greeted them. Madam Chen, Madam Su, you're here. Come in, Xiaoshan, make some tea, Jean Buhuan said to the waiter swatting flies nearby. The waiter lazily draped his handkerchief over his shoulders and stood up to go to the kitchen. Jean Buhuan then led Su Li and the others to the private rooms. Private rooms are actually what's called partitions, separated from the main hall by a door, and therefore much more expensive. Yaohe Tower is situated beside the moat, offering a panoramic view of the entire county through the windows, further increasing the price. Every year during festivals like the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Ghost Festival, many people flock here specifically for this special occasion, which is one of the reasons why Yaohe Tower has remained operational for all these years. Su Li looked out the window and found the view quite good. She could even imagine the sight of every household lighting up at night from here. It must be breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, Jean Buhuan suddenly spoke up. Miss Su, what are your thoughts? In reality, Jean Buhuan had sought out Su Li because of recommendations from regular customers. Furthermore, many of the customers who visited the shop at that time would ask the waiters to buy their braised meat. Over time, he had become curious about the taste of the braised meat. Then, one day, he happened to be passing by and bought some. He found it truly delicious, and so he approached Su Li to buy her recipe. Su Li, shopkeeper Jean, we thought about it, and decided we won't sell you the braised dish recipe. Jean Buhuan's eyes were filled with confusion. If they weren't selling, why had they come? Are you guys dissatisfied with the price? If that's the case, we can discuss it. Jean Buhuan could only think of this possibility. No, shopkeeper Jean, Su Li said, then expressed her thoughts. It is impossible to sell the braised dish recipes. After all, her family still has to rely on the braised dishes to earn money to buy winter clothes and quilts, but it is still possible to cooperate with the restaurant to sell them, and then split the profits 30% to 70%, or 40% to 60%. Jean Buhuan understood. He meant he'd buy braised dishes from her daily, and give her a share of the profits after selling them, right? This was the first time he heard of this type of partnership. He seriously considered the feasibility and concluded it wasn't impossible, but out of business instinct, he felt it would be better to buy the recipe and sell it in his own restaurant. Jean Buhuan tried to persuade her again. I give you 60 taels of silver for the braised dish recipe. Su Li still disagreed, so Jean Buhuan added another 50 taels. This was his limit. After all, the restaurant wasn't making much money these days. While the braised dishes were good, they wouldn't necessarily be profitable quickly. So Jean Buhuan could only offer 110 taels at most. Su Li still disagreed, and Jean Buhuan finally began to seriously consider Su Li's proposal. The more he thought about it, the better it seemed to him. While he wouldn't make as much as he could selling them himself, at least he saved on manpower and materials. Small profits, quick turnover. Okay, but Miss Su, I think the price of these braised dishes is still a bit high. Jean Buhuan began to haggle with Su Li, eventually reaching a mutually satisfactory conclusion. Tomorrow, I need about 10 kilograms each, delivered at noon. Jean Buhuan thought for a moment, and said that 10 kilograms should be enough to sell, but any more wouldn't be enough, and even selling these 10 kilograms was a question. However, Jean Buhuan had no choice but to give it a try. Okay, Su Li agreed. Then the two of them found someone to sign the contract, and signed it with their respective handprints. Finally, when everything was settled, Jean Buhuan emphasized again, Miss, don't forget your promise to only provide braised dishes to my restaurant. Don't worry, shopkeeper Jean. Su Li wasn't stupid. After all, if her braised dishes were everywhere, it would only affect both businesses, which would be very bad in the long run. If you're worried, we can add this clause to the contract. Okay? Jean Buhuan was a little surprised. Honestly, this request was a bit unreasonable, but it did have a significant impact on his restaurant's business, so Su Li's initiative had prompted such a strong reaction. Okay, Su Li said. So the two of them added this clause. This time, they signed the contract for real. Su Li handed the contract to her mother, Chen. Chen was the one keeping everything in the family, so she took it without saying anything, folded it, and put it away. Jean Buwan did the same. Since it had been agreed upon, there was nothing else to do. At this moment, the waiter named Xiaoshan finally made tea and brought it over. Jean Buwan frowned but said nothing. "Boss, the tea's here," Xiaoshan said weakly. Jean Buwan, "Okay, you go down. And by the way, have the kitchen carve up a duck for Madame Chun and the others to take back." "Okay." Still speaking in an infuriating tone, he excused himself. Considering the presence of outsiders, Jean Buwan ultimately remained silent. He simply turned to Chin and Su Li and said politely, "Our roasted duck is excellent. It's small white duck from Duoping, thick and meaty. You should take one home and try it." Jean Buwan was just that kind of person. He treated others well, and when Su Li offered to add that clause to the contract, he naturally appreciated it. Su Li and Chin felt a little embarrassed. After several attempts to decline, they finally accepted the offer. Then, they left with the roasted duck. Speaking of which, Su Li hadn't had roast duck in all the time she'd been in Wei. She wasn't sure what the difference was between roast duck now and roast duck of later times, but from what the customer had just said, it must be quite good. It tasted truly delicious, on par with roast duck of later times. Perhaps it was freshly baked, which made it even more delicious. The skin was crispy and charred, and the texture sizzled with oil, filling her mouth with the aroma of duck meat. The meat itself, too, had a subtle fruity aroma, not at all dry. Chapter 93. No wonder Yaowei Tower is famous for its roasted duck, it's truly excellent. The entire Su family devoured the duck, and washed it down with a large pot of white porridge. It was truly delicious. Elsewhere, after Su Li and the others left, shopkeeper Jean also took a brush and added braised dishes to the restaurant's menu. But despite this, he still held little hope for the old customer's suggestion. After all, the restaurant had been doing just fine for years, so what good would adding a few more dishes do? However, what Jean Buwan hadn't expected was that the restaurant's business would actually be revitalized by the braised dishes. It all started with a single ordinary customer. Yuan Kong was also a former Yaowei Tower customer, but the menu hadn't changed at all over the years. Aside from the roasted duck, the other dishes remained the same. It wasn't bad, but by comparison, the food at Xiangmenlu was much better. When prices are similar, customers naturally choose the restaurant with the better taste. Yuan Kong was no exception. He only came to Yaoyulu when he was desperately craving roasted duck. That day, thinking he hadn't had roasted duck in a while, he come here from Xiangmenlu. Originally, he planned to follow the usual practice of ordering just one roasted duck, eating half, and taking the other half home. However, when ordering, he discovered Yaoyulu had added a few more dishes: braised pig's trotters, braised pig's ears, braised pork intestines, and a braised vegetarian platter. Intrigued, he asked the waiter what they were. The waiter, now a new member, was enthusiastic and immediately explained them to Yuan Kong. "This is a joint creation between our restaurant and Su Ji Lutsai, located near the county school. It includes braised pig's trotters, braised pork intestines, and braised pig's ears. If this is your first time, you can try half a pound of braised pork. It's delicious paired with our chili sauce." These words were all discussed by Su Li and shopkeeper Jean that day. It was Su Li's request, or rather, it was Su Li's request. Jean Buwan didn't know why, but he still had the waiter say it as Su Li requested. Su Li had her own intentions in mind. Although it was just a simple sentence, it mentioned Su's family's braised dishes. Over time, as customers became familiar with the name, they would think of Su's braised dishes whenever they heard of them. Only then would its value truly be realized, just like the old TV commercials. Advertising, spreading the word. When people needed it, they would immediately think of the brand. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yuan Kong silently repeated Su's braised dishes twice. From what the waiter suggested, it must be a well-known braised food shop. Why hadn't he heard of it before? He immediately said, "Then give me half a pound of braised pork." The waiter smiled brightly, "Okay." Then he went to the kitchen, and had the cook carve half a pound of braised pork, and brought it over. Yuan Kong gazed at the plate of neatly cut, enticingly colored braised meat before him. He picked up his chopsticks, and took the first piece, tucking it into his mouth. At first, he thought it was much chewier than the other meats, but the flavor grew with each bite. It had the aroma of meat but also a subtle hint of spices, yet it didn't overpower the other ingredients. Yes, it was indeed delicious. Yuan Kong felt unsatisfied as he ate, so he asked the waiter for a jug of wine and happily began to devour the half-pound of braised meat and wine. He finished his meal in no time. Then, Remembering the waiter's mention of braised pig's feet, he called out, "Waiter, give me another one." The waiter happily responded. When the braised pig's trotters arrived, Yuan Kong knew they would be delicious. The trotters, cut into chunks, were a deep red, still dripping with the marinade, and the aroma emanated from them. He took a piece, and was delightfully fatty yet not greasy, melting in his mouth. In less than a quarter of an hour, he finished the entire trotter. Afterward, he felt a bit unsatisfied and immediately asked the waiter to pack up 2 more, along with a roasted duck, to take home. There was nothing he could do. He was so full that he couldn't eat any more, no matter how delicious it was. Like him, other guests who had just arrived couldn't resist trying the new dishes. They all praised their deliciousness, and gradually, the number of diners increased significantly. When Jean Buhuan looked through the account book, he discovered that nearly all the recent diners had ordered braised dishes. This was something Jean Buhuan hadn't expected. He hadn't seen so many diners in the restaurant in a long time. While it still wasn't as good as it had been at its peak, it was still pretty good. A month had passed since Xiang Man Lu noticed that several of its regular customers had recently been dining at Yao Yu Lu. During that month, he heard more than just people discussing Yao Yu Lu's braised dishes and a certain Suji braised cuisine, but he ignored it. It wasn't until the number of diners dwindled that Jean Manteng began to take the matter seriously. Go find out what's going on. And which new restaurant is Suji braised cuisine? Okay, boss. The waiter obediently ran out, only to return and tell Jean Manteng everything he knew. Jean Manteng pondered this, and soon sought out Su Li, offering to partner with her like Yao Yu Lu had done. However, Su Li refused without a second thought. He assumed Su Li wasn't satisfied with the offer, so he offered to pay more, but Su Li still refused. Jean Manteng had no choice but to ask the restaurant chef to learn how to cook. However, no matter how they cooked, they couldn't quite recreate the flavor of Su Li's braised dishes. Naturally, this matter had nothing to do with the Su family. Thanks to their recent sales of braised dishes and meals, the Su family finally had some savings. With the autumn weather gradually cooling, Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen discussed buying some cotton wool for the winter, making their own quilts, and some cotton for each of them to make a padded jacket, so they could enjoy the new year properly. Oh, cotton! Buying cotton! Buying cotton! Lian Gu happily spun around the yard, holding a windmill. She didn't really understand what buying cotton meant, but she felt her mother and the others were happy about it, so she felt happy too. Su Tao was equally delighted. She finally had a jacket of her own. She remembered how she always envied her cousins for having beautiful jackets, and even dreamed of owning one herself. She never imagined it would actually happen one day. How could she not be delighted? Mrs. Wu was similarly delighted, but after her joy, she became concerned. Cotton isn't cheap these days. Although the family is now making more money than before, they still need to save where they can and not spend it all at once. I just don't know if cotton will be expensive this year. If it's too expensive, I make one less quilt, Mrs. Wu said. Chapter 94. The Su family recently bought some more flour and stored it in the cellar. So, although they earned a lot of money, they've been spending it and haven't saved much. However, things will get better after this year. After all, we bought everything we need for the family, including the pig and the mule. Once we stocked up on winter clothing for the whole family, we need much less next year. By then, we have enough money to rent a shop with a courtyard near the county school and open a small restaurant. That way, we won't have to travel back and forth all day and we'll have more time to earn money. If possible, Su Li would actually prefer to buy a shop. However, shops in the county are not cheap, especially in good locations. The rent can be over 5 taels of silver a month, not to mention selling it. It would definitely cost several hundred taels of silver. Although the Su family currently had a net income of 5.6 taels of silver per month, a few hundred taels was still a considerable sum for them. Saving enough would probably take more than half a year or a year, which was far too slow. At this rate, it was unclear when she would be able to live the life she dreamed of. In short, Su Li was unwilling to stop here. Having enough food and clothing was good, and a small fortune sounded nice, but truly controlling one's own destiny and living a free and prosperous life required a substantial income and financial support. For example, if the family had enough money, my father and my second and third brothers wouldn't have had to travel so far to earn military merit, living on the edge of life. The family wouldn't have been forced to separate, my grandparents wouldn't have constantly stared into the distance inside, and my mother wouldn't have cried secretly at night, often with red and swollen eyes the next day, and then lied about it being a cold. For example, if the family had enough money, they could invite other villagers to come over to help with washing vegetables, chopping meat, and other odd jobs. Grandma, mother, and even the eldest sister wouldn't mind the money, but they worked themselves to the bone every day, staying up late to do these tasks, not getting enough sleep, and losing the weight they worked so hard to gain. So how could money not be important? It's important to everyone. To live the life you want, you have to work hard to earn it. But there's no rush to make money. You have to eat one bite at a time, and money won't come suddenly. For now, the main thing is to celebrate the Lunar New Year well, since it's only 2 months away. You can buy some firecrackers, candy, couplets, and other things you can put back. The Su family didn't have the habit of buying New Year's goods. In the past, they buy half a pound of meat, chop it into stuffing, and make dumplings for New Year's Eve. This year, they earned some money, so everyone decided to buy some New Year's goods to celebrate the New Year properly. Sugar couplets, firecrackers, and the like last longer, so Mrs. Wu decided to buy some and store them at home. Otherwise, after New Year's Day, everything would start to go up in price. We can start making the bacon now. When her uncle comes tomorrow, tell him we need a few more pounds of meat. It's already late to make bacon this year. Some families in the village have already started. Okay. Mrs. Chen nodded. Do you think you need anything else? When the time comes, have your grandfather go get it. Mrs. Wu said to Mrs. Chen, Su Hong, Su Tao, and Su Li. I want a head ornament. Su Tao said first. How could she have a new dress without a beautiful head ornament? Why would you want a hair ornament? I can't eat it, so I won't buy it. Chen refused without hesitation. She then proceeded to lecture Su Tao, her eyes reddening as she stormed off into the house. Ignore her. She's always brooding on this and that, Chen said nonchalantly. It's not a very expensive item. If Sia wants it, then buy it. Mrs. Wu disagreed with Chen's suggestion, but she couldn't say anything, so she could only speak tactfully. Su Hong echoed, yes, mother, if fourth sister wants one, buy it for her. Or I pay for fifth sister to wear a few too. Seeing this, Chen realized she had gone too far. It was just a hair ornament, cheap enough for a few coins. Now that the family had earned money, if her daughter wanted one, she could buy it. Besides, fourth sister had worked hard for 6 months preparing food, and it was just a hair ornament. Chen immediately regretted what she had said, but she couldn't bring herself to apologize to the younger generation. At this moment, Su Li suddenly spoke up, Grandpa, Grandma, Big Sister, let's go back and fry the pine nuts. Mrs. Wu was stunned for a moment, then realized, yes, the pine nuts haven't been fried yet, and neither have the peanuts. The pine nuts were foraged in the mountains with the villagers a few days ago, and the peanuts were sent by Zheng Lao's family, who said they were from Lu's family. There were about 10 pounds of them, red-skinned and sweet. They were delicious even before frying, and they would probably be even better after frying. Su Hong was stunned by this, but didn't say anything. Huh? Oh, okay. Only old man Su looked confused, wondering why his granddaughter suddenly wanted to fry the pine nuts. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Mrs. Wu grabbed old man Su and headed towards the backyard. Auntie, I want some pine nut candy. On the way to the backyard, Liangu whispered to Su Li what she wanted to eat for the new year. She'd been teething lately, and her speech was a bit lisp-y. She had to repeat it several times before Su Li understood. But before Su Li could say anything, Su Hong said, your teeth are like this. You're not allowed to eat anymore. Ever since Su Hong heard Su Li say her toothache was caused by eating too much candy, she hadn't allowed Liangu to eat anymore. So, Liangu hadn't had any candy in recent days. Okay. Liangu was unhappy, but she didn't say anything. Looking at the depressed little girl, Su Li, the culprit behind all this, felt a little sorry for her. Actually, big sister, you can still eat a little now and then. Su Li couldn't help but say, seeing Liangu's drooping head and looking pitiful. Su Hong was stunned. Really? Then, buy a pack for New Year's? At this, Liangu's mood suddenly lifted. She raised her head, her eyes brightening. But you can only eat one a day, no 2 days. Just having something to eat was good. Liangu was satisfied and didn't think anything was wrong. Even then, after the others left, Chincher also found her way down the stairs and walked towards Su Tao's room. In the inner room, Su Tao was sitting on her bed, eating a cake and wiping her tears. This cake was given to her by her fourth aunt when she last came to visit. It was called something called Yunpian cake. Su Tao loved it. It came in slices that she could tear into and eat. Su Li didn't like it, so she gave her her portion as well. As a result, she still hadn't finished it. When Chen entered, Su Tao heard her voice and quickly put the cloud cake under the quilt. She swallowed the food in her mouth, turned her head, and continued to rage. Are you still mad at your mother? Chen entered the room, saw her daughter with her back to her, and slowly approached. Su Tao's tears flowed freely again when she heard Chen's words. The grievance she had just felt washed over her. She had simply wanted a hair flower, but her mother refused to buy it for her. If it had been her fifth sister, her mother would have bought it for her. This realization made Su Tao even more upset. For a moment, she felt like the most unloved child in the world. If only her father were still here, he would have bought her. He loved her the most. Su Tao's thoughts grew more and more sad, her tears escalating. Seeing her daughter so heartbroken, Chen blamed herself even more. She didn't know why she had acted like that. It was as if she was tired of being poor. The mention of a hair flower made her think it was a waste of money for something useless, and she blurted out unpleasant words. She hadn't really meant it. Mother was in a bad mood just now. I promised to buy you a hair flower. I buy you as many as you want, okay? Mrs. Chen walked over, took Su Tao's hand, and said, but Su Tao ignored her. After Chen coaxed her for a long time, Su Tao finally said aggrievedly, if it was fifth sister who wanted to buy it today, would you have said that to her? Mrs. Chen was stunned. She had never thought about this question before. Yes, if it was fifth sister who asked for a hair flower, would she agree? The answer was, of course, yes. After all, in her opinion, the family's current well-being was all thanks to fifth sister. It was just a hair flower, naturally no problem. But why was this happening? Chen examined herself and realized she wasn't biased. Deep down, she loved her sons and daughters equally. She loved them all the same. She wasn't concerned with who was loved more or who was loved less. She would be heartbroken if anyone was struggling or hurt. Even the dowry was the same for Chen. So why did she react that way initially? Chen thought about it carefully and suddenly realized that all these changes seemed to have begun with her youngest daughter cooking and selling food, leading the family to a better life. The youngest daughter's recent ability and increasingly calm personality had given her the illusion that she was her own age. Sometimes she even considered her an adult, like her husband, capable of supporting the family, and someone she could rely on. Naturally, her words carried more weight. In her mind, the fourth daughter was more like a child, prone to crying and demanding things all the time. So naturally, she viewed her with the eyes and manner of a child. But is this really right? It seems wrong. After all, the fourth daughter has also been working hard since the family started selling food. At first, there wasn't a single piece of good flesh on her feet or shoulders. Now that the family has money, she won't even buy her a hair ornament. Anyone would feel deeply wronged. And the youngest daughter is only 13 years old. She shouldn't treat her like an adult. Over time, anyone would get tired of that. After all, looking back on her own life, the happiest time was when she was still married. Yet, because she felt her daughter was calm and reliable, she took it for granted that she was burdened with pressures that should only be borne by adults. It was truly wrong. Thinking of this, Chen suddenly felt that she was a completely incompetent mother. I was wrong. I won't do this again. Will you give me another chance? Chen looked at her fourth daughter and apologized sincerely. When these words came out, Su Tao was the one stunned. She hadn't seen her mother apologize or give in all these years, and now she was apologizing to her for this? Did she hear correctly? Su Tao cautiously glanced at Chen's expression through her tears, and saw that she was genuinely sorry, not just saying it to appease her. At that moment, much of the resentment she felt vanished. After all, sometimes she didn't really want much, just an apology. Okay, then I forgive you. Chapter 95. With that, mother and daughter reconciled. After that, Chen also began to slowly change. Specifically, she agreed to any requests Su Tao made that weren't excessive, and she also offered to find someone to help with some of the chores. Let's wait until after the new year. Afterwards, we see if we can ask your Aunt Mo or Aunt Lu to help. Chen thought for a moment and decided that having two people help with things like washing vegetables and cooking would be enough. Su Li was a little surprised when she first heard this. After all, her mother was notoriously stingy, never spending a penny. She would never let outsiders in if she could do something herself. She remembered the last time Su Li suggested hiring two people to help. It was because her mother, Chen, had fallen ill from exhaustion. That time, the whole family was nearly frightened. That morning, just as everyone was getting up to eat, Chen suddenly collapsed while feeding the pigs. It was only when Aunt Lien saw her that she called out. Later, when Aunt Lu came to the house to take a look, they discovered that it was actually caused by overwork. Su Li immediately suggested hiring two people to help with chores, like washing vegetables. These had previously been done by her mother, Chun, and her grandmother, Wu. While seemingly insignificant, as the food she sold grew, the workload became time-consuming and labor-intensive. Especially after standing or sitting for long periods, she could easily become dizzy and lightheaded upon standing. They were both elderly, and had suffered from chronic malnutrition. They might have had problems like hypoglycemia or anemia, but medical care was underdeveloped in those days, so these issues had gone undiagnosed. But Aunt Wu and her mother, Chen, refused to help, saying they could handle it for a short period. But over a longer period, Su Li realized that everyone was struggling, not just them, but herself as well. However, these problems hadn't fully manifested before, so she could grit her teeth and get through it. Besides, Su Li couldn't outmaneuver them, so she gave up. Unexpectedly, this time, Mother actually brought it up. It was truly a surprise. Su Li naturally agreed with all her heart, but what she hadn't expected was that even though Mother finally relented, Grandma Wu still disagreed. How many hours does it take to wash vegetables? It's unreasonable to hire someone for so little money. I'm not old enough for that yet. If you're tired, I get up early every morning and do it. You don't have to worry about it. Grandma Wu was even more stubborn than Mother. Although she was sometimes quite understanding, that was only when matters concerned other family members. She would endure it as much as she could, and would never treat herself any better. Just like the last time she broke her leg, she refused to go to the clinic, fearing the expense. It was the same this time. She felt she could work a little harder, so she absolutely refused to agree to hire someone. Grandma, how many hours do you spend washing those intestines every day? Aren't you tired? Su Tao suddenly asked. She looked tired, and she didn't want to wash them anymore. Washing them made her whole body stink, and she couldn't even get them clean in a shower. For a girl her age, it was almost exhausting, so she couldn't understand why her grandma liked to do this. Mrs. Wu heard this and said without hesitation, "It's just that washing the intestines takes longer. Besides, farming is much more tiring than this." How can washing intestines be tiring? This was Mrs. Wu's true feelings from the bottom of her heart. Farming was much more tiring than this. She had to climb up the mountain every day under the sun, and go down the mountain under the sun. She relied on the weather all year round for her livelihood. Sometimes, after a year of hard work, the harvest wouldn't even cover the taxes. It was much harder than this. This is just the beginning. Why would we even need to hire someone? Su Tao couldn't argue with her, so Chen said, "Mother, the main thing is that business will pick up soon, and we won't be able to handle it with fewer people." But Wu Pa said bluntly, "Let's wait until business picks up later." She was so stubborn that no one's advice would work. Finally, Su Li thought about it, and realized that the key to the problem was money. If she could grasp the crux of the matter, the problem would naturally be solved. Then she simply calculated the cost with her grandmother and asked her, Wu Pa, to take the initiative to hire someone. It wasn't a simple cost, she simply analyzed it for her grandmother. If she could free up her hands from the washing and scrubbing, she could earn more money later, either when Su Li was invited to a banquet or when Su Li needed to make snacks at home, and while she was cooking, she could go to the county with her mother Chen or grandfather to help sell food. This advice was far more effective than anything else. After all, the food stalls in the county and at the docks each earned nearly a tael of silver a day, so it was clear who would be more cost-effective to hire 2 people. Can your grandfather and I, both old men and women, handle this? Mrs. Wu was worried that she wouldn't be able to handle the job at her age, and she was also worried that customers would look down on her for being so old. No problem, Grandma. There were many elderly men and women selling food in the county, especially those who did quite well. Age had its advantages too. Hanging a Su Ji banner would immediately convince people that the food was old, genuine, and delicious. Mrs. Wu thought about it, and ultimately agreed. So the matter of hiring someone was put on the agenda. Who to hire, and how much money to pay per month were all questions. The Su family discussed it, and ultimately decided to ask Mrs. Mo and Mrs. Liu. After all, the 3 families were the closest. Miss Chen first asked her good friend Mrs. Mo, who was cooking for the entire family at home. Upon hearing Chen's words, she stood up and asked, "Are you serious? Such a good thing? 20 won a day, just washing vegetables and pig intestines or helping to cut things. Isn't that like picking up silver while lying down? How could I possibly lie to you?" Miss Chen said unhappily. Ms. Mo smiled, "Well, isn't this just to confirm? I know you wouldn't lie to me." Miss Chen also smiled, "Let me tell you, there's a lot of stuff. It'd probably take a day to wash and cut everything." The task wasn't complicated, just the tedious, repetitive tasks, which made it a bit tiring. But for the villagers who scraped for food from the land, this was the easiest job imaginable. Only a fool would refuse to do it. 20 won a day, wouldn't that be 600 won a month? How many eggs would I need to sell to earn that much? Mrs. Mo couldn't help but feel happy just thinking about it. Okay, then you can come over tomorrow morning. I be leaving now, Mrs. Chen said, and then she was about to go to the Zhang family's next house. But Mrs. Mo stopped her, saying, my ducks have laid a lot of eggs again. Take some home and make salted duck eggs. With that, Mrs. Mo stood up, patted her apron with her hands, and tried to take the eggs. Mrs. Chen refused, quickly refusing and walked out. I don't want any. I still have the ones you gave me last time. But Mrs. Mo was a womanizer. Even if Chen ran away, she would chase her and forcefully give her half a basket of about 15 eggs. Chen finally arrived at Zhang's house, carrying a basket. At Zhang's second son was out, and Lu was already cooking dinner. Smoke rose from the kitchen, and Chen had to call several times before she heard him. You're here? Come in and sit down. Lu leaned out of the kitchen, holding a pair of tongs, and said to Chen, I'm not going in. I came to tell you something. After that, Chen explained the favor she wanted. Lu and Mo had the same reaction. They were overjoyed. After all, who would complain about too much silver? Besides, earning 20 won a day just washing pig intestines was a great opportunity. Lu immediately agreed. Great then. When does it start? Chen then explained the time and other details. Okay, I come early then. No need to come so early. Just come when the time comes. Frightened, Chen quickly stopped her. The two chatted for a while before leaving. When she left, Chen had several more radishes in her hand. Soon after Chen left, Lu's mother-in-law, Zhang, arrived to deliver food. She stewed chicken tonight and wanted to send a bowl to each of her two sons' families. Unexpectedly, she heard about this. That's great. Do you need more? That was Zhang's immediate reaction. After all, it was only 20 won. Probably not. Lu had just chatted with Chen for a while, and, upon learning of this, had summoned her and Madame Mo. Zhang was a little disappointed, but also happy for her second daughter-in-law. Okay, then you eat. I go to your eldest sister-in-law first. After that, Zhang went to deliver the chicken next door. While delivering it, she couldn't help but bring up this matter, sighing, your second brother's wife now has a stable income, just like you. Upon hearing this, Lan felt a surge of discomfort. Washing vegetables for someone else's family wasn't a stable source of income, in her opinion. How could it compare to her own? However, because her mother-in-law was there, she didn't say anything. She just waited for her husband to return and couldn't help but chirp for a long time. Meanwhile, the Huang family was different. Upon hearing that the Su family was offering their daughter-in-law a housework job, paying her 20 won a day, Mrs. Yang beamed with joy. From now on, you can go to the Su family and work every day. Leave the household chores to your eldest sister-in-law and your third brother's wife. Okay, mother. Mrs. Mo agreed without hesitation. Indeed, if she went to the Su family, she wouldn't be able to handle household chores. Mrs. Yang continued, this job is easy. You must work hard and diligently. I know, mother. Even though Chen was her longtime friend, she would work hard just for the daily wages. Besides, washing vegetables wasn't a difficult task. That's good to know. Mrs. Yang nodded. At this moment, Zhou, who had been listening excitedly, suddenly spoke up, second sister-in-law, does the Su family need anyone else? Zhou asked the question on everyone's mind, including the men. After all, moving goods at the dock only earned a few dozen coins, but now washing vegetables could earn 20 coins, and without backbreaking labor. How could it not be tempting? Mrs. Yang and Mrs. Lu, who had always claimed not to care, wanted to know the answer to this question. No, just two people. Mrs. Chen had told Mrs. Mo about this, so she naturally knew. Okay. Mrs. Zhou looked visibly disappointed, but she quickly cheered up and said attentively, by the way, second sister-in-law, are you full? Or have another bowl, and I fill it up. Mrs. Zhou quickly recovered, even becoming even more attentive to Mrs. Mo than before. She was thinking, if there was no chance this time, there might be another chance next time. As for Lu, her expression immediately fell upon hearing this, as if someone owed her money. At this point, Su Hong from the Su family was also puzzled as to why they hadn't invited Mrs. Yang. After all, it would have been fine to just invite the Huang family. Why did they have to invite two separate families? Wouldn't that be quite troublesome? Chapter 96. What could Chen say about this? She couldn't just say she knew her best friend's mother-in-law and sister-in-law too well, could she? If they really came, she'd probably reveal everything in the house. How terrible would that be? As for her good friends, Mo and Lu, She knew their character and naturally felt confident and trustworthy. She'd definitely hire people like them. In short, the matter of hiring people was settled. The next day, Mo and Lou arrived at the Sue household and officially began their work. With their help, the Sue family finally felt much more at ease. Mo and Lou were especially diligent. They didn't stop at their own work. In their free time, they helped clean the house and feed the pigs. Sixth mother, third mother, what are you two doing? I told you not to do this. Chin and Sue Lee had just returned from selling food in the county. As they disembarked from the mule cart and entered the yard, they saw their best friend and Lou chopping pig grass. They quickly stepped forward to stop them. It's okay, I just did it. Yeah, it's okay, just a small thing. Mrs. Lou also looked up and agreed, indicating that it was okay. This made Mrs. Chin feel a little embarrassed. She had originally asked them to come over just to help wash the vegetables, but she hadn't expected them to even feed the pigs and chickens. As a result, she hadn't had anything to do since she got home these past 2 days. Come and rest up. Have some autumn pear soup. Mrs. Chin put down her dishes and chopsticks and served several bowls of the autumn pear soup her youngest daughter had made that morning. Speaking of which, her youngest daughter had been making soup every few days lately. In the summer, it was the cooling mung bean soup, and in the fall, the throat-soothing autumn pear soup. Drinking a bowl every few days had reduced her cold. Usually, at this time of year, she coughed at the slightest drop in temperature, but perhaps it was because of the autumn pear soup, she hadn't coughed at all. On the other side, Mrs. Mo and Mrs. Lou also washed their hands and began drinking their autumn pear soup. As they gazed at the distant green mountains and wild geese, they chatted about who in the village had recently found a wife, all sorts of family matters, and their days were filled with joy. Sue Lee and Sue Hong entered the courtyard from behind. Upon entering, they saw Mrs. Chin and the other two sitting under the eaves, chatting with their bowls in hand. Mrs. Mo greeted them with a smile. Dia and Wuya, you're back? Auntie Mo. Auntie Lou. After greeting them, Sue Hong and the others also poured themselves a bowl of the autumn pear soup. The soup was sweet and fragrant, and it was very thirst-quenching. Everyone loved to drink 2 large bowls after a tiring day and a thirst, feeling the day's fatigue melt away. Just then, a sudden exclamation came from outside. Oh, you cured some bacon? Mrs. Lou got up to put her bowl away, but instead found a pottery jar full of meat under the eaves of a nearby house. You just saw it? Mrs. Mo was also surprised. The ceramic jar was placed in the left porch. She had spotted it when she arrived this morning. Who knew she hadn't seen it? Not to mention, Mrs. Mo hadn't seen it. Or rather, she hadn't noticed it. She'd gone to wash the pig intestines as soon as she arrived and hadn't come back here since. But speaking of cured meat, thanks to the Sue family, the Huang and Zhang families earned money this year and cured several pounds of it. Remember, in the past, a pound or 2 of cured meat for the new year was considered good. Mrs. Lou thought for a moment and said, I have a cypress tree behind my house. I chopped some down for you tomorrow. The Sue family's cured meat looked freshly cured, not smoked yet. Mrs. Lou's had already been smoked and hung in the kitchen, dripping with oil every day. Sometimes, when she was craving it, she cut a piece off and added to her porridge. It tasted so good. That's great. I was saying I'd go chop wood in the mountains in a couple of days, but now I don't have to. Mrs. Chin smiled. Then the 3 of them discussed New Year shopping and planned to go to the temple together in a few days. This was the first year they all had some spare money, and the first year they didn't have to worry about where to get food and drink for the new year. The atmosphere at home was much more relaxed than before. For the first time, it wasn't filled with gloom, but rather a sense of hope for the future. Especially these past few days, Mrs. Mo and Mrs. Lou had come to help the Sue family. Sometimes, when they worked, Old Man Sue and Mrs. Wu would invite them to dinner. Any braised dishes that Mrs. Chin hadn't sold would be shared between them, greatly improving the lives of both families. Back then, while the Sue family was bustling with preparations for the new year and the holidays, Uncle Chin was all alone. Ever since his last argument with his wife, Mrs. Zhao, he hadn't returned home, living with his parents and his younger brother, Uncle Chin too. During this time, he continued to rise early every day and slaughter pigs everywhere, as if nothing had happened. His son, Chen Daolong, and his 2 daughters came to see him, and Zhao personally visited to persuade him to return. But Uncle Chen, heartbroken, refused to go back. I know I was wrong. Will you come back with me? Zhao asked Uncle Chen, who was building a wall. She truly regretted pushing her husband away over a braised dish recipe. In the end, she didn't get the recipe, and her husband never came home. What did you do wrong? Uncle Chen finally spoke, And the first thing he said was this. Xiao was stunned. What had she done wrong? She thought hard and said, I shouldn't have said those hurtful words to you. Xiao had something to say. She felt that she had let the conversation slip. She loved her husband and hadn't meant that. However, Uncle Chen was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Seeing him turn his head away again, seemingly unwilling to pay attention to her, Xiao hurried back to thinking. After a long pause, she couldn't figure out what she had done wrong, and she grew increasingly angry. Chen Taizhu, you don't want to go home. Are you absolutely determined not to live with me anymore? If you think that, I can't help you, Uncle Chen said. If it's nothing, go back. I'm going to cook. Xiao, seeing this, immediately sternly threatened, Okay, Chen Taizhu, remember this. Don't regret it. With that, she turned and left, but her anger grew as she walked. She truly regretted her actions, and had apologized, so why wouldn't her husband forgive her? Yes, it must have been something Chen had said to her husband that had caused him to refuse to forgive her. With this thought in mind, she, who had originally planned to go home, turned around and went to the Su family. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You think you win by getting your brother to ignore me? I tell you you're dreaming. You think your brother's divorce from me will do you any good? If you have the guts, come find me. What's the point of doing this behind my back? Ms. Zhao unleashed a barrage of abuse on Chen, accusing her of secretly instigating her uncle's divorce. Then she blamed Chen for their situation, saying it was because she pretended not to treat her and her uncle as family, even refusing to share her braised dish recipe. Finally, the conversation drifted to the recent incident of the Zhao family forbidding the sale of pork to the Su family, and the incident of Butcher Zhao sending people to cause trouble at the Su family's food stall. She added, Aren't you all fine? In her opinion, even though her father had forbidden the sale of pork to them, the Su family had still managed to buy some meat. And the last time her father had sent someone to cause trouble for them, he hadn't really intended to harm them. So were they so resentful of her that they wanted her eldest brother to divorce her? However, Zhao would have been fine if she hadn't said anything. Once she did, Chen realized that the thugs had been hired by the Zhao family. So those guys were hired by your family? Zhao realized she had misspoken. Did the Su family not know they were hired by her family? Her eyes evaded, her momentum weakening. So what? What? Chen raised her hand and slapped him with lightning speed. This slap is for my eldest brother. Before Zhao could react, she slapped him again. This is for me. Zhao was clearly stunned. You hit me? She had never been hit in her life. She had never imagined that she would be hit by someone she had always looked down upon. She immediately went berserk, wanting to fight back. However, Madame Imo and Madame Lu had been waiting nearby, waiting for their chance. In the end, Zhao sure didn't gain any advantage, and returned home crying, her hair a mess. The first thing she did upon returning home was to find her father, Butcher Zhao. Seeing his daughter beaten, Butcher Zhao was furious and kept asking who had done it. But when he heard it was from the Su family, he fell silent. You know, ever since he sent someone to provoke the Su family, but to no avail, and instead had that pockmarked lie return with warnings and extortion, he'd been asking around. He discovered that the Su family was connected to many wealthy families in the county, even to officials in the government office. He was terrified and broke into a cold sweat. Honestly, the reason Butcher Zhao has been able to run his business in the county for so many years, besides his skill as a butcher, is that, like Liar Motzi, he's incredibly good at assessing the situation. Simply put, he flatters the powerful and bullies the weak. If he encounters someone who's easy to bully, he bully them at will. But if he encounters someone with a strong family background, he greet them with a smile and show them respect. This is the reason he's been able to stay in business for so many years without being ostracized. So, after learning that the Su family knew so many of what he considered dignitaries, he no longer dared to bully them. In fact, for over a month now, he's been supporting his daughter in her efforts to coax her son-in-law back. We were wrong about this, and we can't blame them for this, Butcher Zhao said with an embarrassed look on his face. Seeing her father like this, Zhao couldn't stop crying. She felt a sense of strangeness. Dad? She called out in disbelief, as if she didn't recognize him. Butcher Zhao's eyes evaded him, but he quickly remembered his daughter's misdeeds and complained, And you too. The Su family clearly didn't know it was our family who sent the person, so why did you say anything? Now look what's going on. What if the Su family retaliates against them later? Zhao heard this. You don't care about me, and yet you say it's all my fault. If you hadn't said you wanted to take the Su family's recipe, would I be like this? Are you still my father? Butcher Zhao was also angered by these words and said, Yes, I'm not your father. Get out. Zhao's heart was even more broken. I get out, and I never talk to you again. With that, she ran off, leaving Butcher Zhao alone, heartbroken with anger, but even more heartbroken and disappointed. He's not her biological father? All his kindness to her over the years has been a waste, and she actually claims he's not her biological father? Back then, she'd fallen for that pretty boy and insisted on marrying him. He feared she'd suffer, so he bought her a house in the county town. He never hit or scolded her since they were little. Now that she'd grown up, he actually claimed he wasn't her biological father. You have to understand that Zhao Lauer had treated everyone badly in his life, but he had never treated his little daughter badly. So anyone could say he was wrong, but she couldn't. Chapter 97. On the other hand, Uncle Chen, upon learning that his wife, Zhao, had gone to the Su family to cause trouble, felt deeply guilty, and went to the Su family with some gifts to apologize. Chen and the others had gone out, leaving Su Li alone at home. Seeing this, she refused to accept the gifts. She knew that even if her mother and the others were there, they wouldn't accept them. She thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, this has nothing to do with you." After all, no one could have imagined that the Zhao family would do such a thing. It's easy to say that money can be a powerful tool. A braised dish recipe could lead to so much trouble. What they didn't know was that if they weren't so anxious, Su Li would have originally planned to join them in selling the braised dishes. After all, the family was short on manpower, and Uncle had helped them so much. Ah! Uncle Chen sighed, unsure what to say. "Uncle, have you thought about what to do next?" Su Li hesitated before speaking. It wasn't her place to ask, but she felt it was unbearable to see Uncle continue like this. If she followed her thinking, it would be fine for her uncle to divorce Zhao. After all, anything can change, but character is hard to change. Putting aside their recent actions towards her family, just look at how Zhao treated her uncle and her maternal grandfather. She's not a kind person at heart. Even if Zhao had a shred of kindness in her youth, years of brainwashing by a father like Butcher Zhao have probably extinguished her conscience. They say you can tell a person's character from the smallest details, and even from these small things. Su Li was truly afraid that if her uncle continued to stay with someone like that, he might be completely devoured. Uncle Chen's eyes flickered with confusion when he heard his niece's question. Although he had left the Zhao family out of spite, he had no real intention of divorcing his wife. After all, how could they not have any feelings for each other after so many years? Furthermore, Zhao had given him a son and a daughter. Even for their sake, he wouldn't divorce her. But if he were to return immediately and reconcile with his wife, Zhao, he couldn't get over it. Thinking of what she had done recently, and how she assumed he was after her family's money, he felt a pang of frustration. And then, recalling the years of disdain he received from the Zhao family, Uncle Chen was even more reluctant to go back. Seeing Uncle Chen's expression, Su Li knew he hadn't made up his mind to divorce. But that was understandable. In relationships, it's easy to see things from the sidelines, but those involved can't always see things clearly. Sometimes, while an outsider might think someone should have left long ago, those involved often disagree. Su Li once had a friend who was just like that. Even though his partner was a jerk, she couldn't leave him. She often come to her late at night to cry about it, only to show him affectionate photos the next day. Su Li felt speechless at the time, but then she came across a quote that said if someone stays with someone they know isn't the right person for, there's only one reason: they're experiencing happiness in the relationship. So, Su Li finally came to her senses. As long as the other person was happy, that was fine. After all, everyone only lives once, and no one can make decisions for others. As expected, Uncle Chen simply said, "Let's wait and see." In short, the matter came to an end. The Zhao family never came back to the Su family, and the Zhao family never bothered the Su family again. As for the Su family's snack stall, business was booming. Now, it wasn't just the students from the county school who came to buy. People from other parts of the county had heard about Su's braised dishes, and were flocking in. The several pots Su Li and her eldest sister made every day were barely enough to sell. "Miss Su, please make more every day. Those of us waiting in line behind you can't get any." "Yes, it's gone so quickly every day." "Make more." "Yes." A group of people gathered around Su Li's food stall, chattering excitedly, their voices threatening to overturn the stall. Among them, Shui Yu emerged from the crowd, carrying his own braised dishes and 2 servings of pickled fish rice. He was grateful that he had asked Miss Su to reserve 2 braised pig's trotters and pig intestines for him yesterday, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get any. You know, it's not just Su Li's place. Since the New Year's Eve, business has been much better in almost every shop in the county. Those returning home from school or visiting relatives and friends have all returned to Qinghe County, and naturally, the crowds have increased significantly. Cui Yu's cousin, Cui Jian, had returned from his studies in the prefecture to celebrate the new year. "Come on, cousin, let's go home and have a drink," Cui Yu said happily. Braised dishes are a perfect side dish. Seeing his cousin's expression, Cui Jian was also a little curious. "Is it really that delicious? You even came out all the way to buy it?" Ever since he came back yesterday, he heard his cousin boast about the delicious braised dishes and rice dishes at the county school, praising them as unparalleled. But when he came to check it out today, he discovered it was just a small food stall. His first reaction was, "What's the big deal? Why not? I treat you to Xiangmanlu." Cui Jian figured his cousin's naive look must mean he hadn't tasted better. While Xiangmanlu's food certainly couldn't compare to the food in the capital, it was still the best in the county, so it should be better than here. But then, Cui Yu said, "No need. Let's just have this for lunch today. I tell you, cousin, these braised dishes are truly delicious." Then, Cui Yu began praising him again. But these words, in Cui Jian's ears, only made him think that his cousin's condition was due to too few delicious foods. It wasn't until they returned to the Cui residence and the braised dishes were served that Cui Jian's thoughts became even more resolute. Especially when he saw the braised pig's trotters, braised pig intestines, and other unidentified things, he felt truly pitiful for his little cousin, reduced to eating such food. "I heard that second uncle's business in the north wasn't doing well this year, so I imagine his little cousin must be having a very hard time." Cui Jian kept imagining this until Cui Yu arrived. "Cousin, come here, chopsticks." Cui Yu emerged from the kitchen and saw his cousin looking at him strangely. He thought there was something on his face. "Are you financially well off these days?" Cui Jian suddenly asked. Cui Yu was confused. "Is it okay? What's wrong?" "Nothing." Cui Jian didn't want to offend anyone, so after a moment's thought, he decided to keep quiet. "Cousin, try it. It's really delicious." Cui Yu sat down and urged. Cui Jian's face was heavy. Okay." After saying that, he extended his chopsticks, but they hovered in the air, unsure what to pick up. After all, he hadn't eaten these things before. Cui Yu saw this, and picked up a piece of pig's trotter, and placed it in his bowl. "This pig's trotter is delicious. It's my favorite." Now Cui Jian didn't have to choose. He gritted his teeth and picked up the trotter, mentally preparing himself before taking a reluctant bite. To his surprise, it tasted surprisingly good, with a hint of sweetness and the aroma of the marinade, without a single fishy smell. It melted in his mouth, soft and full off the bone. Unconvinced, Cui Jian took another bite, and soon, bite after bite, he couldn't stop. "Cousin, try this with some chili powder." Cui Yu placed the dipping sauce in front of Cui Jian, signaling him to eat it that way. Seeing this, Cui Jian dipped some in the chili powder. The chili powder made the pig's trotters even more delicious, especially the tendons. The flavor was simply divine. Besides the pig's trotters, there were also braised pig intestines. At first, Cui Jian didn't dare try it, but then, seeing his cousin taking bite after bite with an intoxicated look on his face, he couldn't resist and took a piece. He found the pig intestines to be just as delicious as the pig's trotters. They were incredibly fragrant, with no other odors, and incredibly chewy. A mouthful of pig intestines and a sip of wine was like heaven. And so, the two of them drank and ate. The food was soon gone, but they still felt unfulfilled. Luckily, they still had 2 servings of pickled fish rice. However, the cold weather had caused the rice to go completely cold, so they had to heat it up on the stove. As smoke slowly rose from the stove, the sky shifted from afternoon to night. They sat in the yard and ate until the snow began to fall in the evening. "How is it, cousin? Is this braised meat delicious?" "Very good." At the same time, many other people in the county bought Su Ji's braised dishes to treat friends and family, and they all received rave reviews. "It's really good. Very delicious. The price is reasonable, too." Some people were so impressed that they came back to the county school to buy more, only to find that the food vendor had already sold out and gone home. "Please come back sooner next year," said the umbrella vendor. The visitor could only leave dejectedly. Su Li, Chen Shi, and the others didn't go home immediately after closing their stalls. Instead, they went to Yaowei Tower to collect the money for the braised dishes they paid for before the new year. Remarkably, they made 20 taels of silver in less than 2 months. Furthermore, the shopkeeper Jean had given them several jars of fine wine and snacks as New Year gifts. New Year's Eve is tomorrow, so I wish Madame Chen and Madame Su a prosperous business in the coming year. Jean Buwan looked at Chen and Su Li and said with a smile, if it weren't for the braised pork and the recipe for the squirrel mandarin fish, his restaurant wouldn't have been so successful. Yes, not long ago, Su Li sold the squirrel mandarin fish recipe to shopkeeper Jean for 120 taels of silver. Shopkeeper Jean, for some unknown reason, actually managed to bring Yayulu back into the public eye with this dish, and they've been hosting quite a few banquets for the new year. Thank you, shopkeeper Jean. We appreciate your kindness, but we can't accept the wine and snacks. Chen felt a little embarrassed. What kind of New Year gifts were they giving? You must accept this wine, otherwise you wouldn't consider me a friend. In fact, it wasn't just the Su family. Jean Buhuan would prepare a New Year gift for every restaurant he partnered with each year. Otherwise, how could they have opened such a large restaurant? Besides, Jean Buhuan was sincerely grateful to Su Li. Chen was tongue-tied, and was at a loss for words when she heard this. Finally, Su Li thanked him. Thank you, Manager Jean. Jean Buhuan then said, what are you thanking me for? Do you want me to send you? It looks like it's going to snow. Su Li followed his gaze and, as expected, the sky outside was dark and gloomy, a clear sign of impending snowfall. Su Li initially declined. Thank you, but no thanks. We have a mule cart. Then he added, then Manager Jean, we be leaving. Okay, take care. When Su Li and Chen were halfway there, snowflakes began to fall. They weren't the heavy snowfall of the north, but rather fine, delicate flakes that melted quickly on their hands and faces. Su Li reached out to catch a snowflake, but Chen grabbed it and held it in her arms. Be careful not to catch a cold. Chen's warm, rough hand wrapped around Su Li's was surprisingly warm. Su Li nestled in Chen's arms, huddled with her eldest and 4 sisters, feeling no cold at all amidst the swirling snow. Auspicious snow indicates a good harvest, so next year will surely be a good year with a bountiful harvest. Chapter 98. Because of the snow, Su Li and her friends returned later than usual. Mrs. Wu and Aunt Lien had already set up shop in the kitchen, frying meatballs and crispy pork, waiting for them to return. After a long wait, with no sign of them, she had no choice but to put down her needlework and leave the house. Unexpectedly, the moment she opened the door, a gust of snow blew in. A few snowflakes drifted against Mrs. Wu's neck, causing her to shiver. When she came to her senses and looked up, she realized it was snowing. The yard, the stone slabs, and the leaves were all covered in a thin layer of snow, resembling hoarfrost, and the distant landscape was also hidden in the vast expanse of snow. The pigs sleeping on the dry straw in the pig pen heard the door open and grunted, signaling they were hungry for food. Mrs. Wu quietly closed the door and went to the kitchen to start cooking pig food, also boiling a pot of hot water for her granddaughters to use when they returned. After waiting for about half an hour, a noise suddenly erupted outside. Old Mrs. Wu hurried out to see if it was her granddaughter and her friends. They all looked pale, perhaps from the cold or the chill. Without a word, old Mrs. Wu hurried to help carry their belongings and ushered them into the charcoal burning room. Then she fetched towels and ran some hot water for everyone to wash themselves. It's awfully cold out there, Old Man Su sighed as he emerged, having changed his clothes. Old Mrs. Wu also sighed. Yes, it's snowing. You know, snow is rare here. The last time was 30 years ago. Old Mrs. Wu remembered a heavy snow that year. She and her friends were so young back then. They'd never seen anything like it. They ran outside like crazy, only to be frozen back and due to the cold. At this time, the Chin family members also changed their clothes and began to emerge. Come, each of you drink a bowl of ginger soup to ward off the cold. Mrs. Wu handed the cooked ginger soup to the newly dressed Chin family members. Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Grandma. Su Li took it and sipped it. Although the ginger soup didn't taste very good, it quickly warmed her body. After a while of warming up, it was soon time for dinner. Tonight, they hadn't cooked anything special. They had the crispy pork soup that Mrs. Wu had fried that afternoon, a bowl of steamed bacon, and some braised vegetables and pig's trotters that they had saved. The Su family devoured them with great relish. However, there was a small incident. Just as dinner was about to start, Old Man Su, the fish delivery man, suddenly arrived, braving the snow and wind, carrying 2 fish. Tomorrow is Chinese New Year, and I thought I'd send you 2 fish, Madam Chen. They were caught this afternoon, so they're fresh and can be kept for 2 days. Old Man Su then asked where the fish were. This brought the stunned Chen back to her senses. She quickly took the fish and invited Old Man Su into the house to warm up and have dinner together. However, Old Man Su declined. No, I came here in our village's ox cart. I guess he's waiting for me at the village entrance. He was about to leave, but by the time Chen realized what was happening, He had already left the yard. She quickly went to the kitchen, packed a bag of meatballs, crispy pork, and some leftover braised vegetables, and chased after him. "Have you delivered it?" Mrs. Wu asked, watching Chen return. "I gave it to him." "That's good." Mrs. Wu nodded and asked, "Did you give him the silver?" "He doesn't want it." Chen had just chased him out to offer him the silver, but he refused to take it. Fortunately, Chen had packed some meatballs and other snacks, otherwise it would have been really embarrassing. After all, he had come all the way here in the snow to deliver the fish. Mrs. Wu didn't know what to say, so she simply told Chen to come in and eat first. While the Su family was enjoying a hot meal, Old Man Su also arrived home in the evening. Old Man Su's home was a thatched hut even more shabby than the Su family's. Because Old Man Su's son had gambled away debts to friends and relatives, Old Man Su and his wife had never had the money to rebuild. This year, selling fish had finally paid off the debt, and they were both relieved. However, they still had little money, so the New Year's celebrations were no different from previous years. Old Man Su's grandchildren were overjoyed that the fishmongers could finally enjoy a fish of their own during the New Year. When Old Man Su returned home, the children gathered around the stove, waiting for their mother and grandmother to prepare the meal. A bowl of fish and 5 large, soft sweet potatoes were their meal for the day, and they could have another one tomorrow. "Look what I brought back." Upon arriving home, Old Man Su couldn't wait to pull out the fried meatballs and braised dishes he carried from his pockets, presenting them to his grandchildren like treasures. "Fried meatballs and braised meat. That delicious meat I told you about." "Fried meatballs? Oh, we have fried meatballs to eat. We have meat to eat." The room suddenly erupted in cheers from the children. His wife Tian, observing this, asked curiously, "Where did you get these meatballs?" "Mrs. Chen gave them to us when we delivered the fish." "Mrs. Chen? The same Mrs. Chen who bought our fish?" Mrs. Zhang, who was stoking the fire nearby, asked curiously. She was Old Man Su's daughter-in-law. "That's right," Old Man Su replied, and Mrs. Zhang looked at him with understanding. "What a kind family." Who wouldn't agree? Old Man Su and Madame Tian agreed. That evening, thanks to the Su family finally got to taste meat again after a long absence. "Meatballs are delicious. Come on, eat some." "Yes, I eat some." "Old woman, Dalong's mother, you two should eat some too." Old Man Su picked up a meatball and offered it to his wife, Madame Tian, not forgetting to ask his daughter-in-law to join him. "Okay, Dad." Madame Zhang nodded and took a meatball and began to eat. Maybe it was because she hadn't eaten meat in so long, but the meatballs were especially fragrant. And the braised pork, she had never tasted meat cooked like this before. It was simply delicious. Even at the Su family, Su Tao felt the same way, the difference being that she had been able to eat meat almost every day these days. Even so, she still couldn't seem to get enough, especially the braised pork and braised pig's trotters. She could chew 2 whole pig's trotters by herself. Right now, she was clutching a whole pig's trotter, happily chewing on it. Like her, Lian Gu was also gnawing on half a pig's trotter, smearing it all over her face and mouth. Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu also loved this braised pig's trotter, because it was stewed until tender and fragrant, and it fell off the bone without much effort. It was a pity they couldn't eat too much, as it would make them sick. Su Li felt a bit sick after eating half a trotter, but thankfully there were some boiled pea tips to help with the greasiness. After dinner, she had a pear that had been specially stored in the cellar that autumn, and the greasiness wasn't even a thing. After eating and drinking their fill, the Su family discussed their plans for the next morning and then went to bed. That night, Su Li lay under her warm quilt, listening to the rustling of snow and wind outside, and had a sweet dream. The next day, Su Li slept until she woke naturally. It was New Year's Eve, and she had wanted to get up early, but for some reason she felt so comfortable that she slept through the night. Not only her, but also her mother, Chen, her eldest sister, her fourth sister, and Aunt Lian all slept late. Only Grandpa, Old Man Su, and Grandma Wu were the first to get up. They were making paste under the eaves. Seeing them emerge, they smiled and said, "Go wash your faces and eat. I heated up the rice for you." "Grandma, what are you doing?" Su Tao said, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Paste, for putting up the couplets," Grandma Wu said. Su Tao then noticed the couplets and window decorations on the stool next to her. "Go eat. After dinner, we put them up together." "Okay." After breakfast, Grandma Wu was waiting for them to put up the couplets together. However, none of the Su family members could read, and they almost put them up wrong. Fortunately, Su Li knew a few words and quickly turned her head. It was only the Fu character that was wrong, so it didn't matter. After putting up the couplets, Mrs. Chen and Mrs. Wu began preparing lunch, while Old Man Su went next door to call the Wang family's father and son. The two families had agreed to celebrate the new year together this year. After all, the Wang family was the only family of theirs, and neither of them could cook. A moment later, the Wang family's father and son arrived, carrying 2 pheasants, presumably caught in the mountains a few days ago. "Come on, what are you doing with all this?" Old Man Su greeted them. "It was just 2 pheasants. It's a shame we didn't get that musk deer, it got away." "Are there still musk deer in the mountains?" Old Man Su was shocked. "Yes, there are plenty, but they're hard to find. They won't come out when it's cold." Wang's father's face was filled with regret. He was so close to eating musk deer meat, but what a shame. "It's okay. There will be another chance later," Old Man Su consoled him. Even the most experienced hunters have their moments of failure. Wang's father could only nod. At this moment, Wang Ergu, standing nearby, also greeted Su Li and the others. "Fourth sister, fifth sister." Only when he saw Su Hong did his ears turn red. "Day's sister." Su Hong was completely unaware, but she sounded a little surprised. "Brother Ergu, have you shaved?" Su Hong had been delivering meals to the Wang family for the past few days, so she and Wang Ergu had become much more familiar, less reserved than before. To be honest, Su Hong was actually quite afraid of Wang Ergu at first. After all, he looked like a bear from a distance. Su Hong actually mistook him for a bear once. She forgot why, but it seemed they were at the foot of a mountain digging winter bamboo shoots. She almost mistook Wang Ergu for a bear waving at her. She was so scared that she dropped her basket and ran. But the bear actually caught up with her, forcing Su Hong to run even faster. But when she got home, before her heartbeat had even calmed down, that bear appeared in the yard. Su Hong was so frightened that she almost sat down under the eaves, only to discover that the person was Wang Ergu. "Yeah, didn't I scare you last time? I thought shaving would help." Wang Ergu rubbed his head, a little embarrassed. He really hadn't meant to do that. He just wanted to give Su Hong a rabbit, but ended up scaring her like that. So he shaved it back home. Su Hong took a closer look and smiled. "Indeed, it's much better since I shaved." Wang Ergu smiled shyly again. Su Hong remained completely oblivious, not realizing anything was wrong. But it was fair to say she didn't dwell on it. After all, she was divorced and had a daughter. Although Wang Ergu was 2 years older than her, she actually considered him a younger brother. Su Li, taking in the entire scene, smiled like an ant. "Fifth sister, your smile is so sinister." At this moment, Su Tao, who had been chattering since waking up, suddenly spoke up, still cracking melon seeds. "What does sinister mean?" Su Li really wanted to pry open her 4 sister's head and see what she was thinking about all day long. Chapter 99. Accompanied by a burst of firecrackers, the Su family officially began their meal after paying homage to their ancestors. Today's meal was exceptionally sumptuous, with fish, meat, and chicken. It was a stark contrast to previous years. Old Man Su, looking at the table laden with dishes, suddenly recalled the scene of everyone gathered around a bowl of cabbage at this time last year. Back then, he could never have imagined a day like today. He felt as if the burden weighing on him was crushing him, yet he couldn't let anyone see it. He could only force a few smiles, unable to scrutinize them because it was too bitter. But today, his smile was completely genuine, one that made the wrinkles on his face swell up. As he smiled, he called out to the Wang family father and son and the rest of the Su family, "Come, sit down and eat." At this moment, Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen also brought in the remaining dishes. The pheasant stewed with mushrooms that Wang's father had brought, and a bowl of sweetmeat. Eating sweetmeat during the new year ensures a sweet year ahead. Today's dishes were prepared by eldest sister Su Hong and Aunt Wu, while Su Li was solely responsible for keeping the fire going. Keeping a fire going in winter is the most comfortable job, and her face glowed red while she ate, never feeling the cold at all. Today's dishes were all Su Li's favorites: stewed chicken with mushrooms, braised fish, bacon, and crispy pork. Su Li's favorite was the mushrooms in the stewed chicken. They were hazel mushrooms picked by villagers. They had an indescribable fragrance, and she couldn't stop eating them. A bowl of chicken soup on a cold winter's day warmed her stomach, and was incredibly comfortable. At this time, Mother Chen brought another bowl of rice wine, and asked Su Hong and Su Li to scoop it up. This was a rare occasion when they were allowed to drink. However, Su Li couldn't hold her liquor well, and after only half a bowl she felt a little dizzy. Su Tao and Su Hong, on the other hand, were surprisingly good drinkers, and they drank several bowls without feeling any discomfort. "Fifth sister, do you want to go inside and get some sleep?" Su Hong asked concernedly, noticing Su Li's flushed face. Su Li shook her head. She was just a little dizzy, but she could still hold on. Besides, if she really went to sleep, who knew how much her mother and fourth sister would laugh at her tomorrow? No need, big sister. I just have some chicken soup. That's why Su Hong didn't try to persuade her. The rest of the group was completely oblivious to what was happening here. Old Man Su and the Wong family father and son were drinking and chatting, their conversation brisk, from the fields to the court, and then from the court to next year's harvest. Chen and Wu, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were chatting about the latest village gossip as they ate. As for Su Tao and Lian Gu, they were, of course, focused on their meal. Each of them had a chicken drumstick, enjoying their meal with such joy that Lian Gu tossed a piece of meat onto the ground for Hu to eat. Black Tiger started eating the bones everyone had spit out, and by the end, he was even picking them up. Mrs. Chen threw him a bone, but he didn't even budge. Hey, he picked it up. Mrs. Chen asked in surprise. That's right. Mrs. Wu chimed in. Su Li, already full, had taken a bench to rest by the door. Seeing this, he reached out and stroked the dog's head. The furry touch was incredibly pleasant, and Black Tiger squinted his eyes in delight. The snow began to fall again, but Su Li felt warm all over, not even cold. The snow fell heavier and heavier, until the distance was no longer visible. A vast expanse of white, misty beauty, like a fairyland. The afternoon passed quickly, a rare moment of relaxation. In the evening, Mrs. Wu rolled out the dough and started making dumplings. Dumplings were essential for the New Year's Eve dinner, and the cabbage stored in the cellar came in handy. Cabbage dumplings became a favorite after a heavy meal of fish and meat at noon. The filling, made with pear, was salty, fresh, and fragrant, juicy enough to ooze out after a bite. Tired of boiled dumplings, they fried the remaining ones in starch water. Soon, a portion, sprinkled with chopped green onions, with a golden bottom, was ready. By the end, everyone's stomachs were full and groggy, and they said they couldn't eat any more. After dinner, it was time to stay up until midnight. According to the elders, staying up until midnight tonight can ward off evil spirits and usher in good fortune, ensuring the family's health and safety in the coming year. Now, the Su family's only wish was for Su's father and his family to return safely and healthily. Therefore, no one returned home early. Even Lian Gu was held by Su Hong, sleeping next to the brazier. That was until Mrs. Wu said, "It's so uncomfortable to hold her. Let her sleep inside." Su Hong then carried her daughter back home. Old Man Su then said to Chen, "It's getting late. You should go to bed. Your mother and I are here." "It's okay." Chen had to get up early the next day. Seeing her daughter Su Tao and Su Li both looking sleepy, she also said, "Then Mom and Dad, let's go to bed." "Go ahead." With that, Chen took Su Tao and Su Li to bed. Old Man Su and Aunt Wu were left listening to the wind and snow outside. They didn't straighten their hunched backs until well after midnight. Another sweet night's sleep. The next day, New Year's Day, Su Li, Su Tao, and Aunt Lian woke up early to receive red envelopes, also known as lucky money, from their grandfather, Old Man Su, Aunt Wu, their mother, Aunt Chen, and their eldest sister, Su Hong. There was about 20 in each envelope, not much, but Su Li and Tao were delighted. Su Li, especially, felt it was the first time in her life that celebrating the New Year could be so joyful. You know, Su Li hated Chinese New Year the most since she was little, because her parents always argued endlessly during it. Over a single minor matter, they argue from the very beginning to the end. In serious cases, they smash everything in the house, like the TV remote control and ashtray, and then run away, leaving Su Li alone at home to clean up and eat instant noodles as the year wore on. Su Li sometimes found it strange. Their lives were so bad, why didn't they divorce? Wasn't it painful? As their child, she felt truly miserable. Sometimes she even considered urging them to divorce, but in the end, she decided against it. "That sister, watch this." Suddenly Su Tao, standing nearby, grabbed some snow from the yard and threw it at Su Li. Before Su Li could react, the snowball struck her neck, sending a chill. Su Li quickly launched a counterattack, bending down to scoop up some snow and hurling it. A snowball fight was about to break out. "Ah! Big sister, save me." "That sister, I was wrong, I was wrong." Su Tao's screams echoed throughout the courtyard. Chan, emerging from her room, saw this and whispered, "You're not afraid of the cold." Then she shouted, "Be careful not to catch a cold." However, snowballs don't recognize people. Someone had thrown it and landed on Chin, who immediately joined in the snowball fight. Only Old Man Su and Old Lady Wu were left sitting in the hallway, watching the others play with laughter. It wasn't until Lian Gu's snowman was destroyed that a loud cry echoed throughout the Su family courtyard. Only then did Chen and Su Tao stop in frustration. The Su family spent the first day of the new year having fun. On the second day, Chen, Su Hong and Su Li went back to their grandparents' home and stayed there until the fifth day. After returning, they visited each other in the village on the sixth day to wish each other a happy new year. Whenever they met, everyone would say auspicious words like Happy New Year, as if as long as they said these words today, the coming year would be auspicious, peaceful, happy and joyful. It wasn't until the 8th day of the Lunar New Year that Chen could no longer stay, and Su Li felt she had enough rest, so they officially resumed work. Upon hearing the news, Mo and Lu were overjoyed. They'd been looking forward to it, but had been too embarrassed to ask. When Chen told them to come, they readily agreed. You have to understand that because of this 20 cents, Mo's status within the Huang family had risen even higher. During the Lunar New Year, she didn't do any work at all. Whenever she tried to work, she was stopped by Aunt Yang, which made her feel embarrassed. It wasn't just her, it was the same for the daughters. One day, the eldest daughter came to her and said she felt like they had become strangers. Mrs. Mo naturally felt it too. It should be said, she had felt it long ago. It wasn't just Aunt Yang, but also her father-in-law, Old Man Huang. The attitude of everyone in the Huang family towards her and her daughters became increasingly friendly as she earned more money and brought greater benefits to the family. Gradually, Mo began to appreciate the benefits, and for the first time, she experienced the freedom and respect that money brings. It was such a wonderful feeling that she even worked harder than before. It wasn't just Mrs. Mo, Mrs. Lu was the same. From childhood, she'd been the one disdained in her family, to the point where she didn't want to do anything, becoming known as a lazy wife to all the neighbors. Fortunately, she met her husband, a similarly lazy man, and they hit it off, leading to their current life. But Mrs. Lu wasn't truly happy, especially since her husband had been earning money like crazy over the past 6 months. She felt particularly uneasy being alone at home. While happy, she felt even more lost. It seemed as if everyone else was moving forward, while she remained stuck. That feeling was unbearable, and it wasn't until she started working for the Su family and earning money that it slowly faded. She still remembers the satisfaction and happiness she felt when she received her first month's salary. It was the first time she felt useful, able to confidently spend her own money on things she had always been reluctant to spend. The praise from her son and husband made her happier than eating meat. Furthermore, when she returned to her parents' home on the second day of the Lunar New Year, her parents, as well as those who had previously gossiped about her being too lazy to get married, reacted with astonishment upon learning she had earned money. This made Lu feel particularly happy. Thus, after the start of the new year, the two of them in the Su family were like chickens, working even harder. Sometimes, before Chen even asked, they already rushed to finish the work. Chen, Su Li, and the others also resumed their food sales in the county town. Because the county school didn't open until the 15th, the Su family decided not to make much today, only half of their usual output. They expected sales to be slow, but upon arriving at the school, they saw people waiting at their stalls. Young Lady Su is here. Young Lady Su is here, did you hear? Go call the young master. Here she comes, here she comes. From a distance, the people saw Su Li coming and started shouting loudly. Old Man Su got off the mule cart and nervously stood in front, wondering what was going on. Young Lady Su, you're finally here. We've been waiting so long. Yes, why did you come so late? Yes, hurry up, I want 2 braised pig's trotters. I want braised pig's ears. I want some too. With the shouts, more and more people arrived from all directions. Chen and Su Li exchanged glances, both seeing the same worry. I'm afraid we haven't done enough today. Chapter 100. Sure enough, the braised dishes we brought today weren't enough to sell. Mrs. Chen grumbled as she collected the cash. I should have asked you to make more. It's all my fault. Su Li had wanted to make more this morning, but Mrs. Chen figured it was just after the Lunar New Year, and no one would stop her. Who could have imagined so many people would show up? A few days ago, Cui Jian had planned to buy some braised dishes to take on the boat to the capital, but he waited 3 or 4 days, and the braised food vendor hadn't shown up. Today was his last day, and he was leaving in the afternoon. He had only come to try his luck, but he actually run into the vendor. However, he arrived too late, and by the time it was his turn, his favorite pig ears and braised pig's trotters were sold out, leaving only a little braised meat and vegetables. He was immediately disappointed, feeling incredibly unlucky. And then, there were those who were still waiting. Someone was shouting, "Brother, Are you going to buy something or not? If not, get out of the way. Don't block the road. Cui Jian quickly recovered and said, buy, right now. Then he said, young lady, please pack up all the remaining items. As soon as he finished speaking, another commotion erupted. Please leave some for us. If you buy all by yourself, what will we buy? Yes. Seeing this, Cui Jian, realizing he had incurred the wrath of the crowd, bowed and explained that he was leaving for a long trip that afternoon. The others, hearing this, were reluctant to say anything. But the criticism turned on Su Li and Chinshur again. Young ladies, why don't you make more? These people had been craving it at home for days, but when they arrived, they couldn't find anything. Imagine how resentful they must have been. Su Li and Chinshur had no choice but to promise to make more to sell tomorrow before sending the two away. Elsewhere, Cui Jian, having bought some braised pork, reunited with two classmates and set off for the capital. I thought you were buying something else, but you're actually buying food, one of the tall, thin men said. Yes, Brother Jean, and I almost thought you were lost. Hearing this, Cui Jian apologized sheepishly, explaining why he had taken so long to arrive. Then, they departed together. Once aboard the boat, Cui Jian apologized and generously shared the braised dishes. Is this the food you've been waiting in line for so long? The tall, thin man looked bewildered at the well-paper-wrapped food before him. What was this? How had he never seen it before? Yes, it's delicious. You see if you try it. The tall, thin man and the other man were a little unsure what to say. After all, the package before them looked strange. How could it possibly be delicious? People have a natural aversion to unfamiliar things. For a moment, neither dared to pick up their chopsticks. Finally, after Cui Jian's repeated urging, they picked up a piece of braised meat and began to eat. The smell. The tall, thin man's eyes lit up visibly as he took a bite of the braised meat. The braised meat was light and flavorful. He didn't know how it was prepared, but it had a rich aroma, a combination of meat and spices, and it wasn't at all dry. It was delicious. He had never eaten meat prepared this way in his life. It was truly novel and delicious. How is it? The other, slightly chubby man asked. Delicious. Let me try it too. The slightly plump man then reached for his chopsticks, picked up a piece, and began to eat. He chewed. On the boat, the few of them chatted and laughed over delicious food while cooking wine, their homesickness fading considerably. In the county town, Su Li and Chen finally sent off the customers, who hadn't bought anything, promising to make more tomorrow. Wu Ya, are you hungry? Chen suddenly asked. A little, Su Li replied. The weather was a bit cold, and getting up so early to cook was a big undertaking. Su Li had been hungry for a long time. She had originally thought she'd eat whatever food she had left, but it was all gone. Chen was no different. She glanced at the sky, realizing it was still early for the time she agreed to with her father, Old Man Su, and said, Your grandfather and the others probably won't be here for a while. Let's go get some wontons. It was a rare sight to hear Mother Chen say this. Before, she would have definitely refused to eat out. After all, a bowl of wontons cost 8 cents, and Mother Chen was reluctant to spend that kind of money. But earning money was truly different, and Mother was slowly changing. Su Li welcomed the change. However, when they arrived at the wonton stall, Chen was reluctant again. Old man, I want a bowl of plain noodles and a bowl of wontons. Okay. Old man, when will our wontons be served? And our sauerkraut noodles. At this moment, people from the nearby tables began calling out. The old man, clutching a bowl of leftovers, his forehead dripping with sweat in the cold winter. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. It'd be right here. However, the more anxious they were, the slower they were. One table, waiting at the back, grew impatient. How long will it take? Forget it. Let's go somewhere else. Okay. Old man, we don't want to eat anymore. Soon, people started leaving one after another, leaving Su Li and 2 or 3 others nearby. The old man, hunched over, came out carrying a bowl of wontons. He noticed the person who requested them was gone. In the warm sunlight, a flicker of confusion crossed his face, and he froze in his tracks. Old man, give them to us, Chen suddenly said. The old man then slowly began to move. Oh, okay. Are you the only one in the shop today? Why don't you see madam? Chen and Su Li had come to eat here twice before. In the past, the old man and an old woman had been together, one sitting at the door making the wontons while the other cooked them. Today, the old man was the only one in the shop. Hearing this, the old man, unsure of what was going on, sighed, ah, and shook his head before turning and going back into the shop. Seeing this, Someone eating wontons nearby couldn't help but say, "That lady fell before the new year, right in front of this shop. I heard it was pretty serious. I wonder how she's doing." Chun, surprised, looked surprised. The man sighed and said, "I heard the shop is going to be rented out soon. I don't know where to eat anymore." The old man had run his wonton shop for nearly 30 years. His wontons were thin-skinned, generously cooked, and reasonably priced. Many of his neighbors had grown up eating his wontons, and were accustomed to them. Now, hearing that he was renting out his shop, they sighed with a sense of sadness, a feeling they couldn't describe. Chen, too, looked regretful. So that's the case. Su Li, meanwhile, was thinking about something else while eating her wontons. It was about renting a shop in the county. But this wasn't a trivial matter, so Su Li still had to go back and discuss it with the rest of the family. Open a food stall? Su Hong was the first to react. She thought she misheard and asked again. Yes. Su Li nodded, confirming she heard correctly. Next came Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su. Wu Ya, are you talking about opening a food stall in the county? Yes. Are you kidding? Grandma, I'm not kidding, I'm serious. But isn't our family doing well now? Su Tao was puzzled, and this was also the true thought of the others. Yes, business at the docks and in the county is pretty stable now, so why open a food stall? Besides, it's a food stall. Little sister just blurted it out so easily, as if opening a food stall was a trivial matter, insignificant. Wu Ya, our family has made some money, but isn't opening a grocer a bit too much? Chun sure couldn't bring herself to say it. In short, Chen sure had never considered opening a grocer. Besides, as far as she knew, opening a grocer wasn't such a simple matter. Just buying all the things would cost a fortune, and then there were the monthly rents, which were several taels of silver. Not just a few coins, but several taels. Over the course of a year, that's dozens of taels. Even if she didn't do anything, she'd be spending dozens of taels. The mere thought of it made Chinshur feel suffocated. Su Li had already guessed everyone's reaction, so she wasn't too surprised. She simply slowly explained the necessity and advantages of opening a grocer. First, the time. Currently, Grandpa Su, the old man, would take them to the county and the docks every day. Now, with so much stuff, sometimes one trip wasn't enough, it took several trips to carry everything. They were on the road almost every day. It was okay in the winter, but summer was definitely unbearable. Opening a food stall in the county would save her the daily commutes. She would only need to go to the dock every day. The county town was quite close, so it wouldn't take much time. The time saved could be used to rest and recuperate. Cooking is inherently tiring, and if she didn't rest properly, her health would suffer over time, and the money she earned wouldn't even be enough to pay for a clinic. As for her mother's concerns about losing money, Su Li felt that wasn't a problem at all. Although the monthly rent for a stall in the county town was several taels, and the closer to the center, the higher it was, it also meant more people and more money. Su Li was confident that opening a food stall in the county would be much better than her current stall. But, after hearing what Su Li said, Chen still felt it wasn't a good idea, but she didn't know how to refute it. After all, her youngest daughter had a point. These were all realities before her. Chen had never considered them a problem. It was true, however, that her father-in-law was indeed exhausted from running deliveries every day. She thought for a moment and said, "How about we just pay the second brother of the Zheng family to send it later?" "That's a good idea." Su Hong agreeing. At this point, Old Man Su, who had been silent, refused, saying, "I'm not tired. I can send it." Mrs. Wu also said, "Yes, your grandfather isn't tired." Su Li watched her mother change the subject so quickly, feeling a little powerless. She had said so much, but no one was really listening. But just then, Su Tao suddenly said, "Fifth sister, I support you." As she finished speaking, Chinshur hurriedly said, "What are you doing here?" Su Tao felt a little aggrieved, but what fifth sister said makes so much sense. This was for the good of the whole family, and Su Tao saw no reason not to support it. But her voice was weak, and no one else would listen. She could only speak up to let fifth sister know that she had someone to support her. Makes sense? This stunned the adults. Indeed, aside from other considerations, what the little granddaughter said made sense. So why didn't they support her? Perhaps it was simply out of fear, terror, but from the very beginning, they had nothing. Chapter 101. Thinking about it this way, it's the two little granddaughters who are braver and more fearless than them. Wu Ya, have you really thought it through? Mrs. Wu suddenly spoke. Grandma, I have. Then Grandma supports you. Old woman? Mother? At worst, if things don't work out, we can just come back home. Besides, opening a food store doesn't mean we can't continue selling food. Since Wuya thinks it's okay, then let's do it. Grandma, that makes sense. Su Tao agreed. That's fine. Old man Su thought about it carefully, and concluded that it was indeed possible. Su Tao, mother, just agree. Hearing this, and seeing that everyone agreed it was feasible, Chin gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, saying, then let's open it. However, opening a food stall was no simple matter. First, there had to be a shop with a backyard suitable for living. Such shops existed, of course, but good locations were extremely rare. Su Li and her mother, Chin, searched for several days, only to be deterred by the exorbitant prices. Even the real estate agent who showed them properties grew impatient. Madam Chin, a good location naturally comes with a higher price. There's nothing we can do about it. You want a property with a yard and a well, and only a few of them meet your requirements. There are a few that are selling out. Why don't you consider them? That's a much better deal. One is selling urgently, and it's several dozen taels cheaper than usual. Buy a shop? Chen was about to shake her head without hesitation, but Suli spoke up quickly. Young man, can you take us to see it? The broker, no longer tired, said quickly, of course. It's not far ahead. I take you there. With that, he led the way. Chen panicked. How did renting a shop turn into buying one? Besides, they only had 150 taels of silver in their hands. How could they possibly afford a shop? It's okay, Mom, let's take a look. We don't have to buy it. Suli comforted her. Since they were already out, they might as well take a look. Then, when they made money, they could come buy it. They wouldn't have to be like a headless fly, clueless as they are now. Okay then. Indeed, it was just a look. Whether they bought it or not was another matter. Chen was convinced. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the broker finally led them to their final destination. Su Li and Chen took a look. Wasn't this the wonton shop where they had eaten noodles that day? They had only heard it was for rent, not for sale. They looked at each other in bewilderment. This is it, the broker said before Su Li and Chen could react. This shop is urgently for sale. It originally cost 360 taels of silver, but now it's only 300 taels. What do you think? The location is excellent. The county school and the government office are both nearby, making it convenient to everything. There's a large backyard with a well and 3 main rooms. Come on, I show you around. The broker introduced the shop. The old man from the wonton shop knew the broker, and didn't stop him when he saw him leading people to the backyard. However, he didn't look particularly happy, but rather tired. How is it? Isn't this yard spacious? The broker said, standing in the yard. Su Li and Chinshur also looked over, and found that the yard was indeed quite large, much larger than the other houses they had seen before. In the corner of the yard stood an apricot tree, now only a bare trunk and a few branches remained in winter. There was also a well in the middle of the courtyard, which looked quite nice. At this moment, the broker suddenly walked over to the door curtain not far away, and said to the old man in the wonton shop in front, Old man, can you open the door of your room? I take someone in to take a look. The old man was cooking wontons when he heard this. You guys take a look. The broker then took Su Li and the others into the house. There wasn't much furnishings inside, and it was obvious that it hadn't been lived in for a long time. The tables were covered in dust, and if you touched them, they would turn black. This room has a good orientation and is spacious, the broker explained. Then he went to open the other 2 rooms, which faced the same courtyard. Su Li and Chen took a quick look, and found it quite nice. Although the furniture inside was quite old, the courtyard was spacious. If they had the money and cleaned it up themselves, it would surely be very nice. But it was only 300 taels, and they didn't have 300 taels. Not bad, Chen said hesitantly. Su Li also took a quick look around, checking the doors, windows, and the gutters. Fortunately, while the house was a bit run down, the doors and windows were still usable, so repairs wouldn't cost too much. What do you think? If you like it, why not make a quick decision? I hear there are quite a few people interested in buying this food shop, the broker said, looking at Su Li and Chen. It's quite good, Su Li said, then asked the inevitable question in any transaction, can the price be reduced? The broker paused for a moment, then stepped closer and whispered, if you really want it, we can offer a discount of up to 20 taels. This was the lowest price the old man had offered him, and he wasn't lying. Let's go back and discuss it. That was natural. Buying a shop was a big deal, and the agent understood. Then you better hurry. Okay. The Su family, what do you think of the shop? Mrs. Wu and old man Su asked, while Su Hong and Su Tao nearby also looked over. It's good, but it's too expensive. Mrs. Chen drank a bowl of water before speaking. She had originally thought 1.2 taels of silver would be enough, but she discovered that shops under 2 taels of silver rarely had water. They were cooking, so how could they survive without a well? Besides Old Man Su, the only women in the family were women, so carrying water outside was unrealistic. So, Chen and Suli looked at a few shops and stopped looking. Then, there were those that cost less than 5 taels of silver. These were much better. They had a yard and a well, but the price was too high. It would cost dozens of taels of silver a year. Renting for 10 years or so would buy you a shop, and you end up working for someone else. So, that wasn't an option either. It's okay. Just take your time looking. There's no rush. Finding a suitable shop is inherently difficult, so it's normal to not find one right now, Mrs. Wu consoled. Chen nodded, but didn't mention the shop she and her daughter had last seen. After all, she believed that the family couldn't afford a shop at the moment, so there was no point in talking about it. Suli didn't say anything either. She thought the same thing as Chen. They definitely didn't have the money to buy one, so talking about it was pointless. For the next few days, Suli and Chen went to the county town to sell food, keeping an eye out for shops for rent. They came up empty-handed, so they even approached Aunt Chen, asking her to help inquire. However, before she could get any news from the shop, she received word that the Wen family had sent another order for honey cakes, and they had come directly to her door. About 800 of them, delivered to your house the day after tomorrow morning. Here's the deposit. The man handed Suli some silver, explaining the master's instructions. Suli was still wondering how the man had found her, but she instinctively took the silver. After Suli took it, the man said goodbye without stopping, mounted his horse, and left, leaving Suli even unable to ask. But it was a good thing after all. The next day, Suli didn't waste any time and called her 2 cousins and her second uncle. This time, her eldest uncle was also there, so she called them all in. After everyone arrived, Suli handed over the task of beating the egg whites to the others. However, unlike last time, this time, the 2 cousins were noticeably more active, especially Ma Er, who wore an ingratiating smile. Surely they couldn't be enthusiastic? They were carpenters, their father giving them less than 500 coins a month as apprentices, yet they were getting plenty to help make this honey cake, and every time they came to my aunt's house, they were treated to delicious food and drinks. How could they not be enthusiastic? 5th cousin, is that right? Ma Er asked, stirring in one direction. Yes. Suli took a look and saw that it was correct. Hee. Ma Er smiled and began stirring diligently again. Soon, the aroma of baking cakes filled the yard. Suli set the baked cake aside to cool, then shared the extra with everyone present. This thing is delicious, but it's just too laborious, sighed Mrs. Mo, who came to work at the Su family's house. She had just seen with her own eyes how much time went into making this little thing, the numerous steps involved. That's right. Mrs. Chen agreed. Making this thing was time-consuming and laborious. But the ones who felt the most were Ma De, Ma Er, and Uncle Chen De and Uncle Chen Er. In reality, stirring the egg whites wasn't particularly strenuous, not even as much as the usual lifting and carrying work. The exhaustion was the repetitive stirring in the same direction, which took about an hour, and that was quite painful. Their hands were completely sore. Suli felt the same way. In ancient times, making cakes was not suitable for large-scale production. The lack of robots was a major problem, and the baking process required supervision, especially for the small honey crispy cakes, which were easily overbaked and burnt, so it was also very labor-intensive. Thinking of this, when she delivered the cakes to the Wen mansion the next day, she specifically told the maid who had brought them in that day that she wanted to sell the recipe. Sure enough, not long after, Madame Lin approached Suli and Mrs. Chen and invited them to the Lin mansion. I heard you were thinking of selling that pastry recipe? Madame Lin asked, entering the mountain directly. Yes, madam. Has anyone bought it? Not yet. I was thinking of going to the county one of these days to ask if there were any pastry shops willing to buy it. Suli replied one by one. The maid standing behind her interrupted. Then you found the right person. The best pastry shop in the county is owned by our madam. But before she could finish her words, Madame Lin interrupted. Why are you thinking of selling this recipe? You know, if you keep this recipe, you earn much more than if you sell it. Madame Lin assumed that Chen and Suli wanted to sell the recipe because they didn't know its value, so she made this claim. Suli was stunned. She hadn't expected Madame Lin to say such a thing. She had assumed she was just like everyone else, concerned only about how much money the recipe would cost. She hadn't expected her to actually be concerned about the fact that they were at a disadvantage because they didn't know the truth. This only made her admire Madame Lin's character even more, and it made Suli feel even more confident that asking Madame Lin to sell her the recipe was the right thing to do. However, selling the recipe wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. She had thought it through carefully. Cakes were truly too laborious to make, and she hadn't really considered opening a pastry shop. She thought it would be better to sell the recipe and get the money, which would just be enough to buy a shop. Why not? Chapter 102. Finally, seeing that Chen and Suli were determined to sell, Mrs. Lin said nothing. Honestly, the cakes tasted really good. If they could be sold in her shop, she would surely earn a lot of money. Mrs. Lin considered it for a moment and said, "How about this? I give you 200 taels of silver for the recipe." The price wasn't particularly high, but it wasn't the lowest either. Despite this, Mrs. Lin explained the situation. If we go to the capital, we might get a higher price. However, in the county, there's probably no higher price. Madam. Mrs. Zhou hesitated for a moment, but was finally stopped by Mrs. Lin. Okay, madam, 200 taels. We sell it. Suli said without hesitation. Don't you need to go back and think about it? Mrs. Lin looked at Suli with admiration. No need, I trust you, Suli replied. Lin tugged at the hem of Suli's clothes, as if she had something to say, but was hesitant to speak. Okay, Qiju, take the key and go back to the house to get 200 taels of silver. Madam Chen, Miss Su, wait a moment and have a cup of tea first, Lin said to Suli and her mother, while instructing the maid to fetch the silver. Soon, the maid returned with the silver. Lin handed it to Chen, and Suli followed the pastry chef to the kitchen, carefully teaching him the recipe. Only when the chef had mastered the recipe completely, and dusk was falling, did Suli and her mother, Chen, leave the Wen mansion. On the way back, Chen asked, somewhat puzzled, fifth daughter, didn't Madame Lin just say that we could get a higher price for this recipe in the capital? Why did you agree to sell it for 200 taels? Upon hearing this, Suli had no choice but to slowly explain that, according to Madame Lin, it was indeed possible to get a better price in the capital, but that was only theoretical. In reality, they were unfamiliar with the area and might not even be able to sell the recipe there. Even if they did, they wouldn't necessarily receive the money. This wasn't a law-abiding era. If anyone had even the slightest ulterior motive, they wouldn't even be able to return home safely. This was why Suli had sought Madame Lin to sell her house. Of course, the most important factor was that Madame Lin was a kind person. She had worked with her for so long, and whenever she went to a mansion, she would call her over and give her all sorts of delicious treats, and even have someone pack her up for her to take away when she left. Naturally, Suli was willing to sell the recipe to her. After hearing her youngest daughter's words, Qinshi felt the more she thought about them, and she dodged the old man carrying firewood as he came towards her. As the sun set, Qinshi lamented that she wasn't as thoughtful as her 14-year-old daughter. But at the same time, she felt incredibly relieved and proud to have given birth to such a remarkable daughter. It didn't matter that she was dumb, as long as her daughter and son were smart. Mrs. Wu, Old Man Su, and the others were a bit surprised to learn that the pastry recipe had sold for 200 taels of silver. When they saw the 200 tael silver note, they shared the same expression as Qin and Suli had just shared. Is this the 200 tael silver note? Mrs. Wu exclaimed, looking at the thin piece of paper. This was the first time she ever seen a silver note in her life. It looked like this. Could it be used as 200 taels of silver? Yes, Grandma, Suli said. She had also never seen a silver note before, and didn't recognize many of the characters on it. Fortunately, she could recognize the capital 200. Suli then thought to herself that she needed to learn to write when she had time, as not knowing how to read would be quite troublesome. It's so light, so be careful not to break it. Mrs. Wu picked it up, looked at it briefly, and then put it in the box. Old Man Su took a look and quickly stopped her. This is 200 taels, not 2 cents. After selling the honey cake recipe, plus the money they had earned earlier, the family now had about 350 taels of silver, just enough to buy the shop, with a few dozen taels left over. To avoid further complications, the next day, Suli and Qin went to the county to find the broker and explain their intentions. The broker, who had thought the deal was over, jumped up from his chair when he saw the two of them. Seeing this, the other brokers, all of them older than them, looked regretful. 2 days ago, when Suli and Qin came to the brokerage, perhaps because they weren't dressed well enough, no one approached them. Only this broker, Tang, was willing to take Suli and the others to see the property. You came at the right time. If you had come a little later, the shop would have been sold. Tang San then vividly recounted the incident of someone looking at the shop yesterday. It turned out that not long after Su Li and Chen left, someone went to see the wonton shop, but they couldn't agree on a price of 10 taels of silver. In situations like this, it usually only takes 2 days of negotiation for one of the buyers or sellers to back down. It was just a matter of seconds. When Chen heard this, she panicked. Fortunately, they came today. If they had come tomorrow, such a cheap shop might have been gone. You know, Su Li and Chen had looked at other shops before, and after comparing them, they found this wonton shop to be the cheapest, and the location was also quite good. The others either had a bad location or a bad price. Buying a shop is just like buying a house. Finding the right one is hard, so if you do find one, commit to it as soon as possible, or else someone else will buy it, and you regret it forever. In Su's wonton shop, here's the deed. Just write your name here, Tang San said, pointing to a spot. Oh right, I forgot. After saying this, Tang San remembered that neither of them could write, so he took back the brush and wrote the names for them. Whose name is it? Tang San first asked the old man in the wonton shop, then asked Chen. Write yours, Su Li said without hesitation. Chen said, it's the same whether it's yours or not. This recipe was invented by the youngest daughter. Chen and her parents-in-law had agreed that it would be her dowry. As for the fourth and eldest daughter's names, they could earn them later. After saying this, Chen said to the agent, right Su? Li, the Li of pear blossoms. Are you sure? You can't change it once you write it down, the agent asked again. Mother. It's confirmed. Tang San didn't hesitate and immediately wrote Su Li's name. That way, they could just go to the government office to get the red seal and pay the tax. Before this, Su Li and Chen didn't know that buying a shop was divided into 2 types, a red deed and a white deed. A red deed was signed with an official seal, while a white deed was signed privately. This required an additional fee, while the latter didn't. Therefore, most people signed the white deed privately. However, white deeds were not protected by law, which is why Tang San had just asked Su Li and Chen which type they signed. Of course, Su Li naturally chose the red deed, which at least provided an extra layer of security. In the end, she spent a total of 290 taels of silver. Looking at the deed with her name on it, Su Li couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction in her heart. This is a shop that belongs entirely to her. It is also the proof of her existence in this world. However, Su Li hadn't looked at it for long before Chen took it away for safekeeping, fearing she might lose it. After buying the shop, the next step was to tidy up the shop and the backyard. Su Li specifically sought out her third uncle, Ma Laosi, a carpenter, and explained her ideas to him, who then gave him full responsibility, including carving the plaque, remodeling the windows, and reinforcing the backyard doors and windows. Additionally, the tables and chairs needed to be repainted, the walls whitewashed, and some decorative paintings and calligraphy to hang. However, Su Li inquired at the calligraphy and painting shop, and found that even a simple piece of calligraphy and painting would cost 1 or 2 taels of silver. So Su Li chose to paint herself. Fortunately, she had learned simple drawing, so it shouldn't be difficult. The challenge was deciding what to paint. Sister Wuya, it's so late. Why don't you go back? We're here. Ma De, seeing Su Li standing in front of the shop in a daze, assumed she was tired, so he spoke. Okay, then I trouble you, cousin. Su Li was indeed exhausted. She'd been running back and forth between the county and home these past few days, mainly busy with the shop. She originally thought it wouldn't be too difficult, but surprisingly, while it wasn't difficult, it was incredibly tedious. From small decisions like where to put the wine cabinet to big ones, like how to remodel the kitchen, she still had to make decisions. But watching the shop slowly transform from her imagination into reality was also a huge sense of accomplishment. It took 6 days for everything to be completed as she envisioned. Mom, have you told Nmo and the others about our move to the county? That morning, while the Su family was having breakfast, Su Li suddenly remembered this and asked. The family was moving to the county town to open a food stall, which meant future work would also need to be done there. However, the county town was too far away, and people might not be willing to go. In that case, they would have to recruit people there. I already mentioned that your Aunt Lu is fine. Aunt Mo hasn't replied yet. I ask her later. The Zhang family had meal carts for easy access, and Zheng Air was selling the Su family's braised dishes, so Mrs. Lu could return home every day without any problem. But the Huang family had nothing, and they wouldn't be able to return for at least 2 weeks, so Mrs. Mo was hesitant. Going? That's a good thing. Others can't even go if they want to. Since learning that the Su family was planning to open a food stall in the county, Mrs. Yang had been lamenting the matter. When she heard Mrs. Mo's words, she said without hesitation that, in her opinion, the work was easy and the pay was high. It was simply the best option, and there was no need to consider it at all. But home? Mrs. Mo hesitated. If she left, what would happen to her daughter and husband? We're home, it's not that far away. You can come back whenever you want. Mrs. Yang interrupted Mo. Mrs. Zhou, standing beside her, chimed in, yes, second sister-in-law, you can go without worry. I and your eldest sister-in-law are home. After saying that, she asked, isn't that right, eldest sister-in-law? Mrs. Lu was about to speak, but she didn't. After thinking it over, she stopped talking. She had recently returned to her parents' home. Her mother, after hearing what she had said about family matters, had scolded her and explained the reasoning. Finally, Lu understood that Mrs. Mo's earnings were also beneficial to her. Since the family remained together, wouldn't her earnings belong to everyone? Yes, yes, Mrs. Lu said with a forced smile. Mrs. Mo was still hesitant. She didn't agree outright. Instead, she went back to her room and asked her husband, Huang Lao. Huang Lao remained silent for a long time, saying, if mother says yes, then yes. Mrs. Mo had completely given up on asking him anything, but she did ask her daughters. Huang Dia's answer surprised her. Mother, if you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, don't go. Did she want to go? Mrs. Mo naturally wanted to go. Besides the money, she also had a strong feeling that this was something that could change her life. She felt a mixture of desire and fear. After a while, Mrs. Mo suddenly said, Mother, I want to go. She wanted to earn more money, to improve her daughters and her own lives, to save a larger dowry for her daughter. She wanted so much, and only earning more money could achieve all of this. Chapter 103. Mrs. Mo and Mrs. Lu finally decided to go. If so, the shop's 3 rooms would be insufficient. Fortunately, Su Li had already considered this and had her uncle Ma Laosi partition off a few more rooms. The room in the shop's backyard was quite spacious, so even if 2 or 3 smaller rooms were added, it wouldn't be a problem. After about 2 days, the food shop in the county town was almost completely packed up. Su Li finally decided what to draw on the wall. That day, she took her homemade charcoal pencils and the various colors of paint she ground herself, placed them on the table, and began to paint. Su Hong, who was carrying things in from outside, warned, Fifth sister, be careful. Big sister, it's okay. Su Li then fetched a stool and began to draw cute-looking food and corresponding prices on the wall. She wasn't good at anything complicated, so she simply sketched the various foods currently sold in the shop: fish, pig's trotters, steamed buns, wontons, noodles, and so on. Su Li also drew a diagram on the shop wall showing the steps for dining in. The first step is to order and pay at the counter, the second is to pick up a wooden sign, and the third is to find a seat and wait for the waiter to bring the food, then collect the sign. Su Li modeled this entire process on modern fast food chains. After careful consideration, she realized that if she followed the traditional ordering method, where diners arrive, sit down, order, and then cook, she would be alone in the kitchen. Even if her older sister could help, she would definitely be too late. Therefore, it would be more convenient to prepare some dishes in advance so that diners can eat as soon as they arrive. For them, this method saves time and, most importantly, effectively prevents customers from running away without paying. Ma Laosi, however, was extremely puzzled as to why Su Li had asked him to make such a long table, with several layers of wood underneath. That was until he brought the table over that day, and Su Li had him place it horizontally in the shop. Wuya, are you sure you want it like this? Ma Laosi found it odd. He had never seen a food shop do it this way. Su Li nodded, yes, uncle. Ma Laosi looked helpless. All right. In addition to the long table, Su Li also found a slightly taller table to the side, which served as a cash register. This was where he placed the wooden sign for cash collection. By the way, the signboard should be delivered this afternoon, Ma Laosi said after a moment's thought. Okay, thank you, third uncle. Su Li thanked him. The signboard was made by an acquaintance of Uncle Ma Laosi's, and it was 50 cents cheaper. Nothing, Ma Laosi said, then began to walk around the food stall. It wasn't large, about 12 feet deep and 28 feet wide, just enough for 8 tables and stools, with an aisle in the middle wide enough for 2 people to pass through. But what most intrigued Ma Laosi were the paintings on the 2 walls. He had never seen anything like this before. It wasn't ugly, but it was also a bit strange. However, it was quite vivid and easy to understand. This sister's painting is quite interesting, Mada said from the side. Ma Laosi nodded. It's quite interesting. After returning home, Ma Laosi and his wife Chen Sanyang brought up this topic, but they were mostly lamenting the Su family's move to the county town to open a food stall. Your sister's family is really making a lot of money now. They rented a shop in the county and opened one. Ma Laosi said this while lying in bed, addressing Chen Sanyang, who was combing her hair. Chen Sanyang, still combing her hair, casually remarked, "What's the matter? Are you envious?" Ma Laosi immediately retorted, "Why should I envy you? I envy you. It's just about opening a shop in the county." He could have gone if he wanted, but he just didn't think it necessary. After all, renting a shop only cost a few taels of silver. He might as well save that money and buy one in the county later. If you're not envious, then what's the point of nagging? Chen Sanyang said bluntly. Ma Laosi was speechless. I just said a few words, you really? Chen Sanyang finished combing her hair, put down the comb, and turned away. Whatever you want to say, just say it. I didn't ask you not to. Forget it. I'm too lazy to tell you. Ma Laosi turned over and simply avoided looking at Chen Sanyang. Out of sight, out of mind. Chen Sanyang's interest returned. After extinguishing the candles and climbing into bed, she began pestering Ma Laosi. Tell me what you wanted to say just now. Ma Laosi pulled the quilt over his head. No. Chen Sanyang tugged at the quilt above his head. Oh, why are you so stingy? Wasn't I just joking? Ma Laosi remained silent. Forget it, stingy cat. Forget it. Chen Sanyang also lay down, pulled the quilt over her, and fell asleep on her side. In fact, Chen Sanyang was also quite surprised when she heard her husband say that his younger sister, Chen, was going to open a shop in the county. However, her emotion wasn't as strong as Ma Laosi's. It felt somewhat predictable. After all, she had already been surprised the last 2 times she learned that the small cakes were selling for 30 yuan each. Now it was just renting a shop in the county. What was there to be surprised about? Yes, Su Lianchen had told everyone that the shop was rented for 2 taels of silver per month. This was naturally done to avoid any untoward incidents. However, upon learning that the Su family had opened a food shop in the county, the villagers and their relatives and friends were still quite surprised. Some, inevitably, made some sarcastic remarks, but since Su Li and the others had moved to the county town, they naturally wouldn't hear any of them. On the 25th day of the first lunar month, the Su family moved all their belongings to the backyard in the county town. Anything valuable was moved there, of course, except for the 2 pigs. At this point, they had to trouble Uncle Chen to come home and help slaughter them. Uncle Chen returned to the Zhao family a few years ago. It was Zhao who came with her children to beg him to come back. After returning, he was no longer bossy with Uncle Chen like before. Instead, he was much gentler, as if afraid that Uncle Chen would run away. He also began to learn to do chores. The 2 of them got along well. However, Uncle Chen's heart was still broken, and he was no longer as attentive to Zhao as before. Zhao also realized this, and the status of their relationship suddenly reversed. But then again, when the Su family moved, they killed the pigs and took all the chickens, ducks, dogs, and mules to the county town. That day, Old Man Su finished weaving a fence and let the chickens and ducks in. They also built a sheltered area in the courtyard for Yuan Bao and Heihu to stay in. This made the yard seem much more cramped, but the Su family was quite happy. After all, this was the county town, and they now had a shop there. Only Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su seemed reluctant to leave the village. Why don't I stay in the village, and you can stay in the county town? As soon as Mrs. Wu moved in, she wanted to go back. To her, no matter how good the county was, it wasn't as good as home. Besides, she couldn't help much anyway, so she might as well stay home and look after the house. You know, a house without people will quickly fall into disrepair. Old Man Su thought the same thing, but he had to drive a mule cart every day to haul things, so he couldn't just leave. The others didn't agree with Mrs. Wu's idea. After all, everyone was in the county, and they wouldn't be worried about Mrs. Wu being alone at home. Mrs. Wu only talked about it, and ultimately didn't go back. The 30th day of the first lunar month is a rare auspicious day for marriages and groundbreakings. Amidst bursts of firecrackers, Su's fast food restaurant officially opened on this sunny day. Early this morning, the Su family got up and started busying themselves. Some made porridge, some lit the fire, while Su Li and her eldest sister kneaded the dough for buns, steamed buns, and flour rolls. The dough had risen last night, so this morning, all they had to do was mix the filling and wrap them. Su Li made steamed buns with mushroom and pork fillings, and scallion and pork fillings. She also made soup dumplings, xiaolongbao, and tea eggs. While the weather's cold, she also made pork jelly made from pork rinds, which won't spoil overnight. It's a hassle to make once the weather warms up. In short, for now, these are the breakfast options she's set aside. Suli had originally wanted to make fried dough sticks in soy milk, but after thinking about how much trouble it would take to grind the soy milk, she decided to put those aside for now. For now, she just makes steamed buns, steamed bread, and porridge. Since today is the first day of trying out breakfast, Suli only made 50 each, planning to increase the number later if sales pick up. Okay, Grandma and Grandpa, stop busying yourself. Come and eat. All the buns were steamed. It was still early, with a crescent moon still hanging in the distance. Suli invited her grandparents, her mother, her eldest and 4 sisters, and Aunt Emo and Aunt Lou to join her for breakfast. Okay, right away. Coming. People gradually emerged from the backyard. Today's breakfast consisted of steamed buns and steamed bread, and each person received a tea egg. Speaking of tea eggs, they had initially refused to eat them the previous 2 days upon hearing they were eggs cooked in tea leaves, believing they would be bitter. But after trying them, they were surprisingly fragrant, without a hint of bitterness, and with a subtle tea aroma. They couldn't stop eating them, which is why tea eggs have become a part of our daily breakfast. Auntie Emo, Auntie Lou, have some buns. Suli handed the buns to the two. Originally, they weren't supposed to help with breakfast, but they offered to help, which made Suli feel a little embarrassed. So, she discussed with her mother and the others and raised their wages by 10 won to 30 won a day. The reason for not paying more was that they didn't know how business would perform yet. If it stabilized and performed well, they would increase their wages. Madame Lou and Madame Emo were both delighted to learn of the increase, but after some discussion, they decided to stick with the original wages for the first month. After all, business was still unstable, and the original 20 won a day was already a good income. Okay, thank you, Wuya. Thank you, Wuya. The two took the buns, each taking one and beginning to eat. But unexpectedly, after taking a bite, Madame Emo felt burned. Ah, so hot! She quickly pulled her mouth away from the soup dumpling, her tongue numb from the heat. Be careful. It's hot. Suli didn't have time to say anything. What's wrong? Did you get burned? Are you okay? Mrs. Chen asked anxiously. Mrs. Emo shook her head. No, it's okay. I just got burned. I'm fine now. But the soup tasted truly delicious. It was the first time Mrs. Emo had eaten a bun with so much soup. She finished her words, and this time, she learned her lesson. She didn't rush, but blew on it carefully and waited for it to cool slightly before eating. It was indeed much better. This bun is delicious. The soup inside is so delicious. Mrs. Emo sighed as she ate. The delicious soup flowed down her throat and into her stomach, feeling warm and comfortable. It was a pity that there wasn't enough soup in one bun. Luckily, there was still the skin and the filling. I don't know how these soup dumplings are made, but there's so much soup and filling inside, and the skin is so thin. In one bite, half of it was gone. Chapter 104. Lou felt the same way, but with Mo's experience as a lesson, she was much more cautious when eating, letting it cool for a while before digging in. Oh my god, how could it be so delicious? As dawn broke, her eyes lit up. The piping hot, fragrant soup dumplings dispelled the fatigue of waking up early in the winter, and awakened her previously closed taste buds. Not only the soup dumplings, but also the ordinary fresh meat dumplings were equally delicious. The meat dumplings were shiny just by looking at the skin. Taking a bite while still hot, they were soft and fragrant, and the meat filling had a grainy texture, making the taste even better. If she wasn't so embarrassed to eat more, Lou felt she could have eaten 5 or 8. Chin had tried the sauerkraut vermicelli dumplings made by her youngest daughter before, and thought they were delicious. She never expected the soup dumplings and fresh meat dumplings to be even better. She ate 3 in a row before stopping, still unsatisfied. The rest of the group felt the same way. On a bitterly cold winter day, a bowl of hot porridge and a few steaming buns warmed them from head to toe. These buns will definitely sell well, Mrs. Lou praised. She'd eaten buns in the county town before. They had thick wrappers and little filling, yet they still sold for 2 cents each. Theirs were also 2 cents each, so they should definitely sell well. Definitely, Mrs. Emo agreed, slurping her porridge. Everyone was filled with confidence. Soon, a smear of white slowly spread across the horizon. The night watchman dragged his weary body into the alley. A clerk in a nearby shop yawned as he moved the shutters aside. People began to emerge, and the sounds of shouting, arguing, and hawking began to rise one after another. The bustling morning market had begun. Suji fast food restaurant also welcomed its first customer. Wan Feng, a master craftsman from the nearby paper mill, would come to Suji wonton shop almost every few days for a bowl of steaming wontons. He'd been a regular there for 15 years, and had known old man Su for many years. He planned to come back for another bowl of wontons today, but when he reached Comping Street, he discovered the shop was gone. Thinking he'd seen it wrong, he walked back and forth several times, only to discover that the Suji wonton shop sign had been replaced with Suji fast food restaurant. Wan Feng's heart was instantly filled with shock, and he couldn't help but ask Su Li, who was busy behind the steamer, "Where's the old wonton shop?" Su Li's voice peeked out from behind the steaming steamer. "The old wonton shop is closed." "Closed?" Wan Feng couldn't control his voice, and his voice, like a rooster crowing, became shrill at the end. He quickly realized he'd lost his composure, and tried to tone down his voice, but the anxiety still lingered in his voice. "Why aren't you doing it anymore?" Su Li patiently recounted the recent events at Old Man Su's home. Wan Feng couldn't help but sigh. So that's how it is. He couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness, firstly for Old Man Su's plight, and secondly for himself. He'd been accustomed to coming here every morning for a bowl of wontons, or a bowl of hot noodles, and now he couldn't have those anymore. How could he not be sad? However, no matter how upset he was, he couldn't change his mind. After a moment's thought, he simply asked, "What kind of food do you sell here?" "We have steamed dumplings, soup dumplings, fresh meat dumplings, steamed buns, flour rolls, tea eggs, and rice porridge." Su Li introduced them one by one. "Soup dumplings? Dumplings with soup?" This was unusual, and Wan Feng's curiosity was piqued. "Yes, sir." Su Li nodded. "Wan Feng, okay, then I have a soup dumpling. How about this, a steamed bun, a bowl of porridge, and a tea egg of some sort?" Su Li, "Okay, sir, would you like to eat here or take away?" "We eat here." "Okay, sir, please take a seat. I bring it to you right away." Wan Feng then found his usual seat, and sat down, waiting for breakfast. While waiting, Wan Feng watched the busy figures nearby and couldn't help but think of Old Man Su again. Now standing there was a young woman. "Here are the dumplings you ordered." At this moment, Chen brought the porridge and dumplings over, interrupting Wan Feng's wandering thoughts. "Okay," he responded, then turned his attention to the food before him. First, the porridge, still steaming, the rice grains blooming. The color and consistency were just right, and it had a subtle rice aroma. It wasn't too hot, and it was smooth and delicate, making it a particularly pleasant bowl on a winter's day. Next, the soup dumplings. When Chen had brought them, she had specifically warned him to be careful about the burn, but Wan Feng hadn't listened. After taking a bite, he nearly jumped from the scalding broth. He quickly opened his mouth, and it took him a long time to recover. After that, he was much more careful with his next bite. Only then did he truly savor the deliciousness of the soup dumplings. It was like drinking a bowl of sweet chicken soup, but the flavor was different from any chicken soup he had before, more savory and salty. Wan Feng quickly finished a soup dumpling, and was about to order another one, when he realized that he had ordered others. Feeling a little regretful, he had to continue eating what was in front of him. He then picked up the tea egg. The tea egg had become a brown sauce after being cracked and soaked. Wan Feng put it close to his nose and smelled it. It was indeed the smell of tea. Unlike Chen and the others, who thought it would definitely be bitter, Wan Feng simply thought the tea-boiled eggs would taste delicious. When he actually peeled them and ate them, he found they were just as delicious as he imagined, much better than regular eggs. He also had a fresh meat bun and a steamed bun, both of which he had just ordered. He originally thought the soup dumpling was delicious, but the fresh meat bun won him over again. Who couldn't love a big savory meat bun? Even the steamed bun was surprisingly delicious. "Pack me 3 more meat buns and 3 soup dumplings." Before leaving, Wan Feng couldn't resist buying a few more to take home for his wife and children. "Okay." Chen, still a little clumsy, began packing the buns. After everyone left, Chen placed the copper coins in the dustpan. 23 went in total. These still warm copper coins gave people a sense of security. After the first customer, a second soon followed. Gukai was a student at the county school. Since his home was on Kongping Road, close to the school, he had to arrive early every day. This meant he didn't have time for breakfast, and today was no different. However, as he passed Suji fast food restaurant, he suddenly stopped. "When did they open a bun shop?" Gukai muttered, quickly stopping. "I want 2 meat buns." Gukai pulled out 4 copper coins and handed them over. Chen took the copper coins, filled 2 meat buns, and handed them over. Gu Kai thanked her and quickly left with the buns. When he arrived at the school, he was relieved to be there again. It was still early, and the teacher hadn't arrived soon, so he took out the buns he had bought and ate them without any hesitation. He'd just been eating it to fill his stomach, yet it was so delicious. Gu Kai took a bite and found the bun unexpectedly delicious, completely different from anything he had before. He quickly took a few more bites. Yes, it was indeed better than anything he ever had before. The bun was large, the wrapper thin, and the meat filling generous. Most importantly, the wrapper was soaked in gravy and incredibly flavorful. Gu Kai used to hate bun wrappers because they were tasteless, only the meat was good. He hadn't expected even the wrapper to be so delicious. He finished the whole bun in no time. Since Gu Kai was sitting next to him, Lu Qingyun, a classmate, couldn't help but swallow when he saw how relished Gu Kai was eating. Is it delicious? Let me have a bite. The two of them were close friends and often shared food. Upon hearing this, Gu Kai felt a pang of reluctance for the first time. He originally planned to buy 2 buns, eat one for himself and share one with his friend, as his appetite was poor that morning. But he hadn't expected the buns to be so delicious. One felt like more than enough. Okay, I give you 1 bite. Just 1. I'm not full yet. Gu Kai finally agreed, reluctantly handing the bun to his friend. However, after the other took it, he returned it without leaving a single bite for him. Gu Kai looked at the empty oil paper, then at his friend, who looked innocent and apologetic. His voice was filled with grievance. You ate it all? Sorry, brother Gu, the buns were so delicious, I couldn't resist. Or you can have my buns, and I give you all mine. Lu Qingyun was telling the truth. He had originally just wanted to taste it to see if it was good, but after 1 bite, he couldn't resist. It was simply too good. He had never eaten such a delicious meat bun in his life. The skin was thin, the meat was large, and the juicy flavor was endless. Thinking of this, Andy Lau couldn't help but ask, where did you buy these buns? But all he got in response was endless silence. Su Ji fast food restaurant also welcomed its old customers. But this time, they weren't the wonton shop's old patrons, but rather those from Su Li's days selling braised dishes. Thanks to Su Li's promotional efforts a while ago, when she had everyone selling braised dishes, many people knew today was the grand opening of Su Ji Braised Food. Lin Jing had been waiting for this day since he heard Su Li had bought the shop and was going to sell breakfast, and today was finally here. As usual, he gave Chen and Su Li 5 taels of silver as a deposit for his meal. Then, he handed Chen and Su Li a gift he had prepared, a painting depicting a scene of lotus picking, a very pleasant and realistic scene. I drew this myself. I hope Madame Chen and Madame Su don't mind. Lin Jing felt a little embarrassed. He had originally wanted to give her a Pichio ornament, but thought it was too tacky, so he painted a picture himself. Su Li had originally wanted to buy a painting to decorate the shop, but hadn't because it was too expensive. Seeing that Lin Shuezi had given her a painting, and one so beautiful, she was overjoyed. After thanking him, she immediately decided to hang it in the shop. Lin Jing was also delighted to see his painting praised and valued. But he was even happier to eat delicious food, especially these soup dumplings. How could they be so delicious? Lin Jing was so happy that he ate 5 soup dumplings, 3 meat dumplings, and 2 flour rolls in a row before stopping. If he hadn't been thinking about losing weight, he would have eaten more. I'd be leaving now. After finishing his meal, Lin Jing stood up, said goodbye, and left. Su Li was left with no time to return the silver, and could only wait until later. In addition to Lin Jing, Madame Lin also sent servants to congratulate the Su family. Madame Lin presented wine, snacks, and other gifts. Su Li and her mother, Chun, felt a little embarrassed, but they also didn't want to let such kindness go to waste. The servants were none other than the old woman and maid who had opened the door for Su Li and her family the first time they visited. Seeing that Su Li accepted the silver, they brought out the silver and a food box and asked her to pick out some buns and steamed buns to take back to Madame Lin. Su Li picked up a few of each style and handed them to the old woman, suggesting that the silver was unnecessary. However, the old woman refused. Our lady said, "You're not doing business easily, so of course you have to pay the silver." Clearly, Madame Lin had anticipated that Su Li and Chen would refuse the silver. Su Li still refused, but the old woman simply threw the silver down and left. When mentioned, "Madam, it's just as you said." After returning home, the maid couldn't help but tell her mistress about the Su family's refusal to accept the money. Madame Lin smiled but said nothing. Why else would she be so kind to the Su family? It was because she understood their character. They were grateful and repaying favors. If they were so heartless and ungrateful, she would definitely not have accepted any gifts. All right, set the food out. Madam, you haven't had breakfast yet. At this moment, the maidservant next to her interrupted the maidservant's flattering words and ordered. The maidservant then shut up and took the food box to the inner room. The maidservant took the opportunity to persuade her, Madam, I heard that food shop is doing good business. Many people go there to eat. Why don't you try it too? Chapter 105. Lynn nodded, and the maid beside her helped her behind the curtain to eat. On the round table carved with ice flake patterns, steamed buns and various breakfast side dishes were neatly arranged. Lynn sat down. The maid introduced them one by one. This is a soup dumpling, this is a steamed bun, this is a meat dumpling. Lynn followed the words, and was immediately attracted by the steamed buns the size of a baby's fist. What kind of bun is this? Steamed buns, madam. Would you like to try one? Lynn nodded, and after receiving the maid's approval, she placed the bun on the plate in front of her. Lynn then picked up the bun with her chopsticks and took a small bite. She had expected such a small bun to have little meat filling, but she found the wrapper quite thin. The scallion aroma mixed with the meaty flavor, a rich salty flavor, and a lingering taste. Lynn's mouth was not small, and she finished one in 2 bites. Not bad, she praised. Seeing this, the maid said, Madam, try these soup dumplings. I just went there, and saw a lot of people buying them. I haven't had them in ages. There was a soup dumpling shop in Chang'an. Before she got married, Lynn would often go there with her friends. She could eat 3 in a row, while her friends could only eat 1. Whenever they finished, her friends would look at her with admiration, praising her for her delicious food. Life was so carefree back then, as if it would never change. But things are unpredictable, and friends. Her voice and appearance were still ringing in her ears, yet the two of them would never see each other again in this life. Lynn couldn't bear to think about it anymore, so she gathered her thoughts and began to eat her soup dumplings. They were still slightly warm, and the soup, filled with broth, seemed a bit overwhelmed. The liquid sloshed at the slightest touch. Lynn picked up the dumpling, placed it on the spoon, and took a small bite. The broth flowed out, and a rich, fresh flavor immediately hit her face. There was no other word to describe it except fresh. These soup dumplings were much better than those in Chang'an. However, Lynn ate only 1 and couldn't eat any more. Perhaps it was reminiscing about the past, or perhaps it was because her appetite was poor, so she gave the rest to the servants around her. Even then, it wasn't long before Su Li's buns were all sold out. Without time to count the money earned, Su Li, Chen, and the others began preparing lunch. The braised dishes from last night didn't need to be made again, but today they were going to make spicy stir-fried pig's trotters, pickled fish, twice-cooked pork, shredded pork with fish sauce, braised pork, leek and egg, spicy stir-fried cabbage, braised radish, stir-fried yam with black fungus, mapo tofu, and so on. The division of labor was clear. Mrs. Mo, Mrs. Liu, and Mrs. Chen were responsible for butchering the fish and washing the vegetables, while Su Li and Su Hong were responsible for chopping and cooking. Mrs. Wu was in charge of lighting the fire, and Su Tao and Old Man Su also looked after the front yard. Everyone had their own tasks to do, so they weren't overwhelmed. If anyone finished their own tasks temporarily, they could help each other out. And so, as the bright sun rose, the aroma of food wafted from Su Ji fast food restaurant. People living nearby could smell it as soon as Su Li cooked her first dish. The husband of one newlywed couple returned home from his shift at the government office for lunch. As he washed his hands, he said, "There's a new food shop next door. While my mother's away, why don't you cook? Let's go out for dinner." Song's wife, Song, was tempted. She had been married for so long, but she had never been out of the house alone with her husband. However, she felt a little embarrassed. "How can I do that? I cooked." Chi-san didn't understand this and said, "What's wrong with that? Come on, I take you out for dinner." After saying that, he reached out to grab Song's hand. "Brother Chi-san, don't. Someone saw us." "No way," Chi-san said, taking the opportunity to kiss his wife's cheek again. He only stopped when he saw her face flushed a light red. Song could only rage, but she couldn't do anything about it. She glared at him even after he left the house. Chi-san's face was expressionless, as he casually greeted the others. "Constable Chi, are you leaving? Constable Chi, have you eaten yet? Let's put all that aside for now." When Chi-san and his wife arrived at Su Ji fast food restaurant, there were no other diners there except Su Tao. When Chi-san and Song entered, they were first captivated by the restaurant's decor, then by the array of food on the tables. Chi-san had never seen a restaurant where food was prepared before being served. But with his new wife by his side, he could only feign knowledge and proceed to place his order. Su Tao, having recently experienced selling food at the docks, was no longer the panicky person she used to be when she saw customers. She patiently explained the menu, the bill, the menu, and the prices. You mean the meat dishes are 12 won, and the vegetables are 6 won? Chi-san was a little shocked. You know, at other restaurants, any dish costs over 20 won, but this place only has 12 won. Isn't that too cheap? Su Li, confused, thought it was too expensive. After all, at the docks and in front of the county school, they both sold one meat and one vegetable for 12 won. She had no choice but to explain that the meat and vegetables at the restaurant were larger, while at the docks, they were smaller. Chi-san, however, didn't think it was expensive at all, but he didn't explain. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Then I have one of these pig's trotters." After saying that, he didn't forget to ask Song, "Madam, what would you like to eat?" Song whispered, "I'm happy with anything." Chi-san then ordered a plate of twice-cooked pork and a plate of mapo tofu. Su Tao said, "1 plate of twice-cooked pork, 1 plate of spicy stir-fried pork trotters, 1 plate of mapo tofu, and 2 bowls of rice." "That's 32 won, sir." It was the first time Chi-san had ever paid for his meal, so he was curious. He took out his money and gave it to her. Su Tao took it and handed Chi-san a wooden sign with the number 1 carved on it. "Sir, please sit wherever you like. I bring your food right away." Chi-san and Song chose a seat by the window. Su Tao took out 3 bowls, filled them with the food, and then added 2 bowls of rice before bringing them over. "Sir, your meal." Su Tao then took the wooden sign away. Chi-san was puzzled by the whole process. There was no one else in the shop, so why didn't he just give them the sign? Wasn't it redundant to give and take wooden signs? The owner of this shop must be a bit mentally ill. However, Chi-san soon discovered the benefits of this method. As more people arrived, because each table had a wooden sign, it was easier to get confused when the dishes were served. Unlike other shops, where the staff was too short, the owner often misremembered the order or had to shout to find out who had ordered what. The downside was that it was too noisy. While noise was unavoidable, who wouldn't prefer a quieter environment if given the choice? Thinking of this, Chi-san looked at the portions of the dishes on the small plates again, and finally understood why it was only 12 cents. This portion was actually not particularly large, only a little more than half of what other places had. One portion was just enough for one person. The advantage was that you wouldn't leave too much to eat, the price was right, and you could have other dishes. The disadvantage was that if it wasn't enough, you had to buy more. Chi-san collected his thoughts, and began to eat a piece of pig's trotter. It wasn't cold yet, steaming hot, and coated in green and red chilies, making it look particularly tempting. Chi-san, a native of Qinghe County, loved spicy food, so he immediately took a liking to the trotter. Sure enough, the taste didn't disappoint him. Spicy, fresh, and exceptionally soft and glutinous. He couldn't stop eating it. Especially in the dead of winter, sweat was pouring down his forehead. As he ate, he kept serving his wife, "Take this, this is delicious." He then took another chopstick, and ate a piece of twice-cooked pork. The pork was fried until the fat edges were slightly curled, the surface was golden brown, and it was topped with garlic sprouts and chili peppers. Chi-san had ordered this meat because he thought it would go well with rice, and it really did. With one bite, the charred aroma of the meat blended with the aroma of chili peppers and fermented black beans, a tangy flavor that lingered in his mouth for a long time. He almost didn't want to swallow it. It was so delicious. Then he ate a big mouthful of rice, and it was even better. Not only the 2 meat dishes, but also the tofu, which was both spicy and numbing. It was the first time he had ever eaten such tender and delicious tofu. It was absolutely amazing, and it went especially well with rice. After finishing it, he was still not satisfied and ordered another serving of twice-cooked pork and 3 bowls of rice. Songsha was the same way. She usually only ate half a bowl of rice, but because the lunch was so delicious today, she actually ate a whole bowl. By the end of the meal, both of them left with full bellies. Besides the Chi-san couple, the aroma also attracted old Master Xing, who lived in the next alley. His wife had died when he was young, and he never remarried, leaving him alone in his old age. Some people envied him, some thought he was foolish, but he ignored them all. Decades passed like this. Today, he had only one class at the private school, so he returned early. He had originally planned to have a quick bite, but then he smelled the aroma and immediately put down his food, deciding to eat out for lunch. "What's this?" "1 portion, and one of these chive and egg dishes," Old Master Xing said, pointing at the scrambled eggs with chives and the braised pork. Okay. The restaurant wasn't crowded, so Chen quickly brought Old Master Xing's food over. Sir, your food. Old Master Xing nodded, indicating it would be fine. After Chen left, he shifted his focus from surveying the surroundings to the food before him. Old Master Xing's favorite dish, braised pork, was always red, especially as he aged. He would order it at almost any restaurant he went to. The braised pork before him looked quite good, with a rosy red color and a perfect balance of fat and lean meat. It looked delicious. Old Master Xing picked up a piece with his chopsticks, and the braised pork trembled with the movement of his chopsticks. He took a bite. The braised pork melted in his mouth, with a salty aroma and a hint of sweetness. It was rich but not greasy. It was incredibly delicious. But what surprised Old Master Xing most was the sweetness of this braised pork recipe, considering the local braised pork recipe is salter. Old Master Xing suddenly thought of his wife. She always used a lot of sugar in her braised pork, always claiming she only added a little, making it sweet. He had no choice but to eat it, holding his nose. After each meal, he would drink a lot of water to dilute the sweetness. His wife would then say she would use less sugar next time, but she would do the same thing, never changing. Later, she died in a carriage overturn on her way to her parents' home. He never got the chance to eat her braised pork again, nor did he ever get the chance to properly tell her how much he loved her cooking. He thought his wife must be angry that he always said her cooking was bad, which was why she hadn't even dreamed of him for all those years. Xing Hai ate the braised pork, tears streaming down his face. He wiped them away, only to find they were his own tears. Chen, who was standing by, saw this and wanted to go up and ask what was wrong, but was stopped by Su Li. She just shook her head at Chen and signaled her not to care. Although she didn't know why the old man was so sad, she knew that sometimes when one is sad, he would rather be alone. Chapter 106. Why aren't there any people coming? After seeing off the first few customers, the food stall remained empty. Chen, watching the sun rise higher, wondered anxiously, after all the hard work the whole family has put in all morning, are we going to sell anything? Just as Chen was secretly worried, several senior students wearing blue shirts and scarves suddenly approached from a distance. Upon closer inspection, they were Chuiyu, Qian Kai, and the others. Yes, the food stall I was talking about is right up ahead, Chuiyu suddenly said. Qian Kai nodded. Yes, it's Su Ji. Ever since trying Su Ji's braised pork, Qian Kai, like Chuiyu, had been hooked. He no longer ate in the cafeteria. Instead, he'd go to the county school gate with Chuiyu to buy food as soon as school was over. He even bought a lot for his parents during Chinese New Year. He never expected to find his parents had bought some, too. It was truly hilarious. Let's go then. I'm starving. Me too. The people around Chuiyu and Qian Kai urged them. They were classmates at the county school and had planned to have lunch together today. Okay, let's go. At Su's fast food restaurant, Qian Kai said as he entered, Miss Su, Miss Chen, business is booming. Chuiyu was a little shocked by this. He had assumed Brother Qian was taciturn, but he hadn't expected him to say such a thing. He glanced at Qian Kai, only to find him looking innocent. But he wasn't about to be outdone, and delivered a carefully prepared congratulatory speech. These were regular customers, who came almost every day. Su Li smiled and thanked them, welcoming them in. Mr. Chui and Mr. Qian, please take a look at what you'd like to eat today. Brother Qian, come and see. There are so many more dishes. Chuiyu looked at the dishes in front of him, and said to Qian Kai and the others behind him. Qian Kai hurried forward and saw, indeed, many dishes he had never seen before. What is this? Twice-cooked pork. What is this? Stir-fried yam with black fungus. I know that. It's braised pork. Qian Kai, after understanding, said to the other three, Brother Ding, Brother Song, Brother Li, come and see what you want to eat. The other three also came forward. Since Su Li had just mentioned the prices and portions of the dishes, they had agreed to order together so that they could enjoy a variety of dishes. I'm fine with anything. Me too. You guys order, we haven't tried it yet. After the three of them finished speaking, Chuiyu and Qian Kai said okay. Then they ordered spicy braised pork trotters, fish-flavored shredded pork, red braised pork, pickled fish with mapo tofu, and scrambled eggs with chives. Su Li said, total 149 won. The county school also had a math department, and after a few calculations, they found it was less than 30 won per person, much cheaper than other restaurants. Chuiyu took out a silver coin to pay the bill, and Su Li gave the change. They asked the others to find a seat, while she and Chinshur began to serve the food. It was really convenient that the food was prepared early, and it arrived on their tables in no time. When they saw the food, they realized that the portions were much smaller than at other restaurants, but the price was worth the size. As soon as the food arrived, Cui Yu and Qian Kai eagerly began to dig in, even greeting their 3 other classmates. "Come and try your luck, and see how it tastes." Seeing this, Ding Che couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that delicious? Looking at Brother Cui and Brother Qian's expressions, was it really that bad? While thinking this, he took a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. The braised pork was soft, sweet, and melted in his mouth. Ding Che's eyes immediately lit up. He then reached for the fish-flavored shredded pork next to the braised pork. The sour and spicy flavor was appetizing, and it went perfectly with rice. After 2 bites, Ding Che could actually taste sweet and sour fish, but there was no fish in the dish. He couldn't help but wonder, what's the name of this dish? Cui Yu knew because he had asked the same question at the time. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Is it really made of fish? A flicker of surprise flashed in Ding Che's eyes. But there's no fish. Cui Yu saw his expression and knew he was just like him. He'd been puzzled, wondering why this dish was called fish-fragrant shredded pork when it didn't have fish in it. Unexpectedly, Miss Su told him a story about a couple whose wife accidentally added fish seasoning to a dish while cooking. It turned out to be surprisingly delicious, and so this dish was created. Ding Che looked as if he had suddenly understood, but his confusion soon faded, as the other 3 were almost done eating. Ding Che quickly joined the rush for food, but still not enough, he ordered 2 more servings of twice-cooked pork. Perhaps someone had come into the shop, suggesting it was gaining popularity, so a few more people gradually arrived. Later, students from the county school came over, and the crowd gradually grew. By the afternoon, the crowd had thinned out, but they had to prepare the evening meal. There are more people in the evening than at noon, perhaps because everyone has finished their work and there are many more people with their families. Some came for fun, while others followed recommendations. Fangda and Shici had come on Chi-san's advice. As soon as they entered the restaurant, dressed in their constable uniforms, everyone's voices fell silent. Suli felt a little intimidated by the sight of the yamen runners, but she still bravely introduced the dishes. "What would you like to eat, sirs?" Fangda looked around, and saw many he had never tried before. Unwilling to show his shyness, he randomly pointed to 2 dishes. Shici, however, was more calculating. After asking about the dishes and prices, he ordered 2 according to his preferences. After paying, they found an empty seat. Actually, the restaurant was almost full, but when the yamen runners arrived, they moved an empty table out. Fangda and Shici were used to this kind of behavior, so they didn't react. They sat down and began chatting, mostly about trivial matters. "Time flies. I think your son was born just a few days ago, and he's already a month old on the 5th of next month." Shici sighed, feeling that time had flown so quickly since the Lunar New Year. Fangda smiled and put down his sword. "Of course. Remember to come to the full moon banquet then." Shici, haha, of course. "Sir, your meal." Suli brought the meal and set it before leaving. The 2 paused. "Come, let's eat first." "Okay." Then they began to eat. To be honest, Fangda hadn't been particularly impressed with the food at this restaurant. It was Zigu, also known as Chi-san, who had recommended it, and he happened to have some free time that evening, so he came. Shici had the same idea. Although Chi-san praised this restaurant to the skies in the county government office, saying that the food tasted better than that in a restaurant, Shici just thought that Chi-san was bragging. How could the food in a restaurant be as delicious as that in a restaurant? However, even though he knew that the other party was bragging, Shici still couldn't help but feel a little curious, so he came here with Fangyu. However, once the food arrived, the same thought crossed their minds. It actually looked quite good and smelled incredibly fragrant. Fangda was the first to grab a piece of braised pig's ear with his chopsticks. Fragrant, crispy, and glutinous, that was his first reaction. He had pig's ears before. He had them during the pig-killing ceremony, but the difference between then and this was worlds apart. It was truly delicious, and even better with the chili powder dipped in it, as the young woman had suggested. Immediately, Fangda called out, "Give me a pot of wine." The restaurant sold wine, and Suli had even built a wine cabinet. He responded and handed the wine over. Fangda took the wine and poured each of them a glass. "Drink." He then took a sip. Delicious, especially the braised pig's ear, with a sip of wine. It was truly delicious. CC, who was sitting next to him, followed suit. Sure enough, sipping wine and eating braised food was incredibly enjoyable. There were also twice-cooked pork and spicy braised pig's trotters, the flavors of which amazed the 2 men. Fonda devoured each piece of the trotter, sweat dripping from his forehead and nose. Shi even ordered several bowls of rice, enjoying the twice-cooked pork with him. Neither of them could have imagined that such an ordinary restaurant could have such excellent food. It's true that appearances don't always tell the whole story. Even such a humble eatery shouldn't be underestimated. By the end of the meal, the bowls and plates had been completely devoured, and both were completely stuffed. This tastes really good. It's quite good. Then Shi Lao-sen hadn't lied to them. By the time the last customer had left, it was already dark, the streets were deserted, and the tea shop next door had begun to close. Su Li, Chinshur, and the others had packed up their stools and other items, preparing to close. Honestly, after a busy day like this, it's quite exhausting. When guests arrived, everyone was so busy greeting them that they didn't notice. It wasn't until they left that the real feeling hit. My whole body ached, as if I'd been hammered or run over by a wheel. Su Li and Su Hong, in particular, had cooked even more dishes today than usual. Their hands felt like they were going to break from chopping vegetables and wielding the spatula. But all that fatigue vanished when they saw the dustpan full of copper coins. In Su's fast food restaurant, under the oil lamp, Su Tao was counting them one by one, while Lien Gu sat beside her, stringing them together with hemp rope, looking quite professional. A total of 10 taels and 8 chien. Su Hong took the copper coins from Lien Gu and put them in the dustpan. So much? The rest of the Su family was a little shocked. Earning 10 taels of silver in just one day? Almost half as much as they earned selling at the county school or the docks. Everyone was excited, looking at each other, as if they couldn't believe it. 10 taels. Wouldn't that mean a total of 300 taels of silver brought in this month? At the thought of this, everyone's breath caught. However, Su Li still gave everyone a heads up. This is just the first day. It probably won't be this high later. After all, it's a new opening today, and there are many people just waiting for the fun. They might not come the next day. Only with time will the figures gradually stabilize. That's fine. Even if it's not this much, it's still pretty good, said Mrs. Wu. Yes. Old man Su nodded. I never thought running a food store would be so profitable. If I had known earlier. Of course, knowing earlier wouldn't have been much use. After all, I didn't have that much money to buy a store. Back then, even renting a store would have been a consideration. The others thought the same thing. If they had known earlier, they would have definitely opened a shop in the county town. Suddenly, they felt their fatigue completely vanish, their bodies filled with energy, and they felt like they could work harder. But she remembered that everyone had been tired all day, so she stood up, gathered the silver, and put it in a box. Everyone has worked hard today. Go get some rest early. It's time to rest. Chapter 107. The next day, it was almost time for lunch. At the county school, Brother Chui, Brother Qian, let's go to Suji restaurant, where we ate yesterday. Deng Che, while the teacher was away, turned his head and glanced at the people behind him. Chui put down his copy of The Great Learning and blurted out, sure. Deng Che, what about you, Brother Qian, Brother Song, Brother Li? Qian Kai, sure. No problem. I can do that too. And so, the three of them happily reached an agreement. They also discussed the taste of yesterday's meal, their personal preferences, and what they would order for lunch today. The three chatted animatedly, and the instructor, who was passing by the courtyard from a distance, nodded in agreement. While the students in Class B weren't as bright as those in Class A, they were just as diligent, if not more so. Unlike the mediocre students in Classes C and D, who either dozed off or snuck off to eat during class. How disgraceful. But speaking of food, Instructor Wu remembered that Master Shen had just invited him to a new restaurant on Comping Street. He figured it was almost time, so he had to hurry. With that, Instructor Wu hurried off without stopping to look inside. Over here, after Chui Yu and Qian Kai and the others had finally settled on what to eat, a sudden sneer rang out from behind them. It's just a restaurant. How can it be so delicious? You look so worldly wise. The person who spoke was Zhong Yandon. His family owned a bank, and he and Chui Yu had been sworn enemies since childhood. Although the two families had a good relationship, Zhong Yandon hated Chui Yu immensely. So, after the Chui family's business failed, he took advantage of the fact that the county magistrate was his uncle and frequently taunted Chui Yu and the others. Come on, Wang Chong, Gu Lu. Today I take you to Xiangmenla to see the world, so you don't end up like them and lose face for me. Zhong Yandon gave them a provocative look after saying this. Qian Kai and the others' faces instantly changed upon hearing this, but they were all ordinary people, and since ancient times, the people had never fought against the officials, so they dared not speak out. Only Chui Yu was unafraid of Zhong Yandan, and immediately retorted, who could be as generous as young Master Zhong, spending so much money on that girl from Zuifeng Pavilion. I wonder what your wife would think if she knew. You? Zhong Yandan held up 5 thick fingers, then lowered them, his expression changing like a die shop, but he ultimately said no more. He knew his mother loved this pretty boy the most, especially after the Chui family's misfortune. She felt even more pity and compassion for him, even saying she wanted to adopt him as her adopted son. He wondered if Chui Yu would be summoned someday. Then, Chui Yu would reveal his secrets, and that would be the end of it. A wise man never suffers a loss in the face of adversity. As the master said, a beautiful jade doesn't need to be touched by a tile. He was now the beautiful jade, and Chui Yu was the rotten stone. After this self-reflection, Zhong Yandan felt much better. Then he thought about how Chui Yu could only afford to eat at street restaurants, while he had endless access to fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful women. His heart was even more at ease. I don't want to tell you, you're just jealous of me. Jealous? Chui Yu was bewildered. Him? Jealous of him? Jealous of his ugliness? Jealous of his incompetence, always coming in last on quizzes, and having to rely on connections to stay in the county school? Or jealous of him being taken advantage of? He didn't even realize he was being cheated? Chui Yu truly didn't understand the man's train of thought, but whatever. He'd been like this for a long time, ever since he was a kid. He was used to it. Let's put all that aside and think about something cheerful. For example, the school bell has rung, signaling it's time to go eat. When Chui Yu and Qian Kai arrived at Su Ji's restaurant, many people were already seated there. Fortunately, they arrived quickly and secured a street-facing table. The weather was nice today, not too windy, though still a bit chilly. The 3 of them ordered their food, which arrived quickly. Eating the piping hot meal, they didn't feel cold at all. Young Master Zhong, look, isn't that Chui Yu and the others? As they say, enemies often meet on narrow roads. Zhong Yandan was also on his way to eat when he bumped into him on the street. Another person replied, yes, that's them. Is this the restaurant they're talking about? It's quite crowded. Gu Lu, the little henchman, sighed as he looked at the packed restaurant not far away. The next moment, he changed his tune. It really doesn't look that great. Wang Chong, who was standing next to him, echoed, yeah, it doesn't look good at all. It can't compare to Xiangmenlu. Only poor scholars like Chui Yu would go there. He knew what Zhong Yandan liked to hear, so he specifically tried to find something nice to say. However, Zhong Yandan was displeased this time. After all, the restaurant looked quite crowded, so the food must be good. But then he thought, just because it tasted good didn't mean it was as good as Xiangmenlu. You're right. Ignoring the mouth-watering aroma of food in the air, Zhong Yandan waved his hand. Let's go to Xiangmenlu. Then the 3 of them strode off. Chui Yu and his companions were completely oblivious to them, their entire attention focused on the food before them. They hadn't ordered any braised dishes yesterday, so today they specifically ordered a portion of braised pork intestines and some braised pork. The more they ate, the more they felt something was missing. After some discussion, they decided to each have a drink. However, when they stood up to get some wine, they saw Teacher Wu and Master Shen. Chui Yu was so frightened that he practically lost 2 souls. Su Li, Student Chui, what do you want? Chui Yu glanced at the instructor and teacher sitting 2 steps to his right, his eyes wandering. He stammered a laugh, nothing. Do you have any hot water? I'm a little thirsty. Yes, Student Chui, wait a moment. I bring it to you. Okay. With that, Chui Yu turned and scurried out. Seeing him return empty-handed, the others were puzzled. Brother Chui, didn't you go get some wine? Where's the wine? Shoo. Chui Yu quickly stopped Ding Che from continuing winking. The instructor and teacher are in there. What? The instructor is in there? It was over. The 4 of them felt as if cold water had poured over their heads, their faces pale. After all, the county school had a rule prohibiting students from drinking alcohol. If caught, they would be punished by cleaning the toilets at best, or expelled from the school at worst. None of these options were worth facing. One of them even stuttered, this, you. Thankfully, Chui Yu didn't want to scare them, and quickly said, don't worry, I haven't told you yet. Thankfully. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Chen arrived with hot soup. They took a sip, their complexions instantly returning to color. However, it was also at this moment that they unexpectedly discovered the soup was quite delicious. This winter melon soup is quite delicious. Yes, it's really good. How could it not be delicious? Su Li had prepared the soup with large bones, thinking that the guests would have something to drink if they were thirsty. After all, not everyone likes to drink alcohol. And a bowl of hot soup on a cold day is both comforting and nourishing, a way to maintain a customer base. Wuya, I'm here. You go in and rest for a while, Mrs. Chen said to Suli beside her as she collected the cash. Yes, Wuya, go eat. We can handle it, Mrs. Mo also said. Suli nodded. She had come to help out front because she was worried that her mother and Aunt Mo might have an emergency and couldn't handle it. Now that things were getting back on track, she could finally rest. Back in the backyard, beside Su Tao and Su Hong, who were selling food at the dock, Mrs. Liu and her grandmother were still washing dishes in the yard. Seeing Suli come in, they urged her to eat. The shop was busy now, and there was no time to wait for everyone to gather. Everyone took their time to eat. Fortunately, the food was ready, which was convenient. After all this busy time, Suli was actually feeling a bit hungry. She filled a large bowl with rice, including a generous portion of meat. As she ate, she asked Grandma Wu, Grandma, have you eaten yet? Grandma Wu set the washed bowl aside. Not yet. Let's wait for your grandfather to come back and eat together. Old man Su had gone to see Su Hong and the others off, and hadn't returned yet. Figuring it was almost time, Suli didn't say anything. But Suli glanced around and suddenly asked, by the way, Grandma, where's Lian Gu? Why couldn't she see her? She's playing with some new kids next door. So that's the truth? Suli knew her niece Lian Gu had made 2 good friends the moment she arrived. Well, it's good to have a few more friends. Since they're close by, I can always keep an eye on them, so there's nothing to worry about. What's more, Madame Luan from the Rouge shop next door is a really nice person. She takes care of 2 children alone, and is able to run the shop and raise the children so well. Like Aunt Shin, they are both great people. Suli admires her from the bottom of her heart, and is willing to associate with such people. Since Aunt Lian was fine, Suli continued eating. Afterward, she went outside to join her mother, Chun, and Aunt Mo for dinner. This continued uninterrupted until the afternoon. It's worth noting that at noon, Constable Fong from yesterday arrived to book a banquet for a few days later, claiming it was for their son's full moon celebration. Constable Fong negotiated the price with Suli, agreed on the dishes for that day, and paid the deposit before leaving. This was truly great news. Having reservations right after opening, how could she not be happy? Suli told her mother, Chun, and the others, and they were equally delighted. Hosting banquets was great. She didn't have to worry about overcooking and not being able to sell the food, nor did she have to worry about undercooking. Suli loved hosting banquets. But as the old saying goes, when joy comes, there are naturally worries. Constable Fong returned home and told his wife, who was nursing her baby in bed, that he had booked a banquet at Su's restaurant. She immediately became displeased. Didn't we agree to hold the full moon banquet at Xiangmenlo? Mrs. Wang looked at her husband, Fong De, wondering why he had suddenly changed his mind. Fong De waved his hand dismissively. The food at Xiangmenlo is just average and expensive. This restaurant is great. You see once you try it. Mrs. Wang thought her husband was just being naive and making excuses. After all, everyone knew that the best restaurant in the county was Xiangmenlo, and the worst was Yaoyulu. Which restaurant could possibly rival them? Thinking this way, Wang didn't dare to say anything about her husband's decision. But she still felt a sense of aggrieved and disappointed. She had originally thought that holding the full moon banquet at a large restaurant would give her a chance to show off in front of her old relatives, but she hadn't expected this to happen. Now, she was thankful she wasn't embarrassed. Mrs. Wang's gloomy mood persisted until the 5th day of the first lunar month, her son's full moon. My dear, this is the food shop I told you about. What do you think? Fong De said to Huang, who was standing beside him, holding his son. Huang's face stiffened for a moment, and she forced a smile. It's quite good. Chapter 108. Seriously, this restaurant is quite good. Although small, it's elegantly and charmingly decorated. Walking all the way to the backyard, the space is spacious, with tables neatly arranged. Even the bowls, chopsticks, and plates on them look quite exquisite. This made Huang feel a little better. Everything was ready, and soon, as the hours passed, relatives and friends of the Fong and Huang families began to arrive. Over here, Suji restaurant, yes, right here. A neatly dressed, well-dressed man dismounted from the carriage and spoke, looking at the Suji sign. The little girl he was holding clapped her hands excitedly. I see my aunt and little brother. Both were delighted to have found the right place, but the young woman who followed behind curled her lips. Why not hold it in a restaurant? It's so small here, I don't think there's room. I think this place is just as good. The man couldn't help but defend his elder brother. What's so good about it? I don't even know if it's clean. The woman came from a local gentry family. Although she had married Fong Lao Er, she still lived a life of luxury with her dowry, commanding servants and spending lavishly. Naturally, she looked down on this small food stall. But after all, he was her husband's elder brother, so she had to give him some respect. But for her, her mere presence was already a great honor, yet her expression showed no sign of disdain or contempt. Second brother, sister-in-law, you're here. Fong Da was enthusiastic and hurried over to greet the group, directing the children beside him to set up the carriages. Behind him, Huang, who had been happily chatting with others, froze at the words and reluctantly turned to greet the newcomers. Fong Da Pian then said, "Come, take our Chunger and show him to my second brother and the others." Huang had no choice but to suppress her displeasure and hold her son over for the two of them to see. Fortunately, Jiang wasn't fond of children either. She teased him for a bit before taking Fong Er away from the table. "Daughter, is this your sister-in-law who refuses to live with her parents-in-law? She certainly seems quite difficult to approach." Huang's mother, Zhou, suddenly spoke after the others had left. "Yes, that's her." Huang nodded, her eyes etched with jealousy and bitterness as she watched the woman chatting and laughing nearby and the servants standing behind her waiting. Jiang had always looked down on her. Who knew she ridiculed her behind her back after the banquet today? Thinking about these unhappy things, her expression inevitably turned grim. Fong Da, seeing her unwell, frowned in concern. "Are you feeling unwell? The banquet is about to start. If you're not feeling well, come with me and take a seat, holding our son. I entertain you here." Huang didn't want to sit, but Zhou's hands were tired from holding the child for so long, so she simply pulled her along and found a seat. As luck would have it, the table her mother, Zhou, had chosen happened to be the one where Huang's parents' elders, all gossipers, were the ones Huang hated the most back home. When she was still a teenager, they gossiped about her all day, saying she had a big mouth and would have trouble finding a husband, or that she had high cheekbones and would bring bad luck to her husband. In short, from weddings to banquets, there was no place these old women didn't find fault. Even though their own family was incredibly poor, they still looked down on everything. Eldest aunt, third aunt. Huang was annoyed, but her expression remained unchanged as she greeted each of them, expecting to hear their nitpicking during the meal. However, she didn't hear anything she expected. The elders, who usually chattered endlessly at banquets, were all absorbed in their food. "The skin on this pork elbow is so soft and chewy. What kind of meatballs are these? They're so white, just like the snow in the sky. This fish is incredibly delicious, sour and sweet." The toothless old women were gorging themselves on their food, and upon seeing her, they were full of praise. It was the first time Huang had heard them talk about anything other than gossip, and the first time she had heard such rare compliments from them. Elsewhere, after the feast began, Jiang and her daughter took their seats at a women's table. The guests were all relatives from her husband's Fong family. Seeing her arrival, they politely offered their seats to her and her daughter. Jiang was accustomed to this, and accepted it with composure. However, she didn't sit down immediately. Instead, she had the maid behind her fetch water, and wiped the stool and table in front of her, washing the dishes and chopsticks. This left the others at the table standing, while she busied herself with the rest of the meal. By the time they were done, other tables had already started eating. Thankfully, no one objected, and a commotion was averted. "Madam, everything's been wiped clean," the maid replied, standing by. Jiang then sat down with her daughter, and the others followed suit. However, Jiang had no appetite for the food on the table. She lazily glanced around and found that many of the dishes were things she had never seen or eaten before. This piqued her interest, and since her daughter was also clamoring for food, she asked the maid to put some on the plate. "Eat, my little sweetheart. Be careful, it's hot." The daughter was clamoring for meatball soup. The meatballs were unlike ordinary meatballs, completely white. It was unclear what they were made of. Jiang had the maid blow them cool before giving them to her daughter. She also scooped one up with a spoon. Her first instinct wasn't to eat it. Instead, she sniffed it closely. Finding no other strange smell, she mustered up the courage to take a small bite. This smell. Jiang savored it carefully, took another bite, and finally discovered what it was made of. It was fish. This fish was unlike any other. It was exceptionally fresh, fragrant, and chewy. The texture was firm and delicious, without a hint of fishy flavor. It was truly excellent. I had never imagined this small food shop could have such delicious food. Not bad. Jiang then sampled roast duck, roast chicken, braised lamb, mixed wild vegetables, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots, and so on, unable to stop. The maids behind her were surprised. Didn't the lady say she wouldn't eat even if beaten to death when she arrived? How could she not stop? The young lady was also surprised. She had never seen her eat so much at home. Today, after finishing her meal, she kept urging her to serve more. It was truly unusual. But it wasn't just Jiang. Everyone at the banquet today was less talkative than usual, their heads bowed as they ate. Some, even after eating, were already asking how much the meal cost, thinking they hosted here in the future. The full moon banquet was a complete success, and everyone was delighted. Wang's expectations hadn't materialized. Everyone was delighted. Even Jiang, unlike usual, didn't just leave after eating. She rarely praised the meal. Although it was just a brief remark, today's meal tasted quite good. Wang was delighted. Her sister-in-law was quite the picky one, and after all their years together, this was the first time she had ever heard her praise them. She immediately stopped resenting her husband for not hosting the banquet at a restaurant, and instead felt he was truly farsighted. The banquet cost 30 taels of silver, but Fonda showed no remorse, and was very forthright when he paid. For the Su family, this was also the first time they had hosted banquets in the county town since opening their food shop. Money was secondary. The main concern was building a customer base. Soon after the banquet ended, several families came to inquire about it. 5 banquets in a row were booked, which delighted Su Li and the Su family. In the following months, the Su family hosted many banquets. However, this brought with it an increasingly pressing issue that could not be avoided. The food shop was still too short-staffed. Su Li discussed it with the rest of the family and decided to simply ask her eldest sister, Su Hong, and the others to stop selling food at the docks. However, with the rising temperatures, the number of merchant ships was increasing, and they could earn 3.4 taels of silver a day, so hiring a few people would be more cost-effective. It happened to be the end of March, so Su Li, her mother, and her grandparents discussed giving everyone a few days off to rest and explore suitable candidates. Of course, before they could rest, there was one important matter, paying the workers. Aunt Lu and Aunt Mo had been busy and helpful lately. After the first 2 months, they were supposed to receive a commission, but they refused to take more. This month, the food shop business was back on track, and Su Li and her mother and the others discussed starting to pay commissions. The commission would naturally be based on the shop's performance. More silver if it was good, less if it wasn't. After sharing this with the others, they all agreed. So, Su Li calculated the commission for March. That day, after distributing the wages, Su Li specifically asked the 2 men to wait and told them the good news. Chen also took 200 yuan from the cash box and handed them to them. This is your bonus for this month. Chen didn't understand the difference between commission and non-commission, and she misinterpreted it as a bonus. It took Madame Imo and Madame Lu a long time to react, but they still refused. No, I don't want it. Me neither. My monthly wages are already more than enough. Both of them were content, especially after learning that the shop assistants next door only earned 500 won a month. They felt that the Su family's offer was quite good. Furthermore, the Su family provided them with food and lodging, and they never ran short of food and drink. Yesterday, they even gave them plenty of meat and rice to take home. Putting aside their relationships, where else could they find such a kind host? Furthermore, their relationships with Madame Chen and the Su family were already good. The men and their families would come to the Su family every day to get braised meat to sell, earning them a lot of money. One should be content. Contentment brings happiness. Cherish your blessings, and they will enjoy them long-lasting. In short, no matter what Madame Chen said, neither of them would accept. In the end, Madame Chen had to make some harsh remarks, and after much persuasion from Su Li and the others, the 2 finally accepted. Auntie Mo, Auntie Lu, just take it with confidence. You deserve it. To be honest, Su Li only realized how tiring the restaurant business was after opening a food stall in this life. Especially preparing breakfast, getting up before dawn every day, and only being able to rest after everyone else is asleep. It's truly no easy task, no easier than farming. So, she didn't think the money was too much or anything, it was all they deserved. Su Li has always believed that hard work deserves reward. It motivates her to work harder. After her business stabilizes and she hires more people, she will continue to improve employee benefits. She will definitely not be that unscrupulous boss. Chapter 109. Over here, it would be a lie to say that Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Emma weren't moved or excited by the huge wages they received. Mrs. Lu was fine. She usually managed the family finances and had seen the world, so her expression was a little calmer. But Mrs. Mo was different. Her mother-in-law was the head of the household, and even if she occasionally had a few coins, she would spend them on her daughters. How could she have ever had so much money on her? Besides, she had earned all this money penny by penny herself, so there was no comparison. Mrs. Mo was excited, her face flushed. It wasn't until they got back to the village in Zheng Lao Er's mule cart, and the low house drew closer, that she finally calmed down. Fourth mother, second brother Zheng, I be leaving now. Mrs. Lu got off the mule cart at the door, and said goodbye to the people on board. Mrs. Lu, okay, then we go back. See you the day after tomorrow. This time they were resting for 3 days, and earlier on the way, they had agreed to go back together. After spending some time together, not only did Chen and Lu's relationship blossom, but Mo and Lu's as well. Knowing that the Huang family lacked a mule cart and travel was difficult, Lu's words were a reminder. Mo didn't hesitate, smiling and agreeing okay. It must be said, the bond between people is truly wondrous. Mo had previously held a low opinion of Lu, believing her and Zheng Lao to be a lazy man and a lazy woman, doing nothing all day long. They were doomed sooner or later after the old village chief died. Lu's impression of Mo wasn't great either. She always felt she was too aggressive, like a shrew. This was especially true during those years, when she seen her quarreling and fighting with her sister-in-law. Lu always felt fortunate that her sister-in-law was merely annoying, not violent. Who could have imagined they could become friends? They were so close they spent every night together, snuggling under the covers to chatter with each other. Even Chen was jealous. Eventually, the three of them decided to move into the same room, officially beginning a life of exhaustion during the day and vigorous energy at night. Sometimes, when Suli woke up in the middle of the night, she could still hear the three of them whispering in their rooms about how they'd been beaten and scolded by their mother-in-law. Of course, Chen and Lu would just keep quiet and listen to Mo's story. When she talked about how mean her own sisters-in-law were, Mo and Lu had something else to talk about. When she talked about her own sisters-in-law, Chen had a lot to say. In short, the three of them were like this, each pouring out their grievances, never getting tired of rehashing the same old grievances. But that wasn't what surprised Suli the most. What surprised her most was that they didn't seem sleepy at all. After working so hard all day, they were still so energetic at night. It was true that she couldn't match her aunt's energy, and she couldn't match Aunt Lian's. Speaking of which, when Madame Mo got off the mule cart, the Huang family immediately saw her and rushed over, some helping with the loads and some asking about her well-being. Second sister-in-law is back. Younger sister-in-law is back. Daya's mother is back. You didn't even tell me, and asked the second son to pick you up. Mrs. Yang laughed, rolling her eyes at her second son. Even a wooden stake would show concern for their daughter-in-law, but her son couldn't even compare to a wooden stake. Why bother? I just take second brother Zheng's mule cart back. Letting her husband come pick her up? Madame Mo didn't want to. If he did, how would she hide the money? You should really thank them, said Mrs. Yang. Regardless of whether this was sincere or not, Mrs. Mo felt relieved and nodded in agreement. She then went on to talk about what she had brought back, how many days she could stay home, and so on. As Mrs. Yang listened to this, she couldn't help but glance at the pork in the basket. Wow, it must have been at least 5 pounds. So much meat, and the bowl of prepared pork elbow in the basket, it made her mouth water. Working in a food store was truly wonderful. Not only did she get paid so much every month, but she also got so much food. Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Lu, standing by, also stared at the food Mrs. Mo had brought back, as if they had lost their minds. God, the Su family was so generous. They gave away so much stuff right away. It was truly enviable. Second sister-in-law, I carry it for you, but be careful not to tire yourself. Yes, sister-in-law, let us do it. What a joke. Mrs. Mo only had one bundle left. Besides her spare clothes, it also contained a tael of silver she had specifically exchanged with Mrs. Chen. How could she possibly give it to them? She quickly stopped them. No, it's not heavy. I can handle it myself. Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Lu were about to say something when Mrs. Mo pulled out a purse and said, Auntie, here's this month's wages. At the mention of wages, Mrs. Yang and the others were drawn to the purse. Mrs. Yang took the purse, her mouth almost widening, but she still managed to say, there's no rush. Mrs. Mo remained silent. She had to pay it anyway, whether it was urgent or not. What difference did it make if it was sooner or later? Mrs. Mo felt a little uncomfortable. She hadn't felt it before when she earned less money, but now that she was earning more and more, and still had to hand it all over to the government every month, she was not very happy. They worked hard to earn money, but they were using her money to support them, right? However, thinking that her daughters' lives would be better if she gave them the money, Mrs. Mo decided to just leave it at that, considering it her daughter's money. Besides, she now had her own little stash of money. She could buy her daughters whatever they wanted, and even save up a dowry for them to marry off with brilliance. Thinking this way, Mrs. Mo asked a few more of her daughters what they did at home. She was relieved when her eldest daughter said she didn't do any heavy work. That's good. Other people in the Huang family were so attentive to Mrs. Mo when they saw the money, they almost treated her like a patron saint. They even refused to let her do even the simplest task of washing the dishes after dinner. Mrs. Mo's motto was, "If you don't let me do it, I won't do it." She's not stupid not to enjoy her blessings. Taking her daughters back to her room, she meticulously questioned them about the situation at home. She feared that after being with Grandma Yang and the others, they wouldn't dare to tell the truth. When she repeated her questions, they gave the same answer. She lifted their clothes one by one and, finding no marks from the cane, she felt relieved. Just then, Wang Dia, who was standing nearby, suddenly looked at Madame Mo and asked, "Mother, you lost a lot of weight. Is that work very tiring? Don't you give us food?" Madame Mo's nose tingled with worry at these words. She had been home for so long, and everyone, including her husband, only cared about how much money she had earned. Only her daughter cared about whether she was tired or hungry. "Mom isn't tired. I'm really not." This was a lie to her daughter. How could she not be tired? At first, she'd been so exhausted that she'd wake up in the middle of the night with back pain and blisters on her feet. But if she didn't work, she wouldn't have the money to save for her daughters' dowries. Without money to provide them with a good life, she could only endure. Fortunately, the fatigue was only physical. She'd feel better the next day. Plus, the daily meals were rich and filling, so she gradually adapted. Actually, she wasn't the one who was most tired. These days, Mrs. Mo admired the fifth daughter of the Su family the most. Despite her young age, she could endure more hardships than even an adult like her. She'd seen her hands blistered from cutting and cooking, yet she never complained and instead comforted her sister and mother. To exaggerate, when the shop first opened, she practically did the work of 5 people, cooking and frying, and in her spare time, she also had to greet customers, wash dishes, and collect cash. Mrs. Mo had no idea how the fifth daughter managed to get through it. It was heartbreaking to watch, but she was incredibly sensible, swallowing all the hardship and fatigue to herself, refusing to let anyone know. "Okay, enough of that. Mother brought you your favorite snacks. They're in the bag. Go get them." Mrs. Mo looked up and motioned for her daughters to take them. Sure enough, their attention was immediately drawn to something else, and they almost cried out in joy. But then, as if realizing something, they exchanged a tacit smile and quietly took out the packets of snacks and shared them. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lu returned home and eagerly laid out her monthly wages on the table. Unsurprisingly, she was met with 3 pairs of envious, admiring glances. 165? Mom, are you saying you earned 1 tael of silver this month? Almost 2? Yes, didn't you see? After hearing their mother's affirmative response, Mrs. Lu's 2 sons felt a little dizzy, and a bit as if the world was falling apart. After all, their combined monthly wages were only 1 tael of silver, and their mother's wages alone were more than both of theirs. How could these 2 grown men feel? Just then, after enjoying the admiration of the 3 men, Mrs. Lu, still looking wary of thieves, tucked the silver into her arms. "Okay, your mother, I'm going to rest. You should go down and rest early too." Zhang Daong and Zhang Erlang were ultimately kicked out of the room. They hadn't really figured out whether this was real or not, when their father, Zhang Lauer, kicked them out. Sure enough, they were the ones who were caught off guard. After sending his sons away, Zhang Lauer closed the door. "Tired? Let me give you a massage?" Mrs. Lu nodded. Although she hadn't done much today, she was certainly tired after such a long journey. "I'm amazing, right?" Mrs. Lu enjoyed her husband's leg massage, glancing proudly at the man before her. "Amazing, absolutely amazing. There's no more amazing young lady in our village than you," Zhang Lauer said, gently massaging her. Mrs. Lu was indeed happy again. Earning so much silver was certainly a joy, but even greater than that was the recognition from her family. Zhang Lauer naturally knew what his wife was thinking. He felt the same way. He still remembered that when he earned the money from buying the mule, the first thing he did was run to his parents' house. Why? To show off his wealth, of course. So he understood his wife's current state of mind perfectly, and Zhang Lauer even offered a thoughtful suggestion. "Would you like me to go home with you tomorrow?" Sure enough, Mrs. Lu's back and legs immediately stopped aching. "Yes." Zhang Lauer smiled, finding his wife's expression adorable. His laughter grew louder and louder, finally resembling thunder. Mrs. Lu also laughed briefly, but then realized she was being laughed at. "Are you laughing at me? You dare laugh at me? You Zun Lauer!" He punched Zun Lauer, and he stopped. "No, how would I dare laugh at you?" Mrs. Lu didn't believe him and hit him several more times. The next day, Zun Lauer accompanied Lu back to her parents' home. Lu came back with a smile. This was the first time she came back from her parents' home with a smile. Chapter 110. Back at the Su household, after Madame Lu and Madame Mo left, Su Li took out some more silver. "Grandma, this is your wages for the past few months." Su Li handed 12 taels of silver to Old Man Su and Old Lady Wu. The two, unaware of this, were stunned. "What are you doing for us?" "Yes, why do we need wages?" Su Li knew they would say that. "Why don't you want wages? You and Grandma work so hard every day. You deserve to be paid for your work." This was something Su Li had discussed with her mother, Madame Chen. Although they were all family, Su Li felt that the wages should not be reduced. This way, she could buy whatever she wanted without asking anyone for money, allowing everyone to enjoy the fruits of their labor. As for the remaining silver, she would naturally save it for opening a restaurant or buying a house or land in the future. What's more, it's not just you who have it. My eldest sister, my fourth sister, and I, mother, all have it too. As long as we work in the shop, we all have it. Su Tao, upon hearing that she was also getting paid, instantly became restless. "Me too? Fifth sister, are you serious?" Su Li nodded, indicating that it was true. Su Tao nearly jumped for joy. She got paid? Great. She'd been eyeing a box of rouge from the rouge shop next door for a while, and was still trying to convince her mother to buy it for her. Now that she had her pay, she could buy it herself. Old Man Su was about to say something when Chen spoke up. "Father and mother, just keep it. You work so hard these days. It's a good time to take a few days off. Go shopping in the county, and buy whatever you want." Originally, when Chen heard her daughter say she wanted to use some of the money to pay everyone their wages, she wasn't entirely convinced. After all, they were all family. They could spend their money, so why bother paying wages? That would be a waste of time. But after hearing her daughter's words, Chen felt they made sense. After all, sometimes it was inconvenient to buy something without money. Besides, she wasn't going to divide all the money, the bulk was saved for future land and house purchases. She was only giving out a portion. Of course, the most important reason was that in the first few months of the new year, after deducting all expenses, the food shop had actually earned 400 taels of silver. This was the key reason Chen agreed. You know, all fears stem from concerns about the future. If the future were full of hope, Chen would naturally be less stingy. After all, the purpose of earning money was to make life easier for the family. Chen didn't want to see her daughter wearing patched clothes, nor did she want to see her in-laws worrying about money all day. Old Man Su still refused. "Forget it. What do I need money for? You can go to the opera, drink tea, watch acrobatics, whatever you want." Su Li listed all the things to do in the county, implying that as long as she had money, she could enjoy anything. No. Old Man Su had never experienced such things before. He remembered coming to the county to watch acrobatics only when his father brought him there as a child. That was the only time he'd come since his father died. Not to mention after he married and had children, his life had been like a slavish ox, constantly working. So much so that even if he were asked to take a break, he wouldn't rest. Unlike Old Man Su, Mrs. Wu had a different reaction. "That's great. We get paid too." As she spoke, she added, "If you don't know how to spend it, give it to me and I do it." "No, you have something for yourself. Why would you spend my money?" Old Man Su quickly forgot what he had just said. Everyone laughed at this. Then Su Li gave the silver to Su Hong and Su Tao. "Big sister, fourth sister, this is yours." Su Tao happily took the silver and immediately ran next door to buy rouge. "Mrs. Chen, I knew it. But never mind, everyone's been hardworking these days." After everyone received the silver, except for Su Tao, who bought a bunch of silk flowers for her hair and rouge, the others continued as usual, spending nothing extravagantly or buying anything else. Chen and Wu Posey took advantage of the 2 days' rest to burn incense together and bring back some cloth to make summer shirts. Old Man Su, however, only went to see the opera twice and then stopped. When asked why, he said it wasn't good. Then, everyone questioned him again, and it turned out he'd been standing outside the theater, unwilling to spend money, just to listen. As for Su Li, she rested at home for 3 days, while also developing new dishes. Su Li didn't have any particularly grand ambitions, Her biggest dream was to live a stable and ordinary life. She didn't have any particularly high aspirations, but her only love was cooking. Others might not believe it, but cooking gave her a special sense of comfort and accomplishment. She was especially happy and content when others enjoyed her food. However, despite the Sioux family's rest, they still managed to return to the village. It wasn't for anything else, simply put, it was to recruit people. The food shop now had to serve 3 meals a day, and the workload was overwhelming. It was fine at first, but as the breakfast buns grew, and the lunch dishes grew, everyone became increasingly exhausted. Working from dawn to dusk, they barely had a break. If this continued, everyone would soon collapse from exhaustion. So the Sioux family discussed hiring 2 more people, so they could take turns resting and significantly reduce the burden. But who to hire became a problem. They had to be honest and reliable. After much deliberation, Chen suggested 2 candidates, Xiao and Jiang. Both were from the same village, and their husbands served in the same garrison as Sue's father. They had previously helped retrieve their eldest sister, Su Hong's dowry. Chen had dealt with both of them before, and they were both relatively honest. So she decided to go back and ask them in person if they were willing. But as soon as Chen opened her mouth, before she even mentioned the monthly salary, they both agreed. She even worried that if she spoke too slowly, Chen would regret it. Chen wanted them to ask their parents-in-law if they agreed, since they would need to live in the shop, and they would only have a holiday at the end of the month. Xiao said, no need to ask, they definitely agree. Jiang said the same thing. The family was barely making ends meet, and now with such a great opportunity before them, how could they refuse? Especially Xiao, whose youngest son had recently fallen ill, costing her a lot of money, and she was desperate for cash. Jiang's attitude was similar, not much better. Seeing that they both had no objections, Chen went over the wages and other details, making their eyes sparkle and their chests heave, eager to get back to work. No problem. Okay. Chapter 111. The 2 readily agreed, quickly packed up, and followed Chen back to the food store. When the villagers learned that Xiao and Jiang would also be working at the Sioux family food store, many families became restless. Some, including military families, came to Chen to ask if the store needed any more help, and some even invited her to their homes for dinner. They were incredibly enthusiastic. After Chen explained everything, she declined, but she didn't say absolutely, simply saying that she didn't need any for now. After all, the store might need more help later. Everyone expressed their understanding, but many still offered Chen their vegetables and fruits. Only Lu, who had just come to Chen with a smug look on her face, said sarcastically, "Why are you pretending? It's just a few bucks, isn't it?" With that, she turned around and walked away with her basket. Chen's face darkened, and for days after returning home, she couldn't help but wonder, how could such a person exist in the world? Is he mentally ill? It was like being bitten by a mad dog, and there was no way to fight it back. But it was just a minor incident that quickly passed. Back at the food shop, with 2 more people, Su Li and Chen finally felt less exhausted. Xiao and Jiang were especially diligent, taking on most of the chores as soon as they arrived. They were incredibly capable. Later, during our conversation, I learned that Xiao was responsible for taking care of a family of 8 by herself, doing all the housework. Jiang was also a skilled hand at both the inside and outside of the house. Andy Xiao, Andy Jiang, take a break. Let's finish after dinner. It was afternoon, and the customers at the food shop had all finished their meals and left, but Xiao and Jiang were still wiping the tables and sweeping the floor. Seeing this, Su Li quickly called them to the backyard to eat together. Okay, I'm here. I'll be right there. The 2 wiped all the tables, put down their rags, and went to the backyard to eat together. Today was another busy day. After a 3-day break, business hadn't slowed down, but had actually improved. Everyone hadn't eaten yet, having been busy all the time. The food was still a mix of leftovers from lunch. There were stir-fried pork intestines, pickled fish, spicy pig's trotters, and various braised dishes. They also added scrambled eggs with fragrant stalks, cold bracken vermicelli noodles, and shepherd's purse with bacon, special spring delicacies. Mrs. Qiu and Mrs. Jiang were still a little reserved, not daring to pick up food even when sitting on the stools, and their rice was only half a bowl. Mrs. Chen kept serving them food, and Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su also encouraged them to eat more. We've been exhausted all morning. How can we not eat enough? It's okay to eat more. We run a food stall, so how can we go short of food? We won't go bankrupt. Mrs. Wu said with a smile, which made everyone else laugh. Try this, it's delicious. Eat. Liang Gu also imitated her family, and picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and offered it to the two of them. Madame Chiu and Madame Jiang felt embarrassed when they saw this. To be honest, when they first started working, Madame Mo and Madame Lu told them that the Su family was very kind and told them not to be afraid. However, since they had not had much contact with Qin and the others before, they were inevitably unsure. In fact, they had secretly wondered if what Madame Mo and Madame Lu said was true. It wasn't until they actually got to know them that they realized how kind the Su family really was. From Old Man Su and Mrs. Wu to the fifth girl of the Su family and Aunt Lien, they were all very nice and treated them as real family. They didn't make them feel like dependents at all. Although they still felt a little uncomfortable, it was only because they were not familiar with each other, and it soon disappeared. They felt more unworthy of it, so they worked harder hoping to repay the Su family's kindness. "Thank you, Aunt Lien. We had enough." "No need. It's too much." "Yes, the bowls are almost full." The two looked at the dishes filling their bowls, and thanked each one. The Su family saw that their bowls were indeed overflowing and finally gave up. But they still told them not to be polite, and to treat the place as their own. The two thanked her again and began to eat. To be honest, no matter how many times they ate it, Chiu and Jiang still thought the dish was absolutely delicious. They had never tasted anything like it in their entire lives. They had no idea how the fifth daughter of the Su family could make such a simple stir-fry taste so good. Chiu's favorite dish was the stir-fried pig intestines. She'd eaten pig intestines before, but every bite made her want to vomit. She'd never eaten one that was tasteless. It was crispy and chewy, spicy and flavorful, and she never got tired of it. And then, there was the pickled fish. The fish was tender, and the broth was sour and spicy, which was appetizing. She could eat several large bowls of rice with that broth. If she wasn't so sure she couldn't eat too much, she could drink the entire pot of broth by herself, and then have 5 or 6 bowls of rice. The same was true for Jiang. She had never eaten such delicious food before. When she first came 2 days ago, she saw the guests eating so happily, and was still wondering how delicious the food must be. It was not until she had lunch that she realized that it was really delicious. Her favorite dish was spicy braised pig's trotters, but that dish always sold well, and there was basically no leftovers. Because it rained that day, some were left over. She ate a piece, and was really amazed. How could there be such delicious pig's trotters? They were so soft and sticky, with a rich aroma of braised food mixed with the fragrance of chili peppers. It was really delicious. There was also braised lion's head. It was all meat in one bite. It was so satisfying. The sauce wrapped the whole meat, melting in the mouth. It was so fragrant that people were almost stunned by the fragrance. Jiang couldn't stop eating. It wasn't just the two of them. Even Mo and Lu, who had been working here for a few months, couldn't get enough. Besides working, the thing they looked forward to most every day was eating. Honestly, even if they weren't paid, they still do it just for the food. How could it be so delicious? For a moment, the only sound in the yard was the clatter of dishes and chopsticks. After dinner, Jiang and the others rushed to collect the dishes, while Su Li and Su Hong busied themselves preparing dinner. Chun, Su Li, and the others went outside, and the rice from the Sun family rice shop arrived. Not only had they been using a lot of vegetables and fruits lately, but they were also using a lot of rice. Su Li would tell Zhang Lao the quantity she needed each day, asking him to pick them up when he went to sell things. As for the rice, she still bought it from her fourth aunt. Now, it was almost gone, so she sent someone with a message to have it delivered. Fourth uncle. Brother-in-law, why are you delivering it today? Mrs. Chen was a little surprised. After all, it was always the rice shop clerk who delivered it before. Hee, I had nothing to do anyway, so I came. Sun Laosan smiled, looking around the Su family's food shop. Wow, it's so big. He thought it was just a small one. Hey, it looks like there's a backyard. Sun Laosan craned his neck to look back, and found several rooms in the backyard. They looked quite spacious. The Su family has really become prosperous. It's only been a short time, and they opened a food shop in the county. Although I heard the shop is rented, judging by the rice and flour they buy, the daily income is as much as his rice shop makes, maybe even more. With time, next year, no, the year after, maybe they'd be able to buy a house in the county. Thinking of this, Sun Laosan felt a little jealous, but he quickly realized he should be happy. After all, the Su family's business was booming, and so was his own. By the way, brother-in-law, have you had lunch? Chen asked, checking the rice and flour. Even though they were relatives, they still had to check. Sun Laosan replied, not yet. Okay, he admitted, he had deliberately skipped lunch. After all, his sister-in-law's family ran a food stall, and he hadn't eaten there yet. Chin wasn't surprised. Her brother-in-law was just like that. He loved taking advantage. Every time he came back to his parents' home, he always taken away vegetables and chickens from their garden. Luckily, there were still some vegetables and braised dishes left from their recent meal, so they could cut some up and eat them. Then eat here. Wait a minute, I get it for you. With that, Chin finished her inspection. No problem. After Chin and the others moved the food to the backyard kitchen, she fished out some pig ears, braised pork, and braised pork intestines, cut them up, and then gathered the remaining shredded pork with fish-flavored sauce and various side dishes onto a plate and brought it outside. Sun Lao San, seeing this, kept muttering, "Oh, how embarrassing. Just put it here." Chin ignored her, set the food aside, and left with the excuse of getting the money. Sun Lao San was left alone outside the shop, happily eating. However, the smile on his face gradually dimmed at the sight of the pig ears and pork intestines. Can this be delicious? His expression shifted wildly, and he immediately wanted to ask his sister-in-law why she was giving him all this food, and whether she looked down on him. But he finally remembered that the rice and flour hadn't been paid for yet, and he'd have to deal with them again in the future, so he held back. But he wasn't as happy as he had just gotten the advantage. Thankfully, besides these two dishes, there were other dishes. He picked up a piece of braised pork nearby with his chopsticks, and put it into his mouth. To be honest, the color of the meat looked very strange, and Sun Lao San didn't have high hopes. However, the moment he put it in his mouth, he was shocked by the taste. Why did this meat taste completely different from anything he had tasted before? It had an indescribable fragrance, and it wasn't dry at all. It was so delicious. Sun Lao San took a piece, then, unconvinced, took another. Indeed, it tasted the same, delicious. Before he knew it, he had devoured half the plate of braised pork in one gulp. He then looked at the other dishes. Some he recognized, some not. For example, he didn't recognize this colorful dish. He took a small sip, and found it to be surprisingly sour and spicy. It was quite delicious, especially when paired with rice. Soon, the whole bowl of rice was gone. Fortunately, Chin knew one bowl might not be enough, so she placed a small bucket of rice nearby. Sun Lao San filled another bowl. Now, the bowl was short, leaving only the braised pig ears and pig intestines. Sun Lao San hesitated, unsure whether to try them. But the delicious meal he had just eaten dominated his mind, and he reached for the braised pig intestines. He looked at the layers of pig intestines on his chopsticks, clearly identifying their origin. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and placed the dish in his mouth. The expected foul smell of pig intestines didn't arrive. Instead, the aroma of the braised meat and the unique meaty flavor of pig intestines filled his mouth. He chewed it twice, and it was surprisingly delicious. It was easy to chew, breaking it down in no time and swallowing it without much chewing. Sun Lao San took several bites before stopping. He then looked at the pig's ear next to him. It was sliced very thinly and looked delicious. Without hesitation, Sun Lao San reached for it with his chopsticks. Chapter 112. The pig ears turned out to be incredibly crispy and tender. Dipped in chili powder, they were a great accompaniment to wine, not just rice. He was already quite full, otherwise he'd have loved it. It would have been incredibly satisfying. Sun Lao San ate up all the food Chin had brought and burped. At this point, Chin also brought the silver, waited in front of Sun Lao San, and handed it to him. "Brother-in-law, check it out." It was 5 taels and 3 cents, no problem. Sun Lao San's face practically broke with laughter. "We're family. Why would I be afraid you cheat me?" Chin saw through it, but kept silent. She smiled. Then he changed the subject. "I just had Dia pack 2 bags of braised vegetables. Take them back for 4 sister and aunt." Braised vegetables? Sun Lao San was stunned for a moment before realizing it was the same dish he'd just eaten. He immediately said happily, "I'm so sorry. Thank you on behalf of your 4 sister and the others." The two chatted for a while, mostly Sun Lao San talking about his son and daughter and recent family matters. When he ran out of things to say, he remembered he had to go back to the rice shop. He slapped his thigh and shouted, "Oh, I'm not going to talk to you, little sister. I have some things to do at the shop." After that, he even forgot to take the braised meat and hurried out. After leaving, he ran back a short time later, smiling and taking the 2 bags of braised meat with him. It is said that after Sun Lao San returned to the Sun family, he presented the braised dish to his father, Sun Laohan, like offering a treasure. Sun Laohan's reaction at first was the same as Sun Lao San's. He thought it was something bad, and picked up a broom to hit Sun Lao San. Fortunately, Sun Lao San reacted quickly and dodged it. Later, after Sun Lao San repeatedly swore that it was delicious, Sun Lao Han reluctantly tasted it. When the others returned, they saw the father and son sitting in the courtyard, drinking and eating a plate of something they didn't know. Back at the Su family, soon after Sun Lao San left, guests arrived for dinner, and everyone in the Su family plunged into a new busy schedule. In the following days, as Mrs. Chiu and Mrs. Jiang became more familiar with the work at the food store, they began to implement Su Li's shift system. In addition, Su Li created 2 account books, intending to record both income and expenses. This would provide a clear picture of daily income and expenses, allowing for better management of the food store. The other book would record monthly wages, etc. However, when Su Li actually began, she discovered it wasn't that simple. No one in the family could read. She could write simplified Chinese, but there was a risk of being exposed. Furthermore, for long-term considerations, it would be best if everyone else in the family could also learn to write and recognize basic characters. If nothing else, it was essential for bookkeeping, and learning to write would make it easier to be scammed. As soon as she thought about it, she acted. After lunch that day, Su Li left the food shop and went to the rouge shop next door. Speaking of which, Su Li hadn't expected her first friend in this world to be Lady Ruan. She had already admired Lady Ruan after hearing about her. Later, because Lian Gu often came to visit, Su Li got to know Lady Ruan and found her to be truly interesting and sincere. Over time, the two became friends. This time, Su Li, thinking that Lady Ruan had been in the county town for a long time, wanted to ask her if there were any female tutors. "Sister Ruan, are you there?" Su Li walked into the rouge shop and found it empty. The fan she usually held fell to the ground. Worried, she walked towards the backyard. But just as she reached the curtain, Ruan came out in a panic. "Sister A Li, why are you here?" The moment she emerged, Su Li clearly saw a tall, sturdy figure flash by in the backyard. But Ruan quickly closed the curtain. However, Su Li, having received a modern education, quickly accepted the situation. She even pretended not to notice that the man's clothes were buttoned incorrectly, and directly changed the subject to explain her purpose. "Female teacher?" Ruan was indeed intrigued by this. "You want to learn calligraphy?" Ruan was a little surprised. She hadn't expected the man to actually want to learn calligraphy. Su Li nodded and corrected him, not just her, but everyone else. "I'm really sorry, I haven't heard of this." Ruan looked apologetic, as if she felt bad for not being able to help Su Li. Although she usually came into contact with many wealthy families, she wasn't really familiar with these matters. Su Li was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but that was actually within her expectations. After all, finding a female tutor in this era wasn't easy, so she quickly said it was fine. Seeing that Su Li was truly eager to find a tutor, Ruan suddenly thought of someone. "If you want to find a tutor, why go so far away? Isn't there one right here?" Su Li's face was filled with confusion. "Who? How could she not know?" "Master Xing. Master Xing is a very kind person. If it were him, he would surely agree." "Master Xing?" The old tutor who never remarried after his wife's death. Su Li had a memory of him. He cried the first time he came to the shop. Later, she learned that he often cried whenever he thought of his wife. Everyone in the surrounding shops knew him. He was a kind person, not as aloof as a scholar. Every year during the new year, he would help the neighbors write couplets. Everyone loved him. However, Su Li still had some concerns. Writing couplets was one thing, learning calligraphy was another. Nowadays, women are considered virtuous even without talent, and scholars study the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues, which inherently look down on women, believing them to be subordinate to men and their proper place at home, caring for their husbands and raising their children. Moreover, she was a merchant's daughter, one of the lowest social classes in the world. Learning calligraphy? It would be good if they didn't kick her out. They might even give her a lesson in ideological education. After hearing Su Li's concerns, Ruan Shi also felt unsure. After all, what Su Li said was true. This was also the tragedy of women in this era. No matter what they did, they faced various restrictions and obstacles. The main issue was that she had never heard of any private school teacher accepting female students. "Don't worry, give it a try. Maybe Master Xing will agree?" Ruan Shi encouraged. Su Li thought for a moment. Really? How could she know the result before trying? It wasn't her nature. He immediately returned, carrying 2 bags of pastries, and some of the treats Master Xing usually enjoyed at the shop, and arrived. Master Xing happened to be home that day, But even he was bewildered after hearing Su Li's intentions. His first thought was to refuse. What a joke, truly a joke. If the others at the private school knew he had accepted a female student, he would be ridiculed to death. Besides, what's the point of a girl studying? Su Li saw the other man's displeasure and thought, as expected, but since she was already here, she didn't want to give up so easily. So she explained why she wanted to study and learn to write, and recounted the difficulties she faced, and her true feelings about not being able to read. Master Xing, I just want to learn a few words. I just want to be able to read and not be scammed. Perhaps Su Li's words were too sincere, too earnest, for old Master Xing remained silent for a moment. He couldn't help but think of his deceased parents. They were honest, simple farmers, also illiterate. One year, they rented land from a wealthy family. When they finally paid the rent, they discovered it was 20% higher than agreed. They refused to pay, and produced the signed contract, threatening to sue the government. However, the wealthy family, unfazed, allowed them to sue, claiming the contract clearly stated everything, and he wasn't afraid of them. It was also after that incident that his parents insisted on saving money to support his education, not wanting him to end up blind. Old Master Xing had thought he had forgotten, but now, hearing the girl's words, it suddenly came back to him. Please let me think it over carefully, old Master Xing said after a long pause. This meant it was possible, so Su Li didn't insist any further, quickly saying, Okay, old man, take your time to think about it. I leave these for you to enjoy. With that, she left without giving old Master Xing time to react. This little girl. Old Master Xing smiled, and shook his head. Then he glanced at the basket Su Li had brought, and found it was filled with his favorite dishes. Gulp. Old Master Xing had just returned from yelling at his students at the private school, and was starving. This gift was a real treat, and he truly loved the food at Su's food shop, especially the braised pork made by the little girl. He'd been craving more. In the basket, there was a plate of braised pork, and what seemed to be another plate of fried crabs, something the food shop didn't have, still steaming hot. Old Master Xing swallowed hard, but ultimately couldn't resist taking some out and eating. Fine, I teach you. It's just a few words. It doesn't violate the teachings of Confucius and Mencius I learned for years, Master Xing told himself. After Su Li returned to the food shop, she waited from the afternoon until the next day, when Master Xing finally arrived. Old Master, you're here. Su Li greeted him with a smile. Don't be so anxious. Listen to me. If you agree with what I'm saying, then we can start the class. If not, forget it. Master Xing interrupted Su Li, and said what he had been thinking all night. First, I never accepted female disciples, and I won't accept any in the future. I'm just teaching you a few characters. Do you understand? Su Li, I understand. Isn't it just that I don't want to bear that reputation? She understood. Second, I stopped teaching you the 1,000-character classic. After saying this, he was worried Su Li didn't know what the 1,000-character classic was, so he patiently explained it again, saying, once you mastered it, you know the basic characters. Okay. Third, I haven't thought of anything yet. We talk when I do. Okay. Su Li agreed to everything readily. As long as someone was willing to teach, she was happy. Old sir, you finished? I have something else to ask. Su Li then proceeded to explain. No. After hearing this, Master Xing was about to leave, but Su Li wouldn't let him go. It took a long time of persuasion before she reluctantly persuaded him to stay. Don't worry, your tuition will definitely be paid. Su Li repeatedly assured him, fearing he might want to leave again. This was also the first time Master Xing had encountered such a cunning girl, so he finally agreed. What else could he do? He already eaten the food, so what else could he do? However, when Master Xing, holding the 3-character classic, looked at the crowd of people in the backyard of Su Ji food shop, except for an old man, all of them were women and young ladies, he began to regret it. What kind of job was this? Of course, this feeling mostly disappeared when Su Li prepared him a sumptuous dinner. He picked up a piece of braised fish with chopsticks, and put it into his mouth. The taste was simply delicious. Chapter 113. For a long time afterwards, the Su family sold food during the day and studied calligraphy with Master Xing in the afternoons. However, except for Su Li, who studied diligently, everyone else looked gloomy. After finishing up the food shop, Chen found Su Li. Wuya, I'm thinking that your grandparents, and Mo, and I are all getting old. Learning this isn't going to help us anymore. Why don't we just stop learning? Chen had been practically driven insane these days. She originally believed, based on her youngest daughter's advice, that learning to read would be easy. At first, She truly believed that. But she discovered that learning to read was even more tiring than labor. Much more tiring. At least she could learn labor after just one look, but learning to read was different. No matter how many times she looked at it, she couldn't remember it. She could remember it yesterday, but not the next. It was like she knew the other person, but they didn't know her. It was all in vain. Plus, the old teacher's lectures made her feel sleepy. She actually fell asleep the first 2 days. But the old teacher saw her and punished her by making her write 5 large characters. Chin had lived for over 40 years, and this was the first time she'd been scolded in public like a 3-year-old. She blushed and felt humiliated. From then on, she recited the 3-character classic even in her dreams. When she woke up, she felt not only unrest but even more exhausted. Chin felt that if this continued, she might not live to see the day her husband and son returned. "Mother, what's wrong?" Suli sat down at the table, put down her brush, and moved the account book aside. Chin hesitated. Well, I don't think I'm cut out for it. Anyway, you and Daya and Siya should just learn it. Mother, the teacher said that the key to studying is persistence. It's only been 2 weeks, so it's normal not to learn. Just take it slow, don't worry. Suli assumed that her mother, Chin, was feeling a loss of confidence after being punished 2 days ago, so she comforted her. Take it slow? Chin's eyes darkened at the words, as if she had fallen into an abyss and could never get up again. Wuya, mother really can't learn. Let's just forget it. Chin stopped pretending and came clean, her whole body exuding resistance. Seeing her like this, Suli knew she was extremely tired of studying. She had been like this before when she learned math. However, studying was not negotiable. In the future, if the food shop expanded, opened branches, or even opened a restaurant, they would need people who could write and count. Especially if everyone in her family could read, otherwise they wouldn't even realize they were being tricked. But seeing how her mother and the others were acting, she couldn't force them. Suli thought for a moment and, half intimidating and half bribing, she said she was the elder and had to set a good example for Aunt Lien. Then she started to promise something. If she learned to write, everyone would treat her differently. She'd be the first in the village, except for Aunt Imo and the others. Finally, she pulled out her trump card. Besides, next month's dowry has just been paid, and Aunt Imo and the others have paid theirs too. Where's the 2 taels of silver? Chin dodged the previous sugar-coated threats, but not Suli's final words. She immediately returned in high spirits, and began to brainwash her good sisters, Aunt Imo and the others. The mother Chin's side was dealt with, but Grandma Wu and Grandpa Old Man Su came to the door again. Suli still used the same tactics as she had said to Mother Chin to them, saying that they should set an example for the younger generation, and that if they learned something, they would be more powerful than the village chief and be the best among the old men in the village. Grandma Wu and Old Man Su were embarrassed and envious at the same time. In short, the side was also dealt with. However, the only thing that surprised Suli during this time was her 4th sister, Su Tao. She hadn't complained about being tired or suffering from beginning to end. Not to mention her eldest sister, who always did whatever she was told to do, gentle and resilient. But her 4th sister was different. She was more delicate and less able to endure hardship. Suli sometimes thought she was more like her younger sister, but she hadn't expected her to persevere this time. It was truly impressive. It wasn't until that day that Suli finally understood the reason. It had all started when Su Tao was still studying late into the night, hunched over the table drawing. No, practicing calligraphy. Suli told her to rest early and write tomorrow, but she started reciting as she wrote. No, I have to learn it quickly so I can show it to my aunt and cousin Alan on Dragon Boat Festival. Cousin Alan was Su Tao's 4th aunt's daughter, born the same year as her. Whenever she and her uncle's 2 cousins came to the Su family's house, they would show off their new clothes and hairpins to Su Hong and her sisters. The adults often compared them. Su Tao had never been able to surpass them before, but now she finally could. She learned. She could write, something cousin Alan certainly couldn't. Su Tao was delighted at the thought, so she studied very hard. Suli was stunned by this, a faint look of despair on her face. Okay, it was an unexpected answer, but it was also very 4th sister-like. And it was also a way to improve herself. At this thought, Suli suddenly had an idea, a plan on how to cultivate her 4th sister, Su Tao, into an outstanding all-round talent. However, this plan would require gradual implementation. 5th sister, are you feeling a bit cold? I closed the window. Su Tao suddenly touched her arm, not suspecting anything else, simply feeling that the nights in April and May were still a bit chilly. Suli gave a mysterious smile, Great. Su Tao, what if it gets even colder? On a related note, Su Li saw that everyone was genuinely lacking enthusiasm for studying. Adding to the impending summer, spring sleepiness and summer fatigue would make studying even more difficult. Su Li felt that this wasn't going to work, so she racked her brains and came up with a solution. It was a performance-based reward system, combined with the performance-based rewards in the shop. The best student would receive an extra 1 tael of silver, the second-place finisher would receive 801, and so on. This instantly boosted everyone's enthusiasm. You know, after the food shop started implementing the reward and performance system, not only Mrs. Mo and the others, but also Mrs. Chen's wife, Mrs. Wu, Old Man Su, Su Hong, and Su Tao, all worked even harder, all hoping to get first place. In the end, it became irrelevant to the money, it was all about the obsession with the honor. After all, Su Li held a monthly commendation meeting to recognize employees, who were recognized as stars of progress. Besides the rewards, they also gave out certificates specially written by Master Xing, detailing who had achieved what ranking that month. Everyone considered these certificates their own honor, so Su Li didn't need to say anything more. Everyone rolled them up on their own initiative. This time was no different. Ever since Su Li implemented the modern reward and performance system, studying had become a breeze for everyone. Master Xing was very pleased with his diligent, studious, and motivated students. Of course, he was most pleased with Su Li. As time went on, Master Xing discovered that this unexpected girl was even more intelligent than the students, who had studied in the private school for more than 10 years. She was more than intelligent, she could be said to be an instant master. Take calligraphy, for example. At first, her handwriting was crooked and indistinguishable from others. But after a few days, the gap widened, and her handwriting began to look more formal. Later, her handwriting was at least impressive. This took only 1 month. Just 1 month. Master Xing had never taught a student like this before, and it truly left him feeling deeply moved. Not only that, this girl had a very positive attitude, and was incredibly diligent in her studies. He had originally thought that Su Li's desire to study was just a passing fancy, and that she would give up on her own once she experienced the hardships of studying. However, not only did this girl not give up, she was incredibly diligent. You have to know that at the beginning, Master Xing didn't let anyone use brushes, ink, paper, or inkstones, he only made a sand table for them to practice writing. However, few people actually persisted in practicing, and Su Li was the only one. Whenever there were no customers in the shop, Su Li could be seen practicing. Master Xing would run into her every day. Over time, Master Xing was also moved by this effort. What did a teacher love most? Wasn't it students who worked so hard? However, hard work often required countless hardships, and those who could truly persevere were few and far between. They said that studying required talent, but after so many years of teaching, he knew that truly gifted people in this world were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and most people were similar. If you wanted to stand out from the crowd, you had to rely on perseverance, just like him. Because of his tireless efforts day and night, hadn't he stood out among many classmates from better-off families? And even been noticed by his mentor? Therefore, Master Xing saw Su Li as if he were himself back then. However, Su Li was a bit smarter than he was, Master Xing had to admit this, and he also attended classes even more attentively in the days that followed. 2 years later, amidst the sound of reading and the chirping of cicadas above the small courtyard, time passed. 4th and 5th sisters, hurry up and pack. We're going to the Fahua temple to burn incense today. Mother and Grandma are waiting for you in the carriage outside. Coming! With the sound of a wooden door opening, a young woman in a peach-colored dress emerged, followed closely by another in a light green dress. The girl had a calm and beautiful face, resembling an immortal maiden, and her temperament was outstanding. It's hard to describe what was so beautiful about her, but it caught your eye. This person was 16-year-old Su Li. Compared to her past, Su Li was much taller and more mature. Not only her, but everyone in the Su family looked much more healthy and energetic than before. If they were dressed up, and the whole family went out, one would mistake them for some wealthy family's family outing. Why are you so slow? It's almost noon. Are you rushing for lunch? Chun was dressed in a brand new green cotton dress and a half-worn blue headscarf. As always, she was reluctant to buy jewelry. Is the lunch at Fahua Temple delicious? Su Tao stepped onto a stool and entered the carriage, her face full of curiosity. Not to mention, she was a little hungry. If the food at Fahua Temple was good, she could eat there and come back later. Chun was silent for a moment. What kind of girl would think about food all day long? Thinking of this, she looked at her daughter again. Fortunately, she wasn't too fat. Then she looked at her daughter's face. Not bad, like her. It would be better if she was less talkative. When you meet someone later, don't keep talking or talking about food. It gives a bad impression. I asked the matchmaker to carefully select this person. Don't scare them away again, Chen warned. Chapter 114. I understand. Su Tao shifted her hips and whispered reluctantly. Inwardly, she disagreed with her mother Chen's words. Fifth sister had said that if the man couldn't even make her happy and be herself, then even if they got married, they wouldn't be happy. Although Su Tao still didn't quite understand what fifth sister meant by self, she had a rough idea of what she meant. Anyway, it was probably about finding someone who didn't despise her and who would eat, drink, and have fun with her. That's good to know. Chen's mind raced whenever she thought about her fourth daughter's marriage. She was already 17 years old, quite grown up. Someone her age already had 2 children, yet she still had the mind of a child, constantly acting out of control. It truly worried her. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Don't overthink it. Mother Wu, on the other hand, was more open-minded. She peeled a green tangerine and shared it with Aunt Lien. Chen sighed. How could she not be worried? The matchmaker in the county said that the older she got, the harder it would be to find a good husband. She was so anxious. Just then, a dark figure suddenly flashed in, interrupting Chen's thoughts. Hey Hu! Why are you up here? Get down! Chen shouted, reaching for the dog in the carriage. Hey Hu had grown into a large dog in the past 2 years. His fat diet was so abundant that his black fur shone brightly in the sun. Now, he lay in the carriage, his mouth grinning, his tongue hanging out, motionless. No matter how Chen pushed him, he remained motionless, his demeanor as a scoundrel, which infuriated Chen. However, while Chen was angry, Lien Gu was delighted. Hey Hu, you're here. Lien Gu was 8 years old this year, a head taller than before. With 2 cute buns tied in her hair, she was incredibly happy to see her little friend, Black Tiger, approaching. She reached out to pet Black Tiger's head. Black Tiger squinted his eyes in comfort. When she had petted him enough, she patted his head, leaned in close, and whispered something into his ear. Black Tiger then obediently got off the carriage. Chen was surprised by this, and asked her granddaughter Lien Gu what she had said. I told Black Tiger to stay home and look after the house. I take him out to play later. Okay. Of course, this was just a minor incident. Soon, the carriage was heading for Fahua Temple. This carriage had been bought by her youngest daughter, Su Li, at the mule and horse market some time ago. It cost her 15 taels of silver, and Chen felt bad for it for a long time. However, compared to a mule cart, the padded carriage was indeed much more comfortable. The only downside was that it made her feel a little dizzy, and in hot weather, it lacked ventilation. So Chen usually avoided riding in it, preferring the mule cart most of the time. But today was different. Today, I was going to find a man for my daughter, so I had to show some ability to avoid being underestimated. Thinking of this, Chen suppressed her discomfort and closed her eyes to rest. Fahua Temple, located on Longtan Mountain, 30 miles outside the city, was said to be the most effective temple for seeking marriage. It was said that any unmarried young man or woman who went there to pray for a marriage would have their wish come true, and several love stories about this story still circulate in the county. Su Li, however, was skeptical. If it were truly so effective, how could there be so many infatuated men and women in the world? Why not just come to this temple and worship? Wuya, come shake the candle too. Just as Su Li was lost in thought, Chen and the monk suddenly smiled and waved at her. Su Li was about to refuse, but Chen didn't give her even a chance. By the time she realized what was happening, a fortune stick was already shoved into her hand. Su Li was a little confused. Looking up, she saw her mother and grandmother happily chatting with the monks in the temple. Shake it. Chen waved her hand to Su Li. Kneel on the cushion and shake it. As if worried Su Li wouldn't know, she even came over to demonstrate. Su Li could only shake it helplessly, but she had no interest in the idea at all. Unlike her fourth sister, Su Tao, who still had dreams of love and marriage, she had no thoughts about marriage because of her parents. She was even deeply resistant. She couldn't imagine what marriage would be like, especially in this era of male dominance. For Su Tao, marriage had long been ruled out. She just wanted to save enough money to buy a house, raise a cat, and live a leisurely life. As for the rest, forget it. But despite her thoughts, Su Li still obediently shook the fortune stick as Chen instructed. With a click, the wooden stick fell to the ground in front of the futon. Su Li bent down to pick it up. It had a bad sign written on it in red ink. A bad sign? Su Li felt no wavering, even a sense of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness it wasn't for wealth, or she would have been truly devastated. What is it? Mrs. Wu approached and took the stick. Seeing it was a bad sign, her face darkened, her lips pursed. This one doesn't work. Shake another. Is this still her superstitious mother? Why has she suddenly become so strange? Don't just stand there. Shake another one. Chen urged, and Su Hong chimed in, yes, fifth sister, shake another one. No need, mother. That's all. Su Li hadn't been seeking a marriage in the first place, and this stick was just what she wanted. Without waiting for anyone to react, Su Li stepped over and handed the stick to the master sitting nearby, who was interpreting the sticks. The master took the stick, paused, then froze in astonishment. You see, because the temple was afraid of troublemakers, they only had this one, the worst stick, in the stick holder in the past 5 years. And yet, this female donor had drawn it. Was this good luck or bad luck? He quietly glanced up at the Qin group behind him. Judging by their faces, they seem like kind people, right? Master, please help interpret it, Su Li urged. This sounded like a death warrant, and it reminded the master of a young man who had similarly urged him. Even the tone, demeanor, and smile in his eyes were identical. But he foolishly answered the question, not noticing the lady's look behind him. In the end, he and his table were carried out of the hall. Ahem. The master coughed twice, then gently rubbed the indentation of the wooden stick with his fingers before retrieving it from the table beside him. It was the 18th stick. The cuckoo weeps with bloody tears, its cry resentful of the frost and chill, startling dreams. The stranger's heart is disturbed in a foreign land, and the longing for home is stirred. Note 1. The cuckoo's mournful cry in the dead of night reminds the traveler of his homeland, and upon hearing it, the traveler in a foreign land recalls his homeland, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. Although this is a bad sign, it can be resolved by acting with caution. I have a scented sachet here that can ward off evil and ward off disasters. You can buy one and wear it with you. It will help you turn misfortune into good fortune, turn disaster into blessing, and meet your true love. Su Li was listening intently when the master in front of her suddenly started selling sachets. A long-lost, familiar feeling washed over her. No. Yes. 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 Master, yes. Chen hurried forward and shouted. Amitabha, 2 taels of silver each. The master picked up a plain bamboo embroidered sachet beside him, his face kind. So expensive? Chen exclaimed, surprised. Su Li grabbed her mother, Chen, and said, forget it, mother. Chen gritted her teeth and said yes. In the end, Chen's purse was 2 taels of silver less, and Su Li had a worthless sachet in her pocket. The sachet wasn't even filled with anything but ordinary mugwort, which is plentiful in the mountains outside and costs a penny in the county. Su Li took it to the tip of her nose and sniffed carefully. The scent was so faint, it was almost inaudible. It must have been from last year. Very good. You're still young and don't understand these things. This sachet, offered before the Buddha daily, how can it be compared to an ordinary sachet? Is it comparable? Am I right? This idiom was one Master Xing often used, and Chen, exposed to it daily, had actually learned to use it. It must be said that long-term learning is effective. Right. Okay, listen to Master, and remember to wear it every day. After saying this, he personally tied the sachet around Su Li's waist, securing a knot. Next, it was Su Hong's turn to interpret the fortune. Initially, Su Hong was reluctant. She had already divorced and never wanted to marry again, but in the end, she couldn't persuade Chen. First, the best fortune. Auspicious marriage created by the creation of heaven and earth. All things come together on an auspicious day and time. If you get this fortune, it's no small feat a loyal and upright person will be honored by the emperor. Note 2. This fortune is also known as Zhongli's enlightenment, which roughly means that Zhongli was not given much importance in his life, but later received the immortal arts from the Emperor Donghua and achieved immortality. The master glanced at Su Hong, who was holding the little girl's hand and combing her hair into a bun, and said calmly, this divination is a good one. Although the good marriage may come later, it is still a gift from heaven. Finally, Su Tao interpreted the divination. Lot 86, the best. Spring arrives, flowers bloom on the balcony, a boat sails thousands of miles, bringing treasures. Jumping over the 3-level waves of human, it's like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Note 3. This divination is also known as Shanglu Zhong Sanyuan, meaning that with the arrival of spring, good luck also arrives. As long as you can overcome obstacles, your wishes will come true. The donor's marriage is destined by heaven, so there's no need to worry. except for Su Li, Su Hong, and Su Tao, all had auspicious divinations. The master felt a little regretful, wondering when he finally sell those 5-year-old sachets. He said, "I still have a few." Qin declined without a second thought. "No, thank you, master." She wondered how much more money she would have to spend to stay any longer, so she quickly paid the 30-won divination fee and led the others out of the main hall to a side hall, where she found a familiar master to light 3 eternal lamps. For the past few years, Qin and Mrs. Wu would come here on the 1st or 15th day of every month to light 3 lamps, praying to the Buddha for the safe return of her husband and son. Although there was still no news of the 3, as the old saying goes, no news is good news, so Qin could only hope for the best. Dong. Amitabha. After the lamps were lit, it was noon, and with the sound of a few bells, the temple dining hall opened. "Why haven't you come yet?" Miss Qin stood in the porch, gazing at the sky in the distance. It was growing increasingly gloomy, and it looked like rain was about to begin. She felt a little discontented. "We agreed to meet at Fahua Temple at 9 p.m., and now it was past noon and she still hadn't arrived. How unpunctual." After a while, she said, "Let's not wait any longer. Let's go back." Fearing rain and the difficult mountain path, Qin thought for a moment before speaking. Then they headed home again. Sure enough, the rain began to fall halfway. The downpour was so strong that it quickly formed a straight line around the 4 corners of the carriage. Fortunately, they were lucky and made it back to the food shop. You don't know, it started pouring down just as we were halfway there. If we had been a little later, we wouldn't have made it back. After taking a bath and changing clothes, Qin chatted with Mrs. Mo in the backyard of the shop, carrying a bowl of ginger soup. Su Hong was drying Lian Gu's hair, while Su Li and Su Tao sat in the porch drying their hair. Chapter 115. "Mom, there's someone over there." Suddenly, Lian Gu pointed toward the food stall. Su Hong, Su Li, and the others peered through the curtain. A little boy, about 6 or 7 years old, was standing in the stall, completely soaked and dripping with water, looking incredibly disheveled. "Oh my God!" Mrs. Qin and Mrs. Mo were both startled upon seeing him. "Whose child is this?" Su Li stood up. "I go check." Lian Gu also stood up. "I want to go too." "What are you going for?" "Your hair isn't dry yet." "Mom." Of course, Su Hong ultimately couldn't persuade Lian Gu, and she followed Su Li into the food stall ahead. Seeing them approach, the boy grew frightened and took a few steps back, but then stopped. Su Li approached and whispered, "Who are you? Where are your parents?" The boy remained silent, shaking his head. Could he be missing? Su Li looked at the frail boy before her. He did resemble her, and a flash of pity filled her eyes. She thought the boy had been kidnapped and escaped, otherwise why would he be so thin? Su Li hated human traffickers the most in her life. A classmate of hers was abducted by traffickers when she was little. Su Li witnessed the classmate's parents' hair turn white overnight. She also witnessed how a family was shattered and destroyed by traffickers. When she was in college, she heard that the aunt had become mentally ill and was sent to a mental hospital by her family. Later, she heard that the uncle was also hit by a car and killed on the way to find his daughter. The mourning hall was set up at the gate of the old community where she lived as a child. All the neighbors said that they were too stupid. If the child was lost, wouldn't it be better to have another one? They had to go to this extent. Even Su Lina's parents, who were teachers, agreed after hearing it. Everyone said that the couple were stubborn and didn't know how to adapt. No one cursed the human traffickers. It seemed that the child was just an emotionless tool to them. If the tool was gone, they could just get a new one. Thinking of this, Su Li recalled how, after her parents heard she had cancer, her mother, now nearly 45, became pregnant again. Coming back to her senses, Su Li's tone became even gentler. "I take you to dry your clothes, okay?" The boy still shook his head, his eyes filled with wariness. At this moment, Aunt Lian suddenly intervened, saying in a soft voice, "Don't worry, my aunt isn't a bad person." She then reached out to take the boy's hand. Perhaps because they were of the same age, the boy's wariness faded considerably, and he allowed Aunt Lian to pull him. Su Li now had the opportunity to take him to dry his hair and change his clothes. The boy was perfectly well behaved throughout, remaining silent and motionless. His delicate features made her even more heartbroken. Strangely, the boy had no injuries. Su Li thought he must have run away before she could even fight him. "Do you like noodles? I make you some, okay?" Su Li asked patiently, looking at the boy before her. The boy hesitated and nodded, still silent. Su Li then went to find the ingredients and made a bowl of egg noodles for him. The boy swallowed, then immediately grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat with big mouthfuls. Be careful, it's hot. Blow on it first. At this moment, Lian Gu suddenly leaned close to Su Li's ear and whispered, Auntie, is he mute? Why isn't he talking? Su Li had actually noticed that the boy seemed truly mute, having remained silent for so long. Su Li shook her head at Lian Gu, indicating she didn't know. But Lian Gu, preoccupied with her own thoughts, jumped off the bench and ran to the backyard. When she emerged, she was holding a bag of winter melon candy, her favorite candy lately. Here, candy. The little boy seemed surprised by this, stunned for a moment, then opened his hands to take it. Lian Gu, eat it. The little boy obediently stuffed it into his mouth, but quickly spat it out. Lian Gu, a little annoyed, put her hands on her hips. What are you doing? It's so dirty. You spit it all over the floor. Su Li quickly comforted Lian Gu. It's okay, Auntie will clean it up later. Lian Gu remained unhappy, somewhat regretting giving him her favorite candy. The little boy seemed to realize his mistake, and with a touch of guilt, he lowered his head and stopped eating the noodles. Finally, Su Li had no choice but to comfort one and the other. He might have never had candy before, so he's not used to it. He didn't mean to spit it out. Can you forgive him? Su Li said to Lian Gu. Lian Gu nodded, and the two shook hands and made peace. The food store then returned to its previous warm state. However, as warm as this was, so was the anxiety on the other side. Have you found him? The handsome young man clenched his fists and coughed twice, his frail body trembling. The large man knelt on the bluestone floor, the heavy rain streaming down his bamboo hat and soaking his clothes. Sir, this is all my fault. I lost the young master, and I am willing to die as an apology. If you haven't found him yet, go find him quickly. What's the point of taking your life? The servant behind the young man suddenly jumped out and asked anxiously. The large man heard yes. Then he stood up and left. The young man coughed twice more, and after a moment, he suddenly said to the person behind him, Tell me more about how Chang'an got lost. The servant knew how much his master cared about the young master, and that the young master's disappearance must have been heartbreaking. Upon hearing this, he recounted every detail. Go to Comping Street. Song Ling's voice faded quickly into the rain. Young master, it's the young master. Young master, how did you know the young master was here? Xu Jiu looked at the young master's figure in the nearby food stall with surprise. He felt that the young master was incredibly perceptive. Comping Street had clearly not been mentioned in any of the information he had provided. Song Ling looked at the little boy clumsily eating noodles in the distance, and the little girl and young woman beside him, without saying a word. However, his grip on the Buddhist beads, which had been tightly clenched, loosened slightly. In the food stall, Su Li was about to pour a glass of water for the boy in front of her, when she saw a young man holding an umbrella approaching her. He was slender, his face handsome, yet so aloof and distant that even at a short distance, he felt as if they were separated by a world of time. Su Li was startled by his handsome face, but she quickly recovered and said, Excuse me, sir, I'm closed today. Before she could finish her words, the young man approached the little boy she had just found and said calmly, Is it delicious? The little boy hesitated, then nodded. The young man reached out and touched his head. I bring you back tomorrow. The little boy nodded again, still silent. Su Li knew immediately that the two knew each other, not to mention their similar features. She knew instantly that this was his mistress. Thank you, ma'am. I return another day to express my gratitude. Song Ling spoke, his tone still calm, as if nothing could shake his heart. After saying this, he walked away with the little boy by the hand. After he left, a man dressed as a servant hurried forward and took out a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the table, bowing and thanking him. Thank you very much, young lady, for taking care of our young master during this period of time. Here is the money for clothes and food. After saying this, he hurriedly followed Su Li, not waiting for her to refuse. 20 taels? For a dress and a bowl of noodles. Su Li's eyes flickered with confusion. The man was so generous, evidently not from an ordinary family, but why was the little boy so frail? And wearing such clothes, yet he even ate a simple bowl of noodles with such relish. It was obvious his family wasn't feeding him enough. Could it be that the man himself couldn't eat, so he deliberately forbade his son from eating enough? Su Li couldn't help but speculate, but it didn't seem right. When she turned around, she saw Mrs. Mo and Mrs. Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere, standing there in a daze. Mrs. Mo said, Oh my God, that man is so handsome. He looks like a deity from heaven, as they say in the operas. She had never seen anyone so beautiful in her life. And since everyone, regardless of age, admires beauty, it was inevitable that she felt a surge of emotion. Yes, he's really handsome, though a little too thin. Mrs. Chen also sighed. She thought her husband was one of the most handsome, but he couldn't compare to the man just now. The feeling was indescribable. It was similar to what Mrs. Mo had described. He felt like an immortal descended from heaven. The two chatted animatedly over melon seeds, the damp, sweltering heat of the rainy season dissipating. The rain continued to fall. Elsewhere, at the Wen mansion, young master? The woman had barely finished her words when she quickly changed her tone, glanced around, and ushered the man in. Then, despite the slippery rain, she sprinted to the hall. Madam, yes. The young master is here. Young master? It's Uncle Ming, it's Uncle Ming. Uncle Ming wasn't dead. Lin's heart raced at the thought, and the scissors in her hand instantly dropped to the ground. She hurriedly asked, "Where is he? Where is Uncle Ming? Take me to him." But before she could finish her words, a familiar voice rang from outside, "Aunt?" Then, there was that face, exactly the same as in her memory. Tears welled up in Lin's eyes before she could say anything. Her Uncle Ming, it was her Uncle Ming. The servants had left, but Lin held Song Ling's hand tightly, her eyes never leaving his face. "You've grown thinner and taller." Song Ling sat there obediently, letting Lin hold his hand, even though she squeezed hard. "And has lost a lot of weight too," Song Ling said. Lin couldn't hold back her tears again, and then she let go of the young man's hand. "You rascal, why didn't you come to find me while you were still alive? Do you know that I thought? You're dead." Lin couldn't bring herself to utter those 3 words. Even now, she couldn't believe her friend was gone. She felt that as long as she didn't say anything, she was still alive, living in that vibrant spring, forever happy and joyful. Song Ling wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to begin, so she ended up saying nothing. Luckily, at that moment, 2 people knocked on the door and entered. The old master heard that the young master had arrived, so he sent me to invite him over for a chat. Lin breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it was her father-in-law. She quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears. "The old master is calling you. Go ahead." Song Ling nodded and followed him away. Lin couldn't help crying again at the sight of his emaciated figure. "My lady, it's a blessing that the young master is safe. Don't be sad." Mrs. Chiu also wiped her tears and offered a soothing voice. "Yes, that's good. I won't cry anymore. By the way, quickly tell the servants to make it." "Forget it, I do it myself," Lin said, heading for the kitchen and getting busy. "Uncle Ming used to love the fish I cooked. I'm going to make him fish. By the way, bring me a piece of mutton. Uncle Ming loves mutton." Chapter 116. Elsewhere, Old Master Wen also met Song Ling. "You're here." Old Master Wen was practicing calligraphy, seemingly unsurprised by Song Ling's presence. "Teacher." Song Ling bowed his head as he entered. However, Old Master Wen pretended not to notice, his hand still moving. An unknown amount of time passed before the incense in the room changed, and Old Master Wen finally put down his pen. Song Ling remained in his bowed position, not moving an inch. Old Master Wen casually looked up, his eyes pausing for a second as they met the young man's thin figure. "Please sit down. You didn't come to see me before, so why are you here now?" Old Master Wen's words sounded a little cold, but upon closer listening, one could detect a hint of complaint. "I do have something I'd like to trouble you with, teacher." "Ha!" Old Master Wen was irritated by the other man's shamelessness. "I don't deserve it. You're a prominent figure around Prince Ji. What could you possibly ask of me? Don't be ridiculous. I'm just an ordinary citizen now. I can't help you." The words were laced with sarcasm, anger and resentment, but more so, confusion and unspoken worry. After he finished, he seemed to think it was too much and added awkwardly, "Tell me, what's the matter? I'd like to entrust my nephew Chung'an to you." "What?" Old Master Wen stood up suddenly, his eyes wide as bells, a trace of his earlier composure gone. "Are you saying that Zigu's son is still alive? How had he not received this news in the 5 years since the Song family was ransacked?" Old Master Wen looked at Song Ling. "Yes, he must have hidden the man. Where is he?" Old Master Wen was agitated, immediately demanding to see him. Song Qing, courtesy named Zigu, had been enrolled with Song Ling. Unlike his mischievous younger brother, Song Qing had been Old Master Wen's most proud student. A gentleman who is as diligent as a teacher, as diligent as a polisher, is the best way to describe him. In the 10th year of Tian, he was admitted to the Imperial College. In the 12th year, he passed the Imperial examination and was selected into the Hanlin Academy, at the age of only 16. And yet, such a man was publicly beheaded for his involvement in the Jiangnan corruption case. Whenever Old Master Wen thought of this, he felt a deep pain. However, by then, he had already left the center of power. Despite numerous petitions to the emperor, nothing could be done. He could only watch helplessly as his beloved disciple met his end. Furthermore, not long after, the Song family was retaliated against by the aristocratic families, resulting in a tragic massacre that still resonates in the Wei dynasty. All 106 members of the family were killed. When Old Master Wen first heard the news, he fainted. Later, he sent men to collect the remains of the Song family, but only to receive news that they had been burned. It wasn't until 2 years ago that a former classmate, now serving as prefect of Suzhou, wrote to say that Prince Ji had gained an aide who bore a striking resemblance to the former Song child. Later, hearing about the return of farmland to rice cultivation and the development of maritime trade in Jiangnan, he gradually confirmed that Song Zijin, highly regarded by Prince Ji, was his student, Song Ling. At the time, Old Master Wen had only assumed that Song Ling had survived by chance. He was surprised to discover that Zigu's son was also alive. How could he not be thrilled? He's at the inn. I bring him to you after a short rest, Song Ling replied. Okay. Old Master Wen paced back and forth, happily saying hello 3 times. He was truly happy, even happier than when he just seen Song Ling. Song Ling, on his side, didn't seem angry at his teacher's partiality. Instead, he felt even more reassured that his choice was the right one. Old Master Wen then asked for more details about the events of that past. After a long pause, he finally said, "You worked hard over the years." A heavy sigh echoed through the room. Outside, the rain had gradually subsided. Raindrops from the eaves pattered the vibrant green banana leaves, washed brightly by the rain. Song Ling stared silent. Is it hard? He asked himself. But until he had avenged his grievances, he wouldn't stop, even if it meant his own life. Cough. Song Ling coughed again. Old Master Wen asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing serious, just a cold." "Why not? If you don't treat a minor illness, it'd become a serious one, and it'd be too late." Then he continued without hesitation, "After dinner, I get a doctor to see you." Song Ling didn't refuse the other party's concern and kindness. Soon it was time for dinner. The table was filled with Song Ling's favorite dishes, but Mrs. Lin still felt it wasn't enough, constantly putting food into Song Ling's bowl. "Eat more. How can you be so thin?" Thinking of the once dashing young man now like a dying man, Mrs. Lin felt sad again. Lin turned her head, wiped her tears, and smiled again, saying, "This is the braised lamb my aunt made. You used to love it. Try it, and see if the flavor has changed." Song Ling okay. With that, he picked up the lamb from the bowl, slowly eating it. Then, Lin brought him several more dishes, which he ate one by one. After returning to the inn, of course, Lin had originally not allowed Song Ling to go, but after Song Ling said he would stay for a month, Lin finally let him go. She knew Uncle Meng was different now, with his own things to attend to, and all she could do was to keep him from worrying. "Remember to bring Chang'an over for breakfast tomorrow." "Okay." Song Ling agreed. After everyone left, Lin instructed the maid behind her, "Go to Su Ji food store tomorrow morning and buy some soup dumplings. Uncle Meng used to love them." The maid nodded. "Yes. Also, have the kitchen make some nourishing soup tomorrow. Uncle Meng is really thin, and he needs some nourishment." After Lin finished speaking, she watched Song Ling's back disappear at the end of the alley before turning back to the mansion. Elsewhere, at the Su residence, as the rain gradually subsided, Chen and Imo stormed out with a group of others. They planned to go find the matchmaker and ask why the family hadn't come today. What had happened? If not, why was she playing a trick on them? But not long after they left, they returned, lashing out in anger. When asked, they discovered that the man's family had shifted the blame, telling the matchmaker that they had broken the appointment first. They broke the appointment? How could anyone be so shameless? If they really didn't want to come, they could have just let them know. Why would they have to fabricate such a story? It was clearly their own decision to refuse to go because the sky was dark and raining, yet they went to the matchmaker and blamed it on him. It was truly outrageous. Su Li also found it bizarre, but when she thought about all the bizarre blind dates her friends had told her about, and their bizarre parents, it didn't seem so bizarre anymore. There's nothing you can do. There are always many abnormal people in this world. However, because of this incident, Chen's frequency of dating her daughter decreased significantly for a while. Su Tao breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Su Li. It's better to pursue a career. At least a career brings in money, while dating might end up with nothing. Speaking of career, after 2 years of hard work by Su Li and her family, everyone in the county and nearby is familiar with Su's food shop. Especially with the increasing number of people trading with them in the past 2 years, Su Li's braised meats are a favorite among these merchants, and she's even been able to secure several deals and earn a considerable amount of money. Su Li has been looking for larger shops lately, planning to open another food shop. However, she's hesitant about whether to open a restaurant or a restaurant. A restaurant would definitely not provide enough money, and a food shop would only attract a limited number of customers, plus there are all sorts of other issues. In short, Su Li is torn. Of course, before that, they still had to move into their new home. The food shop had hired a few more people, including Mrs. Mo's married eldest and second daughters, and Aunt Shin. Aunt Shin lived in the county, but the rest of them didn't have houses in the county, so they had to live in the food shop. As a result, the house was completely overcrowded. So Su Li discussed this with her family, deciding that this wasn't an option. So, she found a real estate agent and bought a small house with only one entrance. It was a small house, and it truly was. It had only 6 rooms, 3 on the east and 3 on the west. Although small, it wasn't cheap. Because it was close to the county government office and the county school, it cost 500 taels to buy. Over the past few years, I only saved 1,600 taels from various sources, and I spent 500 taels at once. It's a waste of money. But at least, I settled down in the county. I asked someone to calculate. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day for moving, Chen said during dinner. Old man Su nodded. Okay, then we move the day after tomorrow. Mrs. Wu also expressed no objection. Then everyone began to enjoy their dinner. The 3rd day of the 6th lunar month is auspicious for breaking ground, praying, and opening the market, but it's forbidden to go out. Today, Su's restaurant is closed for the day to move to their new home. Little sister, your house is really huge. How much money did it cost? Chin Xin Yang also came to help with the move, sighing as she unloaded. To be honest, she was a little surprised when little sister said she bought a house in the county. She hadn't expected little sister to be able to afford one in the county just a few years later. Yes, it's really nice. Chin Sanyang echoed, her eyes filled with envy. Who wouldn't want to buy a house in the county? It was surprising that my younger sister would be the first to do so. Besides these two people expressing their feelings, familiar families and relatives in the village also kept praising the house. Because of the Su family, those who had previously lived their entire lives in the village now had a much better life, so naturally, they praised the Su family again and again. Everyone, come in and have some tea. Don't stand outside. Old man Su greeted with a smile. The crowd filed in. Let's plant some flowers and plants here someday, and add a fish pond. It will definitely look nice. Su Li was chatting with Lady Ruan, who had come outside to congratulate them. The two of them walked around the yard and found that although the house was not large, there was still a lot of usable space. Su Li nodded and pointed to a corner. I'd like to plant a plum tree here, Sister Ruan. What do you think? Sure, that's fine. Elsewhere, Mrs. Wu was chatting with the villagers in the kitchen, almost everyone immersed in joy. Old man Su looked at the house, his heart filled with even greater happiness. They had finally settled down in the county. At the door of Su's food shop, young master, I heard the Su family is busy moving to their new home today, so take a day off. Shu Jiu ran over, carrying a large pile of things. Yes. Did you hear that? Come back tomorrow to eat, Song Ling said to the little boy he was holding. Chapter 117. The little boy lowered his head like an abandoned puppy, and the young man waited silently beside him until he began to move. Su Li happened to see him, as she came to the food store to pick up something. Sir, it's that lady. Shu Jiu immediately spotted Su Li walking down the street from the right, and exclaimed in surprise. Song Ling followed her gaze. Perhaps because she had moved into a new home, the girl was wearing a brand new pink dress and a bun, a common style for unmarried girls these days. She had a crabapple blossom pinned to her ear, making her look even more dazzling than the flower itself. At this moment, Xiao Cheng'an, who was standing next to Song Ling, saw someone familiar and quickly broke free from Shu Jiu's hand. He ran to Su Li's side, but seemed a little frightened and stood still beside her. Su Li hesitated and glanced at the man next to her. He seemed to notice her embarrassment and said, Xiaoan, come here. Madame Su is busy today. We come another day. The little boy, called Xiaoan, looked at Su Li with a look of disappointment in his eyes and lowered his head. Su Li's heart melted at his expression. She squatted down and patiently said, Your name is Xiaoan, right? The little boy, not understanding why the beautiful woman before him asked this question, nodded. Suli said, "What do you want to eat?" At first, the boy didn't react, but when he did, his eyes lit up, and he uttered a few ahs. Realizing that these were the only sounds he could make, he felt frustrated and anxious, almost crying. Seeing this, Song Ling stepped forward and patted the boy's head. After calming him down, he explained to the worried Suli he had an accident in his childhood. Suli felt a surge of pity, but didn't press the issue. "Thank you so much for that day, Madame Su," Song Ling said softly, his voice as melodious as water hitting pebbles. "Suli, it's okay, it's just a small thing." Anyone else would have certainly helped, and Suli didn't think it was a big deal. Song Ling didn't say anything. Shujio then stepped forward and handed Suli a large and small package of various thank you gifts. "Madame Su, these are small gifts from our young master. Please accept them." Suli looked at them. They were all very expensive items, so she naturally refused to accept them. It was just the price of a bowl of noodles, not worth so much. Besides, the food shop had a habit of giving away porridge every once in a while. Last summer, when the Jiangnan region was hit by floods, Suli and her family went to the porridge stall outside the city to give away porridge. Really, no need. Suli refused to accept it, and after some persuasion, she reluctantly accepted it. After accepting the gifts, Suli welcomed the guests into the shop, poured water, and asked them to order. "Shujio, our young master can't eat meat. Anything other than meat dishes is fine." "Huh?" Suli paused as she poured the tea. "Vegetarianism? No wonder they're both so thin. It's okay for adults, but if children were to eat vegetarian food year-round, they'd probably suffer from malnutrition in the long run." Suli hesitated, unsure how to persuade the man before her. Just then, Song Ling slowly said, "Whatever you want." Shujio, hearing this, felt a little anxious. "But young master." "Song Ling, it's okay." Shujio had to shut up, though a hint of worry remained. Suli, however, didn't see this. After entering the kitchen, she first checked what ingredients were left. She found some leftover spare ribs from the previous morning and a small bowl of river shrimp, along with some lettuce and some greens. Suli thought for a moment, then began to work without hesitation. About half an hour later, the aroma of food began to waft through the food stall. It made Shujio swallow his saliva no less than 10 times, and also made the little boy fidget a little, shifting his hips no less than 5 times. Only Song Ling's expression remained unchanged, as he stared intently at the paintings on the wall. "The food is here." To facilitate her work, Suli donned an apron and tied her wristbands, adding a touch of homeliness. The tray made a strange noise as it rested on the table, drawing everyone's attention to the vibrant array of dishes. Although it was only June, the weather was already starting to get a bit hot, and ordinary meals inevitably felt a bit greasy, so Suli had specially prepared fresh and delicious dishes. There was a dish of stir-fried river shrimp, frying to a brilliant golden brown, and a dish of salad lettuce, shredded thinner than a hair, looking particularly refreshing. A dish of sweet and sour spare ribs, rosy and shiny, sprinkled with sesame seeds, added a touch of allure. There was also a small bowl of steamed egg, perfectly airtight, appearing soft and tender. A few drops of sesame oil and soy sauce drizzled on top, making it fragrant. Shujio swallowed again as he looked at the food on the table. He hadn't eaten since waking up at dawn this morning, and he was already starving. "Song Ling, eat." Hearing this, Shujio couldn't hold back any longer and began to eat with his bowl. However, he was very measured, taking only what was in front of him, and only 2 items at that time, both of which the young master disliked. He first picked up the fragrant little river shrimps, which looked crispy. As expected, when Shujio tasted them, they were extremely crispy. The crispy shell melted in his mouth without chewing, revealing the sweetness of the river shrimps. Even Shujio, accustomed to all sorts of delicacies from his youth at the young master's side, couldn't help but be stunned. The flavor wasn't rich, but exceptionally fresh, highlighting the river shrimp's flavor to its fullest. It was better than anything he ever tasted before, a completely different experience. Shujio then took another piece of pork ribs. They were ribs, cut into even pieces and smothered in a thick sweet and sour sauce. Shujio quickly took a bite. It was sour and sweet, tender and boneless, and rich in flavor. Shujio loved it immediately and quickly swallowed it. The little boy eating steamed eggs nearby also had his eyes light up, but when he saw Shujio eating the ribs, he paused. He glanced at Song Ling, as if asking if he could have some. Song Ling, noticing this, picked up his chopsticks and handed him a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. He then smiled, a faint smile, seemingly filled with satisfaction. However, when he picked up the sweet and sour pork ribs from the bowl, he hesitated. His expression seemed to be undecided about whether to eat it, and a bit like fear. But in the end, the lingering aroma made him unable to resist, and he took a small bite. The expected nausea was not met with a sweet and sour taste. The boy blinked and took another big bite. Still no nausea like before. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked up at the man beside him. The man saw him, and seemed a little surprised by the scene, but not particularly surprised. He reached out, and touched the boy's head, as if to encourage him to continue eating. Satisfied, the boy finally focused on eating. This scene was naturally witnessed by Shujiao, who was standing nearby. He then put down his chopsticks, his face excited, as if he had witnessed something incredible. "Young master." Song Ling said calmly, indicating he understood, and Shujiao stopped talking. Soon, Shujiao glanced at his master, Song Ling, as if realizing something. Song Ling, understanding the meaning in his eyes, also picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and took a gentle bite. As expected, the nausea wasn't there as he imagined. Instead, it was a flavor he hadn't tasted in a long time. He swallowed slowly, and his stomach didn't churn as before. Even after a while, he didn't feel the urge to vomit. "Young master." Shujiao looked at Song Ling excitedly, his face showing the same excitement as before, but even more intensely. Ever since the incident that year, the young master had developed an inability to eat meat. Any meat they ate would be vomited out. Over the years, they'd been relying solely on a vegetarian diet, and their health had been deteriorating. Unexpectedly, Shujiao was thrilled to be able to eat meat again today. Song Ling was also puzzled, but the look of astonishment on her face quickly gave way to calmness. The three of them each took a piece, and soon all the dishes on the table were gone. When it came time to pay the bill, Shujiao wanted to kneel down and offer his respects to Suli, but he ultimately restrained himself, tears welling in his eyes. "Thank you so much, Madam Su." "What's wrong? Even if the food is delicious, it shouldn't be enough to make you cry, right?" "Thank you so much, our young master." Shujiao paused as if he had thought of something. "I mean, Madam Su's cooking is so delicious." "Suli, thank you." Praise from guests is naturally a good thing, and Suli was also happy that she could make food that made people happy. "This is what our young master asked me to give you." Shujiao then remembered what the young master had just told him. He pulled out a silver ingot, another 20 taels. Suli refused to accept it. He hadn't returned the 20 taels he given her last time, so how could he accept more? Moreover, she had brought so many things today. Suli had just looked and saw a ginseng root inside. It looked at least several decades old, and the pharmacy would have sold it for at least 20 taels of silver. Suli felt truly ashamed and refused to accept the 20 taels. She even wanted to return the thank you gift. Seeing this, Shujiao, frightened, stopped forcing the silver on Suli and quickly slipped away. "When family, young master, Madame Su refuses to accept it," Shujiao reported. Song Ling, sitting by the window reading, hummed, indicating that he understood. Shujiao said nothing more. The young master was a master of prediction. He must have anticipated this outcome. What he didn't see, however, was that after he left, the man put down his book. For the first time, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes, quickly fading into his deep gaze. After seeing the others off, Suli took off her apron and sleeves and rested for a moment. Without stopping, she returned to her house to collect her belongings, closed the shop, and headed for her new home. The new home was very close to the shop, arriving in less than a quarter of an hour. Before she even entered, Suli could hear the sounds of voices inside. A smile crossed her face, and as she entered her new house, she also entered a new phase of her life. The people in the courtyard greeted her with smiles, their faces brimming with happiness. "Wuya is back. Wuya is so pretty. She looks like her mother." "Yes." As they greeted her, they chatted, and someone curiously asked, "Wuya is 16 this year, right? Has she met someone yet?" "Not yet. Let's talk to her fourth sister first," Chin replied. "Yeah, there's no rush." At this moment, someone suddenly spoke out, "If you ask me, just take her in as a son-in-law. You earn so much wealth now. Why marry your daughter off to another family and let her suffer?" The person was a relative from Chin's family, called Second Aunt. The reason Second Aunt spoke so bluntly was naturally because her husband was a son-in-law, and she understood the advantages of taking a son-in-law as a son-in-law first and foremost. First, the husband's family wouldn't dare impose rules in front of her, and second, She wouldn't have to go to her in-laws' house and suffer the humiliation of having to please them and hope they would treat their son well. Chapter 118. Hearing this, Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, why hadn't she thought of finding a son-in-law for her daughter? It's just that. Chen glanced at her mother-in-law and father-in-law. Deep down, she agreed with the idea. After all, their family was no longer as financially strapped as before, and they could afford to find a son-in-law for their daughters. She didn't want them to suffer in other families if she could. Take her, for example. She was lucky enough to marry into a family with both good in-laws, but her third and fourth sisters weren't so lucky. Over the years, she heard them tell her more than once about the troubles of their in-laws. Her fourth sister, in particular, married into the Sun family, which had 2 younger sisters-in-law. Before she married, she had 3 mothers-in-law. Life was incredibly difficult. Fortunately, her younger sisters-in-law married, and she gave birth to a son, and things started to get better. But for those who haven't given birth to a son, life becomes even more difficult. Like her good friend, Mrs. Mo, she's been urged to have another son. Even though she's earned a lot of money for the family at Sue's restaurant over the years, her husband still feels ashamed in the village without a son. He completely ignores her. Mrs. Mo is nearly 40, and despite being a grandfather, he constantly nags at home for a son. In short, finding a good in-law and a good husband is incredibly difficult, especially nowadays, when the most important requirement for a woman's parents is to give birth to a son. Mrs. Chen couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer that. She deeply regretted what happened to Dia, and she didn't want the same thing happening to fourth and fifth. It would be heartbreaking. However, this matter needed further discussion. She didn't know what her mother-in-law and father-in-law would think. What if they thought it wasn't okay? After all, she had never heard of a son seeking a son-in-law while still at home. Just then, Auntie Wu brought over some tea and asked with a smile, "What are you all talking about? Why are you so excited?" "Auntie, we're talking about finding a son-in-law for your Ah Tao and Ali." Second Auntie threw the melon seed shells on the ground and jokingly said, "That's great. If you have a suitable young man, keep an eye out for him." Mrs. Wu replied. She had actually heard all that, and felt a little moved. She had been tormented by her mother-in-law for years, and felt deeply moved. If she could find a son-in-law, it would be great, right? At least, they wouldn't cause any trouble. But even if she did, she had to proceed slowly, and not rush into anything. She didn't want to find someone with ulterior motives, who would end up inviting a traitor into the house. Mrs. Chen Ernyang, on the other hand, put away her smile and said seriously, "Auntie, I take what you say seriously. Of course it's true. If there's someone of good character, then of course we can." Mrs. Wu replied. Chen Ernyang immediately responded, "Of course." The others present, having heard their conversation, were also moved, wondering if their nephews or nieces had any suitable potential partners. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were naturally swirling. However, the biggest news of the day was the Su family's purchase of a house in the county. By the end of the day, almost everyone in the village knew about it. Although they had previously known that the Su family must have made a lot of money running a food stall in the county, hearing that they had actually settled there was still quite shocking. Those who had previously looked down on the Su family now regretted not having a good relationship with them. Otherwise, they could have sent their daughters to work at the Suli food stall and earn money. Just like the Huang family, the village chief's family, and the Jiang family who later arrived, they had watched these families' lives improve over the years. The Jiang and Huang families had even built new houses, a truly enviable sight. However, even if they wanted to curry favor with the Su family now, they had no chance. They only visited the tombs during the Qingming festival and during the holidays, so even trying to curry favor was pointless. But the one who regretted the most was Mrs. Liu. When the two families had a good relationship, she hadn't allowed her husband to get close to the Su family. Now, knowing that the Su family had made a fortune and settled in the county, her eyes were red with envy. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. If she hadn't stopped her husband from helping Su Dia collect her dowry, would she and her daughter be working there now? But this thought only lasted a moment. Soon, she felt that it was all the Su family's fault, and she cursed the heavens and the earth, smashing dishes and pots at home. Besides Liu, there was also Lan. After hearing that the Su family had actually bought a house in the county, and then learning that her sister-in-law, Liu, was also planning to buy a house there, she instantly became devastated. She couldn't understand why everyone else could buy a house in the county, but she couldn't. At the same time, she was filled with jealousy. After having dinner with her in-laws, she excused herself as feeling unwell and went back home. After returning home, she looked at her daughter embroidering in the house. Thinking of how she had refused to marry for years, she became even more furious. But she couldn't push her too far, or she would threaten to jump into the river. Shio, I told you to go to dinner. Why didn't you go? You've been hiding at home embroidering all day. Lan deliberately flung the door open, making a loud noise. However, to her surprise, the woman inside glanced at her mother and retorted bluntly. Go after whoever offended you. There's no need to take it out on me. You. Her heart was broken. Lan rushed forward and was about to throw the sewing basket in front of the woman, but Feng Cao's next word stopped her dead in her tracks. Throw it away. It's better to not make it. It's only 3 taels of silver, and I'm sure you won't care about that. With just these words, Lan put down the thing she was holding. You know, her daughter's embroidery skills have far surpassed hers. Embroidery shops in the county often ask her to embroider wedding quilts and pillowcases, paying her more than she did. She was counting on her daughter to earn more money to support her brother's college entrance exams, so she naturally didn't dare to throw her things away. But if she didn't throw it away, she felt really aggrieved. She felt that her daughter must have changed her temper. Otherwise, how could she have changed from being so well-behaved, obedient, and sensible to being so rebellious, disobedient, and stubborn now? She's lost her temper. Fa Chao, however, didn't care what her mother Lan thought. She concentrated on embroidering her wedding gown, imagining the moment when Brother Qinghe returned and married her in the gown she had embroidered. For years, Feng Chao had lived on this thought. Although there was still no news of her brother Qinghe, and many people said he had died in battle, she refused to believe it. She always firmly believed that he would return safely and marry her. A happy and peaceful smile spread across Feng Cao's face, and her needlework continued unabated. Let's put aside the village for now, and return to the Su family. Ever since hearing the proposal to recruit a son-in-law, Qin had actually discussed it with Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su, and they agreed it was feasible. Qin immediately went back to the matchmaker and told her about the situation. The matchmaker was also surprised. It was the first time she had heard of marrying off a daughter becoming a son-in-law. However, as someone in the industry, she naturally had no objection. However, since she also had a daughter, she still shared what she had witnessed over the years. Then she said, it's not that it's not possible, but it's been said since ancient times that recruiting a son-in-law is a trick. You should think carefully about it. After hearing these stories, Qin was shocked, and at the same time, her heart began to waver. Why were there problems everywhere? Finding a good son-in-law is so difficult. What's wrong, mother? Are you so unhappy? Su Tao asked as she ate the pork jerky Su Li had recently made. This question left Su Li at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly say it was because of the marriage proposal, could she? Even if she did, for her sister wouldn't understand. But that was understandable. When she was 17, she knew nothing either. She spent her days thinking about saving money to travel with friends during the summer vacation, and had never thought about getting married. She must have been the same way with For's sister. Su Li even suspected that For's sister had no idea about marriage at all. She just felt like marrying because everyone else was getting married. She was still childish. I don't know, maybe it's just too hot. It's certainly hot. By the way, fifth sister, second brother Wang just came back and brought another pheasant today. Su Tao perked up as she talked about this. Ever since everyone knew second brother Wang liked big sister a year ago, he'd been sending game to the shop almost every day. He'd been doing it for a year straight, but big sister still wouldn't budge. So second brother Wang kept sending it. TSK. What did big sister say? Su Li fiddled with her abacus, also a little curious. Honestly, she hadn't expected second brother Wang to actually like big sister. She'd been surprised when she found out, but then she realized there had been clues for a while. The most obvious ones were the shy look second brother Wang always gave to big sister, and the stuttering he always had when he spoke to big sister, acting like he was different from everyone else. It's still the same for big sister. Let second brother Wang take it back, Su Tao said disapprovingly. Su Li felt a pang of emotion upon hearing this. Honestly, Su Li could sense that big sister wasn't indifferent to second brother Wang, but rather that she was burdened with so much that she hesitated to take that step and open her heart to someone else. Su Li understood this, so second brother Wang had to suffer. However, Su Li supported the two of them being together. She felt that if big sister really did end up with second brother Wang, it would be wonderful. After all, second brother Wang was a truly wonderful person. Although he looked a bit bulky, he was very meticulous and careful in his work. Of course, most importantly, he had been devoted to big sister over the years, truly caring for her. Everyone could see this clearly, including Su Li. and also big sister Su-hong. In the front yard, after seeing Wang Er go off, Su-hong remained motionless for a long time, staring blankly at the flowers and plants in the yard. Only when Su-li came to her did she come to her senses. Big sister. What's wrong, fifth sister? Su-li was a little worried. Nothing, I just wanted to ask. Are you okay? She had seen her big sister still, and thought something was wrong, so she came over to ask. Su-hong was stunned for a moment. It's fine. Then she hesitated again, saying, Fifth sister, what's so good about me? Huh? Su-li hadn't expected her big sister to ask that question. What's so good about me? There were so many good things. Big sister, you have a good personality. You're gentle, meticulous, a great cook, and beautiful. Not only that, you make money. Big sister, what's so good about you? Su-hong hadn't expected her little sister to think so well of her. Her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm not as good as you say. You are? Su-li said confidently. Su-hong, still unsure, hesitated. But I've been married. What's wrong with being married? Being married doesn't mean you killed anyone. Chapter 119. Su-hong was speechless at Su-li's words. So, being married didn't really mean anything? No one had ever said that to Su-hong, or perhaps it was so unconventional that it left her stunned. Sister, other people's opinions don't really matter. What matters most is whether you're happy. If you're truly happy, that's all that matters. Happy? Su-hong asked herself. Of course she was. Who wouldn't love someone who cared only about her and treated her well? But amidst her joy, she felt a surge of panic. She couldn't help but wonder, did she really deserve his kindness? Could she really trust another person again? If he one day discovered that she wasn't so good, would he treat her like Li Chunsheng had done before? Su-hong didn't dare to gamble on that slight uncertainty, not only for herself but also for her daughter. But deep down, Su-li's words stirred a wave in her heart, like a crack in the darkness, spurring a seed of longing. Seeing her eldest sister remain silent, Su-li added, So if you too, like Wang urge, we all support it. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by her eldest sister, Su-hong. What? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to go cut some vegetables. Su-hong's face flushed as red as rouge, and she turned and ran away. Well, Su-li had been thinking about giving her eldest sister some advice, about letting go of all the baggage, but she ended up being scared off. Su-li had to give up for now. Su-hong, on the other hand, was so distraught that she couldn't help but think about other things while cutting vegetables, and she accidentally cut her hand. The wound was quite large, bloody and mangled, startling everyone. They rushed Su-hong to the hospital. Are you okay, eldest sister? It was almost dinner time, and Su-li was cooking in the kitchen. Seeing her mother, Chun, return, she spoke with concern. The doctor said it's okay, just a deep wound that needs to be bandaged properly. Su-li felt relieved. Okay. With that, she threw herself back into cooking. Needless to say, without her elder sister, Su-li was overwhelmed cooking alone. She had to work non-stop, with no time to rest. And unfortunately, no one else in the shop knew how to cook, so Su-li had to persevere. After a few days, Su-li's right hand and shoulder began to ache, so much so that she couldn't sleep at night. The hot weather made the kitchen incredibly stuffy, and after a few days, Su-li collapsed. This was the first time Su-li had been so seriously ill in this world. She had minor colds before, but they recovered quickly. This time, she was bedridden for days, completely exhausted. It reminded Su-li of a hospital stay in a previous life, a difficult feeling. Don't move. The doctor said you're overworked and need some rest. Mrs. Chen came in with porridge. Seeing Su-li about to get out of bed, she quickly stopped her. Su-li, Mom, I just get up and drink some water. Mrs. Chen, if you want some water, just call your four sister or me. Mom, I'm really fine. Su-li had been lying in bed for almost 3 days and couldn't lie down any longer. You have to lie down whether you're okay or not. Mrs. Chen placed the porridge and dishes on the table, refusing to allow any further comment. It wasn't that she was being unreasonable, but her youngest daughter was too patient. She wouldn't say a word even if she had a problem. This time, she was no different. She was so exhausted, but she refused to say a word, forcing herself to collapse before she gave up. Chen still remembers the feeling she had when she entered the room that morning and saw her little daughter lying motionless in bed. For a moment, she was transported back to 3 years ago, when her little daughter had also been lying on that same straw bed, unresponsive no matter how she called out. In that instant, Chen's blood seemed to freeze. She opened her mouth, but found no words coming out. Fortunately, her mother-in-law noticed something was wrong and came in to fetch a doctor. The doctor said it was due to overwork and that a good rest would be all right. God knows, at that moment, Chin truly came back to life. Then came guilt. Guilt that she hadn't noticed her daughter was so distressed. If she had noticed sooner, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. It was all her fault. Su Li couldn't persuade Chin, so she lay back down, letting her feed her water and food. She wanted to say she was almost well enough to eat on her own, but at the same time, she felt a certain craving for this warmth. As far as she could remember, her biological mother had never fed her. Her grandmother said she was afraid she developed bad habits, so she wouldn't let anyone else feed her. It wasn't until Su Li was ill and had surgery that she came to care for her for 2 days. Those 2 days were almost the happiest time of Su Li's life. But it was only 2 days. After 2 days, she excused herself to school and left. Slowly, twice a week, twice a month, once a month, and then she never showed up again. She always seemed to have many excuses, but Su Li knew the biggest one was that she didn't love her. It's incredible, isn't it? How could a mother not love her own daughter? But all this was happening to her, and she wanted to know why she didn't love him. She couldn't figure it out, even if she wanted to die. Mother, why are you so kind to me? I'm your mother. If I'm not kind to you, who will? Mrs. Chen wiped Su Li's mouth with a handkerchief, then reached out with a rough hand to tuck the hair that was covering her face behind her ear. If I weren't your daughter, would you still be so kind to me? Su Li couldn't help but ask. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? If you're not my daughter, whose daughter is it? Mrs. Chen stroked Su Li's head, as if reprimanding her for her nonsense. What if? If I weren't your daughter, would you still be kind to me? Su Li felt like she must have been truly sick and confused, otherwise she wouldn't have kept asking this question. Chen was stunned, unsure why her little daughter kept asking this question. She thought about it carefully. She should, right? Even if everything was fake, the days and nights they spent together weren't. If the person before her wasn't her daughter, she would still treat her well. However, since this wasn't real, Chen didn't know what she would do if it actually happened, hence the should. Yet, Su Li was content with this answer. She didn't ask for anything else, just this one sentence was enough. The next moment, Su Li embraced Chen, buried her head in her arms, and softly called Mother. Chen had no idea what was wrong with her little daughter, assuming she was sick. She reached out and patted Su Li's back, again and again, just like her mother had patted her when she was little. After eating and taking her medicine, Su Li quickly fell asleep. This time, she had a long dream, dreaming of events from her past life and those that had occurred since she came to this world, as if she were replaying them all in a flashback. When she woke up, she was completely healed. After her recovery, Su Li was eager to reopen the shop. You know, due to her illness and her elder sister's injury, the shop had been closed for the past few days, which was not what Su Li wanted. After all, a single day of closure would cost her a lot of money, and she was saving up to open a restaurant. Besides, as a food shop, if it were closed every few days, it would likely stop customers coming, which was also unacceptable. However, as soon as Su Li mentioned the idea of opening the food shop, everyone else disagreed, with various reasons. Su Li summarized them, and most of them were worried that she would tire herself out from cooking for so long, while a few others wanted her to rest. The shop is right there, and it won't leave. You're still young, and it'd be hard to maintain if you tire yourself out. You can't earn enough money. Yes, fifth sister, your health is more important. To be honest, Su Li's sudden illness frightened everyone, and they couldn't help but offer advice. While earning money was important, talent was paramount for everyone. I decided. I learned to cook from fifth sister in the future, Su Tao suddenly said. Chen echoed, I learned too. The two of them had originally intended not to overwork Su Li. However, their words elicited a subtle look from everyone. Su Li also expressed her doubts. In fact, she had taught everyone in her family how to cook. It was precisely because of this that she understood that there were people in this world who could cook awful dishes even with the same recipes, like her mother and fourth sister, each one a darker dish than the other. In the entire family, only the eldest sister had a natural talent for cooking, the others weren't very good. Even if they forced themselves to teach, it would only torture her. Su Tao, seeing no one was talking, said, Really? I definitely learn it this time. Fifth sister, you have to believe me. Do you believe you can blow up the kitchen? Su Li expressed her doubts. Me too, fifth sister. Mrs. Chen also assured her. Ahem, actually, we could hire 2 more people who can cook. Uncle Chen, who had come to visit Su Li and listen for a while, couldn't help but speak up. Yes, everyone was enlightened by this. They could hire. That's a good idea. Okay. As for Su Tao and Chen's talk of wanting to learn cooking, everyone simply ignored it and immediately began discussing how to hire, what kind of people to hire, and what salary would be appropriate. Su Li hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but it wasn't impossible. Hiring 2 more people to take turns cooking would give her more time for other things. But hiring couldn't be rushed. In this era, cooking skills were almost always passed down from master to apprentice, through word of mouth. Finding the right cooking talent was difficult unless she could teach them herself. Yes, she could take in apprentices, but it would take time for an apprentice to learn, so she had to hire 1 or 2 who could pick up the skills right away. With this plan in mind, Su Li didn't sit idle. She wrote a job posting, and had her 4th sister posted outside the shop. 2 days passed, but there wasn't a single skilled hire. Most of them were just trying their luck with 1 or 2 dishes. Su Li quickly had her 4th sister tear up the notice again. She then ran to the pawn shop and asked a pawnbroker she met before to help her find someone. To her surprise, the pawnbroker actually had a candidate, someone Su Li had met once before. This guy has a stubborn temper. He offended his previous employer and was kicked out. Don't say anything for now. I go talk to him. The pawnbroker told Su Li about the man as they led her to his residence. Chapter 120. Okay. Su Li nodded. Then she followed the broker to his residence. The June weather had begun to warm, and the cicadas in the trees had been chirping since morning, growing louder the farther out of town they went. A quarter of an hour later, we'd be there almost there. The broker smiled, fearing Su Li would get impatient and not go. He then began to talk about the man he visited today. He used to live near the county school, but his son got into gambling and recently ran up a large debt. He sold his property and moved here. Ah, young lady, don't you think life is unpredictable? No one knows how you end up. If you're lucky, your children and grandchildren are successful, and you can enjoy your retirement at home. If you're unlucky, your children and grandchildren can cause you some trouble, and your second half of life will be ruined. Old Chu had such an unpromising son, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up like this. As he spoke, he turned into a cold, damp alley filled with sewage. If Su Li hadn't told her family before leaving, and hadn't dealt with this broker several times before, she would have feared something bad might happen. It's right up front, the second room with the jujube tree. Su Li looked over and saw the short, thin jujube tree and the dilapidated, old house next to it. I knock on the door. You wait. The broker walked to the courtyard gate and asked Su Li to stand aside. Su Li nodded. The broker began knocking. Old Chu, are you home? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of palms hitting the wooden board made a solid, muffled sound. Are you there, Old Chu? Bang, bang, bang. Squeak. The door opened from the inside, and a thin, white-haired old man in coarse clothes poked his head out. What are you doing here? It's you. It's you. Chef Chu and Su Li were both stunned when they saw each other. They had never expected to meet again. Though they had only met once before, each of them had a vivid memory of the other. Old man Chu still vividly remembered the pot cake Su Li had made the previous time, and Su Li also remembered the old man who had invited them to dinner. They hadn't expected to meet again under such circumstances. However, Su Li glanced at the old man. Didn't she remember him being the chef at Xiangmanlu? Why hadn't he been working there? How had he fallen to such a state? Su Li suddenly remembered what the man had said. Yes, the old man had been kicked out of the restaurant for offending someone. Do you two know each other? The broker asked, perplexed, observing their expressions. We met once before, Chef Chu replied. Su Li nodded. It's good to know you. It's good to know you. Since we all know each other, I won't waste any more time. Then the agent told the skinny old man before him the purpose of his visit. Chef Chu was stunned for a moment, then realized, so young lady, you are the owner of Su Ji Food Shop? He had heard that Su Ji Food Shop's braised dishes were very delicious when he was at Xiangmanlu, and he had bought some himself, and they were indeed quite tasty. He was surprised to find that it was this young lady who made them. I'm not really an owner, just a small business, Su Li replied. If Mr. Chu is willing to come to our restaurant, the wages won't be comparable to your previous one, but once business picks up, I definitely pay you as much as you can. I promise. Su Li said shamelessly, but she didn't really have much hope. After all, Mr. Chu used to make around 40 taels a month at the restaurant, and she was only offering him half that. It was obvious he wouldn't agree. But that was the most Su Li could offer. Any more would exceed her expectations. Would you mind giving me some time to think it over? Chef Chu didn't agree immediately, saying he needed to consider it. Suli naturally agreed, but she was already considering whether to look for someone else. Then, Mr. Chu, we won't bother you anymore. Okay. Goodbye. With that, Suli and the agent turned and left. As they reached the alley's entrance, they unexpectedly encountered a drunken man, staggering. The broker asked Suli to walk inside, while he walked outside, successfully avoiding a collision. That man was old Chu's son, the broker whispered as they exited the alley, shaking his head in apparent disapproval. Suli thought for a moment, and indeed, she had faintly heard Chef Chu's voice behind her, as if asking why he was out drinking again. Every family has its own problems, and Suli wasn't sure what to make of it. Thank you for today. It's hot, take these few coppers for tea. Back in the county's bustling streets, Suli took out 15 coins and handed them to the broker. The broker, surprised to receive tea money even though the job wasn't done, was so delighted that he practically lost his sight. He simply felt that dealing with this young lady, Sue, was truly a pleasure. Don't worry, Miss Sue. I definitely keep an eye out for someone suitable. That was enough for Suli, who smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, brothel owner. After saying goodbye to the brothel owner, Suli headed home. The next day, Suli saw Chef Chu again at the door of the food store. Her family had finally agreed to open the store today. Of course, to prevent her from getting tired, they only sold breakfast and lunch. Breakfast was served by other people, so she didn't need to knead the dough or anything like that, so Suli could go later. She first had a good sleep at home, before slowly making her way to the food store. When she arrived, she happened to see Chef Chu lingering at the door. She called out to Chef Chu, Uncle Chu? Chef Chu froze, unable to leave. He could only bite the bullet and say hello, Miss Sue. Just call me Little Sue. Chef Chu, Little Sue, I thought about it. I agreed to work at your restaurant, but can you give me 100 taels of silver in advance? 100 taels of silver? Suli agreed without a second thought. Of course I can, but Uncle Chu, if you're using this money to pay off your son's gambling debts, I can't lend it to you, and I don't recommend it. Gamblers are no longer like ordinary people, especially those who gamble away their entire fortunes. It's a bottomless pit. She heard of countless families ruined by gambling. So if Uncle Chu was trying to pay off his son's gambling debts, she wouldn't lend him the money, and she even persuaded him not to pay him back. No, not to pay off his gambling debts, Chef Chu explained quickly. We're calling a doctor for him. Huh? Suli was stunned. Only then did Chef Chu begin to explain the whole story. It turned out that yesterday, after seeing his son, who was completely drunk, he had accidentally broken his head. He bled profusely, and needed money for medical treatment. Also, we're really struggling to make ends meet. Chef Chu hadn't eaten meat in over a month. He never experienced such a life before, but now, in his old age, he could actually afford it. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll lend you the money. Suli agreed. As long as it wasn't for paying off gambling debts, she accepted. Suli then took Chef Chu into the shop and withdrew 100 taels of silver from the account. Chef Chu took the money and immediately wrote Suli a promissory note. Miss Sue, consider this money a loan from me. I definitely return it later. Okay, Mr. Chu, aren't you going to the clinic? Go quickly. Thank you. With that, Chef Chu turned and walked out. The morning glow shone on the bluestone slabs, on the old man's back, and on the noisy crowd. Suli watched the old man walk away before retracting her gaze. Did you give it to him? Chen asked, passing by. Yes. Suli nodded. She had, of course, discussed the loan with her mother and grandmother. Initially, they hadn't agreed, believing Suli had been scammed. After all, no one knew Chef Chu's background, and since he was small and thin, and dressed in rags, it was impossible to connect him with the chef of Xiangmenlo. Fortunately, Chen and Suli had met Chef Naku when they went to the Chow family's banquet last time, so his identity could not be faked. Then, after hearing that Suli had agreed to pay the man only half of his previous wages, everyone softened their stance and agreed to lend him the money. Ah, it's not easy, Chen suddenly said. Poor parents. Elsewhere, after receiving the silver, Chef Chu hurried to the clinic. His son had already woken up, and the doctor was bandaging his head injury. Chef Chu paid the silver first, then approached his son and asked with concern, Are you awake? Are you still in pain? But the son didn't buy it at all. He tilted his head and said, No need for your pretense. Chef Chu suppressed the urge to hit him. What do you want to eat? I make it for you when I get home. I told you there's no need for your pretense. Can you please leave? I'm really annoyed by you. I'm not going to argue with you. Just get well. Chef Chu couldn't hold back any longer and turned to leave. He had truly committed sins in his life, which was why he had given birth to such a son. However, after he left, the man secretly glanced at Chef Chu's departing figure, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes before quickly disappearing. Chef Chu said he didn't care, but he still went back to cut a pound of meat, bought a pigeon, and made pigeon soup and a dish of sweet and sour cherry meat. These were all his son's favorite dishes from childhood. Chef Chu remembered them all. Sure enough, when the meal was served to Chu Fu, he was stunned for a few seconds, as if surprised that his father would come again and remember his favorite dishes. This time, he didn't refuse, but picked up his chopsticks and obediently began to eat. It was the same familiar taste, and Chu Fu felt as if he had returned to the days before his mother died, when the three of them lived in a small house. Life was truly poor back then, but it was also the happiest time in Chu Fu's life. Back then, his father wasn't so busy, and he would always bring him delicious food when he came home, and they had a very good relationship. But all this beauty ended as his father became increasingly busy. He was so busy perfecting his cooking skills that he would work until midnight each day, seemingly forgetting his wife and son. Sometimes, he wouldn't see them for days. As far as he could remember, he wasn't even there on the day his mother died of illness. Eat slowly. I'm not trying to steal from you. Chef Chu stopped him, seeing his son wolfing down his food. But the man ignored him, shoveling his food into his mouth. It seemed that this made him feel better. He thought he'd done nothing wrong. It was all the other person's fault. He made him like this. This was his karma. At that moment, in Xiangmenlu, the people who had banded together to drive Chef Chu away, upon learning that he had gone to a small food stall, looked at him with disdain. I thought he'd gone somewhere else. It's just a food stall. Let him go. It won't affect our restaurant business. Shopkeeper Wu said as he brewed a cup of tea. But Lu Laosan couldn't help but worry. As for what he was worried about, only he knew. Chapter 121. Don't say buts. Just work hard and don't let the boss night down. Shopkeeper Wu said with a hint of meaning. Then he thought of Old Man Chu, who was now forced to work in a small food stall, and he felt secretly proud. He wanted to show everyone else in the restaurant that he was the owner, and everyone had to obey him. Otherwise, this would be the fate of those who defied him. Humph. Of course I won't forget. Without the boss and the shopkeeper, I wouldn't exist. Shopkeeper, rest assured, from now on, I do whatever you tell me to do. If you tell me to go east, I never go west. Flattery never fails to wear thin. Lu Laosan's flattery skills have reached the pinnacle of perfection. It was precisely because of this that, after his master, Chef Chu, left, he was able to surpass all his fellow apprentices and become the head chef of Xiangmenlu. That's the best. Shopkeeper Wu liked smart people. When he was first assigned by the owner to take over the restaurant 2 months ago, he spotted Lu Laosan right away. His shifty eyes gave him the impression of being a restless person. He never expected Lu Laosan to be so right. In a fit of rage, he even betrayed his own master. If he hadn't staged a show for the owner might have been reluctant to fire Chef Chu. Just as Lu Laosan was about to say something, 3 people emerged from the kitchen. They were none other than Chef Chu's apprentices, Lu Laosan's fellow apprentices. Without even glancing at Lu Laosan, they sternly addressed the new shopkeeper, Wu, and declared, starting tomorrow, the 3 of us won't be here. These words were like a thunderbolt, shocking both shopkeeper Wu and Lu Laosan. Not coming? What do you mean? Have you thought it through? Shopkeeper Wu's face darkened. When Lu and the others exchanged glances, each saying, we thought it through. Okay, just don't regret it. Lu Laosan hadn't expected things to escalate to this point and panicked. Shopkeeper. But Shopkeeper Wu ignored him. He looked back at Wen Lu and the others, second junior brother. Wen Lu glanced at him, his eyes etched with undisguised disdain. Who's your junior brother? We don't have a senior brother like you. These words were like a resounding slap in the face. Lu Laosan's face flushed red, and he was speechless. At the same time, he began to harbor resentment towards them. Let's all go, let's all go. Don't regret it later. Let's see what happens to them after leaving Xiangmenlu. Shopkeeper Wu shared the same thought. After Wen Lu and the other 2 left, he called everyone in Xiangmenlu together. If you want to leave, you can do so anytime. I, Wu Tai, will not keep you any longer. But let me make this clear. If you leave and want to come back, I'm sorry, Xiangmenlu doesn't accept traitors. Wu Tai saw them as just a few odd jobs. Even if Old Man Chu left, he wouldn't be surprised. There are millions of chefs in the world. With money, who would be afraid of not being able to recruit? It wasn't their departure that angered him. As a new official, He had planned to replace his staff from top to bottom. He was angry that they had left on their own before he could even kick them out, which made him extremely angry. Thankfully, apart from those few people, no one else in the restaurant chose to leave, which made him feel a little relieved. Outside the restaurant, several large men stood at the door. "Second brother, where are we going now?" Zhusi asked. When Lu looked at the others, "Go find the master." Go find the master? Yes, they could go find the master. Thinking of this, the others instantly regained their resolve. A few days later, at Suji Food Shop, several days had passed since Chef Chu's arrival, and Suli had been much more relaxed during these days. Chef Chu, as experienced as he was, could cook 3 woks at once. He claimed he once watched 6 woks by himself. Suli was simply impressed. But Chef Chu also admired Suli. From setting up a stall to opening her own food shop, for a little girl to have achieved this was truly remarkable. He felt ashamed to think that after all these years as a chef at Xiangman Lu, he wasn't even as good as a little girl. Just as he was sighing, several familiar voices suddenly rang out, "Master! Master!" Chef Chu looked up and saw that it was his 3 apprentices. While he felt a sense of joy, he also thought of another possibility. His face darkened. "What are you doing here?" The others weren't afraid of his sullen expression, they were used to it. When Lu said, somewhat aggrievedly, "Master, we all been kicked out." "What? You were kicked out? Who?" "Wu Tai or Lu San." The old man, spatula in hand, looked sullen, as if he was about to go after them. Even when he left, he hadn't been this angry. When San and the others felt a pang of anger, but fearing the master would actually come after them, they told the truth. The old man sighed, deeply moved. "Why are you doing this?" "We want to follow you, master." "Yes, master." "Follow him? But he's already fallen on hard times. How could he possibly take them with him?" Chef Chu was a bit hesitant, but when San and the others understood his concerns, and went straight to Suli to explain their intentions. "Boss, we don't want wages. Just let us follow the master and get food and lodging." "Yes, we don't want wages." The other 2 echoed. Suli was stunned. Was this a buy one get 3 free deal? She thought about it, and didn't agree immediately. It wasn't for any other reason, but mainly because she didn't have a place to live. If she really wanted to hire someone, she'd have to rent another place, and finding one would take time. When the others saw Suli didn't agree immediately, they panicked and started talking about their specialties, almost offering to pay them to come work. Suli, realizing they misunderstood, quickly explained, "I'm just thinking about where to live." So that was the case. The others breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay, boss. We can sleep on the floor." "Yes, that's fine." But Suli wouldn't let them sleep on the floor. She wasn't that capitalist. She immediately found the agent again and asked him to keep an eye on the house. The agent had given Suli the news that afternoon. "It's not far away, just 3 blocks away. It has 6 rooms. The owner is moving to the capital and wants to rent it out. I went to see it, it's not bad." He then gave Suli the rental price and the owner's information. After dealing with her several times, he knew that although Suli was young, she was not easy to fool, so he found people who were easy to deal with and had no trouble with. Suli was immediately attracted to the house. The 2 families agreed on a price, and they finally rented it for 600 won a month. After receiving the key, Suli shared the news with the master and apprentices in the shop. When San immediately led his fellow apprentices to clean the courtyard inside and out. Suli also arranged for some furniture and daily necessities. After moving in, the master and apprentices felt even more comfortable than they had in Xiangmanlu, and therefore worked even harder. Suli and her eldest sister, Su Hong, were also relieved of the busy schedule, leaving the kitchen to the master and apprentices. Daily, her only responsibilities were preparing braised dishes and attending banquets. Recently, for example, Suli had been approached by 2 banquets. One was from the Wen Mansion, and the other was from the county magistrate's household. Today, it was Madame Chow from the county magistrate's household who had invited her to their residence. "At the Chow Mansion, Madame Su, you're here." Chow Ro, personally guarding the corner gate with her maids, beamed upon seeing Suli arrive. 2 years ago, during her pregnancy, she had a restless pregnancy. Thanks to the medicinal food Madame Su prepared for her, she was able to safely give birth to her son. As a result, Chow Ro and Suli became quite familiar with each other. Recently, Chow Ro had heard from the servants that her son was suffering from the heat and couldn't eat, so she summoned Suli, hoping she could find a way to get him to eat. "Madame Chow." Suli and Su Tao approached and bowed. Unlike her arrogant demeanor with others, Chow Ro was now incredibly approachable. "Madame Su, there's no need to be polite. Chow Rou then explained her purpose for calling Su Li, then began to complain again. Our eldest lady has never given birth, and Linner has suffered so much with her. As soon as these words left her mouth, the maids nearby looked around anxiously, saying, Madam, what are you afraid of? I'm sure she'd do it. If it's not her own child, she doesn't care. If she pays attention to my Linner, will he lose his appetite? Chow Rou wiped her tears in grievance as she spoke, truly more beautiful than a flower. The woman's eyelids twitched at these words, and she pleaded, Madam, if you truly want the young master's best interest, please stop saying these things. Chow Rou finally stopped talking. Su Li and Su Tao pretended not to hear her words, following behind in silence. Madame Chow seemed genuinely anxious about this matter. She took Su Li all the way to her small kitchen and stayed there, watching her cook. Su Li had just heard what Madame Chow had said, and knew her son suffered from summer heat. She thought for a moment, and decided to make something child-friendly and refreshing: purple sweet potato rolls, yam puree, and shrimp omelet. Yams are easy to digest and don't cause indigestion, which is good for children. Shrimp steamed omelet is nutritious, and purple sweet potato rolls can be shaped like small animals, which children will surely enjoy. As for soup, since it's so hot this season, she decided to make a sugarcane and pear water. It soothes the throat and reduces internal heat, making it a perfect summertime sweet drink. With a rough idea in mind, Su Li began to make it. First, she cut the purple sweet potato and yam into pieces and steamed them. Then she mashed the yam and purple sweet potato into a puree and set it aside. Then she started making the purple sweet potato rolls and boiling the pear water. While she was at it, she asked her 4 sister to go back to the shop to get the osmanthus sauce she had made last year. After getting the osmanthus sauce, she also steamed the bunny-shaped purple sweet potato rolls. Seeing this, Chow Rou finally understood why Madame Su had asked her son what his favorite animal was. She was overjoyed at the little rabbit that had come alive in Madame Su's hands. She exchanged a glance with the maidservant beside her, both sharing the same thought. If this food were made into a little animal her son would love, surely he would eat it. Over here, the steamed purple sweet potato rolls and the steamed shrimp egg were ready. Su Li began to shape the yam paste into a rabbit, then drizzled some osmanthus sauce on it, and finished off with various dried fruits to create the bunny's hair accessories and clothes. This bunny is so pretty, Su Tao exclaimed, looking at the little bunny in its flowery attire on the plate. Madame Chow and the maidservant were also moved by the sight. How could such a beautiful food be possible? Madame Su was so ingenious. Not only that, Su Li even specially formed the rice into bunny-shaped rice balls before serving them to Madame Chow. Thank you, Madame Su. I go give this food to Linner to try first. Don't leave in such a hurry. After saying this, he hurriedly left with the maid, carrying the food box. Chapter 122. Main courtyard. Please let me see the young master, madam. Chow Rou, who was blocked outside, pleaded bitterly. Madam. Inside, a woman was reading the account book below. Hearing the noise, she grew a little annoyed, slammed it shut, and asked the maidservant next to her, what is she doing here again? She was the word Song used to refer to Chow. Yes, in her eyes, Chow was nothing more than a dispensable object. But this object had given birth to the Wang family's firstborn son, which meant Song couldn't just dismiss her like an object. Unable to dismiss her, nor could she do anything about her, Song could only try to ignore her, as if she didn't exist. But sometimes, ignoring her was impossible, like now. She heard from somewhere that the young master couldn't eat because of the summer heat, and she insisted on seeing him. The maidservant replied respectfully. This was another worry. For some reason, the bitch's child had recently refused to eat. Song had consulted several doctors and changed cooks, but nothing had helped. It was just too frustrating. If she hadn't given birth to her own child yet, she really wouldn't bother. If she wants to see the child, let her see. See what she can do. If she couldn't do anything, what else could the bitch do? Song didn't care at all. But my lady. The old woman felt something was amiss, so Song interrupted her. There's no need for so many buts. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. The recent events at the restaurant were already annoying enough for her, and now she had to worry about all this. The old woman, though still a little worried, responded, Yes, ma'am. Then she turned and left, informing Madame Chow of the matter. Our madam is magnanimous, and will allow you to see the young master. But ma'am, you know, the young master takes a nap every day. Please go, and come back quickly. The old woman acted like she was being kind, but for the first time, Chow was pleasing her. Yes, yes, yes. Please tell the eldest madam that I'd be back as soon as I'm there. That would be best. The old woman glanced at Chow, thinking to herself, she's from a humble family, so she doesn't have any manners. Chow pretended not to see her expression, her heart filled with the joy of seeing her son. But when she saw her son, she felt no joy, but rather discomfort. Perhaps she saw her son, who had once been so plump and fair, now so thin that there was no flesh left on his face. My son? After sending away the servants who were attending to her son, Chow rushed over and hugged him, tears streaming down her face. It was only after the maid reminded her, from behind, that she finally responded. Yes, my son, I brought you some delicious food. Come on, bring it here. Chow excitedly asked the maid to place the food on the table. After seeing the food, the child, who had been silent until then, finally said, Little rabbits. Yes, little rabbits. I had someone make them just for you. Do you want some? Chow looked at the boy tenderly and coaxed him softly. The little boy nodded timidly. He loved little rabbits. Seeing that her son was willing to eat, Mrs. Chow suppressed her excitement, picked him up, sat him at the table, picked up the spoon and slowly fed him. She first fed him yam puree, which was still warm and paired with sweet osmanthus sauce. The taste was delicate and smooth. The little boy fell in love with it after one bite. When Mrs. Chow was still scooping another spoonful, he was clamoring for more. Seeing this, Chow was even happier. My son, these are rabbit buns. Want some? Yes. After eating half a purple sweet potato bun, Chow fed him several spoonfuls of mashed yam before adding the rest. This is egg custard. It's delicious. Want some? The little boy nodded, and Chow fed him the egg custard again. The egg custard was delicious too. The Suli steamed egg custard was incredibly tender, without a single pore. She even drizzled sesame oil and soy sauce on top, making it incredibly tender and smooth. He finished a small bowl before he knew it. Today, the little boy had eaten most of the mashed yam, half a rabbit purple sweet potato bun, and a few spoonfuls of soup. By the end, his stomach was bloated. Seeing this, Chow almost cried again. Damn Song. She really didn't know how to care for her child. Her son wasn't just suffering from the summer heat, it was clearly not eating to his liking. Look how he was enjoying it now. No, she couldn't let her son follow her. Thinking of this, Chow suddenly formed a plan. Meanwhile, Song, who had said she wouldn't care, couldn't help but ask about the situation after Chow left. Upon learning that Chow had eaten everything she sent, she nearly broke her nails. As expected, a bitch born of a bitch, he loves to eat those lowbrow things. She'd been so worried about him. At this moment, the maidservant nearby said with some concern, Madam, if the master knew about this, would he think we weren't taking good care of him? Song, upon hearing this, also thought of this and felt a little panicked, but she still said, It's okay, the master won't get angry with me over such a trivial matter. It can be said that Song had underestimated Wang Gun's regard for his son. After hearing this, although she said nothing, she sided with Chow and even allowed her to visit her son daily. But none of this mattered to Suli. She was just a cook, her job was to prepare the food. Taking the silver and a few packages of pastries given by Madame Chow, Suli and Su Tao left the Wang residence. Madame Chow is so generous. Su Tao sighed. Just for cooking a meal, she actually gave 10 taels of silver. Suli thought it was a bit much, but since Madame Chow insisted, it was hard to refuse. It was hot out, and everyone had worked hard, so it would be nice to buy some winter melons and some cooling drinks for everyone. However, when she went to buy the winter melons, she ran into Song Ling and his group. Beside Shujio, whom Suli knew, there was also a 9-foot-tall man with a scar through his left eye. Madame Su, are you here to buy winter melons too? Shujio said happily upon seeing Suli. Yes. Suli smiled and replied, then whispered to Song Ling beside her, Young Master Song. Song Ling, 4th Madame Su, 5th Madame Su. After greeting each other, they were about to part ways, but the next second, Song Ling spoke, I heard Madame Su caught a cold a while ago. I wonder if she's feeling better now. Suli was stunned, not expecting the other person to ask such a question. She thanked him first, then said, better now? Song Ling, that's good. Shaoan really cares about you. Recently, Song Ling had brought his nephew, Song Chung'an, to Su's restaurant for dinner almost every day, and Suli had grown familiar with him. Hearing the young man's concern for her health, Suli was quite touched and said to the young man, Please tell Shaoan that I'm better now. Thank you for your concern. Song Ling agreed, okay. Then Suli suggested that if they were free, they could bring little Chung'an to the shop, and she would prepare them something delicious. Song Ling agreed to all of this, leaving Shujio stunned. When had his young master become so easygoing? Then we buy the winter melons first. Young master Song, please help yourself. The weather was hot, and Su Li just wanted to buy the winter melons and get back to the shop as soon as possible. Song Ling said, okay. Song Ling then left, but not long after, Shu Jiu returned in a carriage. Young master asked me to take you back. Su Li felt a little embarrassed. If they used the carriage, wouldn't young master Song have to walk? Besides, they were not related, so riding in someone else's carriage was awkward. However, Shu Jiu ignored Su Li's polite refusal and simply said, it was the young master's order, my lady. The implication was obvious. It was the young master's order, and as a servant, he had no power to change it. So Su Li and Su Tao each carried 2 winter melons and got on. The carriage must have been newly purchased, as the furnishings were all new. In the center stood a small square table, upon which lay a book and a chess set. The faint scent of ink and incense blended beautifully, instantly calming the restless heart on the scorching summer day. This carriage is so comfortable. No wonder it's comfortable, the cushions are made of silk. Su Tao sighed. When we have money in the future, we buy silk cushions too. Okay. Su Li also found it quite comfortable. She could do the same when she had money. Unknowingly, they arrived at Su's restaurant. Shu Jiu was a skilled driver, and he never let Su Li or Su Tao feel uncomfortable the entire time. After getting off the carriage, Su Li thanked Shu Jiu, and then he left. What mansion? Did they deliver it? A young man sat in the courtyard, playing the qin, its melodies flowing like the rippling of a stream. Delivered it to you, young master, Shu Jiu replied. The young man then fell silent. Shu Jiu then continued, young master, Madame Lin said your birthday is in 2 days, and she wants to hold a birthday banquet for you. The qin paused, and the young man seemed to think of something. It's just right. It's time to say goodbye to my aunt. This had been his plan since arriving in Qinghe County. Leaving Chang'an in the care of his master and aunt, he could then pursue his own pursuits with peace of mind. But why did he suddenly feel a pang of reluctance? Why exactly? Song Ling asked himself. He stared at Fian outside the courtyard wall, unable to recover for a long time. Shu Jiu was reluctant to leave when he heard they were leaving. He hadn't yet had enough of Madame Su's cooking, but his life was given by the young master, so wherever the young master went, he would go. Besides, they had come here to settle the young master, and now that he was settled, there were no worries. Young master, I write to Shen Wu and have him pick us up when the time comes. Yes. Even at Su's food shop, when Su Li and Su Tao returned, the shop was deserted. Everyone was sitting or dozing in the courtyard. Seeing Su Li return, holding a winter melon, they immediately broke free and came over. It's a winter melon. What is a winter melon? It's an edible melon. Okay. Everyone gathered around, chatting. Su Li shared the winter melon with everyone, asking them to share. She also distributed the drink she had bought, and everyone cheered. Who could resist a summer melon and an iced drink? In the heat of summer, a piece of melon is simply divine. Su Li's only regret was that watermelons these days aren't particularly sweet. After eating one, she began to yearn for the red, sweet watermelons of yesteryear. Thankfully, the drink was truly delicious. She bought a kumquat infusion, rich in orange flavor and refreshingly cool. One sip felt like the summer heat had melted away. Everyone chatted and laughed as they drank the drink. However, Su Li looked around and saw that Aunt Emma wasn't among them. She approached her mother, Chen, to ask where she had been, but was told that Aunt Emma had gone back to move things. She was apparently planning to divorce Huang Lao heir. Chapter 123. Su Li thought she had misheard. How could it have come to this point of divorce? Upon inquiry, she discovered that Aunt Emma and Uncle Huang had been arguing over the issue of having children, unbeknownst to her. However, the current divorce wasn't due to that. Rather, it was during the divorce that Aunt Emma discovered that Uncle Huang was having an affair with a widow from the next village, which had led her to decide to go back and divorce. Su Li was so overwhelmed with information that she couldn't process it for a long time. When she finally understood, she felt sorry for Aunt Emma. For years, Aunt Emma had toiled tirelessly in the shop, earning her wages. And yet, Uncle Huang not only showed no concern or gratitude, but he even went on to find another woman. How disgusting. Isn't it? A toad sitting on your feet may not bite, but it's annoying. Mrs. Emma was even more disgusted. After beating up the couple, she returned to the Huang family to move her dowry. However, upon arriving at the Huang residence, Mrs. Emma looked at Mrs. Yang and her 2 sisters-in-law, who remained motionless. She sent her daughters inside to pack their belongings, and she herself approached Mrs. Yang and the others. If there was one person in the family she felt a little reluctant to part with, it was Mrs. Yang. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who had originally disliked each other, had developed a genuine bond over the years. If not for this incident, Mrs. Yang looked at her daughter-in-law, and for once, she stopped cursing in the courtyard. It took her a long time to speak. Have you really decided? Is divorce possible? There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes, a hope that she could win Mrs. Mo back. She had remembered all the kindness Mrs. Mo had shown her over the years, and had long since treated her like her own daughter. Now that she was leaving, Mrs. Yang felt devastated, but she was only saying it, knowing that things had come to this point, and there was no turning back. Besides, the fault in this matter lay with her son, not his daughter-in-law. Initially, upon learning of the incident, his daughter-in-law even considered forgiving her son, offering him a breakup with the widow. But the unfilial son refused to budge, insisting he marry her as a concubine and bear him a son. Oh my goodness! The Huang family, with generations of farmers, had never heard of such a thing. Mrs. Yang had beaten him, scolded him, and even had her father beat him. But the unfilial boy, perhaps possessed by a demon, refused to obey, even after being beaten and scolded. Mrs. Yang was at her wit's end. In the past, she would have urged Madame Mo to be patient, but now she couldn't bring herself to do it. Mother! Mrs. Mo didn't say anything, but her meaning was clear. It was impossible. The light in Madame Yang's eyes dimmed instantly, and Madame Zhou and Madame Lu beside her also spoke up. Second sister-in-law. Brother's sister-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law Lu, in particular, had tears welling up in her eyes. She often argued with Mo in the past, and she always thought they disliked each other. But 2 years ago, when her husband and son couldn't even remember her birthday, it was Mo who gave her a dress and wished her a happy birthday. She tried to lie, saying Mo had earned some money and was showing it off, but then she turned around and hugged the dress and burst into tears. From that moment on, she never felt any hatred for Mo again. And Zhou, she was a man of the most opportune attitudes, always willing to curry favor with anyone who had money. After Mo earned some money, she tried to curry favor with her, hoping to exploit her. But all this vanished when Mo returned each time to sincerely teach her son to read, and later found him a private school and introduced him to a tutor. Now, after hearing that the other party was leaving, her eyes were filled with reluctance. However, she put herself in his shoes and realized that if her husband dared to insist on taking a concubine, she would certainly not tolerate it. If for no other reason than to prove herself, she wasn't from a wealthy family, so she couldn't be so magnanimous. If that day ever came, she would make those bastards pay for it, and would not let them off so easily, letting them live together forever. For this reason, Zhou even thought her second sister-in-law was too soft-hearted, so she just had them beaten. It's okay, I just moved to the county town. It's not like we won't see each other again in the future. Mo comforted them. In the past 2 years, Mo had earned money, and her perspective had changed greatly. Especially when she recalled the past, she found it extremely boring to fight with her 2 sisters-in-law for a small piece of land in the Huang family. Because of this, she gradually realized that the 2 sisters-in-law she once hated were actually her own former selves. Carrying only 2 quilts, she married off to a strange land, all by herself, feeling the grievances and heartache she endured. Then, day after day, she was trapped in this small courtyard, until she became a shrew. Perhaps it was the money she earned, or perhaps it was the things she witnessed, but Mrs. Mo's view of the 2 sisters-in-law gradually changed. She took the initiative to put aside the years of disagreement, and tried to exchange sincerity for sincerity. In fact, time proved her approach right. Now, even though she was leaving, they were reluctant to let her go. Okay, that's what you said. When we get to the county, have someone send a message, and we come to see you then. Mrs. Lu wiped her tears, and looked at Mrs. Mo with tearful eyes. Mrs. Mo nodded in agreement, okay. At this point, Mrs. Yang seemed to realize there was no turning back and said, come in with me. I have something to give you. This something, of course, was silver. After the 2 of them entered, Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Lu outside the doorway instantly relaxed their sadness and whispered, how much do you think Mother will give my second sister-in-law? Mrs. Lu guessed, probably 20 taels. Mrs. Zhou said, I think it's more. However, the 2 of them were just talking, with no other thoughts in mind. They didn't even try to pry open the window, as they usually did. Inside the room, Mrs. Yang pulled a box from the locked closet. The box looked quite old. It was one of her few dowry items. She fumbled for the key and unlocked it. Inside was the family's savings over the years. She gritted her teeth and pulled out 2 pieces of silver, a total of 20 taels. Take this silver. Mrs. Yang handed the silver to Mrs. Mo, a hint of reluctance still evident in her expression. Mrs. Mo was stunned. She hadn't expected her mother-in-law, who always valued money more than her life, to give her so much silver, especially right when she was asking for a divorce. With this silver, you have the confidence to remarry or do anything else in the future. Originally, Mrs. Yang was reluctant to give the silver. After all, to her, money was her life. But she tossed and turned for several nights, thinking about the shackles this world imposes on women and the kindness her daughter-in-law, Mrs. Mo, had shown her. The more she thought about it, the more her conscience pricked her. In the end, she decided to return the silver she earned over the years. After all, what would become of a woman, especially one who was getting a divorce? Mrs. Yang didn't want to think about the future. She simply felt that having some money was good. Mother. Faced with the real money, Mrs. Mo was truly moved. No matter how much she said, giving the silver wasn't as good as it was. Mrs. Mo took the 20 taels of silver and hugged Mrs. Yang, crying for another long time. Her initial reluctance to leave had turned into an 80%. Okay, let's go. Don't let me see you again, it's upsetting. Mother Yang hugged Mrs. Mo for a moment, then pushed her away. She was afraid she regretted if she didn't leave. Mother, take care of yourself. I come back to see you later, Mrs. Mo promised. But Mrs. Yang's nose sank when she heard this. These days, seeing someone again was so difficult. Just like her parents' home was only a mountain away, and she hadn't been back in 30 years. Although her daughter-in-law, Madame Mo, lived in the county town, if she truly left, their relationship would be severed. How could they possibly continue their relationship? Both knew that the promise of seeing each other again was merely a polite gesture. But precisely because of this knowledge, Yang felt a wave of grief, realizing that she was truly leaving. You're saying such coaxing words, saying you come to see me. I'm afraid you have to wait until I die. How could that be? Madame Mo said uncertainly. In truth, she didn't know when she would return again. Madame Yang shook her head and said nothing. For a moment, only endless silence enveloped the world. Outside, the cicadas continued their deafening chirping. Madame Mo loaded her belongings onto the mule cart, just as she had done the previous time, except this time she had her daughters by her side. She should thank her husband Huang Lauer for his ruthlessness, otherwise her daughters would not have been able to leave with her. After all, except for the eldest and second daughters, who were already married, the third and fourth daughters were still unmarried. If they met a greedy family, they would definitely not let go of such a cash cow. Fortunately, in order to avoid giving dowry, or perhaps because the widow was pregnant with his child, he did not want any girls. In short, several daughters followed her in the end. This was a good thing, saving her from future entanglements over her daughter's affairs. She finally turned her head from the mule cart, glancing at the small courtyard, the Huang family members gazing out from under the eaves, and the villagers who had come to watch the excitement. Finally, she turned away, no longer reluctant to leave, and left the place where she had lived for over 20 years, and the husband she had shared a bed with for decades, only to choose another woman. Mother, don't be sad. We will always be with you, Dia comforted, hugging her 3-month-old daughter. Mother, don't be sad, said Madame Mo. She was much better now. She had been furious when she first learned her husband was having an affair with the widow. She couldn't even eat for days, and her hair fell out in clumps. Every night, she lay in bed, wondering what was wrong with her that would make her husband do such a thing. She couldn't figure it out, and finally, daybreak arrived, and she endured the night like this. Later, her daughters, Dia and Arya, and her 2 sons-in-law heard about the incident and accompanied her to seek justice. Her anger was almost dissipated, and although she still felt a little sad, she was still full of hope and longing for the future. Mother, why don't you stay with us for a while? Arya suddenly spoke up, and her second son-in-law echoed, Yes, mother, you and your third and fourth sisters can stay with us for a while. The eldest son-in-law, who was driving the mule cart, heard the words and said, You can stay with us. However, Mrs. Mo had no intention of staying with her daughters. Now she had money, and she earned it every month, enough for the 3 of them to live comfortably. Later, when she saved more, she could buy a house in the county town like her friends did. It was a wonderful thought. Seeing this, Huang Dia and Huang Arya stopped trying to persuade her. After all, as long as their mother was happy, that was all that mattered. After they left, Huang Lauer, his face bruised and swollen, finally dared to show himself. He watched the mule cart disappear into the distance, feeling a sense of pain in his heart, as if something very important had vanished. But then he quickly realized that he was right. He simply wanted a son. If Mrs. Mo couldn't give him one, could he not let someone else do it? Chapter 124. Speaking of Sue's grocery store, after Chen finished her discussion, she left to help pack up at Mo's house. This was a request that Mo had made before she left. Originally, she and Lu had planned to go back to the village with Mo to help out, but Mo said there was no need for so many people and that she could just clean up the house. From now on, your third and fourth sisters will follow your Aunt Mo. I go clean up her house, Chen said, and she stood up. Hearing this, Suli also offered to help, but Chen refused. You should rest well. There's no need for so many people. I can go alone. Suli gave up, but after thinking about it, she went to the nearby Nanbei grocery store to buy some tooth powder, scented soap, and a wooden basin for washing face and feet, intending to give them to them later. The owner of the grocery store also knew Suli and, after receiving the money, offered to help deliver the items to the grocery store. Although the shop wasn't far away, Suli was naturally grateful for the help. He thanked her and prepared to return to the shop. Unexpectedly, he ran into Manager Jean of Yaowe Tower on the street. Suli and Manager Jean were old acquaintances, seeing each other almost monthly due to their partnership. But why was Manager Jean not at the restaurant at this hour? Manager Jean, where are you going? Suli asked. Jean Buhuan was lost in thought when he heard the familiar voice, and was startled to realize it was Suli. He had come here today to look for her, but he didn't expect to run into her on the street. Miss Su. That's perfect. I have something I want to tell you. In the tea house, Jean Buhuan took 2 sips of tea before explaining his purpose. It turned out he'd come to Suli to explain that he would no longer be supplying braised dishes to Yaowe Tower, as he planned to go to Chang'an to take care of his grandson. Originally, I wasn't planning to go. It's so far away from home, after all. But I have to. My son keeps writing to me, urging me to go, and my wife is also eager to go and take care of our grandson. Jean Buhuan looked a little reluctant, but the warmth in his words betrayed his true feelings. Suli was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening. Although she felt a little disappointed at the loss of a long-standing business, she was also genuinely happy for him. She first said it was okay, then said, "Congratulations, shopkeeper Jean." "Thank you." Jean Buhuan smiled. Honestly, he was also very happy that his daughter-in-law had given him a big fat grandson. But, thinking of the braised food business, he quickly dropped his smile and said apologetically, "Madame Su, this is indeed Jin's fault. Let's put it this way, Madame Su. The contract is for 1 year, and there's only half a year left. I, Jean, will bear all the losses for the remaining half year." Suli naturally refused to agree, but Jean Buhuan seemed determined to give it. Then, Suli suddenly remembered that shopkeeper Jean was planning to go to Chang'an. What would happen to Yaowe Tower then? With that in mind, Suli asked. Jean Buhuan sighed upon hearing this. It has no choice but to sell it. To be honest, if he could help it, he really didn't want to sell the restaurant. Not only because it could make money, but also because of the feelings they had over the years. This restaurant had been passed down from his ancestors, and he couldn't bear to sell it now. But he couldn't refuse. Chang'an was too far from Qingyuan County, and he had no one else he trusted there. Furthermore, his brother, Jean Mantang, had long coveted his restaurant. If he left, he might take it. Then, with the emperor far away, he wouldn't know what would happen. This was why Jean Buhuan finally decided to sell it. Suli asked, "How much silver does shopkeeper Jean plan to sell it for?" Jean Buhuan said, 1,400 taels. This price wasn't too expensive, nor was it too cheap. It was a fair price. 1,400 taels. Suli's heart was instantly moved when she heard that. Unfortunately, she only had 700 taels, nearly half the price. If she hadn't bought the house, she could have scraped together enough, but she bought it. Suli regretted it a bit. If she had known this would happen, she should have just rented it instead of buying it. What a mistake. Thinking of Yaowe Tower, Suli felt a pang of heartache. She really loved that waterfront restaurant. If only she could have bought it. Jean Buhuan guessed why Suli asked that question. After a moment's thought, he said, "If Madame Su wants it, I can give you a discount of another 100 taels." Suli's eyes lit up, but then quickly dimmed. She had no money. Because of this, Suli felt a bit listless after returning to the shop. She racked her brains, but couldn't figure out where she could get so much money. This mood persisted until the evening when Song Ling and his group arrived. Suli put down her bowl of hot and sour noodles, and her gloomy expression faded. She stood up and asked them to sit down. "Shaoan, young Master Song, you're here." "Madame Su." "Shujiao, Madame Su, what are you eating? It smells so good." "Suli, hot and sour noodles. The weather has been hot lately, and everyone's been busy all day without an appetite, so Suli specially made hot and sour noodles. The sour and spicy taste was also very pleasant. Hot and sour noodles. It looked delicious. Shujio swallowed. Suggested young master, how about we have this tonight? The little boy beside her tugged at Song Ling's shirt, signaling that he wanted some too. Song Ling didn't say anything, but Shujio, knowing she agreed, said to Suli, Madam Su, we like 3 bowls of your hot and sour noodles. Okay, then you guys take a seat. Ordinarily, this was for family consumption, not for sale, but they had just brought him and his 4 sisters back in a carriage, and it was just hot and sour noodles, not anything else. Besides, Suli had already made plenty of vermicelli noodles. It only needed to be boiled. In just a few minutes, Suli had a bowl of hot and sour noodles ready. She also added soybeans, mixed sauce, bean sprouts, and chopped green onions. Since young Master Song and Shaoan didn't eat chopped green onions, she omitted them from 2 of the bowls. So fast? Shujio was stunned. It was ready in just a split second? Because the noodles are fine, they just need to be blanched, Suli explained. This was something she had specially modified, a bit like a modern instant vermicelli. Vermicelli these days was too coarse, requiring soaking in cold water and then cooking, a labor-intensive process that meant waiting forever to eat. So Suli decided to make the vermicelli thinner, so she could enjoy it instantly. This vermicelli is truly fine, Shujio exclaimed as he picked up a handful of vermicelli, each strand as translucent as a hair. The overpowering sour, spicy, and appetizing aroma still wafted into his nose. Unable to resist, he blew on it twice before shoving it into his mouth. Eat, Shujio mumbled. Although the vermicelli was thin, it was incredibly chewy. The aged sauce was particularly fragrant, and the bean sprouts were crispy. It was both sour and spicy, and incredibly delicious. Shujio usually dislikes sour food, but this hot and sour vermicelli had him hooked instantly. The little boy beside him was similarly small, but now he could eat his vermicelli with chopsticks. He scooped up a tiny bit, imitating Shujio's way of blowing on it before putting it into his mouth. Delicious. The boy took a bite, his eyes lighting up, and he ate mouthful after mouthful. Only Song Ling stared at the hot and sour vermicelli Suli served, unsure what to think. Suli, assuming he didn't like it, offered to make him something else, and only then did he pick up his chopsticks and start eating. After all, they say good looks are a great asset. They were both eating vermicelli, but Song Ling's eating was not at all rude. Instead, it was a delight to the eyes. By the end, his clothes were still spotless, while Shujio's gray shirt, by contrast, was covered in grease stains. Besides, Song Ling's arrival had boosted business, which had been declining, and attracted many young women. However, Song Ling, the center of attention, seemed accustomed to these glances. His expression remained unchanged, as he calmly and patiently waited for the little boy beside him to finish his meal. What a shame! I don't know when I'd be able to enjoy such delicious food again. Shujio felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of leaving in a few days after the young master's birthday. He'd become so picky with his food at Madame Su's place lately, and the thought of returning to the hard times of the past was painful. Suli, who happened to be gathering her things, overheard these words, and was stunned for a moment before asking, Are you getting ready to leave? Shujio nodded and sighed, Yes, Madame Su, we be leaving in a few days. Have you bought all the herbs? Suli didn't blame her for asking. She heard Madame Lin say that young Master Song and the others were medicinal herb merchants, coming here to buy them. Shujio was stunned for a moment, then glanced guiltily at Song Ling beside him. He said, I bought them. Suli said oh, indicating she understood, but her expression was a little absent-minded. Song Ling was perceptive. Madame Su, do you have anything else to ask? It's not anything else. Suli hesitated, unsure whether she should bother him with that matter, since they weren't even related. Song Ling said, Madame Su, please feel free to ask. Suli met Song Ling's eyes, knowing he genuinely didn't care, and then she spoke. I heard young Master Song is transporting medicinal herbs to the north. Yes. My father and brother also went to the north to join the army 3 years ago. There's been no news since, and I don't know what the situation is like there, so I was wondering if I could. Yes. Huh? Suli was stunned. Madame Su, do you want me to help you get some information about your father? Suli nodded. Okay. Is that all? Suli couldn't believe how easily the other party agreed. Will it be troublesome? Suli felt a little embarrassed. After all, she didn't know the situation in the Northland, and young Master Song looked frail. If anything happened to her because of her health, it would be her fault. But Su Li really had no other options. The Northland was too far away, and she knew no one there. It was impossible to get any information about her father and brother. In recent years, there had been a few snippets of news, all of which were reports of victories for Prince Ji's army. Otherwise, there was nothing. At first, the Su family was delighted to hear of the victory, but over time, they became quite nervous. After all, victory or failure were always involved sacrifice. All that mattered was good news. "It's okay," Song Ling replied. At this time, Shu Jiu also spoke up. "Don't worry, Madame Su, leave this matter to our young master. He will dig deep into the ground to find the person for you." Chapter 125. Seemingly realizing he'd gone too far, Shu Jiu rubbed his nose. "Anyway, leave this to us." Su Li didn't think much of it, simply assuming that the other party was in the medicinal herbs business and might have some connections. Song Ling then asked Su Li to tell him her name, hometown, age, and other information. Su Li told him everything. Worried that Su Li wouldn't remember, she offered to write it down and hand it to him. Then she fetched pen and paper to write it down, even sketching Su Li's father and 2 brothers. Song Ling waited quietly by her side the entire time, silently watching Su Li draw. Lian Gu took little Chang'an and He Hu to play hopscotch in the yard. Qin Shi occasionally offered the 2 little ones some water. The sound of the sound carried from the yard into the shop in front, suddenly waking Shu Jiu from his doze. "All right." Su Li finished her last stroke and smiled. Her slender right hand, gripping the charcoal pencil tightly, was stained black, as if ink had been poured onto it, making the whites on her skin appear even whiter, and the blacks even darker. Song Ling followed her hands, and saw the 3 men, who looked like real people, so vivid. He had never seen such a painting technique before. It seemed casual, yet the figures were rendered so three-dimensionally, as if they were standing before him. "Madame Su, your painting is excellent, and your handwriting is also excellent." Song Ling couldn't help but praise her. Su Li smiled sheepishly, taking it as just a polite remark. After all, her handwriting had long been criticized by her master, who said it had only form but no spirit. But Su Li couldn't help it. After all, she hadn't learned calligraphy since she was a child, and reaching this level was already her maximum limit. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, young Master Song." "It's true. I never lie," Song Ling said seriously. Su Li was truly embarrassed, but Shu Jiu came over. "Madame Su, have you finished your painting?" "Yes," Su Li quickly replied. Shu Jiu leaned over, but before he could even see it, Song Ling had already put it away. Song Ling smiled. "In that case, Madame Su, we take our leave." Then he said to Shu Jiu, "Go and bring Chang'an out." Shu Jiu murmured, then went to the backyard and brought little Chang'an out from behind. Little Chang'an was reluctant to leave. He looked at Lian Gu beside Su Li, almost crying, his lips curled in a pout, looking extremely aggrieved. Lian Gu had no choice but to comfort him. "Come back tomorrow. Black Tiger and I will be waiting for you." Black Tiger also wagged its tail in agreement, and little Chang'an finally stopped feeling sad, though he was still a little reluctant when he was led away. That evening, Su Li specifically told Grandma Wu and Grandpa about this matter. They were all delighted, but at the same time, they were also somewhat apprehensive, fearing that they might find out something bad. But at least there was hope. "We must thank him very much," said Old Man Su. Mrs. Wu nodded. "We must thank him very much." Mrs. Chen said, "How about, when can we invite him to our house for dinner?" "That's fine, but wouldn't one meal be 2? Mrs. Chen said, "Indeed. But how to express our gratitude still needs some thought." Mrs. Wu suddenly asked, "When will that young man leave?" Su Li thought for a moment, "Probably in a few days." Mrs. Wu heard this. "There's still time." Su Li was a bit confused, unsure of what Grandma meant. Then, the next moment, Madame Wu suggested making some warm clothes and boots for them. Mrs. Chen quickly agreed, "Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Mother is so clever." Then the 2 began discussing buying some goat skins to make. Su Li wanted to say, "I figured a family like young Master Song wouldn't be short of clothes and shoes." After all, she heard young Master Song was a relative of Madame Lin. But since it was Grandma and Mother's idea, Su Li didn't dissuade her. She also thought about making some easy-to-carry food for young Master Song and his family. Thinking this way, the day for the banquet at the Wen Mansion soon arrived. Before arriving, Su Li had assumed it was just a small gathering of Madame Lin and her friends, inviting her to the table. She didn't realize it was a birthday banquet, specifically for young Master Song. "Uncle Meng likes mutton and fish. Madame Su, just take care of the rest." Mrs. Lin was up early in the morning, clearly showing her deep concern for the birthday banquet. Suli said, "Okay, Madam Lin." The maids at the Wen mansion had already told Suli these words the day before, and she had already prepared the menu. Now all she had to do was follow it. Today, besides Suli, there were a few maids helping in the kitchen, so Suli had no difficulty cooking. 12 dishes in total, and it was just noon when they were ready. Serve the dishes. The maids and maids filed in, and one dish after another was brought from the kitchen to the main hall. In the main hall, "Come, Uncle Ming, today is your 20th birthday. Try this braised lamb and see if it suits your taste." Mrs. Lin looked at Song Ling lovingly as she helped him with some dishes. Song Ling's bowl was filled with her dishes, almost piling up like a small mountain. "Thank you, Auntie." Mr. Wen, who had recently returned home on leave, chimed in. "You need to eat more. Your aunt has been complaining about how thin you are these days." "Yes, Song Ling understands," Song Ling replied. "You don't know how to take care of yourself. You gotten yourself into this state." Mr. Wen, who sat at the head of the table, muttered quietly, his voice soft, but everyone else at the table heard. Song Ling, of course, heard it too. But he didn't say anything. How did he become like this? Song Ling didn't know. Perhaps it was because every time he ate, the blurred, flesh and blood images of his loved one surfaced before his eyes. Those tragic images, like a thorn in his flesh, tormented him constantly, making him unable to eat or sleep. Every thought was like being back in that sea of fire, tormenting his soul and body all over again. Only the sound of chanting could bring him peace. Now, he had discovered something more. "Try it." Mrs. Lin looked at Song Ling expectantly from the side. After spending some time together, she noticed that Song Ling ate very little at every meal. Unless she urged him, he would barely touch his chopsticks. So, she always piled a bunch of food for him. "Okay." Song Ling then picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of braised lamb. The lamb looked delicious, but Song Ling felt nauseous. He suppressed the urge surging within him and took a small bite. The taste left him frozen in place. "How is it?" "I asked Madame Su to cook it using our northern cooking method." "Is it delicious?" Mrs. Lin looked at Song Ling tenderly. Song Ling paused before saying, "It's delicious." It was just as delicious as his mother's. In his memory, her roasted lamb and lamb trotters were the best. Song Ling could never get enough of them. Every time he came home from a day out, he asked his mother to make them for him. His mother always gently agreed to all his requests. His father would then get jealous, saying his mother didn't love him and always cooked for him, never for him. Then, the father and son would start arguing until Shen finished cooking and the eldest brother returned from school. Only then would they sit down and eat. But that day, when he returned, he found his mother's body lying in the kitchen. From that day on, he never ate braised lamb again, nor did he celebrate his birthday again. "If it tastes good, eat more." Lin heartily helped Song Ling with some food. "Okay." Song Ling devoured the rest. Seeing him eat so obediently, Lin was delighted and went on to help little Chang'an. Besides Song Ling, Lin's heart ached most for little Chang'an. She was especially distressed to learn that such a brilliant child could no longer speak, yet at the same time, she felt fortunate. Even though he couldn't speak, he was still alive. As long as he was alive, everything else was a minor concern. "Here, Shaoan, have some of this. It's delicious." Little Chang'an was also incredibly thin and needed some nourishment. Lin picked up a piece of peeled fish with her chopsticks and placed it in Xiao Chang'an's bowl. She felt satisfied only after seeing him eat it. Overall, the meal was quite satisfying, especially for Old Man Wen and Master Wen. Due to the doctor's will, they had been forced to eat a bland diet for the past few years, and they had long since grown tired of it. Fortunately, Lin was a good housekeeper. Whenever she was at home, she only provided them with simple boiled dishes. If they wanted to enjoy something rich or greasy, they had to sneak out. These past few days, thanks to Song Ling, they had been able to enjoy such delicious food, which made them feel very happy. However, not long after the meal, Song Ling's words shattered the atmosphere. It turned out that Song Ling had announced that he would be leaving in a few days. The first to react the most was Lin. God knows how long she had waited for him to arrive. How could he let him go so easily? Her eyes immediately welled up. "Why are you leaving? Can't you stay?" "Yes, Uncle Ming." "Why are you leaving so soon?" Mr. Wen was a little surprised. Even old Master Wen was a little surprised. Although he had known that he would leave sooner or later, he hadn't expected this day to come so soon. "Are you sure?" Old Master Wen didn't try to persuade him to stay. After saying this, he continued, "The dangers of this trip are immeasurable. Are you sure? Song Ling nodded. Yes, I am. Old Master Wen sighed. Let's go. Now that he was gone, he could finally have some peace and quiet. He wouldn't have to worry about him all day and do things that went against his original intentions. Father-in-law. Mrs. Lin was surprised that her father-in-law actually agreed to let Song Ling leave, and quickly spoke up to stop him. Old Master Wen remained silent, thinking to himself, if he could have persuaded him, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until today? Song Ling, I leave Chang'an in your care. Old Master Wen finally responded, don't worry, I teach him well. If nothing else, because this child was the son of his favorite student, he would take good care of him. Song Ling knew this, so he felt comfortable leaving Chang'an in his care. When do you plan to leave? Mr. Wen continued. The day after tomorrow. Why so quickly? Mr. Wen muttered to himself, but then thought of the current situation in great way and said nothing more. Standing beside him, Mrs. Lin didn't understand any of this. She just wanted her friend's son to live well, marry, and have children. She didn't want him to face any more danger or suffer any more harm. If she had watched helplessly and done nothing, she would have been doing a disservice to her friend's death. Then stay. Lin interrupted. For me, for Chang'an, can't you stay? Song Ling, I'm sorry, Aunt. Lin finally gave up, realizing that no matter how much she said, she couldn't stop him. Chapter 126. Alright, Uncle Ming won't be back anytime soon. Let's eat. Where did you find this chef? The food is delicious, asked Old Master Wen, shoveling more braised pork into his mouth. Lin then realized that her husband and father-in-law had unknowingly emptied the plates of braised pork. Suddenly, she couldn't think of anything else and quickly asked the maid to remove the plates. She looked at Old Master Wen with a resentful look. Dad, the doctor said you need to eat less greasy, fatty foods and more fruits and vegetables. A flash of guilt crossed Old Master Wen's eyes when he heard this, but he immediately became confident and assertive. I'm already this old. If I don't eat now, when will I? He then instructed the maid next to him, Chun Hua, bring me that plate of meat. However, the maid didn't move for a long time after he finished speaking. He looked over and saw that she was looking at Lin, which made him furious. Okay, now no one in this family listens to him, right? He tries something else. The table is full of delicious food anyway. Thinking this way, he reached for another dish of candied pork knuckle, or pork elbow. But just as he reached out, Lin coughed, and the maid took it away. Dad, this steamed sea bass tastes great. Lin stood up and placed the fish in front of the old man himself. Seeing this, Old Master Wen threw his chopsticks in anger and refused to eat. But Lin was accustomed to this scene. For the past few years, ever since her father-in-law had a stroke and forbade him from eating such things, this had happened every mealtime, and Lin wasn't at all alarmed. The room was silent for a moment, but before a minute had passed, Old Master Wen spoke up, had the maid bring him another pair, and then began to eat his steamed sea bass. Unexpectedly, after just one bite, Old Master Wen was captivated by the tenderness of the sea bass and the delicious flavor of the sauce. He'd been enjoying steamed fish quite a bit since his stroke, but most of the time, the fish the chef prepared was either undercooked or fishy enough, none of it to his liking. But today, the fish was incredibly delicious, without a single fishy smell. It even had a subtle aroma of ginger and scallions, and the broth was incredibly fresh. With each bite, Old Master Wen devoured half the fish. Seeing his father give up, Old Master Wen had no choice but to turn to other, lighter dishes. To his surprise, these other dishes were equally delicious, a deliciousness that wasn't greasy at all. The flavors of the ingredients were palatable, yet they offered a fresh, umami-rich flavor. By the end, Old Master Wen's belly had grown even larger, making him look like a woman 6 months pregnant. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Afterward, Lin hurried off to buy some food to take away for Song Ling. Old Master Wen summoned Song Ling to give him some detailed instructions, but we leave that matter aside for now. Su Li, on the other hand, soon after lunch at the Wen residence, was met by Lin's maid with her wages for the day, totaling 8 taels. She had originally agreed on 6, but Lin was so pleased that she rewarded Su Li with 2 taels, a piece of beef, and some peaches, plums, and other fruits and vegetables. These are all grown on our farm. Madam asked you to take them back to try. Su Li thanked her and prepared to leave with her things, but the maid stopped her and her sister. Madam also said, there are many flowers in bloom in the mansion garden. If you 2 ladies like, you can explore them before leaving. Madam Lin was so thoughtful that Su Li didn't know how to thank her. She secretly thought about making some rice dumplings and sending them to her for the Dragon Boat Festival next month. The maid left after she finished speaking. Su Tao regained her composure the moment she saw her walk away. "This sister, can we go take a look?" As soon as she entered the Wen mansion, she was captivated by its splendor and beauty. She thought everything was wonderful. Now that the maid had told them that Madame Lin allowed them to explore, her complaints of tiredness vanished instantly. Su Li hesitated for a moment, but she also wanted to see what the garden at Madame Lin's mansion looked like, hoping to renovate her own house in the future. So she agreed. So, the two of them followed the maid's directions and headed for the garden. Luckily, the kitchen wasn't far from the garden. It was just a few doors away. "This sister, this garden is so huge." Su Tao stared at the scene in astonishment. Su Li wasn't much better. She had initially assumed the Wen mansion wouldn't be large, but upon reaching the grounds, she discovered a truly unique world. The first thing that caught her eye was a vast garden filled with a variety of flowers and trees. Butterflies and bees danced in the sunlight. Not far away was a lake filled with lotuses, pavilions, and carved beams and painted buildings. The two of them walked together, each marveling at the sight. Su Li couldn't imagine how happy she would be if she owned a house like this, except it was too big and difficult to maintain. Thinking of this, Su Li suddenly remembered a video she'd seen before, where someone said they couldn't imagine how happy they would be if they owned such a luxurious house, but it was difficult to maintain. A commenter said, "You already bought a villa, and you're still thinking about cleaning it yourself?" This was similar to Su Li's current thoughts. Indeed, if one had the money to buy a house like this, one would definitely hire someone to clean it. How could one possibly do it themselves? The only thing left to do was earn more money, so that they could afford it later. "This sister, look, there's actually a boat here," Su Tao said as they walked to the lake. Su Li looked over and saw a teapot on top, probably used by the owner of the mansion for boating. Then the two strolled around the shady area before happily returning home. At Su's food shop, Su Li and Su Tao had just returned to the shop when Qinshi said, "Fifth sister, why are you back so late? Young Master Song has been waiting for you for a long time." Young Master Song? Waiting for her? Su Li was confused when Qinshi dragged her into the backyard. Sure enough, she saw a man in green clothes sitting at a stone table, drinking tea. Chen said, "Young Master Song, Wu is back." Song Ling turned around and said, "Madam Su." Su Li said, "Young Master Song." "Excuse me, young Master Song, what can I do for you?" Su Li thought the other party had come to her, because they hadn't fully explained something that day. However, Song Ling's next words left Su Li stunned. Chun, who was standing beside her, asked, "Young Master Song, are you saying you want to buy the recipe for the hot and sour noodles we had the other day? And for 1,000 taels?" Even after Song Ling's affirmative answer, Chen still didn't quite believe it. But Su Li was the only one who understood. The other party wasn't just buying the recipe for the dish, but also the recipe for instant noodles. Calculated this way, the price is not so outrageous. Others may not know, but Su Li knows that if instant powder is produced on a large scale and transported across the country by sea and land, the profit will be more than 1,000 taels. However, precisely because of the high profit, Su Li dare not do it. After all, with a family background like hers, it is a question whether she can protect it. Thinking about it this way, it is better to sell it to the other party, so that the other party will owe her family a favor, and will be more concerned about finding her father and brother. So, Su Li only thought about it for a moment before agreeing. The next step was to sign the deed, with both parties signing. Once it was completed and stamped by the government, it would become a document that complied with the laws of the dynasty. However, given the current corruption of the imperial court, Su Li had been extorted several taels of silver the last time she bought a house. So, the presence or absence of the stamp was actually irrelevant. What really mattered was the integrity of both parties. No, Su Li's integrity. "Don't worry, young Master Song. I never sell this recipe to anyone else, nor will I use it myself." Unexpectedly, Song Ling said, "Madam Su, don't worry. If you want to sell it, you can." Su Li was stunned. She hadn't expected the other party to be so kind, but then she thought again. He was going north and probably wouldn't be back anytime soon, so selling it wouldn't affect him. "Thank you, young Master Song." Su Li then used the remaining paper and ink to write down the recipe. She had originally planned to demonstrate it to the man, but since he was leaving the next day, she had to give up. However, Su Li's recipe was very detailed, so she wasn't worried. She could just find anyone who knew how to cook and figure it out. Excitedly putting away the banknotes, Su Li then remembered the food she had prepared for him, as well as the clothes made by her grandmother, Wu. She quickly called Song Ling over and handed the items to him. "It's nothing special, Just some food and clothes. Young Master Song, please don't mind. No, thank you. Song Ling said softly, handing the items to Shujio beside her. Then I wish you a safe journey, young Master Song and young Master Shujio. Song Ling responded readily, okay. Only Shujio looked reluctant. Madam Su, I be back. After saying this, the two men rode away. On the other side, Chen, seeing the two men leave, quietly asked Su Li, isn't that too much? She had been meaning to ask that question earlier. The previous recipe only sold for 200 or 300 taels, so how could this one fetch so much? Su Li slowly explained the pros and cons to her, and Chen suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Instantly, it no longer felt expensive, it even seemed cheap. But it was indeed as Wuya had said. Since their family had no power or influence, it was better to sell it. Besides, young Master Song was a nice guy. With that, the matter came to an end. Su Li, having received the money from the seller, immediately prepared to go find manager Jean and buy the restaurant. Su Li discussed this matter with the rest of the family, but they all had no objections and were incredibly supportive. This actually made Su Li feel a little uncomfortable, and she began to worry. What if she invested money but couldn't make any money back? Over 1,000 taels of silver was no small sum. In this day and age, one could lay down and not work for a lifetime. It was an astronomical sum that many people couldn't earn in their entire lives. What if? Even after noticing she was feeling a bit stressed, she comforted her, fifth sister, just go for it. It doesn't matter if you make money or not. At worst, we can just go back to farming. Yes, I used to overthink things. I'm not as good as you. Fifth sister, it's okay. Just go for it. Su Li felt much better after hearing this, and she went to Yaohe Tower with peace of mind. At Yaohe Tower, Su Li arrived just in time to see shopkeeper Jean scolding the man who had maliciously undercut her. He poured himself a cup of tea and began to drink. Su Li, manager Jean. Jean Buhuan quickly stood up upon seeing Su Li approach. Madam Su, you're here? He began to wonder why Su Li had come. Was she planning to buy his restaurant? Chapter 127. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and Jean Buhuan's smile deepened. Sure enough, Su Li's words the next second confirmed his thoughts. Manager Jean, you said you wanted to sell the restaurant last time. I've been scraping together some money these past few days. I wonder if I'm too late. Not too late, Madam Su, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. A few people did ask me, but their offers were too low, so I turned them away. As Jean Buhuan spoke, he complained about the people who had come to inquire about the price. They either found fault with the restaurant or complained about the location, sometimes even mocking and demeaning it, just to get the price down. Jean Buhuan was already tired of being bullied by customers, but he didn't expect to have to endure this kind of bullying before leaving. Jean Buhuan simply drove them away. He wasn't in a hurry anyway, he just couldn't believe the restaurant wouldn't sell. After hearing this, Su Li felt sorry for manager Jin's situation, but she was still happy that the restaurant hadn't been sold. Madam Su, you don't know. Someone said my restaurant stairs are out of shape. They're afraid of stepping on air, there are ants around the corners of the pillars, and there might be nothing inside. And there's all this nonsense about the bad feng shui. Everyone at the restaurant had been dismissed, and Jean Buhuan finally found someone to rant about. By the end, his mouth was dry. He took a sip of tea, and suddenly realized they were here to buy the restaurant. He smiled sheepishly, haha, look at me, I said so much nonsense. Su Li smiled, no problem. Then I take Madam Su to see the restaurant. Jean Buhuan said, and then I took Su Li to look at the restaurant. The restaurant has 3 floors. The first floor is the lobby, and the second and third floors are private rooms. Jean Buhuan introduced the name and story of each private room as they walked. This restaurant has been passed down from my ancestors. When my great-grandfather first came to Qinghe County, he met my great-grandmother and decided to settle down here and bought this piece of land. It is said that this was just a small snack shop at the beginning. It relied on my great-grandfather's craftsmanship to slowly develop into what it is today. I also followed my father to learn how to run this restaurant since I was a child. Unfortunately, my skills are not good, I have no talent, and I am not smart. I am not good at management. Now I have to sell off my ancestral property and move far away. Jean Buhuan sighed as he spoke, his eyes lingering over every inch of the restaurant. For a moment, he seemed to see the bustling and prosperous pass through the scene before him. He could hear the sound of his father calculating on an abacus, and his laughter greeting customers. Shopkeeper Jean. Su Li's voice brought him out of his memories. He paused for a moment before saying, Look at me, look at me. Let me take you, Madame Su, to the kitchen. Then Jean Buhuan led Su Li to the kitchen. It was indeed a large kitchen, with a huge space, including 5 stoves. It was spacious and bright, and Su Li fell in love with it immediately. It was quite nice. Su Li could imagine how comfortable cooking in this kitchen would be. The kitchens in the food shops seemed a bit small and cramped. Not bad, Su Li said as she toured the place, which instantly made shopkeeper Jean feel proud. Jean Buhuan showed Su Li around inside and out, and Su Li was quite satisfied. Finally, it was time for the bargaining. Although shopkeeper Jean had previously suggested a lower price, anyone who had purchased something knew that the first price offered wasn't the real price, so Su Li still asked, symbolically, "Can you give me a lower price?" Shopkeeper Jean had lost all confidence after being haggled over by those who bargained for the past few days, and he actually managed to reduce the price by another 100 taels. "Madame Su, let me be honest with you. This is the lowest price we can offer. Anything lower than this is fine." "Okay, deal." Su Li readily agreed. I knew Madame Su was a straightforward person. This was Jean Buhuan's sincere words. In all the years of their collaboration, the two families hadn't had any conflicts. Unlike other partners, who would take advantage of a good sale to raise the price, Madame Su never did. This was one of the reasons why Jean Buhuan was willing to give Su Li such a big discount. The two of them then went back to the signing of the deed, the signing of the agreement, and other matters, busy until noon before everything was finalized. The moment Su Li received the deed, she felt a surge of accomplishment, a feeling of triumph and elation. In contrast, Jean Buhuan's expression darkened slightly. But soon, he saw the disappointed and regretful expressions on the faces of those who had previously inquired about the price upon learning that his restaurant had sold, and his mood brightened. They had given him such a good discount before, yet they were still nitpicking. Now they must be regretting it. Jean Buhuan groaned inwardly, "Oh, little brother, I'm so sorry, my restaurant is sold." "Aw, yes, it can't be helped. They really liked our restaurant, and wanted it right away after seeing it." Jean Buhuan apologized, but his eyes held a gloating look. Upon hearing this, the man's face turned pale, his expression changing from one color to another. Finally he muttered, "Boss Jean, can you sell me the restaurant for a little more money?" Jean Buhuan looked helpless. "Sorry, little brother, the contract has already been signed." The man could only storm out in anger. "What? You mean he sold the restaurant?" Jean Mantang stared at the middle-aged man in front of him, his face filled with disbelief. How could he dare? Is Jean Buhuan crazy, or is he deaf? How could he dare to sell his family's ancestral property to someone else? "Yes, boss." Wu En lowered his head, sweat pouring down his face. The boss had entrusted him with this task, and he couldn't even handle such a small matter. What if the boss doubted his ability? Jean Montang's eyes flashed with white light, and he slumped back in his chair, taking a long moment to recover. Who did he sell it to? Madame Su from Su's restaurant. Su's restaurant? Jean Montang's eyes were filled with confusion. Where had this person come from? He had even forgotten that he had sent someone to Su Li to buy braised pork a few years ago, but Su Li hadn't sold it. Hearing this, Wu En cut out the details and exaggerated the story of Chef Chu's visit to Su Li's restaurant. Jean Mantang uttered an "oh," but didn't take it to heart. He didn't care about Madame Su or Madame Lin, he just wanted to get his ancestral property back. Go tell Madame Su, or whoever it is, to buy back the restaurant. No matter how much it costs, you have to give it to me. Yes, boss. Wu En nodded quickly, then arranged for someone to contact Su Li to buy the restaurant. Of course, the situation ended in failure. Even after adding 200 taels of silver, Su Li still refused to sell. Wu En had no choice but to tell Jean Mantang about the matter. Jean Mantang was so angry that he smashed everything in the house. However, the matter remained unresolved, so Jean Mantang finally went to Su Li's restaurant himself. Jean Mantang looked at Su Li's restaurant with disdain, feeling deeply disapproving. Since it was not dinner time, there were not many customers, and Jean Mantang was even more convinced that it was a poorly performing establishment. Still, he remained outwardly affable. Furthermore, he and Jean Buhuan were brothers from the same mother and looked very similar. Su Li initially thought it was shopkeeper Jean who wanted to see her about something, or perhaps it was Chef Naku's apprentice, when Lu, who recognized him, and whispered something to Su Li. Su Li looked at the visitor, and suddenly remembered someone approaching her a few days ago, wanting to buy the restaurant. The two immediately connected. As expected, Jean Mantang came straight to the point, and wanted to buy back the restaurant. However, unlike the previous visitors, Jean Mantang played the emotional card right from the start, saying that the restaurant was his family's ancestral property, and he couldn't let it go to waste. Then he asked Su Li how much money he would demand to return it. At first, Su Li was somewhat moved by his words. After all, people in this era did care more about ancestral property. However, as Su Li hesitated, Jean Mantang, assuming she was unwilling, changed his expression again and threatened, "Madam Su, you must carefully consider the consequences of offending me, Jean Mantang." The blatant threat in his words instantly changed Su Li's hesitation into determination. "Excuse me, Manager Jean, we have decided not to sell the restaurant. Please return." "Madam Su, are you sure?" Jean Mantang's face darkened, and he looked at Su Li with a sinister look. "It's settled. Please return." Jean Mantang stood up in anger, wanting to throw something to vent his anger, but seeing that Su Li was all around him, he gave up. "Okay, very good. You must remember what I said today." With that, he hurried off. After the others had left, everyone gathered around. Chef Chu and several of his apprentices came over and expressed their concerns. After all, they had worked at Xiang Manlu for so many years, and were familiar with their former owner's character. Naturally, they also knew how Jean Mantang usually excluded dissidents, was stingy, and how he dealt with his opponents. To be frank, he'd previously been wary of Yaowe Tower, unwilling to go too far and risk criticism from his clan members. Otherwise, he had been forced out through despicable tactics, and wouldn't have stayed there for so many years, but now, Su Li wasn't so wary. So, Chef Chu and the others were a bit worried about what might happen. After all, they'd seen so much before. However, Su Li wasn't worried. Ever since she bought the restaurant, she already come to terms with it. After all, life is full of risks. Even stepping outside could result in being killed by a flower pot on the upper floor. But was she supposed to stay home and avoid doing anything out of fear? What was the point of living like that? She might as well just stay home and stay home. Since she already decided to open the restaurant, she wasn't worried about potential trouble. She believed that those who prepared before the storm arrived would be safe from drowning. "Thank you, just let him come." Seeing Su Li like this, Chef Chu relaxed, but then realized how could she be so convincing when she was only a few decades younger than him. It was as if there was some kind of magic that allowed her to achieve whatever she set her mind to. But precisely because of this, everyone believed Su Li was right and refused to argue. "Okay, let him come." "Yes, let him come." "That's right, let him come." Everyone chimed in, as if this would alleviate their fear of the unknown. Of course, this was just a minor incident, and soon everyone was back to enjoying the restaurant. Chin and Mrs. Wu were especially stunned upon arriving. Chapter 128. Is this restaurant really ours? Mrs. Chen stood at the door, watching the waiter take down the sign, her mouth agape. The others were no better, especially Su Tao, who ran up to the third floor and waved at them from above, exclaiming in surprise, "Mom, Grandma, come up and take a look. You can see our shop from up here." "Really?" Hearing that they could see their shop, Mrs. Chen said to Mrs. Wu, "Come on, Mom, let's go up and take a look." "Okay." Then the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law went upstairs, while old man Su instructed the movers to be careful. Seeing them go upstairs, he asked Su Li, "What are your grandma and the others doing?" Su Li, my fourth sister, said they could see our shop from upstairs, so they went upstairs to check it out. "Can they really see it?" Old man Su asked, urging them to be careful. Su Li thought for a moment and decided it should be possible, but she hadn't looked carefully that day. Old man Su was also a little tempted by this. If it weren't for the need for someone to watch over him, he would have gone too. Su Li, seeing this, naturally understood his intention and said, "Master, go ahead if you want. I watch over here." Old man Su felt a little embarrassed. "Then I go take a look. I be right down." Su Li nodded. Just then Ma Lao Si, who had come to help with the restaurant's renovations, came in. "Wu Ya, your cousin said you want to clear out the middle and put up a stage?" Ma Lao Si pointed to an empty space in the middle of the restaurant. "Yes, uncle." This was something Su Li had come up with recently. She wanted to build a stage for watching performances, so that customers could enjoy their meals while watching them. Actually, the original Yaowe Tower lobby had an empty area dedicated to storytelling performances, but Su Li felt it was too small. Sometimes, with too many tables and people, the performances were practically impossible to hear or hear. So, after some thought, Su Li came up with this idea to spice things up. "Are you sure, Wu Ya? Why don't you ask your grandfather and the others first?" Ma Lao Si had never seen a restaurant with such a large stage. It looked more like a theater than a place for dining. "Uncle, just change it like this," Su Li said gently but firmly. She knew he was doing it for her own good, worried the restaurant wouldn't make money. She could understand that. After all, in recent years, many people had looked down on her because she was a woman, forcing her to ask the male elders in her family before anything she did, as if she had no right to do anything simply because she was a woman. It wasn't obvious before, but with the opening of the food shop and now the restaurant, it's become increasingly obvious. Sometimes, even though some people know she's the restaurant manager, they still turn to Old Man Sue for advice on anything, including the waiter who just came in to deliver the ordered plaque and the people who come in to do the work. So whenever this happens, she firmly tells them she has the final say. She does this because, after all, the restaurant will undoubtedly attract more and more people. If everyone thinks her suggestions are unimportant and refuses to listen, things will become more complicated. So, to avoid further complications, she naturally has to nip this tendency in the bud. As expected, afterward, Ma Lousie would directly consult Su Li about everything, never asking her to consult others as he did at the beginning. This saves a lot of trouble. Back on the other side, on the third floor, Chen and Mrs. Wu arrived and looked into the distance. Sure enough, a few blocks down, hidden among the various shops, they saw the sign for Su's food shop. They were overjoyed, dancing and talking for a long time. "Mom, come and see. I saw Hei Hu and Yuan Bao." "Where?" "There." Su Tao pointed somewhere. Chen looked in the direction of her finger. It was indeed their own Hei Hu, sleeping next to the shop, with Yuan Bao standing nearby, chewing on some grass. Indeed, the summer sky was clear and cloudless. Standing on the third floor, the group felt a breathtaking view of all the beauty. At the same time, a sense of unreality lingered. Could this grand restaurant truly be theirs? However, this feeling of unreality didn't last long, as there was so much they needed to do during the restaurant's preparations. First, they needed to recruit staff. The Su family discussed it, and decided to go back to the village to see if anyone was willing. As soon as word got out, the turnout was incredible. Almost every family with sons or nephews showed up. Since Su Li hadn't restricted it to men or women, many women also showed up. You know, in recent years, anyone close to the Su family had earned money, built houses, and so on. Other families were envious, but they had only a food stall and couldn't hire that many people. Now that the Su family had opened a restaurant, wouldn't they expect even more people to come? However, more people naturally means all kinds of people, and not everyone in the village is hardworking. So Su Li handed the task of recruiting people over to Aunt Lu and Aunt Mo. The two of them have been in the village for a long time, and know who is in which family, so it is naturally the best thing to ask them to help. Finally, after numerous rounds of screening and rigorous assessment, 2 capable women and 2 promising young men remained. These men were none other than Mrs. Lu's 2 sons. They had previously worked in the county town, and one was a waiter at Xiangmenlu. Upon hearing that Su Li was hiring, they quit their jobs and decided to join Su Li. They had long coveted their mother's salary at Suji restaurant, which was not only high, but also came with various holiday gifts. In contrast, they worked tirelessly, earning less than half of what their mother earned in a month. This discouraged them, so upon learning that Suji restaurant had opened, they immediately approached Mrs. Lu, hoping to find a backdoor. But Mrs. Lu was a man of few words. She kept her public and private affairs separate, and she didn't care about family matters. She simply asked the 2 men to take the Su Li assessment together. Su Li finally compared them, and found them both diligent and kind, making them well suited for waiter roles. So, she decided to keep them. In addition to these men, Su Li also hired 2 waiters, and a few kitchen helpers to wash vegetables and clean. With that, the staffing was complete. However, something else happened. The person looking for work at the restaurant was actually someone Su Li knew well, Li Chunhua. Speaking of which, Su Li didn't actually have any feelings for Li Chunhua. On the contrary, she felt quite sympathetic towards her mother. So when Li Chunhua arrived, Su Li still welcomed her warmly. "Sister Chunhua, what brings you here? Come in and sit down." Li Chunhua lowered her head, glanced at Su Li, then lowered her head again. She whispered, "Sister Ali, I heard your restaurant is hiring. Can I come?" Su Li didn't refuse outright. Instead, she asked, "Sister Chunhua, did you come here on your own? Or did your mother ask you to come?" Li Chunhua's eyes wandered, and she timidly said, "My mother asked me to come." Su Li knew this, but wasn't too surprised. She still didn't refuse, but simply changed the subject. "It's almost noon. Have you eaten yet?" Li Chunhua didn't know why Su Li asked this, and shook her head. She had just finished cutting grass for the pigs that morning, and hadn't had time to eat when her mother called her out to come to the county. "Then let's eat first. I've been busy all morning, and I'm a little hungry. No, I'm not hungry. Li Chunhua curled up her dirty toes in her straw sandals. However, Su Li didn't give her any room to refuse. Just think of it as eating with me. With that, Su Li went to the kitchen to get the lunch that Chen had sent over. Chen had been delivering her meals to the restaurant these past few days. It wasn't any other food, it was from the food store, just a few from each of them. The portions were large, enough for the two of them. She gave half of the rice to Li Chunhua, and then moved the dishes in front of her. Eat, Sister Chunhua. Li Chunhua hesitated, but her hunger forced her to finally take the food and begin to eat. Ever since her father and elder brother left, her mother had taken out her frustrations on her, beating and scolding her daily, not letting her eat her fill. She had been hungry for days. Sister Chunhua, eat slowly. Su Li felt a pang of pain as she watched the girl wolfing down her food. But despite her pain, she had no intention of keeping her. After all, she didn't trust Lu. If she kept her, it would be like planting a time bomb. Who knew what she would do in the future? Furthermore, to be brutally honest, even if Su Li wanted to help, she wouldn't do it to someone who didn't even know what she wanted to do. So although she felt very sorry, Su Li still said after Li Chunhua finished eating, Sister Chunhua, I'm so sorry, we can't have you. Li Chunhua had originally thought that Su Li's invitation to dinner meant she was staying, but she didn't expect to hear this afterward. She felt a moment of anxiety, almost tears streaming down her face. But she also knew what her mother had done, so it was normal for her to be reluctant. I'm sorry. She lowered her head, returning to the timid demeanor she had when she first entered. Su Li looked at her, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say, if Sister Chunhua wants to come someday, I definitely welcome you. Want to come? Li Chunhua didn't understand what this meant, assuming Su Li was just saying it deliberately to dissuade her. It wasn't until after she returned home, when her mother heard the Su family didn't want her, that she once again beat and scolded her, deprived her of food, and locked her out for the night. That night, for the first time, she felt she didn't want to continue living like this. She thought back to the scene she'd seen her sister, Ollie, that day. Someone who used to be just like her was now wearing bright clothes she'd never seen before, eating delicious meals she never tasted before. She wanted to be that person, to live that kind of life. She recalled the stories the village had told about the Su family's food stall, how they worked hard to earn money. She also remembered how her mother had told the matchmaker she'd marry her to a lame man just to get an extra ounce of silver. The more Li Chunhua thought about it, the clearer her mind became. She kept thinking about the past and the future. You have to understand, in the past, Li Chunhua had never thought about her future, not even had any hope for it. To her, the future was like walking out of a tiger's den and into a wolf's den. The complaints of the village women and her mother's harshness taught her a lesson at a young age. If even her own mother didn't necessarily love her or treat her well, how much better would marrying into another family be? So, she understood what her future life would be like better than anyone else. Over time, she naturally stopped looking forward to it, and even stopped thinking about it. After all, thinking about it was pointless. She had to live that life anyway. But was it really useless? Was that really the only way out? Did she really have to listen to her mother and marry a cripple? No, it wasn't. Chapter 129. When Su Li heard Li Chunhua's news again, she was already married. Not to the lame old man Lu had suggested, but to a bachelor she had found in Duwang village. Su Li knew the bachelor personally. He was none other than Zhu Laosi, who used to love buying Su Li's meals at the dock. He earned 30 won a day, but could spend 20 won on food. His constant motto was, you might as well die any day, so you might as well enjoy life while you can. So over time, Su Li got to know him. I didn't expect Sister Chunhua to marry him. When did these two meet? I heard that the Li girl met him while selling fruit at the dock. He helped her out. Lu sat outside the shop, chatting with Chen and the others over sunflower seeds. Mrs. Chen asked, isn't Mrs. Lu angry? Mrs. Lu threw the melon seed shells on the ground. She's angry. She's so mad that she threw all the spatulas in the house. Mrs. Mo said, haha, just throw them away. Now there's no one to pick them up for her. Everyone in the village knew that Mrs. Lu liked to throw things when she was angry, but she wasn't stupid. She picked out things that wouldn't break, and then she asked her daughter to pick them up, like she was teasing a puppy. Jiang, yeah, ha. Chen, but will Lu do it? How could she possibly do it? She'd make a scene, going to the Zhu family and complaining to the village head, but the matter was already settled. What's the point? Besides, Zhu Laoxi's parents had died long ago. He still had an uncle, but who would pay for it? So in the end, no one cared. Chin and the others were seldom seen Lu suffer a setback, so they were delighted to hear the news. Besides, they really couldn't stand the idea of selling their daughter to that old cripple. Now they knew the Li girl had found a home for herself. Although she was single, she wasn't particularly old and had all the necessary skills. As long as the couple worked together, they wouldn't have to worry about a bad life. Well, I guess there'd be a lot of gossip in the village, but if you ignore it, it won't matter after a while. After all, you live your life for yourself, not anyone else's. However, their worries were unnecessary, because not long after Li Chunhua got married, she came to Su Li and asked, "Sister Ali, do you still keep your word?" She was wearing a pink dress, obviously new, and her spirits weren't as downcast as before. Her eyes were filled with anticipation for the future. The man must be treating her well. Of course I do. Su Li was delighted to see this new sister Chunhua. Li Chunhua brightened up at this, and then she began to tell her husband how he agreed to let her work here, and how he'd been treating her well. Su Li was also happy for her. Before leaving, she looked at Su Li and said, "Thank you, Sister Ali." Su Li replied, "You should thank yourself." "Thank yourself?" Li Chunhua pondered the words slowly in her mind. Yes, she should thank herself. But she was also grateful to the young woman before her. It was she who made her realize that she actually had other options, but she had never realized them. Including Li Chunhua, the restaurant had almost hired all the staff. Su Li specifically called in Mrs. Lu and asked her to train them, primarily teaching them how to greet guests, and then informing them of the rules she had established. Everyone listened attentively. After this, she finally explained the reward and punishment system, and everyone's eyes lit up even more when they heard this. As long as you work hard, the boss will definitely treat you well. At this point, a waiter from the north spoke up, "Mrs. Lu, are you serious? After working for 3 months, the clothes will really belong to us? Really? It's not just summer clothes. If you work hard, the boss will even give you winter jackets." Su Li thought for a moment. After all, working in a restaurant meant providing uniforms that distinguished you from the other guests. It wasn't exactly a perk. But to everyone else, this was like a huge pie in the sky. You have to remember that ordinary families these days rarely get the chance to buy new clothes year-round. They just pass on what their older siblings have worn, or the whole family takes turns wearing one. Who would have the money for that? Take Linda, who just asked the question, for example. His family only has one decent piece of clothing, the one he's wearing. Every time he wears it out, his 2 younger brothers have to hide it at home, unable to go out until he returns to get a change of clothes. That's why he was so happy to hear this. If he could earn a few pieces of clothing after working at Sue's restaurant for a year, wouldn't all the brothers have clothes to wear? And the coat? Did you hear that? There's a coat. Boss, is what Madame Lu said true? At this point, one of the women, a little skeptical, asked Su Li, who was not far away. Su Li nodded. Everything Madame Lu said is true. The crowd finally believed her, and there was another round of noisy discussion. After the noise died down a bit, Madame Lu started talking about how those who performed well would receive extra wages. At first, everyone didn't quite understand this, but Su Li explained it again. Then everyone realized that there was more to the wages than just the wages, and there were also additional bonuses. This was too good to be true, everyone thought instantly. But even more than that, she was filled with joy and excitement. She couldn't wait to get to work. Even a second late was a sign of respect for her money. But the restaurant couldn't open yet. She hadn't found a storybook writer yet. You see, Su Li had been busy these days, besides preparing for the restaurant, searching for a suitable storybook writer. But finding such a person wasn't easy. After all, writing a storybook wasn't considered a prestigious undertaking these days. Even if a scholar did, they wouldn't reveal their identity, fearing the damage to their reputation. So, after searching through bookstores and among students she knew, Su Li still had no luck. Now, Su Li even considered finding time to write one herself, but she was too busy to do anything. I do have a candidate. Old Master Xing had come to the restaurant at Su Li's invitation to sample the food, enjoying himself with a sip of wine and a bite of food. Su Li looked over in confusion. Old Master Xing took a sip of his wine, grinning with satisfaction. The man's name is Su Bai. Su Bai? Su Li was puzzled. Old Master Xing nodded, then slowly revealed Su Bai's identity. It turned out he was none other than the son of the 2 elderly men Su Li had bought the shop from. Old Master Xing sighed as he spoke. Speaking of Su Bai, he was truly a man of talent. He passed the Tongshi exam at 14 and the Xiaocai exam at 20. He had a bright future, but an accident ruined it. From then on, his life plummeted to the bottom, never to recover. The old couple, Sue and his wife, worked tirelessly selling wontons to help their son's legs, and sought out renowned doctors for him, but to no avail. A few years ago, Sue-Bai's mother began to feel unwell, and needed money for medical treatment, so she sold the shop to the Sue family. Sue-Lee knew all about the latter part, but not the former. But what did this have to do with the person she was looking for? Old Master Xing seemed to see her confusion, and brought up the story of Sue-Bai. It turned out that Sue-Bai was born into a poor family, even struggling to afford his education. Whenever he had free time, he would copy books from a bookstore to supplement his family income. It was during this time that he learned that writing storybooks could earn him money, and he embarked on this path, considered dishonorable to other students. He later sold a few of them. But because writing storybooks for a living was considered dishonorable and beneath the dignity of a scholar, he never dared to let anyone know. Old Master Xing only discovered it by chance during one of his lessons. Feeling sorry for his family's poverty, he kept it a secret, simply telling him not to write in class. As for whether he continued writing, Old Master Xing had no idea. Suli heard this and thought for a moment. It was indeed quite suitable. At least he had the experience and passion to defeat so many others. But she wasn't even close to this student Sue. Would he approve of such rash remarks? Suli looked at Master Xing. Master Xing suddenly regained consciousness. Don't look at me like that. It was quite frightening. I know what you want to say. I can ask for you, but I can't guarantee the outcome. After all these years had passed, and he had visited this former student before, but he had always avoided them. Perhaps this time would be the same. Suli was pleased that Master Xing was willing to go. She quickly approached him, offering him flattery and promising to make him the Buddha jumps over the wall, the dish he had always craved, if successful. Master Xing was indeed intrigued. The next day, he went to the Sue family and told Suli the results that afternoon. Sue-Bai agreed and said he was willing to give it a try. That was all Suli needed. She quickly gave him an outline for the first 2 chapters and asked him to write it out. She had unexpectedly found Sue-Bai to be quite talented. After his polishing, the dull plot instantly leapt onto the page. Suli could already imagine how exciting the storyteller would tell it. Without hesitation, she quickly signed a contract with him, asking him to expand the outline into a storybook. She also arranged for a storyteller to memorize the first 2 chapters and tell them on the opening day. Thus, after nearly a month of preparation, Sue's restaurant finally opened that day. Have you heard? Suji Restaurant is opening today. All meals are 30% off the usual price, and there are free Jingle Books, tea, and sunflower seeds. Suji Restaurant? Where is it? Why haven't I heard of it? It's the former Yaohe Tower, now Suji Restaurant. I see. So what are you waiting for? Let's go! No one can resist a good deal, and there were more than one. Upon hearing about the free tea, Jingle Books, and Jingle Books, many people called their friends and rushed to Suji Restaurant. Not just on the opening day, there were actually quite a few people. It was so crowded that the door was practically breaking down. However, most people came to take advantage of the good deal, not the food. Therefore, they didn't have high expectations for the food, they were more interested in joining in the fun. Zhuo-san was one such person. His family owned a cloth shop, so they had some money. However, because he had many brothers, his monthly paycheck was limited, so he naturally had to be frugal. He had a group of friends like him, and upon hearing that Suji Restaurant had opened, they decided to go together, except for Zhou Lauer. You guys go. If I don't, how can Suji Restaurant be as good as Xiangman Lu? I think it's better to spend your money wisely. Zhuo-san, how do you know Suji Restaurant isn't doing well if you haven't even tried it? I know it anyway. Okay, then you don't go and we do. Don't regret it. Zhuo-san was too lazy to argue with him. I won't regret it. They were the ones who should regret it, Zhou Lauer thought. They were wasting their money by eating at Suji instead of enjoying good food. It wouldn't be long before they regretted it and came back to haunt him. Seeing this, Zhuo Lauer stopped trying to persuade them and turned around and left with his men. After everyone emerged, they all shared the same thought. What Zhou Lauer said seemed to make sense. If the food at Suji Restaurant really wasn't good, it would be quite a waste of money. After all the hard work of saving up for a meal, the money would be gone. Thinking this way, everyone wanted to go back. But after all the harsh words they had just spoken, they couldn't leave immediately. So they just had to bite the bullet and head to Suji Restaurant. Chapter 130. By the time they arrived, a long line had formed at Suji Restaurant. There was nothing they could do. There were simply too many people flocking there. Fortunately, Zhuo Laosen had a wide circle of friends, and had found a friend who played Pai Gao with him in the crowd ahead. Qiande, are you here too? Zhuo Laosan? Zhuo Laosan smiled smugly. It's me. Qiande, seeing this, knew exactly what he meant. You want to eat this too? Together? Zhuo Laosan quickly scrambled up the offer. That's great. It's just that I have two friends. Qiande, no problem, we go together. Zhuo Laosen had been waiting for this, and a beaming smile spread across his face. Brother Qian, you're becoming even more handsome and dashing. Wait a minute, I go get them. With that, Zhuo Laosen quickly turned and led the other two forward. After they had exchanged greetings, it wasn't long before their turn arrived. The four of them fit perfectly at a table, and since they had no extra requests, they were seated in the lobby. It was already noon, and the aroma of food filled the restaurant. Zhuo Laosen had already smelled it upon entering, and he felt a little relieved. After all, he had been enjoying himself for decades, and he'd seen everything. He knew whether something was good or not by the smell alone. But the only way to know for sure was to actually taste it, so Zhuo Laosen asked the waiter, who was serving the group, "What are your signature dishes?" The waiter responded enthusiastically, "What would you like, sir? We have everything here. Dishes like roast suckling pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, steamed sea bass, braised goose feet, shredded tripe, and 3 fresh stew. They're all excellent." The long list of dishes almost overwhelmed everyone. Finally, they discussed and chose a few signature dishes, along with a jug of wine. "Okay, sir, please enjoy some sunflower seeds and tea. We serve the dishes when they're ready." "Okay." The waiter saw this, and turned to leave. Qiande, not bad. There are peanuts too. Come on, everyone. It's indeed not bad. Zhuo Laosen agreed, but his mind wasn't on that. He was focused on the restaurant itself. He had been to Yaowei Tower before, and knew what it looked like. He hadn't expected it to transform so dramatically in just over a month. It was now much more spacious and brighter, and the seating wasn't as cramped as before. There was even a stage for storytelling, which was quite interesting. I just wondered how the food would taste. Thankfully, the dishes they ordered arrived soon. There was a braised goose foot recommended by the waiter, a stir-fried lamb dish, a mixed shredded chicken dish, and fried river shrimp. Aside from the braised goose feet, which the group rarely ate, the others were all regular ordering items at restaurants. So, besides Qiande, Zhuo Laosen and the other two were the first to grab a goose foot to test the flavor. Be careful, it's hot. The first to eat was Zhuo Laosen's friend, a short, plump man with a bulbous nose. His name was Gu Ming, the fourth child in the family. He was the first to grab a goose foot, but he put it in his mouth before it cooled and burned himself. He quickly warned the others. Seeing he was burned, the others put their food in their bowls, intending to eat it later. Only Zhuo Laosen blew on it, and began to eat. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Laosen was struck by the tenderness of the goose paw the moment he took a bite. The sauce-coated goose paw was surprisingly rich and flavorful, tender and delicious. It wasn't overly salty, with a hint of sweetness, but it didn't overpower the flavor. Instead, it accentuated the sauce. The bones fell off with a single sip, making it incredibly delicious. The tendons in the goose paw were also incredibly soft and glutinous, fragrant and luscious, making it impossible to stop eating. Not only him, but Gu Laosi and the others beside him also began to eat the goose paw after it cooled, exclaiming as they ate, "How can this goose paw be so soft? Not bad, quite flavorful. Brother, try it too." As they ate, they also encouraged Qiande to eat. After all, it was all thanks to Qiande that they were able to get in so quickly today. Qiande, however, was currently enjoying his stir-fried lamb and couldn't stop eating. It was incredibly delicious. He didn't know how it was cooked, but the heat was perfect, spicy and fragrant, with a burst of aroma. With a chopstickful of lamb and a sip of wine, he felt happier than a god. "Okay, you guys should try this lamb too. It's delicious." Qiande also recommended the stir-fried lamb to the others. So they began to eat their lamb again. Sure enough, this stir-fried lamb was completely different from anything they ever had before. It was so much better. The lamb was incredibly flavorful, and the celery and shredded ginger were the real deal. They were numbing, spicy, and fragrant. Gu Laosi took a bite, and quickly filled his mouth with rice. A mouthful of vegetable, and a mouthful of rice. It was the ultimate indulgence. Zhuo Laosen had the same feeling. He originally thought that the stir-fried lamb that filled the whole building was delicious, but after eating this dish, he found that it was nothing compared to the previous one. Especially recently, he didn't know if it was because they had changed the chef, but the taste was not just a little bit worse than before. Thinking of this, Zhuo Laosan remembered that his friend had refused to come with them, insisting on going to Xiangmanlu. What a loss. But at the same time, he felt a bit of schadenfreude. He hadn't come, so he deserved to miss out on such delicious food. These shredded chicken and fried river shrimp are also good. The tall, thin man next to him, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up. He was the most discerning of the group. If he could say something was delicious, it must be really good. So, with a big wallet, Zhuo Laosan began to eat his shredded chicken and fried river shrimp again. It tasted really good, especially the shredded chicken, which was coated in red oil. It wasn't greasy at first bite, but rather full of the aroma of red oil, chili peppers, and sesame seeds. It was fragrant, but not overpowering, with just the right amount of sweetness and spiciness. The shredded chicken was distinctly shaped, and when wrapped in it, it was a great dish to go with either wine or rice. The fried river shrimp were also delicious. The golden starch coated the various shaped river shrimp. Each bite was crispy and delicious, with a hint of salt that didn't overpower the shrimp's sweetness. The fragrance lingered in the mouth after each bite, unlike Xiangmanlu, which was either overly starchy, too oily, and too salty, and not at all crispy. Zhuo Laosan finished all the dishes. He liked the stir-fried lamb best, and the fried river shrimp second best. They were really good. This Suji restaurant was quite good. What a great restaurant. Their food was even better than Xiangmanlu's. He hadn't had high hopes, but the result was beyond his expectations. He wasn't the only one feeling the same way. The other two who had come with him felt the same way. They were even thankful they come with Zhuo Laosan today, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to enjoy such delicious food. But their surprises didn't stop there. Halfway through their meal, the sound of a storyteller suddenly rang out from the stage. It is said that after Penga created the world, he split this land into two, one without spiritual energy, and the other with spiritual energy restored. Let me explain to you what spiritual energy is. Spiritual energy is something you can feel but cannot touch. You can think of it as a kind of immortal energy. People, animals, plants, and trees that possess this spiritual energy can cultivate and become immortals. Our world is a world without spiritual energy, while the world with spiritual energy is called the Xianling continent. Our protagonist was born on this Xianling continent. After Lin Feng was reborn, his first act was to break off his engagement with his fiancée, who had called off the engagement in his previous life after seeing his family's decline. The storyteller, alternately excited and pausing, captivated the audience with his opening remarks. Zhuo Laosan and the others paused their conversation and listened intently to the storyteller's tale. To find out what happens next, please listen to the next episode. Even after the storyteller paused, Zhuo Laosan still felt unsatisfied. He had never heard such a novel story before. What kind of storybook is this? How come I never heard it before? He asked, reflecting on the story. However, the others didn't know. Everyone was hearing it for the first time, and was completely bewildered. Zhuo Laosan quickly called the waiter to inquire, and learned that the restaurant had actually commissioned someone to write it. The others then quickly inquired about the next episode, and were finally satisfied when they learned they could hear it by dinner that evening. At the end of the meal, everyone left with a touch of reluctance, deeply satisfied. Not only him, but also Mr. Wen and Mr. Wen, who were sitting in a private room on the second floor, were captivated by the storybook about cultivating immortality. Having previously read books on sages, they had never heard such stories before, and were immediately captivated. Old Man Wen couldn't help but wonder if he could be reborn, perhaps like the protagonist in the story, to a younger age, and have all his regrets erased. However, before Old Man Wen could even finish his listening, the waiter arrived with their order. Old Man Wen and Old Master Wen, seeing someone approach, retracted their stretched necks. Ahem. They snorted and returned to their usual aloof demeanor. Eat, eat. Neither of them said anything, but their ears perked up, as if they didn't want to miss the storyteller's voice downstairs. Only when the voice faded did they settle back and start eating. Speaking of which, the reason Mr. Wen and his companions had come to Su's restaurant this time was precisely for this dish. Ever since they tasted Su Li's cooking at home, they often sneaked over to the restaurant. Today, having not eaten there in a while, they gone out specifically to eat. They heard the restaurant staff talking about the restaurant, and upon hearing they had private rooms, they decided to go. Sir, I sliced the roast suckling pig for you. The waiter beside them finally carved the suckling pig onto a plate and said, Okay, you can go down. We eat, Mr. Wen said. The waiter bowed his head, saying, Yes, sir, if you need anything, please call me. I'll be right at the door. With that, he left, considerately closing the door behind him. When Mr. Wen and Old Lady Wen saw that everyone had left, they finally put aside their pride and, picking up their chopsticks, began to eat the rose-suckling pig on the table. The rose-suckling pig wasn't large, weighing about 4 pounds. Its golden, shiny exterior exuded a faint, fruity aroma, making it particularly enticing. White sugar and chili powder were added alongside the pig. Old Man Wen had never eaten anything like this before, and found it somewhat novel. He hesitated as he picked up a piece of the pig with his chopsticks. Without dipping it in anything else, he simply put it in his mouth. Crunch! The rose-suckling pig's crispy sound echoed, and then Old Man Wen's mouth was filled with the aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of fruit. It was incredibly fragrant. The skin was crispy, the meat was tender, and it was delicious even on its own. Dad, dip it in sugar. Sugar is delicious.